かないのどうして多分君がいないからそこそこうまくこなしたつもりでも君がいなくちゃ半分半分ピカピカ光る月が丸いから今君に会いたいよ半端なままのはぐれ者としてよかあげまで過ごそうよどんな悲しみに出会っても二人でなら上書きしちゃう Oh, baby 心配しないでなかったことに艶やかでそうや歴史を変えて避けたことはうやむやかでそうや心配しないでまた作ればいい艶やかでそうや白紙のままでお気に入りだけでもそれを変えてそうやなかなか長く生きてるとどうして何もかも曖昧になって赤らか燃える光がはそして消えていてしまいそうなんだだけど君はそれ好きるから自分が小さく思えて悩みも消せらせら心配しないでなかったことに艶やかでそうや歴史を変えて避けたことはうやむやかでそうや心配しないでまた作ればいい艶やかでそうや白紙のままでお気に入りだけでもそれを変えてそうや
Welcome to the Confluence YouTube show. Okay, we have a serious topic today, but we're going to have fun with it, okay? I don't know if that's okay to say, but we're going to have fun with it regardless. Not because it's a fun topic, just because, you got to have fun with the news, okay? So, we talked about this yesterday. Tyler, average debate enjoyer, was here for it, and he will be here again. Spoilers, don't want to give too much of what I have planned away. But we also have a couple other people who are going to be joining us for a panel. We're also going to be having an open panel. So first, kind of before anything happens, so I will send links. There is a link pinned at the top, hopefully, I think, inshallah, and in the description. But I'm going to be going through some groundwork first, and then opening the panel up to possibly a few people that I've invited, and then to everybody. It's going to be kind of a tiered approach to how we're going to do this, to hopefully get a groundwork first and then go into it. So yesterday there was a lot less information known. Now there is slightly more information known about the killing of Renee Nicole Good. She was a 37-year-old mother of 3. The media keeps saying that they want to point out that she likes poetry, which I don't know how relevant that is exactly. It looks like we're maybe trying to paint her in a certain way. With that, she was also a part of an ICE watch group, and that's obviously why she was there and obstructing ICE's operation. And so there's a lot of stuff to go through. We're going to start with, I've decided this under executive action of Confluence, to show the actual videos, because I found a really good New York Times piece that takes the 3 angles. People are saying there's more angles. I don't think there is more. I think they're either, some of them I think are AI altered. Some of them I think are just zoomed in versions of other angles. To my knowledge, I think there's actually only 3 cameras so far. I think New York Times and the Washington Post have both done a good job, even though I don't like either of those publications, of synchronizing the footage. So we're going to watch that. I have to stop it at the very end, because at the very end it shows Nicole just not being alive anymore. And first of all, that could get this age restricted. Second of all, I don't think any of us need to see a dead body of what happened. I don't think that's very helpful. So we're going to see it. It's not graphic. I don't think it should get anything age restricted. People are showing it on YouTube, so I've made the decision. I think it's important that everybody sees it. And we'll probably be going through this video a lot as new people join, as new people see it. We're probably going to be, jumping back, probably going to be going frame by frame eventually to figure out if this was a good shoot or a bad shoot, what the fallout is going to be. Also, just want to shout out everybody. Good to see you, Anson. It would help me if you show it all. I will show it all, except for the last possible bit. Good to see you, Marilyn. Good to see you, Ed. Good to see you, Doomerang. Good to see you. Was there someone else? Where are you? Agrilapolis. Good to see all of you. Okay. So we're just going to dive into this. This gets messy quick. And the reason I wanted to go over this again, especially, and have a panel on it, is because in my opinion, I think, and I'm not trying to both sides or be like the enlightened centrist, but I see people being insane on both sides, I think, right? Like on the Trump administration side, we have people saying that this woman, we saw this yesterday with Kristi Noem. We see this, or Kristi Noem, not Knowles, Kristi Noem. We saw this with Trump. We saw it with JD Vance. We didn't see that. We're going to be going through those elements today. We did see it with Kristi Noem, of them saying it was a thing of domestic terrorism, that she intentionally tried to hit a law enforcement officer. I don't think those things are true. But then on the left, we see things like that she should have just been allowed to drive away, and that the ICE has no rights to even arrest her, and all of this stuff. So on both sides, I think I see stuff that I'm like, I don't know if that's true. We're going to watch the video. That's why we have a panel, so that anyone who thinks that she did intentionally try to hit, then okay, we could go through that. We could talk about that. And anyone who thinks that that I shouldn't be there in the first place, we could talk about that too. So yes, Castle is here. Castle's in the back chat. So we got a few special people here today. But we're gonna go through the video first. We're just going to set a groundwork for a couple things just to give the information, and then we're going to open it up if that's good with everyone's schedule. Although if somebody, Castle, if you're listening to this, if you have like a hard out, then we can try to bring you in earlier. But ideally, I would like to, before we get into the discussion in the weeds, I'd like to just go through. I have like a few things prepared a few tweets, a 5-minute video, and then the New York Times video, just to kind of lay out the foundation of what we're going to be talking about. So yes. Okay. So hopefully you guys can hear this. Can you see this? I think so. And a reminder to myself to stop the video at the end because we don't want to get...
On Wednesday in Minneapolis, a federal agent fatally shot a motorist, 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good. Trump administration officials said these were, quote, defensive shots fired because the officer was being run over.
And a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over.
But our analysis of bystander footage, filmed from different angles, appears to show the agent was not in the path of the victim's SUV when he fired 3 shots at close range.
So this is the
Here's how
first
events
angle.
unfolded.
This is the second one.
Moments before the
Oh,
shooting,
no, this is the beginning of
victim's
it, sorry.
maroon SUV is stopped in the middle of the street. Multiple unmarked federal vehicles are idling nearby. Secretary Noem alleged the motorist, quote, was blocking the officers in. Bystanders are blowing whistles and yelling at federal agents.
Go home to Texas!
Then, federal vehicles start moving toward the maroon SUV, with sirens and lights blaring. A federal agent films the scene on his phone. The driver rolls forward slightly, turning left.
The guy
then
filming
stops
is the
and
guy who
waits for
takes the
others to go
shot.
ahead.
I think they're going to say that, though.
2 agents exit this silver pickup and walk toward the vehicle. Moments later, shots are fired. Let's look at the scene again more closely. This is the agent who shoots the driver. He walks around the car filming and disappears from view. Other agents pull up and order the driver to exit her vehicle. One of them grabs at the door handle and reaches inside. The SUV reverses, then turns right, apparently attempting to leave. At the same time, the agent filming crosses toward the left of the vehicle and grabs his gun. He opens fire on the motorist and continues shooting as she drives past. The moment the agent fires, he is standing here, to the left of the SUV, and the wheels are pointing to the right, away from the agent. This appears to conflict with allegations that the SUV was ramming or about to ram the officer. President Trump and others said the federal agent was hit by the SUV, often pointing to another video filmed from a different angle. And it's true that at this moment in this grainy low-resolution footage, it does look like the agent is being struck by the SUV. But when we synchronize it with the first clip, we can see the agent is not being run over. In fact, his feet are positioned away from the SUV. The SUV crashes into a white car parked down the road. A bystander runs toward the collision. The federal agents on scene do not appear to rush.
Okay, that's where we have to stop so we don't see a dead body. Okay. So, a couple things to note. Yeah, like I don't trust often the New York Times. Okay, I'm not a fan of the New York Times, but I found it helpful to have the footage synchronized and to have the shots laid out. So importantly, just to go to a couple of key points in this, maybe if I can find them. Yeah, so we have this bullet hole is on the left side, the lower left side of the front windshield. This is the first shot that was taken. The other 2 shots, to my understanding, come through the open driver's side door. But even, and I don't know if I can find this now, but that first shot that was taken, his legs are already beside. So he does scoot around. I understand. And now I think where a lot of contention is going to come, and I'm not sure on this either, because New York Times obviously has their own framing and bias. And when they go to, where is it? The second clip. Yeah, this one. In this one, they call it grainy footage. It is grainy.
And it's true that at this moment in this grainy,
and it does look like he gets hit here. Like that's how I see it. And I've looked at it in slow motion. But then I find this helpful where they synchronize the 2. It does seem like maybe this is just a weird angle because this does seem to be synchronized correctly to the best I can tell. His feet are at the side. He's already scooted out of the way. The first shot goes into the front windshield, and then he fires 2 more shots when he's definitely the 2 shots. I don't think anyone's going to disagree on this. The shots are definitely fired when he is on the left-hand side of the vehicle. I don't think anyone's going to disagree on that, although I'm happy to be proven wrong that maybe people will want to disagree on that.
In fact, his feet are positioned away.
But yes, he seems to keep firing into the vehicle as he is gone. I think 3 shots were fired in total. I don't know how many hit her yet. That's something I'm not sure. It could be 2. It could be 3. Or no, yeah, it could be 2. It could be 3. And even the amount of shots, I've seen 3 or 4. I think it's 3. So yes. So that's the first thing. Okay, just so we get context. We're going to probably be looking at this more, and we probably will move to the Tim Pool thing at some point to go frame by frame. I do think this is helpful to actually see it synchronized, because if you watch just the low resolution frame or the low resolution video frame by frame, I think it does look like he was hit. And I'm not saying he even wasn't hit. There's a chance. I don't think he was hit very much. And so I'm not really on necessarily either side, because like someone else pointed out, I can't remember who, maybe it gets pointed out in the next video we're going to show, that it's also icy. It's Minnesota in January, right? And so in another world, he could have slipped, he could have fallen. Okay, so I'm not trying to give arguments really either way. I'm just saying I can see both sides of this, because I want to kind of get through this before we bring on other people. So we're going to move to someone else I don't like. So don't like the New York Times. We're going to move now. We have one more video, one brief video, a tweet, and then we're bringing people on. Okay. So the next one we're going to look at, just because it gives a lot of context and a lot of things I can pause on and read, because look, they have a whole media team. Okay. I'm carrying a lot of cope for what I'm about to show you. It's Philip DeFranco. Okay. If you're around yesterday, you know, I don't like Philip DeFranco. We're watching just 5 minutes of this, only because there's certain things like Trump tweets and certain statements that I want to pause and read, because I think this shows the division. I think that the administration on the right is saying some like wacky things, in my opinion. Okay, so we're going to go through this 5-minute video. Bear with me.
Macklin Good. She is, or rather was, the 37-year-old woman, the 37-year-old American citizen who ICE killed yesterday in Minneapolis. She described herself as a poet, a writer, a wife, a mom, and she's being remembered by members of her community as a kind, compassionate,
everyone keeps saying she's a
person.
poet.
But also, since her death, she's been called a professional agitator, a deranged leftist, and a domestic terrorist. And now there's a talk of war between Minnesota and the federal government. So among other things, we got to talk about what actually happened, the fallout, and the patterns that we can find, and the violence that's been taking place, and the claims being made to justify it. We're just starting with what actually went down. We've seen multiple videos from different angles, but the main one is this one. You see an agent approach Renee's SUV. He tries to open the door. She backs away. Another officer moves in front of the vehicle. She pulls forward to the right, and then that officer fires 3 rounds at her, including at least twice when many say that it looks like he is clearly outside of the path of the vehicle. The SUV then continues a short way down the street, veering to the left, and crashes into a parked car. And it was about 10 seconds from the moment.
I'm sorry, Doomerang.
Truck to shots being fired. The agent who fired the shots appears to be seen in video as walking around afterwards with no apparent injuries.
He just put it together with some good quotes that I want to pause on.
You're fucking criminals! You're fucking criminals!
And you had one woman with blood covering her face reportedly being heard shouting, "You guys just killed my wife." Also, you saw things like when authorities eventually left the scene, you had people yelling and throwing snowballs, agents hitting back with pepper spray and pepper balls. Also last night, thousands gathered at a vigil for the victim and to protest ICE. Right, and that is, there have also been protests in other U.S. cities, including New York and Los Angeles. And actually in Minneapolis today, there have been more clashes between protesters and federal agents, with school even being canceled in the city for the rest of the week. And Governor Tim Walz announced that he was issuing a warning order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard, warning protesters to stay peaceful and to not take the bait, arguing that the Trump administration was just looking for an excuse to deploy the military. Right, and he also seemed to compare the current mood and the potentiality of what's going to happen to what happened after George Floyd was murdered, because he was actually killed about a mile from where Renee was killed yesterday.
We saw it after the murder of George Floyd. There's folks that want to cause chaos. There's the disruptors in it. And why the
Yeah, by the way, I don't know if this was just said, but that this event on Portland Avenue or whatever it is in Minneapolis is a mile away from where George Floyd was killed. This is like ground zero for like incredibly controversial like police
majority
actions.
Of those protests were peaceful expressions of their First Amendment rights. There were those that destroyed property and put people at risk. The National Guard is there to make sure that peaceful protests are able to be done, and that those that want to do the destruction are stopped from doing that.
Right. And then, notably in his address, he spoke out against federal interference, saying these National Guard troops are our National Guard troops, and also repeating a point that he made the day before.
Well, I said this yesterday. We've never been at war with our federal government.
And of course, with the White House jumping on that to claim that Walz declared Minnesota is at war against the federal government, calling him sick and a dangerous lunatic, possibly insinuating that he intended to pit those troops against federal immigration agents. I mean, you have at least one Republican lawmaker even calling on Trump to arrest Walz over the National Guard announcement. And well, for many, they see this as Walz just talking about using their National Guard to keep a handle on potential protests. I will say it is true that he and other officials are pushing back hard against the Trump administration's version of events, or with Walz urging the public not to believe what he called a propaganda machine and saying that the shooting was both totally predictable and totally avoidable. You also had the Minneapolis police chief noting that there was nothing to indicate that this woman was the target of any law enforcement investigation. And you had Mayor Jacob Frey calling the government.
A lot of this is cope, to be clear. Okay, I'm not this crazy. I'm not this crazy.
Get the fuck out of Minneapolis.
But then with all that, we've got to unpack.
Very great for a mayor to say. That was the mayor, by the way.
As far as Trump himself, you had him sharing a different clip online where very little can be seen. And
oh yeah, so okay, so I want to read this because some of these responses, no matter what side you stand on this, I think some of these responses are insane. So Trump says on Truth Social, I have just viewed the clip of the event which took place in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Is a horrible thing to watch. The woman screaming was obviously a professional agitator, and the woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer, who seems to have shot her in self-defense. I'm sorry, okay? I don't care how Trump-pilled we are. Viciously ran over. We saw the clip from 3 different angles. Viciously ran over. That's insane. Based on the attached clip, it is hard to believe he is alive. Based on the attached clip, it is hard to believe he's alive, but is now recovering in the hospital. By the way, he was released after like a couple hours with like no sustained injuries. The situation is being studied in its entirety, but the reason these incidents are happening is because the radical left is threatening, assaulting, and targeting our LEOs and ICE agents on a daily basis. They're just trying to do the job of making America safe. We need to stand by and protect our law enforcement officers from this radical left movement of violence and hate. And again, 2 things can be true at the same time, right? This woman was an agitator. She was obstructing. She was not good. And yeah, obviously a lot of people have been assaulting ICE agents. Also, it might not have been a great shot, okay?
Saying that
it might not
Renee
have been
was
a good shot
obviously a professional agitator and that she violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer. Also saying in an interview with the New York Times, she didn't try to run him over, she ran him over. With him even reportedly having an aide pull the video up on a laptop in an effort to prove his point. You then also had Vice President J.D. Vance presenting it as just a matter of fact that Renee at least tried to run the agent over, which is also not clear from the video. Writing, do you think this officer was wrong in defending his life against...
Okay, so J.D. Vance, every congressional Democrat and every Democrat who's running for president should be asking a simple question. Do you think this officer was wrong defending his life against a deranged leftist who tried to run him over? These people are going to try to arrest our law enforcement for doing their jobs. The least the media could do is ask them about it. Again, this is another troubling thing. We can say it's a good shot. Like I see some of you in the comments. Okay, it's fine to defend the shot. That's fine. What becomes like bad faith, I think, in my opinion, just my opinion, when people say that she clearly tried to run him over, or as Trump said, that she did actually run him over. I think it's obvious, and I even saw this randomly with Asmund Gold, the 2 biggest Twitch political streamers, Asmund and Hassan, which were talking back and forth, and even Asmund started out by saying that she tried to run him over, and then Hassan somehow got him to admit that, well, she didn't try, she just maybe didn't care if he was in front of the vehicle, that still makes it bad. That still could be grounds for self-defense. But then on the right, we don't need to say that she tried to run him over, right? Her intent was to escape. That's all I'm saying. The intent was to escape, and maybe she didn't care if he was in front of her, but the tires are turned to the right. Again, we'll bring people up. We'll hash this out.
And also had Homeland Security Secretary Ice Barbie Kristi Noem describing the incident as an act of domestic terrorism. With that, saying that she'll ask the Justice Department to prosecute the use of vehicles.
And Doomrang, no, absolutely not. But again, 2 things can be true at the same time. Okay, I feel like I can chew gum and walk. So it's like, if I was in that situation, I would definitely not do what she did. That's retarded. You're going to get killed if you do that. But that's kind of the same stuff when we look back at like George Floyd. Would I be like doing a fraudulent check? Would I be like wilding in the back of the cop car, being demanded to be let out and all this stuff? No. Does that mean that Derek Chauvin was right? I would say no. So it's like, you have like, yes, it is true that if she wasn't there, wasn't obstructing, none of this would have happened. That's very true. Does that then justify the shot morally or legally? Those are all like different questions. Okay. I'm taking a bold stance. I am saying I think this is a bad moral shot. I don't know about the legal aspect. That's where I'm not sure. But morally, I'm taking a bold stance. I think this was a bad shot. I don't think he needed to take the shot. I don't think it helped him at all. I think it was a bad thing. I understand that the ice is under a lot of stress. Okay, I understand that. But I am taking a stance. Okay, a stance that the right wing will not like.
Block
Okay,
immigration enforcement operation.
we got another minute left.
She
That's
also
relevant
claimed
to
Renee
this.
had been stalking officers, saying she attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. And with that, painting the agent as a hero who killed her, and he used his training to save his life and those of his colleagues. And finally, you had Noem claiming that the officer had been assaulted before, and right with that, you have outlets now identifying him as Jonathan Ross. With Ross actually reportedly being the same officer who was injured by another fleeing driver in a different incident last year. But of course, this is a different situation, and even if you take what the administration is saying at face value, it's worth noting that the DOJ's own use of force policy says that agents may not fire at a moving car that is threatening them unless no other objectively reasonable means of defense appear to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle. And
Okay, so that's what I wanted to show from that. We have like two more things, and then we're pulling two people up that are supposed to join. One of them is here right now. Let me make sure I'm following my docket correctly. So just to show the chaos that is unfolding, this is a Homeland Security tweet, okay, from their official Twitter. We are seeing a coordinated campaign of violence against our law enforcement, particularly in Minneapolis. Dangerous criminals, whether they be illegal aliens or U.S. citizens, are turning their vehicles into weapons to attack ICE. This was posted a couple hours ago, I think. Yes, yeah, a few hours ago. The brave men and women of DHS law enforcement will not be deterred and will continue arresting the worst illegal criminals. So this is just showing the fallout
of violence against
this is what
our
is
law
now happening, as everyone had kind of
particularly in
expected.
Minneapolis. We've seen 4 vehicle rammings, weaponization of vehicles against our law enforcement yesterday.
This is kind of the stress that ICE is under to be on.
And we're seeing an 1,000%
to the right,
increase
right?
in
It's a
assaults
very
against our
stressful
law enforcement,
situation.
as well as an 8,000%
We're getting a winter of love right now. It looks like, or
in
we're
death threats
heading
against
up
our law
for it.
enforcement. But Martha, if we look back, why is DHS here in the first place? It's because we have seen rampant crime and fraud that's putting the American people in jeopardy. That's stealing from the American people. DHS has arrested 1,500 criminal illegal aliens just in the last 5 weeks alone there in Minneapolis. We're talking about just days ago, a murderer from Ecuador, multiple child pedophiles. I've seen the rap sheets on these individuals. The crimes against American children and against children are just alarming and very heinous. Secretary Noem and President Trump have put these law enforcement officers on the ground.
I'm giving a clear
to enforce the
stance.
rule
I'm
of
not
law
much fluent,
and protect
okay?
those Americans on the
Both of
ground.
you.
What we saw yesterday, what a heavy day. This is so unfortunate that this happened. It was ultimately incredibly preventable. What happened? Sorry, go ahead, Martha.
Yeah.
Okay, and then final one before we bring people on is just this irrelevant tweet that I think Doomerang mentioned, I think. And so, yeah, this was a horrific thing. We mentioned this yesterday. The same guy, his name has been said. I don't think I need to say his name because I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to really do that. But the same ICE Gov officer attacked yesterday was dragged in June by a child sexual predator trying to evade an immigration enforcement arrest. He suffered severe injuries and required 33 stitches. ICE officers put their lives on the line every day to defend American communities. And then they quote tweet the incident where it actually happened, which we're not going to watch. So yes, the guy is under a lot of stress. Me and Tyler talked about this yesterday. Possibly a PTSD response, right? There's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of moving parts. Okay, so that's the baseline context. We'll probably be pulling these videos up many times. But Castle, can you cam up in the back or just message me and just say this is you? I'm assuming this is you because I invited you. And Tyler, give me one of these. Okay, bringing both of you up. So great. How's it going, Tyler?
Oh, it's going. Average justified shoot enjoyer here today.
So you've said you've learned stuff since yesterday that has made you more amenable to what's happened.
That second angle I sent you clearly shows she hit the cop and he was pushed about a foot on the ice. When her wheels started spinning to accelerate after she left reverse and put it in drive, she was still turned left toward the officer.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Tim Pool broke it down. I don't think I've ever learned anything from Tim Pool until today.
I mean, were you, I don't know if you were here with the New York Times did a thing where they coordinated the 3 angles and they synchronized them. I think her wheels are facing to the right when she's accelerating. She backs up, her wheels are facing to the right, and then she accelerates. And again, the video you showed me, you can't trust that video, Tyler. Again, you even agree it's sped up. Why would you speed up the video? That, if anything, that just like makes it look like he got like smashed out of the way.
Yeah.
Like, so whoever made that video is like super sus.
I wasn't using the speed from the video, just his movement and distance is all. And you can actually see
you can't trust a video like that. Like if someone's posting a video on X and they're intentionally manipulating the video, I don't think it's like a good.
I just watched it again. The wheels start spinning forward when she's still turning left. I just watched it in slow motion. Tim Pool's got it posted right now as well.
Okay, so wait, if we can go back to this, then I did say we welcome Castle as well. Okay, I don't know if you can you hear us?
Why is my head so big?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We could also go in this format. I don't know which format you guys think looks better. Is this better?
My head was so big on the other one. I look like a bobblehead.
And then for this, okay, so send me, if you can, send me the Tim Pool thing, because I've been told by a few people to watch this, but this has it. Where was it? And I can't go too far into this video because it shows some death happening. So tell me what you think of this.
President
Do you still
Trump
see
and
the same
others
thing
said
here?
The federal agent was hit by the SUV, often pointing to another video filmed from a different angle. And it's true that at this moment in this grainy, low-resolution footage, it does look like the agent is being struck by the SUV. But when we synchronize it with the first clip, we can see the agent is not being run over. In fact,
You can see his feet sliding backwards in the bottom one. He's not taking a step backwards. His foot moves like a fucking foot.
Away from the end.
Look at his foot. The second officer.
Yeah, but why would that?
Camera. That shows the vehicle is giving him force to push him back. You can't just electric slide backwards.
I electric slide backwards like that all the time.
But it takes some prompting. I can moonwalk, but it takes some prompting. He doesn't have the other foot in the right position.
I can moonwalk too. I'm glad we both have that skill.
If you watch the officer away from the camera's right foot, it's planted the entire time, and he slides back about a foot. It shows him being forced back by the car. And again, if you watch
I'm not completely opposed to the idea. I think it's possible he got hit very gently. I think even you agree with that. Like he was in the hospital for a couple hours. It's possible. It's just, but the synchronization, it is hard. It is hard to see, because if I just look at the top video, I'm like, okay, he gets hit. In the bottom one, I don't know. I feel like if a car is taking off and you're kind of like you're skidding out of the way, so your hands are in the car, you're skidding off. It feels like that's a possible maneuver. They're on ice, remember, too. So it's like your electric boogaloo skills are going to be given like a +5 based on the low friction, right? So okay, so you said oh wait, no, did you send me? Oh, on Discord.
Discord. Yeah, he's basically showing the same video you are. It's the bottom video. You can see her tires are still turned to the left. Right there on the right side, her tires are still turned to the left, and they start accelerating. They start going the other way.
Well, I initially said...
Well, you can't... In this video, you can only see her back tires, though. What do you mean?
Oh, he'll play it for you. Like, go to
Well, I initially said
at this point.
that I believed she wasn't intending to hit the officer and was
right
trying
there.
to flee.
You can see it just for a split second.
It'll put the officer
right there.
But she's clearly turning the steering wheel, right? Like
but the tires are still. She is turning the steering wheel. By the time she accelerates, she's fully aimed right.
I've changed
she
my mind.
started accelerating when it was turning left. If there wasn't ice there, she would have easily plowed that cop over.
Okay, that's true. Yeah, I that's true. I think there is like some spinach going on because of the ice, and so I guess that's fair. I mean, a lot of this in my mind comes down to, I guess, like it's hard when you go frame by frame, because obviously if you're an ICE agent, you can't go frame by frame in real life. You're reacting in split second stuff. But
That's just lack of police training. If police officers don't know how to use YouTube slow motion, they need more training.
That's true. They're not using like enough quick thought abilities to really be able to react in time. Okay, so we'll watch this and then we'll discuss.
I'm going to show you the slowed down footage that I believe proves This woman was intending to kill that ICE agent.
I don't think it
Watch
proves
the
that.
officer who has his gun drawn.
I
Look
don't
at his
think her
feet
intent
right
was
here
that.
in the
I think
back
she was
left.
just
Let me,
scared and
make it a little
acting
bit
like a
easier for you
fucking
guys to see.
spoiled rich woman.
As I pull this forward, notice his feet both slide backwards. You see his foot sliding? Yeah, he's not taking a step. He's being hit by the vehicle. Now I can already hear you saying, hold on, Tim. If you're up against a vehicle and it accelerates and it pushes you out of the way, that doesn't warrant shooting somebody. Agreed. Let's go back to the lie. Here's the officer. Here's the vehicle reversing. The officer is not in front of the vehicle. She reverses, and now he is in front of the vehicle. He initially is to the right of the vehicle. By all means, argue he should not have placed himself in this position. We're talking about seconds. Now watch this. The vehicle stops here. The wheels are pointed left. As you can see, the officer is standing right in front of the vehicle. Now watch this. Right there. You see the front tire? Watch the front tire right here. The wheels are pointed left, and
That's
she
true.
accelerates.
But
The
she's
wheel
not moving
spins
yet.
out on ice. Then, with the wheels pointed at the officer, having spun out already, meaning the officer can hear the engine rev with it pointed at him, he draws his weapon. And in a second, because this is slow mode, she then
Okay, wait. No, I'll save it for the end. I will pause.
begins to turn right, hitting him, and he shoots. I want to stress this again. Her tire, her front tire on her SUV is spinning out on the ice. You can see it right there. It spins on the ground. It slips. The officer, who was not standing in front of the vehicle before she backed up and pointed at him, and then accelerates with her tires spinning out, and then moving forward, he draws his weapon, and then the wheel turns to the right. Now, of course, people have said, oh, like, she only tried to turn right after the gun was drawn. Maybe, but I'll put it like this.
I've never heard
I don't know what her intentions were, and it's immaterial what her intentions were. But look at this.
He told us this was going to prove her intentions like a minute ago. This is why I hate Tim Pool. This is why I don't fucking watch him. I learned one fact from him, and everything else he says was retarded.
The vehicle would have just lurched forward, run this guy over. Seriously.
He just said this proves her intent that she was trying to kill the cop, and at the end,
I know,
of
that's how he started the video.
I don't know her intent.
And then he's like, no.
Yeah, it's salacious fucking clickbait crap.
The thing, it's like the point, and tell me what you guys think of this, and then I'll bring Castling because he hasn't said anything. But the thing that gets me though is like when the tire is spinning out, even in like the frame by frame, right? It seems to me he has ample time to step back. Instead, he reaches for his pistol. Why? Like, again, and I think we talked about this, Tyra. I think you agreed with me that the pistol didn't help him get out of the way of the vehicle. The shot didn't kill her instantly. He still gets out of the way. So then what is the point of the pistol? And especially, what is the point of, the multiple shots fired into the, and I know you said that cops are trained to mag dump. I get that. But just from like a moral point of view, it's like if you're already at the side of the car, because one shot was fired into the windshield, 2 shots are fired through the open side when he's clearly out of the way of the car. Like clearly. So those 2 shots, I don't even know if the first shot hit her. I don't know if there's been like analysis on that yet. I don't know if you know.
Yeah, all 3 hit her.
So it's like, I understand the argument that police are taught to just shoot a bunch and stuff, but like when it's no longer a threat, which is when he's at the side of the car, why like pump 2 more shots into her fucking face? That just seems
the same reason
gratuitous.
they shoot people that are on the ground with a knife in their hand. Until that threat is fully neutralized, you don't know if she could have just turned the car left again and hit him.
But that doesn't count as an active threat. I mean, even I was looking at the DHS like little handbook and stuff. Unless the car is like in the path of like about to mow somebody down, a car alone driving away is not an active threat, according to Homeland Security themselves. They don't count that for their use of force. I was like just looking at this like an hour ago. So her just like her being out of the way now, that's not an active threat anymore.
I just went off the Supreme Court ruling as to like what legally he would be justified for or not. I mean, the DHS could fire him for this, but I just don't think there's going to be any legal ramifications. And I still stand with morally, it probably should have been handled a much different way. She shouldn't have been shot, but legally, I think he's in the clear.
And I think you might be right. So where we're talking about like the supremacy clause and all that stuff, it's from what I read today. So the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension was originally partnered with the FBI to like look into this, and the FBI kicked them off the case. So there is no state investigation at this point, to my knowledge. The FBI took total jurisdiction over this, and Tim Walz is like mauling over that because he says they're not going to do a fair job, which, you know, based on the rhetoric coming from the federal government, perhaps he's right. Although Tim Walz is also, you know, I don't think he'll do a good job either. So I don't really know what I want the resolution to exactly be.
They can appeal that, and it can go into the courts, and they have to argue that he either went. I gave the conditions yesterday. The Supreme Court laid down to say that like the state government could surpass the supremacy clause and go after this guy if X, Y, or Z criteria was met. So they still have the chance to go to the courts, argue that, get jurisdiction back for this, and try him. We just are at the beginning of that process right now. So there's still a chance the states could still drop charges.
Okay. But I know Wallace is, he's mad because they're kicked out at least of the initial investigation. But yeah, I guess things can be appealed and changed. So to bring Castle in, I don't want to assume your position. I know you're, you know, a little bit on the left, Castle, but you know, your thoughts on all this.
Yeah, so I wasn't sure if I was going to agree with Tyler at the beginning, but it seems like we all three of us kind of actually agree on where things stand legally and morally. I mean, even if he wasn't hit, I think from a legal justification standpoint, you know, the moving vehicle in his direction, I think he'll probably get off without any criminal charges against him in this case. So I'm kind of indifferent about that argument. I'm more interested in the legal or the moral justification for it. And that's where I think we all agree, but I would definitely push back probably the hardest on this, in that, you know, the second and third shots here are dangerous in this case, because I think the first one is through the windshield towards her. But then the next two go through the side of the car. And then eventually she ends up slowly dying in the car and crashes into another car that's parked. I don't think anybody was in it, but I think that's kind of like the second danger is this is like, even after the first shot, if you want to claim self-defense, the next two just puts people in danger if he misses the shot and it goes through her windshield into, you know, open space, and then her dying and then crashing into people in front of her put other people in danger. So I think the training is definitely an issue here. And I think a lot of with what ICE is doing seems as though they're hiring a lot of people who may not have the right training on hand and are kind of doing things what they think is right, not necessarily what they've been trained to do, because they might be new to the job or whatever. I don't know if this guy's new or not, but it just seems like the way they went about this case. I mean, listen, ICE is supposed to crack down on illegal immigrants. And not only did they not do that, they shot a legal citizen of the US who's not dead. I feel like the optics are just really bad.
The optics are bad, but you would also, would you agree with this, Castle, that this lady she's being a shit disturber. She is blocking, like they're blocked in, like they got stuck in snow, and then she comes with her fucking SUV and is like, you know, vertically blocking the road. Like, why? Like,
I mean, I don't know,
she's trying to obstruct.
I don't know the timing too of the obstruction. It seems like in the video you see her parked there, but I don't know if she's been there for 2 minutes or 15 minutes. But let's say she's been there for like 20 minutes obstructing the road. I mean, you see in the video there are cars that are going around her. I think that she's not taking up the whole row where it's like impassable. And I think that the way the cops went about it, like it literally goes from guy exits his car, 10 seconds later, they're already shooting at her. So I think that there should have been more of a de-escalation here if they did think that this person in the car was a threat using her vehicle. And then the way that it escalated from there, the guy already looking to shoot or taking out his gun right when after she backs up and looks to go forward. I just think everything went so fast that both sides, there's no way you can tell intent here, but from what I gather, I think this person didn't want to get arrested and was trying to escape. I don't think she was looking to run anybody over. So I think it's unfortunate that she died from this, because I think it could have been avoidable. I think that we've seen instances where actual criminals are fleeing from cops and they don't even get shot on their way out. So the fact that this person had to die over it, it sucks. It's tough to watch too. So I just think it's an unfortunate situation.
That's the thing. If all of the kind of messaging was stuff that you or Tyler are saying, there could be some disagreements that we all have in the weeds, in the details. But when I see stuff from all branches, like Trump saying, I don't know if you were here I think you were, when I was showing the tweet from Trump saying that he ran her over. He not only did he try, but he did run her over. It's like after he's watching the video, it's like the messaging, or Kristi Noem, as we saw yesterday, calling this an act of domestic terrorism, and like an intentional, like we're adding intent into something where it's like, to me, in the best good faith I can be, this is someone who was trying to get away. And yeah, maybe they didn't care if they would have hit the guy. Maybe it's still a fine shot to take legally, right? But the way the right is taking this, or the administration specifically is taking this, as this was like someone intentionally trying to do a vehicle ramming to like murder an ICE agent, I think it's just like, why does it have to go in that insane direction? Like it doesn't need to, you know? We can argue along like normal lines of like, if someone's standing in front and you're going and you could be at risk to them, can you pull a gun as an ICE agent and shoot them? Those are fine talking points. But the domestic terrorist talking point, the intentional homicide talking point, like it's just, to me, that just like seems like loony to me. Like when we were watching, me and Tyler were watching the press conference yesterday from Kristi Noem, it just seems like she's not even talking about the same video that I'm watching. It's just like, that's the vibe I get. It's like, it's not even the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the way you're seeing it from the president and his aides, and obviously there are people on the left who I'm sure are taking an extreme view on this and saying, you know, people have the right to be extractive or whatever. But like, just from a normal person standpoint, that the way that the president's messaging is just isn't going to help his case, I think. You know, when people are hearing what his tweets are saying about the guy who could have lost his life, and then you see him like walking out afterwards looking fine, then it's like, oh, he went to the hospital. It's like, come on, you're not really trying to convince anybody that this guy is actually about to like lose his life, or it was, you know, on, you know, death row basically after this incident. And like the video in the New York Times that you showed, they're like, oh, he may have got hit, he may have not got hit. Like, it looks to me like he was at least nudged out of the way. So I have no problem even conceding that the vehicle swiped at him or pushed him or nudged him in any way. But like, to act like he could have been, you know, dead from this, it's not like I don't think she was aiming towards him. I think maybe at one point the tires looked like they were straight before they turned, but like, I don't really think that she was actually wanting to run him over. Otherwise, I think she would have. So I just don't buy that those arguments are working. And I think a lot of people are looking at this incident with a bad taste in their mouth, which I just don't think is good for him. I think if you come out, and even JD Vance was saying, like, you can still say that ICE has a duty and people shouldn't be getting in their way, but then also kind of victim blaming. It sounded like he was saying this person was a lunatic, or like they were they were agitators or something like that. I don't know his exact words, but it's like, I don't know if people are buying that piece either.
But then do you agree it's shitty on both sides in a way, because, and I'm not trying to both sides it, but this lady, I think, was an agitator. She was a part of an ICE watch group. Okay. So this isn't her first rodeo. It is her last rodeo. I was going to say it's not going to be her last, but it actually is her last. That's misspeak on my behalf. But the media saying that like she's a poet. I've seen this from like 6 media outlets. I don't care if she's a fucking poet. Like, don't. Yeah, I don't care. You know what I mean? It's just like, and so in both directions, we have just like nonsense that's happening. Nonsense.
I'm just saying. I saw her wife hug somebody for too long, so her wife is obviously in on it, working with ICE. Candace Owens told me.
Oh, that's true. That's true. This was a Mossad operation, in fact.
Yeah, we saw Israeli license plates at the scene. So.
Yeah, and if you check the Egyptian plane
planes,
records,
yeah, Egyptian planes, yeah,
crazy.
Yeah, it's a shame. They're always there.
Good to see you, Anson.
Yeah, nice of you to let me up here with the big boys, Castle and Tyler. I feel honored to be among the presence of such great thinkers. And Tyler, I appreciate you trying to correct Confluence for being a squishy centrist instead of taking a hard position when it's obvious that when you point your vehicle at someone, spin the tires toward them and they're inches in front of your vehicle, they have a moral responsibility to protect their own life and not wonder, oh, I hope they're going to turn instead of, do what they're doing right now, right? Like he pulled his weapon. He didn't have a moral responsibility to do anything except look exactly where he was pointing that weapon, because that's what you're taught when you use a firearm. You don't look anywhere else. If you have your weapon drawn,
didn't
you look
help
exactly
him, though.
where it's pointed.
The weapon didn't help him. The weapon didn't help him
It
get
did.
out of the way.
It helped him end the threat to his life. It did. The
In
woman
what-
was a
in
threat
what
to his
world?
life, and he ended it.
In what world did
in the world
gun?
where she in the world where she was pointing a deadly weapon at him and spinning it out, he pulled his deadly weapon and neutralized the threat.
So she didn't keep moving on and then slam
It
into her
doesn't
car,
matter.
going way
It doesn't.
faster.
The second she points a deadly weapon at him and engages it, he has the right to defend his own life, regardless of what happens.
That's a different claim, though.
No,
That's
it's
a
the
different
same exact claim. It's the same exact claim.
No,
When
it's
someone points
not.
a deadly weapon at
What
you,
I'm saying is the gun. Why can't you at least agree with me there that the gun didn't actually help him stop the threat at all?
It did. It was his.
Then
his
explain
only,
that. How did the gun stop him? Help
Right.
him to
So
stop the threat?
The threat was using a vehicle as a deadly weapon, right?
Sure, I
Right.
agree. How did the gun
And so
stop that
he
threat?
used his deadly weapon to neutralize that threat.
Say more. Because
Okay,
again,
so
the
when you
car keeps
neutralize a
going.
threat, you end a
The
life,
accelerator
right?
is still being pushed down, and
Right,
he's already
right.
at the side
So
of the
could he have
car.
known that? We have the benefit of foresight, where we see what happens afterwards.
I
We
agree,
can slow
but then
it
say
down.
that, Anson.
We have
Say
the
in that
benefit of
moment, maybe he did think that. But then why are you disagreeing when I say the gun didn't actually? Just to agree
It
that that's
did,
true,
it did.
and then
It
say your
was his-
foresight argument.
okay,
Just
okay,
be like honest with me.
I am being honest with you. In that moment, without the benefit of seeing what happens afterwards, she pointed a deadly weapon at him and turned it on. And he took his deadly weapon and he neutralized the threat that was directly in front of him. You have an obligation to protect your own life. He was acting morally and decently. He was doing the moral thing. She was doing the immoral thing. She's the one that caused the problem.
You can make the argument that she was in self-defense of herself, right? You
How?
You can always.
How?
She was trying to get away.
He didn't have his weapon pulled. Trying to run away from the police because you're doing something illegal is
They're not
an
the
act
police,
of
they're
self-defense.
ICE. They're ICE,
That is
they're
not
not
an
the
act of self-defense.
Yeah, she
They're not
potentially
the
broke
police.
6 laws in this. They are a law enforcement unit. She potentially broke 6 laws here. The first was obstructing traffic. Second was obstructing officers in their official lines of duty. The next,
Yeah,
was,
but those are all baloney claims. The cops can say you're
Baloney,
obstructing
baloney
justice
claims to
or
put your
whatever.
car in the middle of the road and block police because
It wasn't in the middle of the road, Anson. They were all driving around her.
that's the middle. If you have to drive around somebody that's in your way, they're in the middle of the road. The fact that she
I
couldn't
will say-
block all the lanes, she could only block 2, isn't defending her.
Doomer Patriot was, I think, misunderstood you, Castle. She was waving them by, so she let them by before they shot her. What Castle's talking about, right, is previous cars she was waving around. But I don't know. It kind of looked like in the video that she was like moving, like that she like let those cars around and like possibly wasn't intending to let the ICE cars around.
On Saturday, Doomer Patriot, myself, and a third person who is a communist, I think, are going to be doing a 3v3 debate on the Horseradish's channel about intellectual property, if anyone's interested. He got lucky enough to get me on his team. Good guy. Look at that.
I'll be there.
It does sound fun.
But yeah, no, sorry to derail.
No. You're all good. You're all good.
So we know exactly what happened afterwards, right? And like with the benefit of like knowing the future, we know that he could have just stepped out of the way, right? But he did not know that in the moment.
That's a fair. I think that's a valid argument. But I don't like that you. This is my issue with this whole situations. I feel like different sides won't concede like basic things. And so, like you, it sounds like if you want to change your position, then I appreciate that. But if you're you fought with me saying that the pistol somehow did actually stop the threat.
It
didn't
in the moment. Yes, because the only thing that you have in the moment.
You could say he thought he was going to, but from what we know, now I understand. Now we're looking back at this. The pistol did not stop the car from moving. It didn't stop the acceleration. It didn't stop him getting out of the way.
We know that
Definitely the two shots
effect,
into the driver's side window didn't stop anything.
Let's say that he raised his gun and pointed it at her and didn't shoot and didn't fire. It would have had the same effect, and she wouldn't be dead. So I think it's fine if he wants to use the threat of a gun, and it would have had the same effect Hansen is talking about without her being dead.
There's two things here that are
dead because she was pointing a deadly weapon at him and using it.
There's two things that were just brought up that are a little bit of a misinterpretation of what police are not required to retreat when using deadly force. They're not supposed to retreat when using deadly force, otherwise for their protection. If deadly force is being used against them, they're trained to respond with deadly force. Not this person's ramming me with a car, I'm just going to run away. That's not the police's job. That's not what they're entitled to, and legally that's not what they have to do. So the same.
Yeah, but Confluence brought up the points of the DHS and also the DOJ guidelines on how to encounter the use of a weapon or the use of a vehicle if it's coming towards you or whatever.
I'm talking legally. I'm talking legally and I'm talking morally. The regulations of the DHS kind of sit somewhere right here. If those say the guy should be fired, then he should be fired. Those are the least consequential goalposts to me is the regulations of the DHS, but you definitely could be right there. I just don't know.
I mean, I don't think he's going to be fired. Like, I think illegally we're still in agreement on what's going to happen with him. But I'm just saying, like, based on those guidelines, it sounds like there's no reason for him to have fired in this point. I don't know if it's for cops, it's different, but at least based on those guidelines, it didn't seem like they had to show force in this instance if there was somebody using their vehicle to flee.
The second thing I was going to say is you don't get to draw your gun unless you're intending to use it, and a police officer's job with deadly force is to applicate it in the most effective way possible. He's not shooting to warn her. He's not shooting to stop the incident. If he pulls out his gun, he's pulling it out in order to stop the threat that's happening.
Where are you getting that from? That's not true at all.
That's well known. That's why I call it neutralizing the threat.
No, wait. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. If you pull out the gun, you have to be like ready to use it. It's not like if you pull out the gun now, you need to use it. There's tons of cases. 99% of the time, cops pull out the guns. They don't shoot, right?
The intent to use it has to be there when you pull it out. You don't just pull out your gun to threaten people or scare people. It has to. You have to have a reason to pull the trigger to pull out your gun. Yes. So he had the reason to pull out his gun and pull the trigger. But police don't aim for the hands. They don't aim for the legs.
No,
they don't
understand
shoot
that. I get that, but I'm just saying what it takes for a cop to be able to pull out the gun and then take the shot. Those are two different standards. Like, I agree with you that you're only pulling it out when you think the situation warrants it. But like, think of like cops like breaching a building. They'll always have their guns out. If it's but it doesn't mean that they're just going to shoot. And they still need an active threat to then shoot, right? Like any cop breaching any building will have a gun out. It doesn't mean the first guy they shoot, they're just going to fucking shoot grandma in the chest 6 times, right? So there's still different standards between pulling out the gun and actually taking the shot.
That's different. If grandma's pointing a deadly weapon at the police officer, he will shoot her. And that's what happened here. That's the analogy. You're making a totally different analogy.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
I am listening to what you're trying as hard as you can to make an apology for this woman.
With all due respect, you're emphatically not. I'm responding to Tyler saying about the standards of pulling out a weapon versus shooting that weapon. I'm saying those two standards are still different standards. That's all I'm saying. So I'm not trying to make an analogy with grandma to this exact situation, just responding to what Tyler said about pulling out the gun versus actually using the gun. Those are still two different standards. Yeah. Cops will pull out their gun anytime they breach a building that they think could be. It doesn't mean if grandma pops up, they can just be like, bam, 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 bam. There's a different threshold to actually take out the threat, right?
Grandma has to have a gun in her hand and look like she's about to aim it at officers. As soon as she starts that motion of raising her hand and not dropping the gun, boom, shot. As soon as you hit the gas to accelerate your car, you don't even have to hit the officer. Boom, shot. As soon as you show you're going to apply that deadly force, that you're ignoring officers to stop using that deadly force, as soon as that deadly force, the wheels start chugging, for lack of a better fucking reference there, as soon as the wheels start turning, you're allowed to shoot, even if the car hasn't hit you yet. Just the threat of force, ignoring their lawful commands, which is again illegal, and resisting arrest. This woman was acting erratically. She broke 5 laws in front of them besides hitting the officer. So why would she, what
those
is
5
her...
laws are, I'm a bit castle pilled though on that. Those 5 laws are kind of there's a bit of chicanery going on. Like, I do think she was obstructing. I do, but like,
well, to that point, like,
like,
what was she obstructing to get to that? Because I don't even know what she was obstructing.
Did this, well, she intentionally did this because she saw them stuck in snow. So she was trying to be a little shit and just like block kind of their path. That she was doing that. She knows,
well,
and she's.
But again, the cars are going around them.
I
don't know what she's obstructing. If there are cars moving around her, they're
A
able
third-
to get around.
I think we maybe I'd have to. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think she backed up and waved those cars on.
Yeah,
like
well,
that's not what happened with ICE. So she
a
was
third
specifically
party-
she was letting other people go, and she didn't want to let ICE go. That's
Yeah,
why she's
third
parked
party,
fucking perpendicular to the road. Why else would you be doing that? Right?
Even
Like, you
if you're
gotta
not
think-
blocking all lanes of traffic, parking perpendicular in the low road is still blocking traffic. If you're blocking 2 lanes out
It
of
is.
4, you're still blocking traffic. Even if there's a way for them to go around you, they can go up on the sidewalk or in the side parking, whatever. You're still blocking the road. It's still illegal.
I mean, I have
First,
to. That's why I kind of want to
first-
see the.
we can go through this, but first super chat of the night from Sticker Johnson says ICE murdered that woman in cold blood because they're just Gestapo thugs. ICE loves killing civilians. I think this is Sticker Johnson trolling a bit, but he is on the left, so I'm not exactly sure because he's left, but this is like not as far left as he would normally say. So, and yeah, you too can get your super chat read and reacted to by the panel. Do you guys think just the ICE is just Gestapo thugs? Probably no, none of us necessarily think that. Although sometimes, so there's some videos. This is a bit of a side tangent. Have you guys seen that video of the ICE agents like running up? I think Anson, you might have been on panel when I showed this, and like they go up behind a guy and they just like fucking shove him like as hard as they can. He like smashes his face into the cement, and it's like, I don't know what led up to that. That strikes me as unnecessary force. I understand, like, I don't like the protesters myself, but it still is a degree of like violence where I'm like, that's not needed. I don't know if any of you have seen this video or not.
It depends on the context, like what happened in the prior minutes before that, right? I mean, well, we're going back and we're basically like armchair quarterbacking, like a real tense situation. And I honestly, so you asked me yesterday what I thought about this, and I said I didn't have enough data, right? But I'm absolutely biased towards like ICE, and I'm aware of that bias. And today I get to fully explore that bias because they were justified. It's wonderful that they were justified. I'm happy that that officer is safe.
Okay, one more. We got another super chat, which I think I would also agree with this. To my chagrin, Daddy Dis, thank you for the $5. Confluence, just let Tyler take over the show. Not opposed to it. He probably do a better job than me, so I don't necessarily disagree.
That's my sub account.
I agree with Anson though in terms of the context. Like when I'm saying about the obstruction piece, it's like, all right, if there's 15 minutes before this where she's backing in and out and she's not letting certain cars through, then yeah, I would definitely be wrong. It's based on, these 2-minute clips that we're seeing where it's harder for me to say in that. So we're basing judgments on, what we're seeing based on Twitter, what New York Times posts, what Tim Pool's saying, what this guy's saying. So I agree about the context piece on that. I still think what I'm more concrete in though is about the justification about those shots taken. I know Anson's saying once you shoot, you have to take care of the target, and that is something that cops do. I think that's something that law enforcement does. But in terms of the morality of that, I just don't think that was worth taking the life at the end of the day. I still think that both people, that the guy was going to be alive, whether he knew that or not at the time where he drew his weapon. I get that. I think she was trying to get away. They would both be alive today. And I think that's the tragedy of this, is that nobody needs to die or get hurt over this.
Yeah, she could have just been obedient. If she was obedient like a woman's supposed to be, then she would be alive.
If I can push back on that, Castle, and like just to, I think I agree with you, but I guess to steel man the other side, like it is icy. What do you think would have happened or what could have happened? Let's say the tires are spinning, right? They're spinning on the ice. He is in front of her, and I understand he put himself in front of her. And let's say he slips on the ice. Do you think she's just fucking running him over? Would Trump be right in that universe? Like, is there a chance that if things went differently with his reaction time, because I think he does scoot out of the way. I mean, I think even Tyler would agree. Like he's saying that, yeah, you can't do the electric boogaloo backward that fast. That's fine. But I think he obviously is maneuver I think he's probably getting hit to some degree and also then being like, oh shit, I got to get out of the way. And so, like, if
let's imagine that case,
if he did slip, what happens?
Yeah, let's imagine that case where he slips and his torso or his legs get run over, and then she speeds off and gets away. She's going to jail for a really long time, and there would be total justification for it.
Case, right? Although I guess the
I
don't
think so. I mean, if he's running, if he slips and she runs over his legs, I mean, if she ran him over, ran his head over or something, then yeah. But the way he was positioned, let's say he slips, she ran over his legs or lower body, I think he'd still be alive and she would be, but then she would justifiably go to jail for that. And I think that's also a fine outcome for me too. So I don't know. I think in that case, if you're saying that he would have died, then obviously that's a different story. We just don't know. I think it's just a hypothetical. We just don't know at this point.
The problem is it ties into what like with all these cases. Like, I think I can't remember if it's Anson or Tyler or both of them that pointed this out, but we have the advantage of a frame by frame in this moment, right? That from the time when she starts revving to the time where he pulls out the gun and shoots her, it's like what, like 3 seconds? Like how it is a hard thing to evaluate, like being in that position and like what, I don't know. Like to me, it strikes me as trigger happy, even without frame by framing, but it's like it's not as simple as like having all these angles and be able to watch it all back and like analyze each frame. Do you think are you committed, Castle, just to and I still think this is a bad shot, but are you committed that this is for sure a bad shot, even given the fact that like you're in the moment? You know what I mean? Like maybe objectively it's a bad shot, but from that guy's point of view, right? Taking into account he's been dragged before 33 stitches. Right? Is there a moral argument that like he did what he thought he had to do in that moment, given the fact that he was reacting within a few seconds?
Oh, I think like Anson said, if the guy thinks that he's about to be run over, then I get why he would do that. I think based on what our perspective was of the car and what I think she was trying to do and get away, I don't think it was justified. But to your point, the guy had gone through this before, was dragged by another actual criminal, illegal alien, I believe it was. I don't know if he was illegal or not, but I think that's what you said.
Yeah.
And he didn't even shoot him for that. So I just think if anybody were to be shot, it should have been that guy.
I think that was a sex pest too. Why not take out that guy?
Like this, I feel bad. Like this woman had stuffed animals in her car. She was clearly one of those Karen mom. You can call her an agitator who was there to get in the way of ICE. And once she looked like she was going to be dragged out of her car and arrested, she's like, I don't want to get arrested. I got to get the hell out of here. Drove off. And then that guy was in the way, unfortunately, and then took her out. So that's why I think I don't know. I just think that the certain situation here compared to the last time he was in this situation, I wish it were reversed, to be honest. And this woman's still alive and that guy isn't.
Yeah, I agree with that. All life has value, even lesbian agitators on the left, right? Like they have value, they're not inhuman,
Yeah, they're talking about her wife, right? So I guess I think that's what I heard in the New York Times thing.
Yeah, she's a lesbian.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, she has a kid, so I guess she's a lesbian now, but maybe she wasn't before.
Yeah. But then why was the wife wasn't in the SUV? So like the wife, like that's what I didn't understand about the story.
Agitating. There were people out there blowing whistles.
She was like videotaping. Yeah.
Yeah, she was in the agitator crowd.
How did she get blood all over her face then? Like, did she like?
I don't know. I didn't see that. Did she?
She had blood.
The New York Times said that they didn't show that, but they said that she had blood on her face, and I'm like, I don't understand what exactly happened. And I don't know if she went up to the vehicle, because they also say that ICE was not allowing people up, including a physician. But like, you also don't know. It's just because someone says they're a physician. I'm assuming probably the proper protocol is probably to wait for.
You don't know if the guy's a real physician or not. So I kind of
right. You're not going to let random people run up to like. You're going to probably call the EMT. That's probably like the proper protocol. I'm thinking.
Yeah, and it's a crime scene at that point in time, right? I mean, you can't just let random people into a crime scene. And she was obviously deleted.
Yeah, at that point, it's tough. I mean, I guess there are certain instances where, someone is dying on the street and someone's like, I'm a doctor. I guess they'll help you. But in this case, like with the crowd and the agitators, you just don't know who else is out there who might want to exploit the situation. So I don't blame the cops in that instance for not letting the guy. I know a lot of people are like, oh, this looks terrible, but that one's a tougher one for me to.
Yeah, because what if you let the guy and he goes over and he just does some nonsense and he's like not a physician at all and he like makes the situation, he starts moving her around and then it's like it fucks everything up. Like, yeah, so, I don't think the police are probably allowed to do that.
The real story that's being buried right now, I don't know if you've thought about this. Tyler might have, because Tyler thinks far ahead. The reason why ICE is there in such vast numbers on the ground arresting people without the cooperation of the state government is because it's a liberal-run, Democrat-run state. In the Republican-run states, there is more coordination so that ICE doesn't have to go around and arrest random people on the street. When illegals are picked up for committing crimes, the local government says, hey, ICE, we have this guy in custody already. Come and get him. But because the Democrats are not cooperating with the feds, it creates this extra layer of ICE having to go out on the street and actually arrest people for being here illegally. And the reason why this woman is dead is because Democrats have bad policy.
I wouldn't even say it's bad policy. I'd say it's actively, 13 states are actively working against federal law enforcement to enforce federal law that the voters put in place. It is a moral stain, it is anti-democratic, and it is significantly more pro-insurrection than January 6th was, because this one was being described as a protester breaking multiple laws and attacking police. So if she is morally right, those January 6th protesters did nothing wrong, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Well, this doesn't help their case, though. I mean, if you want ICE to cooperate in these states, I mean, good luck now based on this stuff. So I think both sides are actually, I don't even want to both sides this right now. Nobody likes ICE. Like
I do.
The amount of people, the majority of people, other than Anson and Tyler,
the majority of people where I am love ICE. Where I am, Alabama loves ICE. Alabama for ICE.
I know Alabama does.
I think the majority is still in approval of ICE. I can go check it in Harvard Harris.
Check it. It's very underwater. I'm telling you. The optics on ICE right now because of these instances are not helping. And it's just going to hurt in the future, because I'm all for deporting illegal immigrants and people who are taking advantage of the system. But when you do it, I mean, listen, Obama did it. Millions of people were gone and nobody made us think about it this way. And the way that they're doing it in this administration is just ruining people's perspective about how we take care of illegals.
Well,
I think that's harmful.
A little bit unfair, because Obama, his deportation numbers were mostly people turned down at the border. With Trump, it's almost all ICE deportations. ICE deportations are through the roof over the last 20 years right now.
But even deportation-wise, though, the amount of people Obama deported, not even turned at the border, did not make this much stink. And it was because it was done in a way where it wasn't angering people or actually videotaping them or making memes from the White House press account about arresting people.
The people making a stink about it are the ones that turned around and made a massive stink about it when Trump was separating kids from families, despite the fact that started under Clinton, happened a ton under Obama, and also happened at the most under Biden. They didn't have a word to say. AOC was crying at a facility. 2 years later, she was funding those same facilities for Joe Biden.
What about like stuff like the DHS from their public Twitter account when they just tweeted remigration period? Like, does that not put a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth? Is that not inflammatory?
No.
Like that statement has a lot of like connotations to it, right? Remigration.
What's wrong with remigration?
I understand, Anson, that you're like incredibly right leaning, but for someone who's not as incredibly right leaning, just if you mean deportation, you'd say deportation. If you mean remigration, you mean sending people back that are citizens back to their country of origin. So, I think Anson, and I think you want that, which is fine, but that's insane, right? That's insane to at least, hopefully, most Americans.
Keep calling it insane, but not giving me a reason why.
You haven't asked why. I think it's insane because I think American citizens have special protections. If you are a citizen of America, you can't just be deported. That's not how the country works. That's why it's insane.
No,
if you're a visa holder, then fine, get the fuck out. If you've done something bad, or even if for a lot of reasons you can deny visas, you can cancel visas, sure. If you're an illegal immigrant, sure. But now when we talk about people like Johan Omar, look, I fucking hate Johan Omar, but she's an American citizen. You can't just remigrate people you don't like that are like not born here but are citizens.
You can denaturalize her. That's happened in the past.
Yeah. Denaturalization.
In what case? Maybe in the case of like extreme terrorism or something, but like for Johan Omar, Like, what would any past possible precedents be to get rid of her?
She's a stain on the American culture. She's opposite of
I don't
everything
think
that is
there's like much
traditionally
like stare
American.
decisis for being a stain on the American rhetoric
Yeah,
or whatever.
she's not a heritage American. That's probably the main reason why.
That's not good luck with any Supreme Court ruling on that matter.
Well, yeah, we could just get rid of the court, and that would fix that problem.
Okay, yeah, sure. Big Soda, what do you think about this?
Are we still talking about the shooting that happened in Minnesota, right? Did y'all hear about the Portland shooting?
No, wait, is there another one?
Yeah, there was a man and woman shot, but it doesn't say ICE. It says federal agent in Portland at a vehicle stop. So I was just curious.
God, okay.
We still are we talking about the Minnesota one still?
Yeah, I haven't even heard of the Portland one. So yeah.
Yeah, but see, this is the problem, right? Police officers are always in situations like this, and if people aren't abiding by what the police officer tells them or what the police officer says, then they're going to be putting themselves at risk, right? It's not a problem where people are divided. It's a problem where the media is exaggerating people who are acting incorrectly and using it to divide us. That's different than the people are divided.
See, you said that, Anson, and I think that's like so like just untrue. Like when I see people like Donald Trump saying, the president saying that this guy was ran over, that is divisive language. When Kristi Noem is calling her a domestic terrorist, that is not just like the people or the media is making it seem like people are divided. No, that's at least the administration. And that's a lot of people on both sides that are saying like insane. I've seen insane shit on both sides of the aisle.
Yeah,
So
it's the PR battle that constantly goes on. With all the fucking PR stupidity that's gone on between Israel and Gaza, I don't care about PR anymore at this point. Like, I want to know the facts of the case. The PR game to me is just manipulating people that don't pay attention. That's all PR is to me. So
I'm gonna pull this comment. I actually think this is wrong. I'm pretty sure ICE are considered police. I was actually curious about this today.
Law
And when I looked it
enforcement
up,
officers, police officers specifically. Police officers is a specific
they have
term,
on their uniforms. It says like police ICE on like most ICE uniforms. It says police on them. Like I was I didn't know this before.
Yeah, but I don't think they have the same
literally
jurisdiction of like the Minneapolis or police.
No,
or
they're not state police, but it's not incorrect, I think, to call them police officers. I think they are police officers.
Well, the term police is state and local authorities. If they're federal agents, and they're federal.
Just look it up though. Look it up.
Usually the term law enforcement fits better.
It's a distinction without a difference. That's all. They're pretty much the same thing.
But again, like if I look at maybe it doesn't matter, but like look, this is the first thing that like shows up on like Google Images, for example. Like again, this is their actual like uniforms. Okay, like for real. This is what they wear. At least when they're like, identifying themselves. Like look at all of these. Oh, sorry, I'm not sharing it. Yeah. I'm not sharing it. My bad. I have to add it. Like
according to the New York State Attorney
police ICE, like they identify, at least their uniforms identify them as police. Like this is what I didn't know this, so I just Googled this like 5 hours ago. So I'm not saying like this is something I always do, but they do seem to be considered police. They're not state police, obviously. They're not like troopers or they're still federal, but I don't really know what the real police is.
The real problem is that Anson believes that you need to listen to the police at all times, and if the government tells them to make certain rules and laws, that you must obey them. And we want to live in a police state. That's your view now.
No,
we have to hold you by.
No, that's only my view. I'm talking about non-citizens, right? So these ICE officers are trying to remove people without constitutional rights, like foreigners, right? So foreigners don't have the same rights as I do.
Right, but the person who died was a citizen.
She was trying to obstruct people who deal with foreigners, right?
But you're saying that she has to obey whatever the police tell her.
Right. It's like going to a foreign country, like people like in the military in foreign countries, and saying, "Hey, I'm going to stand in front of your vehicle because I don't like what you're doing to these foreigners." Right. From my perspective, these ICE officers are more like military than they are regular police. I give them more military like deference than I do peace officer deference. Right. Because these foreigners, they're not American. I don't care what they do to the foreigners in my country that aren't supposed to be here. They're not supposed to be here.
Well, that's first of all, that's insane. but second of all, yeah, this was a citizen. But
Yeah.
now I was watching Hassan today because I fucking hate myself, and so he was saying about how that ICE don't have any jurisdiction to detain people, and I thought that was the most retarded thing I've ever heard. Even from a low resolution take, that if you, let's say you just go up and like punch an ICE officer, you don't think the ICE officer can legally detain you? Obviously they can. Like if you're actually doing something, whether an ICE officer can go up to like a random American citizen, and I don't know, that could be that's a different conversation. But Hassan was trying to apply it to this case, that they had no right when someone's obstructing them, that they just have to like sit there and not be able to interact with this person. That's fucking mental.
Yeah, I think when you talk about obstruction, they do, but in terms of if they were questioning whether someone was a citizen or not, if this, in this case, the person being a citizen, they wouldn't have the right to just go up to her car and have her identify herself. But
if she was parked normally and wasn't, perpendicularly stopped on a
right,
on a
they didn't have
road,
probable cause. Like if you have a warrant and you know somebody's an illegal immigrant, you have probable cause to investigate them, sure. But in this case, if they were going up to whatever car and saying, we think you're this or that, get out, like present your then I think. But what he's saying is that they have no right to do that, even if she was obstructing, which I disagree with. If the person is obstructing, or if they believe that she is in this case, whatever, then yeah, I think they do have.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't think that leftists have the same rights as normal people do, right? So like she got what she deserved. That's why I said it was biased, and I'm really glad that the facts came out in my favor. So
see, this is where I don't know. I never know when you're like being serious or not, Anson, because you're always deadpanning no matter what you say, and the true stuff you believe is insane already, and so it's really hard to separate it from the trolling insane stuff you say, because they kind of start to coalesce in a incestuous way.
I think it's interesting. Anson has these super conservative views. He lives in Alabama. There's nothing around you that is putting you in the midst of insane amounts of Somali or whoever immigrants have. You live in the whitest state ever.
Castle, I'm actually not a deranged right winger. I'm a libertarian. I'm just cosplaying one on the internet for fun.
Wait, so
is that true? Is that true, Castle? You tell me if Anson's being legit, because like I don't know if I'm autistic. Now. I can't tell.
I don't know. I've only talked to Anson a handful of times on 2 different streams, and I thought he was libertarian, and then on this one I'm like, oh, he's conservative. But now
I
I'm
talk
not
to him every day, and I have no fucking idea. I have no idea.
He plays a good whatever it is, though. I'll give him that.
Because he always says that everyone's to the left of him, like anyone, that he's the most right-wing person possible, which like maybe.
Did you want me to argue from the leftist position instead of the ones I'm doing now? I can change it up. You want me to be the token leftist?
I want you to argue from your legit position, not what you play online. What
my
you
legit
actually
my legit position. All the government agencies should be defunded.
Gay, big government, woo, big government.
Yeah, see, this is why I don't say that.
Base now.
This is why I don't say that, because the Tylers mock me. So I take the far right extreme position to lampoon it.
Okay, that's good to know going forward.
So, real quick, I looked up what you were talking about. ICE agents under 18 USC 111 are allowed to arrest people that are interfering, obstructing, or preventing them from doing their jobs. They're not allowed under posse comitatus to go around and enforce the laws of the state, since they're federal officers, unless being requested by the state to do so.
Yeah, I think, isn't it the National Guard that gets exemptions under posse comitatus? But I think, or maybe the Air Guard as well, or whatever. But yeah, not any other federal agency.
But if you're obstructing government operations,
the obstruction. But yeah, I think we all agree. Like Castle as well, I think agreed with that, right? That if someone is obstructing, then of course ICE has to,
Yeah, my only thing was like with the obstruction itself, and that's why I think the pre-context of the videos we've seen is important. Is like, Was it 2 minutes and they're like, all right, you're obstructing, or was she like going back and forth blocking the road the whole time?
But what possible reason do you have to be, perpendicularly like on a road?
Like we were saying, her wife, she dropped her wife or whatever into another crowd of agitators, so she could have been backing up and dropping her. I don't know what the context was. That's why I think it's still important.
That's crazy, Castle. That's crazy.
That's not that absurd.
That's crazy.
Not that crazy.
Yeah, I agree with Castle. We need more context video. But what happened right before that is that ICE just got done arresting somebody, and all these agitators showed up to cause problems for them, because there are people who go out. Like Joe Cool is one of them, right? There's a group of agitators. Do you know who Joe Cool is? He's one of the YouTube people.
I do. That's who killed Batman's parents.
Yeah. But so there's all these people who go around and they basically follow the police scanners, and they're like, all right, ICE is active here. We're all going to go to this place and follow them around and make their life miserable, right? That's what their mission in life is. So I think it's a net positive for one of them to basically say, all right, well, now there's a consequence for this one person who did this, so maybe we'll stop doing this, right? That's probably a good thing.
I think that those people are annoying and should probably get real jobs. But at the same time, I think it's fine for you to film law enforcement doing things. You can heckle them as long as you're not getting in the way. I think if they want to make the case that her vehicle is in the way, fine, you can call it obstruction. Well, I'll even concede that at this point. Let's say she was obstructing.
Okay, we have the video ready. So we'll play it quickly. Okay. Again, so I don't know if there's footage before this, but this kind of shows as much footage as I think we might have.
Here's how events unfolded. Moments before the shooting, the victim's maroon SUV is stopped in the middle of the street. Multiple unmarked federal vehicles are idling nearby. Secretary Noem alleged the motorist, quote, was blocking the officers in. Bystanders are blowing whistles and yelling at federal agents.
Go home to Texas!
Then, federal vehicles start moving toward the maroon SUV, with sirens and lights blaring. A federal agent films the scene on his phone. The driver rolls forward slightly, turning left, then stops and waves for others to go ahead. Two agents exit this silver pickup and walk toward the
everything vehicle. Goes to shit at that point. But the point, even from that first clip, all right, it's maybe I'm estimating maybe 10 seconds. It's enough that she's not just dropping somebody off. She is like intentionally stopped there, right? Like why would you, I mean, I've dropped people off before, right? Like why would you just be like perpendicularly blocking a road after you drop someone off and then just be like sitting there? So I think there is some degree, and because I'm not trying to say this, well, I am trying to say this. She is an agitator. She is a part of ICE watch groups. So it's like probably she is, trying to like stop nonsense. Oh, we have another leftist, Castle. You have an ally. You have summoned an ally in the form of Testicular Johnson. Do you guys know each other? Testicular Johnson's a good guy.
I'm not a leftist. Also not a good guy. Maybe I'm.
You're center left and also a bad guy. So I kind of lied a little bit. I'm just kidding.
I posted the Supreme Court case in the private chat that justifies shooting at a car moving at slow speeds. If anyone's interested, also.
Well, so there's two different directions. There's one. I mean, maybe not. This isn't in reference to the court case, but there's a specific thing I think from the DHS about driving vehicles, and then there's something from the DOJ as well. I think one gives more credence to this being acceptable and the other doesn't. But I don't remember which is which. I would have to look that up. Boy, here's my lefty cope. So I mean, I know you just brought down the video, but I just came from a panel where people were arguing about this, so I was like weighing it back and forth. I think when the video starts, you see her wave the first vehicle around. So the first vehicle goes around her, and then that's when the second vehicle, the ICE vehicle, pulls up and then starts yanking on the door. I don't know when this video starts exactly, but if you look at her window, she is waving them around. She understands she's in the street.
Yeah, she's waving them here.
She's waving them around, waving this guy, who then stops in front of her. So I don't feel like if you're saying obstructing the traffic, she's clearly in an awkward position. Maybe she's trying to do a U-turn Like we don't know exactly what's happening in that moment because that's when the video starts. That she's
No, but the video. Wait, but to Sigurd Johnson, the video started way back here. There's 10 seconds where she's just fucking chilling there. Like,
Well,
so if we go back here.
Yeah, go back. Yep.
So like, let's see. Yeah. So this is what we just saw. We don't need the audio necessarily. So she's just chilling. So like, that's not a U-turn. Their wheels aren't moving. She's just sitting there.
Well, there's
like,
oncoming
wow.
traffic, so she's not clear to make a U-turn, right?
Like, you think she's trying to turn around and then go like,
I'm just saying. I recognize her vehicle's in an awkward position, but to me, like
Secretary
there's
Noem alleged the
clearly
motor-
room to go around her on the left side. She's not completely obstructing the road, right?
I know, but why is she stopped like that?
I don't know. None of us know. I'm just saying.
But we kind of do because she was a part of an ICE watch group that was like trying to target all these ICE agents. So we kind of do, and she dropped off someone who's protesting. Her wife.
I mean, that's all circumstantial evidence, right? That does help your
No,
case.
it's not
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's circumstantial. It doesn't mean nonsense evidence though. Circumstantial evidence is still evidence.
I'm not saying it's nonsense. I'm simply providing a potential alternate narrative that maybe her intention was not to just park her vehicle in the middle of the road in front of ICE agents.
Yeah, her intention wasn't to do what she was doing.
Well, she wasn't parked, right?
Why else would I can't imagine another situation from this video. Like I don't know if it's a poverty of imagination on my behalf, but why you'd be stopped in her situation for even like the 10 to 15 seconds that she was stopped, like completely again like perpendicular to the road. I can't imagine why you would be doing that.
I agree with that, but then bring up the first point that she is clearly waving vehicles to go in front of her, which to me implies that her intention is not to be like, fuck you, unless because I have heard
well,
this.
I think my reading, I think she's trying to wave the non. She knows that guy that she waved is not ICE, so she's like, I don't want to block you. You're a normal citizen, but she doesn't want. She wants to block the ICE agents. That's what I would think.
And I've also heard that, so that is also a possibility. I'm just saying that we do have a lack of facts. So what you just described could have 100% been the case. But saying I don't know is not therefore this is the case, which is there is still a lot of unknowns here.
Yeah,
before we get
Agrilapolis has a point. Look for brake lights, and if there's none, she's in park.
So actually, this was also brought up on the other.
Yeah,
channel.
I've seen this. There is brake lights at some point.
Well, she's not that she's in park. She's never in park.
Then stops.
Yeah, see, so there's brake lights here.
For others to go ahead.
So she's not in park at this point.
She reverses, so she goes from reverse to drive. I think her brake lights flashing at every. So in reverse,
so she's shifting gear, which I think is the bottom lights.
Later,
reverse right now. Then this is where she switches.
Are fired.
And then she's just on gas.
Yeah.
Man, those two shots still bug me. I understand what Tyler said that cops are like supposed to, just like continuously, fucking unload. But like, man, those two extra shots are just like so gratuitous. Like just from a moral standard, I just can't imagine.
And so here,
justification for those.
Confluence, me and you might already be on the same page because I think that there is a world where this possibly is self-defense. I think that like there is a case for self-defense, or that this guy thought that he was in danger, all these things, even though because her wheel is in the process of turning. So even though when she starts to accelerate, her wheel is facing away from the guy.
It's not. It's not. You didn't watch the video that we showed. Watch the slowed down video where the wheel is pointed towards him and she basically spins out towards him.
So when you say spin out, so the wheel does, I think, jog a handful of times, but it is not facing him. It's already facing him.
It is. No, it is. Go Confluence, can you play him the video since he's obviously in error and doesn't have the facts?
Yeah, let's go over the video. I'm totally willing.
The slow-mo video where it shows that she's obviously trying to kill him
with
with
the Tim Pool one. Is that what we want?
You think her intention was to kill him?
Yeah, if you point your vehicle at somebody and turn on the gas, you are
her
trying
intention
to kill.
Her intention was not to
then
kill
why
him.
do you point your vehicle towards someone directly in front of you and turn on the gas?
She's in the process of turning the steering wheel. I think I even agree that I agree with you, Anson, that the wheels are spinning. Well, it's technically pointed, but she's obviously like fucking doing this to like escape. She's not. If she
how about this?
She would be she'd be doing the opposite direction if she wanted to fucking mow down an ICE agent. Like that's just obvious. I think it's obvious. Okay, where was this? Oh yeah, it was sent on Discord, right? Okay, the Tim Pool one.
Wait, do you have a Discord?
I do. Yeah, Confluence 358. Add me.
Okay, maybe I will.
Maybe.
Because I understand that now this is the conversation. We're hyper focusing on 3 to 5 seconds worth of footage because she's in reverse. At some point, goes into drive. All the while, her wheel is spinning and this guy is pulling on her door handle. Like all of those things are happening at once, right? So we do have to kind of go frame by frame. Okay, so if we can go back just a tad.
Wait, back from this? I think this is.
Yeah,
well, where her wheel is facing.
Play the whole Tim Pool thing again.
Well, no, but this is already her wheel's already turned.
Tim doesn't unless he goes back.
Yeah, because he's a fucking hack.
Because he doesn't show. This is the start of it. It's a zoomed out thing previous to this.
I think we accept her wheel is facing away from him.
No, it's not. He shows it when it's pointed towards her.
Just wait. Yeah, I think maybe he goes back because I do recall seeing the it is spinning out. Oh yeah, he's backing. Yeah, okay.
You're right there.
I think Anson's right in that it was facing him, but he doesn't shoot until the wheels turn.
Yeah,
right?
takes his vehicle out when that happens. Or sorry,
he doesn't have an obligation to do anything except look where his gun is pointed as soon as he pulls it, because that's the moral thing to do.
Okay, in reverse, right? So can't possibly be hitting him because she's in reverse.
And I think we're gonna see the wheel spin out in a second.
Okay. So
so now it starts spinning, and he is in front of the car at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
like
yes,
this guy right
that's
in the
when
back
he
of
pulls out
the
his gun.
shoots.
So she's spinning the wheel, or she's hitting the gas as she's turning the wheel. So yes, potentially he is within harm's way while this is happening.
And that's when he pulls out his gun.
Even though she's not aiming him. So yeah, I'll concede the fact that yes, if her wheel had gripped in that moment, then yeah, he's in the way, or she is pointed in his direction.
And the only reason it didn't grip is because there is ice. And if there wasn't ice on the road, then he would be dead.
If there wasn't ice, we'd have less ice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so
There
he
is
did
ice
the right
and ice,
thing.
man. Ice and ice. It's a wombo combo.
Yeah. So there's her wheel takes a second to grip, right? She's in the process of turning the wheel, but right now it's faced directly at him. So yes, this is why I'm saying I think there is a case that this is self-defense. But with Confluence kind of said, which is where I'm landing, is I think it's still morally pretty egregious. And you seem to think it's morally justified.
How is it morally egregious to use self-defense when someone's pointing a deadly weapon at you and use it?
I kind of agree with that too. I think that this, if the de-escalation was part of their task force, they went and ran up, pointed guns at her, and started pulling at her doors. There could have been much better ways.
Dude, we played this before, okay? So that's what we played the whole Tim thing before. So yeah, we're going over it. We don't need Tim's retarded commentary, okay? We can see it for ourselves.
Not asking the police to do anything unreasonable here, like shoot the hands or only fire enough shots to exactly get the job done and don't overkill. They could have handled that probably in a way that's hey, you're in the middle of the road, please move, instead of just walking up to her car saying, get the fuck out, and going for a door handle while another guy is aiming a rifle in her passenger door. I think that was a little over the top.
They were the ones that escalated.
She was the one parked in the middle of the road blocking them from doing their job. They didn't have to do anything except arrest her, and if she would have complied, she would be alive.
You're right. How they arrested her is what I'm talking about. If they should have arrested her still, but they could have handled it in a way listen, ma'am, you're obstructing our work. We have to detain you now. You're not allowed to flee. If she fled, a lot of cops will just let you go, take your license plate number down, and go to your house later in the day and catch you. A lot of cities have that policy. If somebody's recklessly driving, you disassociate the chase and go pick them up later. It's actually what caused the Kia boys to get away with so much stealing, because instead of following them, they'll just ditch the car and they'll be gone. But that's a lot of police's policies.
Right. This is a 38-year-old mom. I feel like I feel like what Tyler is saying is true, that you probably just could have taken out her license and just gone and dealt with it later. Also, the ICE agent does step in front of her car. Okay, I'm not saying they're not allowed to do that.
Right. And
it is just there's a lot of mistakes that I think didn't need to happen, or things that could have played out differently.
And Tyler, I don't know if you were looking it up, because you're usually pretty I don't know if litigious is the right word, but usually pretty thorough. But there is something specific, I want to say, from the DHS about ICE agents standing in front of vehicles. Like there's guidance on this.
Yeah, I see that to me, I'm going by legality and I'm going by morally.
Yeah, I understand.
The regulation goalpost of the DHS, if he gets fired for this, I have no complaints over that.
Right. Yeah, so to that point about morality, though, and like Anson is saying, like, okay, the first shot, he thinks he's being run over, but then I still don't understand the morality of the second and third shot. And I know you're going to say, oh, when you fire, you have to expend all your bullets and make sure the force is dead, but it still doesn't seem like, and I think Confluence was saying this, it wasn't going to matter at that point. He shot her in the head, first shot. It went through the windshield.
Yeah,
she's dead already.
Have you ever shot a firearm, Castle?
I'm pleading the fifth.
Have you ever gone hunting before and actually like used your weapon to end a life, like an animal's life, not a human? In those circumstances, your adrenaline is pumping. You have a whole lot going on. You have only a few seconds. So that's why Tyler was saying before, when you pull your firearm out and point it at something, it's because you have a justified reason to do it. Because there is a
no, that's not. We already established that though. You have a justified reason to pull your firearm out.
Right,
and then there's a second justification.
Right, and the second justification was what she was doing, which was pointing a deadly weapon at him and using it. And that's why you don't pull it out unless you're going to use it, right?
Wait, but
at the object. You don't point it at an object to use it unless you're going to use it. And when you do that, you have a lot of adrenaline, a whole lot of things going on. You don't have time to second guess. You do it. And you do it until the threat is gone, and that's why there's multiple shots. There's almost always multiple shots in high adrenaline situations.
Anson, sanity check. So let's say he's got like I don't know what police standard firearms are. I'm not going to lie to you. So I don't know how many bullets they hold before you have to reload. But let's say he shoots as he does, and she keeps driving. Do you think it's fine if he keeps shooting into the back windshield, trying like? Endless. You think you could even reload and then just keep firing down on her? See, that's insane. That's absolutely insane.
I don't believe that.
You don't believe that. Not only do me and Castle not believe that, but Anson, you don't believe that. You're fucking lying to us right now.
Sometimes it's justified. I don't think it was justified here, but sometimes it is justified for a police officer to continue shooting. There's cases I've been looking at around police shootings.
If they're like armed and dangerous, absolutely, like for sure. If you think that they're, this is even in this is actually in the DHS stuff as well. The vehicle doesn't count as being armed. It doesn't.
Yeah, when you point it at somebody and you spin the wheels out, it is armed and dangerous.
Not if it's no longer in the path. This is in the freaking DHS own stuff.
All right,
I read it on the DHS website.
He's guilty of attempted murder, and the peace officer ended the threat. Like end of story. We all go home. He did the right thing.
Do you think if she didn't die, you think she'd get charged with attempted murder?
Yeah, hopefully, if the justice isn't worth anything, you can't put a deadly weapon at somebody and not expect repercussions, right?
I'm just saying. If you think that, then you haven't been keeping your thumb on the pulse of like legal cases. What this bitch did would not get her attempted murder if she didn't die. If she just was like, let's say, like.
I think obstruction of duty or like there's probably
she'd get charges. She's not getting attempted murder for what happened.
And also if you'll indulge me, because it's actually from the DOJ. I know the DHS has its own guidance, but I posted it in the chat there. But there is guidance on this, and I think there is an argument to say again that maybe this actually was self-defense. Like there's probably an argument there, but I'll just read this out really quick if you'll indulge me. So the guidance.
Do you want me to show it on screen or what?
Oh, sure. Yeah. That's your
propaganda. Which section?
Oh, so it's number 2 from the link I sent. It says use of deadly force, basically. So firearms may not be discharged solely to disable moving vehicles, which is fine. Specifically, firearms may not be discharged at a moving vehicle unless a person in the vehicle is threatening the officer or another person with deadly force by means other than the vehicle, or 2, the vehicle is operated in a manner that threatens to cause death or serious physical injury to the officer or others, and no other objectively reasonable means of defense appear to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle. Firearms may not be discharged from a moving vehicle except to except in exigent circumstances. In these situations, an officer must have articulable reasons to use the use of deadly force. So I think within that, there is a world where the justification exists, but it also does give some pretty clear guidance.
What about this guard, right?
Yes, that's what I was going to say. There is also this as a counter.
Yeah, he didn't have the ability to move out of the way. He was pushed out of the way by the vehicle.
He did move out of the way.
In the video.
He did move out of the way.
No, he's pushed out of the way. If he had tried to run out of the way, what if he had slipped and fallen and gotten run over? What would you say now,
If he got hit by that car, Anson, he wouldn't be pushed out of the way. If he got hit by that car, he'd be fucking under that car.
If he tried to run out of the way, he might have slipped and fallen and gotten run over by this bitch.
So
he got pushed.
So there's a couple angles, and for me, it is still tough to say whether the vehicle made contact. From that angle, from that one with the tin pool, it does look like she clipped him, and I think that he went to the hospital after to get checked out. So like maybe that is true. But from another angle, which was posted from the I guess the far side of the vehicle, it does look like you can see both of his knees out of the way of the vehicle. So I don't know if it's confirmed that the vehicle actually made contact with him.
Well, that's why we had the New York Times, and I don't like the New York
maybe
Times.
You guys went over that before I was here.
Yeah, they synchronized the two different angles, and yeah, it's I'm not sure on the low resolution camera from behind, it looks like you got hit, but synchronizing with the other footage, I'm honestly not sure. I could go in both directions, like it's possible. I think it's a light grazing. I don't think it's I don't think he was like run over necessarily,
but I can even let that slide because hindsight is 2020, right? Whether or not that's the intention that we're kind of looking at here, or I guess what the act actually happened. But I do think that he was the one who put himself in front of the vehicle.
No, she moved the vehicle in front of him. He was to the side of it, and then she backed up and put it in front of him.
No, he walks. He walks in front of it.
He walks. No, Tim Pool goes over that when she backs up.
Wait. I think Anson is right here that when she backs up, he's then in front, but he's also moving at the same time to go to the side. So it's kind of both. It is kind of
pretty
both.
sure when the video starts, he is at like is he not at the back?
He's we're maybe I'm wrong, but we're fucking watching.
Keep an eye on him, like where he's standing. I'm pretty sure he starts at the back and goes around.
Yeah, like at the
somewhere
around. He's on the
analysis
side
of bystander footage filmed from different angles.
So she backs up
appears
and
to show
turns.
the agent was not in the.
Yeah, now he's
wait. It's gonna show. It'll show a longer thing. Just wait. I don't know. I'm just letting it play because I don't know where the timestamp is. But
fair enough. Here's how events unfolded.
See, this is the bad video, Confluence.
Moments
before the video
that the victim's maroon.
This shows all the angles, Anson.
It shows
all the angles.
It shows the good video, but not in the right motion. Right? He like skims over the good video.
Secretary Noem
shows all the videos. I don't know what you're talking about.
Blocking the officers in. Bystanders are blowing whistles and yelling at federal agents.
Go home to Texas!
Then federal vehicles start moving toward the maroon SUV with sirens and lights blaring. A federal agent films the scene.
Yeah, so he walks from the far side, the back right of the vehicle.
Yeah, he's on the side.
Forward slightly, turning left.
No, she turns the wheel and backs up and puts
side
it in front.
there. If you saw
He walks around the entire vehicle.
No, he turns the wheel and backs up.
This is the guy. This is the shooter here. The guy. You can see my mouse. I think that's the shooter. Right, so he's behind the vehicle right now. So how are you telling me, Anson, he's not moving in front? He's right now behind the vehicle.
Side. He's moving to the side, then he backs up, turns the wheel, and puts him in front of it.
Two agents exit this silver pickup and walk.
Watch her back up.
Right now, he's
by doing that, you put him in front.
You see him walking though.
I see what you're saying.
You see him like come out, like he swoops out, like boom, there he is. Like he's and now he's in front.
Yeah,
that's a slight angle change. She backs up like what? Like how many feet is that? Like
moments later.
She just put him in front.
She backs up 2 feet and changes her angle. That doesn't make the difference between her being in front or not.
She changed the angle to put him in front of her. He was on the side and now he's in front. And
he walked clockwise around the SUV, Anson.
You get on the other side because there's officers on one side and officers on the other side. He didn't put himself in front. She put him in front.
He was behind her. He walks clockwise around her, ends up on the left side.
He backed up.
She
turned her wheel.
backed up 2 feet, brother.
It wasn't 2
Look
feet.
at that.
That's not 2 feet.
That's possibly less than 2
No,
feet.
it's more than that.
Look at the line and look at this.
Okay.
I would estimate that to be 2 feet, maybe
like
2.5.
Yeah, maybe less than that. Yeah.
That's like she barely backs up.
Let's look at the scene again.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
It is such a messy situation because, as I said, I can see the perspectives, like the other arguments and things, but I don't think it's as clear cut as you're necessarily thinking, Anson. But
yeah, I don't know. If she was such a good mom, why wasn't she at home with her kids instead of out agitating? Right? Like, is the father taking care of the kids because
This is kind of like Boomerang's point here that I pulled up. Okay.
yeah, she's just a woman. Like, you can't expect her to drive good.
Yeah, I know.
The woman defense.
Yeah.
Can't have it both ways. So I guess we'll I was gonna say we'll wait and see, but I mean, there's not going to be any federal charges. Like, obviously, Minnesota's pissed off. I think they're trying to bring state charges, but
they're trying to. But I don't know if you were here for this, but what is it called? I have it written down because I always forget it. The Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension was on this case with the FBI, but the FBI kicked them off the case, which Waltz is very mad about. So now it's like
it's gonna go.
Tyler was saying, which I think probably is true, that like this could be appealed maybe by the state. I don't exactly know how all that shit works.
If anything,
it's only being investigated at a federal level.
Yeah, I don't think criminal charges seem likely, but if anything, maybe a civil case would have to be brought, which is
qualified immunity.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, if anything does happen, though, it's going to take
immunity, but it's unlikely.
It's going to take so much time. It's going to be a long-term thing anyway. Like in the short term, you're going to have to deal with. Now, this is possibly going to spark. Like, get ready for this weekend. You're going to see, I think, protests.
There was already massive protests in Minnesota, obviously, but
Minnesota, and then in New York, I think they were protesting. But like this weekend, when everybody else is off, I'm sure more will happen. So like that guy just came on and said 2 people were shot in Portland. So
were shot, and they said it was by border security. So that I don't know the context of that, but yeah.
It's honestly probably good this is happening in January and not in like July, because in Minnesota, like the people don't want to protest when it's that cold out, let's be honest. The motive to loot when it's like, minus like 20 is like not as high when it's a nice day.
I mean, it cuts both ways, but like it wasn't a black guy, so I mean, you guys right wing.
Yeah, I was actually saying that today, like in real life, to someone I was telling the story to. If it was, this could be like another George Floyd situation.
But it was a white woman, and they're kind of like they're sort of saints. Like they're kind of like you can't touch them. So it's not great.
She wasn't a white woman. She was a ditch licker. It's a different kind.
It still counts. That's under the same umbrella.
No, it's not. It's a totally different category of
she changes your race. Apparently, that's what I'm learning.
Yeah, you're obviously deranged if you're licking ditches.
Still white. That's definitely a white person thing.
Yeah, black people don't do that. They're better. They're more refined.
There's a lot of black lesbians that I've met in my day. I used to burn the coal exclusively.
Where do you hang out?
Wait, what is that?
I'm in Georgia.
What's a euphemism. What does that mean? Burn Nicole? I don't know what that means. Is this a
jungle
race thing?
fever?
Oh, okay. Wow.
Hey, I've got that too, man.
I didn't strike you as a type.
My wife's not white.
What? She's not black though, from what I've seen.
She's black? Your wife's black, Tyler?
No, his black's
No, she's
black.
Filipino.
His wife's like Asian coded.
My brother married a Filipino man. Yeah, that's good stuff. They're nice and traditional.
A Filipino man or a Filipino comma man? There's a difference between those two things, Hanson.
Philippine. Filipino?
Yeah, but you said my brother married a Filipino man.
No, man. Yeah, man. Man, you know what I'm saying, man?
The dude wants the Big Lebowski's in the private chat.
Oh, the dude. Hit me with one of these.
Tyler, does she cook good Filipino food?
Fine,
yes, but I do
everyone
most of the
flips me
cooking.
off. That's fine, the dude. I'm putting you up anyway.
Respect.
The one time you don't chat. Just
at this point, I can never do what you asked. Just out of we gotta have continuity, Confluence.
Yeah, apparently. So what do you think about the situation? Do you have a new perspective to add? Do you have some like gay ass perspective to add on either side? Because both sides are kind of gay on this topic. Okay? Like on the far sides, everyone in the middle is kind of sane.
The one prevailing thought all day is that two things can be true. It might not have been a great shoot, but the woman made decisions that ultimately ended in her own demise, and I don't think anyone's willing to concede that.
It's based.
I got a couple of friends that are LEOs. I'm born and raised in Brooklyn. That's where I'm from, and these are like hardcore lefties. And their thing was, if you've ever been in a position where you have to pull the trigger, it's when people are pulling up like, what the protocol is. I mean, that's a really arrogant thing for us to sit here as Monday morning quarterbacks and, quote their process and procedure when this person making $52,000 a year for a job they probably don't want is having a car driven at them. And here's a fun little perspective. Fine motor function, the ability to move when it's negative 13 degrees out. I haven't heard anybody talk about that.
She might have
That's a good point.
She was sitting in her car. She was probably nice.
No, the cop. The cop.
I'm talking about the ice agent.
Look, I don't know if I'm like me and Testy. I think are balking at this. We're both Canada coded right now. Okay, I can move fine in negative 13. Personally, I can.
What about on an icy road,
fine.
Confluence? Can you move fine on an icy road?
No, the ice is a different thing. I agree with that.
Also,
but like that level of cold. No.
Bonuses. I don't know about that $50K a year. I'm pretty sure if there's good incentive to become an ice agent.
Yeah, DHS was just advertising just literally today.
Who just speculated on the salary of an ice agent?
To Sticker Johnson. I think he's right. I mean, we can.
I actually just applied to ICE. It's around 70,000 right now in Texas Airways.
I think that depends on your GS rating. If they even go by GS ratings, I don't think any of them are starting. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty confident none of them are starting at 70. They used to start at like 38.5, then it went up to like 43. If it was any higher than 50 to start, I'd be maybe 52. Do you mind pulling that up, Confluence? Let's.
I think with the new administration, they're like trying to encourage people to sign up.
It does.
Indeed, because they're giving signing bonuses right now. They're doing really good pay right now. I looked at it. It's like $60,000.
Yeah, I think with the incentive, I think you're normally right, the dude. And I mean, maybe you have an issue with this. Oh, why is this pulled up? Fuck me. Okay, hold on. It's coming.
I mean, it's such a minor point. I was just throwing that out there.
But So Newark.
It's not a minor point because
new recruits expect to make a bit less, between $50,000 to $90K per year in base salary. So it probably depends. I think what you said. What was that? The GS level. I think that does depend. If you're like GS5 or whatever, it's on the lower end. So it probably depends.
Yeah.
Is this not on? Did I not add this? Fuck me. Okay, there you go.
The big bump typically comes at year 5 with law enforcement. Like years 0 to 1, 1 to 3, 3 to 4, and then 4 to 5 is where you'll see that massive bump. Do we know how long this individual was on the job?
I think
we know who he is now. I'm not. He's been identified. Is it wrong for me to look up his name? I don't want to be a part of like the ICE doxing stuff. But it is like on the news now, right? So,
it's public.
Dude, what if we find out that his name is Eric Chauvin?
he's like
that would not be good PR.
Yeah, that'd be bad.
I can't breathe.
That was my, like you said, it was a based. You said it was a base take. I really just I don't think that person woke up that day and said, "Hey, I would really like to shoot someone, and I'd like to shoot a 37-year-old woman in the face and take a life." But at the same time, they probably weren't anticipating this woman driving at them.
I hope her name was Alicia Babbitt, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Okay, it looks like if I can get past this fucking paywall. No, I can't. Fuck me. Okay. 10 years, though, it says. If we go back, we can see this. ICE agent Minneapolis killing identified as 10-year law enforcement veteran. I don't know if he worked for ICE for 10 years or if he's just an LE for 10 years. Not sure.
Okay, so he was an experienced agent.
Yeah.
Who was the person on panel that was quoting policy and procedure?
That was me.
Like, I get where you're coming from because that's the only metric that we have to really hold it up against. But I mean, the account for, and what I was getting at with the salary is this isn't a master's degree level job like, the CIA, NSA, any of the real federal law enforcement. Like, this is a pretty open application, so the idea that these would be, and when that guy got hired 10 years ago, it was probably 38 grand a year to start. We're just going to take a look at the caliber of individual that would be drawn to that job. I've been an advocate for, higher recruitment standards in law enforcement for, going on 2 decades.
Yeah, I mean, like, fair enough, but I would also say that, like, as an advocate for, or yourself as for higher standards, I mean, if just because there are lower standards or the people that, I would say for like TSA, it's like if you don't graduate high school, then at least you always have a job at TSA.
Is anybody here a veteran, or is anybody here like a combat sports veteran?
No, not me.
That's what I did for a long time. I coached fighters. I compete. Like, this is part of my DNA. And when people aren't used to conflict, it's incredible how hard. Like,
I'm a jiu-jitsu blue belt. Does that count?
Are you really a blue belt?
Yeah. Like, for real.
Who's your blue belt under?
It's like it's the Grady's.
There's no such thing as the Grady. You're totally lying right now.
It was 10 years ago.
You talk about the Gracies, like the Brazilian family, or did you do it in Ireland?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It was 10 years ago, okay? I'm sorry. Literally 10 years ago.
Right now, there's a video on Twitter making the rounds of protesting, blocking traffic going on in Minnesota, and a car drives through and hits a protester, and all the people are up in arms about it. There's a bunch of comments about how fucked up it is, and all I want to say is he could have moved out of the way, He just could have moved, right?
Well, listen, when people talk about, leftists protesting in the streets and then they get hit because they're being surrounded, people are being surrounded by it. Like, it is what it is. I wasn't against people who are looking to defend themselves using vehicles in that case.
Would you guys agree that as a general rule of thumb, leftists are typically, let's say, genetically, physically, as a whole, inferior to right-leaning individuals?
No.
Yeah, I don't really.
Who said that?
Me, I did. Leftists are not genetically inferior. It's not an immutable characteristics. It's something that can be cured, right? Like leftists.
So if you put 1,000 Republicans and 1,000 Democrats completely randomized and said fight to the death till one side is completely wiped out.
Yeah, well, see where I am in Alabama, like most of the left people are big black guys, right? So like they would take the right people like without a contest.
Yeah, and the right people are old people. It's like 50, 60-year-olds and shit.
The bunch of leftists here, the people that regularly vote Democrat are like elderly people who don't know any better, who are being taken advantage of in nursing homes, right? So the math is a little different here.
If you look at voting trends and polling and whatnot, the most right-wing group right now is I think 50 to 64, and the most left-wing group is kids. So like if you're just doing random samples of the 80, 100, whatever million voters that vote for those sides and are registered members of the party.
What percent of the military do you think is right-leaning?
Oh, about 85%, but the military only makes up about 0.1% of the population.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
and I'm just going to throw this out there, like the NFL, professional boxing, and you look at like these old, for some reason, and I'm just observing here. I'm not trying to make an argument. I'm just saying most of the elite physical people, for some reason, seem to be right-leaning.
Oh, there's a lot of left-wingers in football and shit like that.
I think you see a lot of the right-leaning people in media because it's sort of like it's almost part of the brand, right? I would say like the if you want to consider Joe Rogan, but like Andrew Tate's, or like I think a lot of the media, right-wing media that's pushed is like
John Jones,
alpha male kind of right-wing stuff, but I don't know how
fundamentally, right-wing means hierarchy and left-wing means like ignore the hierarchy or work against it. So hierarchical structures of merit are going to intrinsically be more of a right-wing thing. But at the end of the day, if you just look at the voter base are usually older, fatter on the right side. The chances of you getting a young, able-bodied person on the left is much higher than on the right. So I would say if you just selected at random, your likelihood of getting an even fight or a Republican-leaning fight is lower. I'd say that's probably.
Now, I will actually kind of concede a little bit to the dude here because when you're in a city, you're not like prone to being outdoors and doing that sort of thing. And right-wing people tend to be in less densely populated areas. So if you're in a city, you're crowded in, you're not getting enough fresh air, exercise, being outdoors, you're less likely to, develop traits that would make you more independent and physically, more strong, right? But that's how I would actually look at it from the dude's perspective. Like he might be onto something because collectivists, in large cities are going to be weaker, and so I'm kind of dude coded.
I'm looking at the guy with his head and the headphones, and you look like you're not. I'm just saying, when I've worked with elite athletes, and these call them Chads or whatever the fuck you want to call them, my whole life. Even if they're not right leaning, they're anti-woke. So the people that would be willing to go to the mattresses over this cause, those big burly black, they're not the ones protesting in the street.
That's different. Now we're limiting the pool size from just 100 random people that vote that way down to.
If you take 1,000 Republicans and 1,000 Democrats that are willing to go to the mattresses, for lack of a better term,
then I agree with you. Yes.
What does that euphemism mean? Go to the mattresses.
Basically, willing to go out there and fight for their causes at this level, politically active.
It means go to physical combat. It's from The Godfather.
Absolutely. We saw that in real time. Antifa versus the Proud Boys. It's absolutely the right way.
Wait, but I think you can say that there aren't 1,000 Democrats. I get what you're saying. Democrats as in Antifa. I don't consider them Democrats. They hate Democrats as much as they hate Republicans.
They're probably
anti-electoral.
Yeah, they're
the only people. They're the only people on the left who I think would actually are willing to fight. And yeah, they probably get their butts handed to them in this case. But I think Democrats in general are pretty they don't want to fight for.
What if Tim Walz and Ilhan Omar did this just to get the heat off Somali daycare?
It's not going to work, but it's funny. I don't think that I hear things
I'm
like
shoving
that.
My fat face.
Trump's doing X, Y, and Z thing over here to distract about this. I don't think that has as much purchase as people think. But if there is some proof that they did something like that, I don't think it's going to work. But maybe.
DHS was still tweeting literally today that they're still going after the Somali fraud. They're going to investigate all of it, and so yeah.
I think
we will not be distracted from the Somalians. We will not.
It's dinner time for me. I gotta go.
All right. Well, nice chatting.
All right. Thank you, Tyler.
Thank you for admitting you were wrong.
Always a pleasure.
I'm never wrong. One time I thought I was wrong. I was mistaken.
That guy's wrong coded.
Does the dude live in Brooklyn right now?
No, not anymore. I left.
Okay. I was going to say I used to be in Brooklyn too, but I left.
Do you mind saying where?
I was in Cobble Hill. Now I'm in Queens.
Oh, you were a fucking hipster.
Nah, not really. That's still.
I grew up in Coney Island in the late '90s, when it was a different area. I'm actually Brooklyn born and bred. I could tell you're a transplant.
Not really. I mean, I'm from Long Island.
That's a transplant, bro. You guys, Suffolk and Nassau can suck a dick.
I was still born in Queens. It's not like I live mostly in Long Island. I wasn't.
Queens is gay.
I still get cred. You have
a place called Astoria, Sunnyside, in Jamaica. How gay is your fucking county?
Totally.
I'm kidding, by the way. Rockaway is awesome.
I know.
The dude likes to pseudo gatekeep. Okay, so
what is gatekeep?
What is gatekeep?
Yeah, what is? I don't know what that I don't know in the context in which you say it. I like to subtle gatekeep. I don't know what that means.
Oh, when you're not
you're being a little
kind of drawing an arbitrary line between one thing and another. So kind of like a no true Scotsman fallacy, where you're you're not a real New Yorker because you don't have this thing. So I'm joking, but yeah.
Bro, unless you went to a school that started with PS, you're not a New Yorker. This guy probably went to Ronkonkoma Middle School.
I'm pleading the fifth again.
New York middle schools to know what the fuck that means, brother. That's some inside fucking baseball right there.
Listen, he left New York, okay? He couldn't handle New York.
No, I couldn't handle all the unexceptional whites.
Plant the dude.
All the unexceptional whites like you, the the Slender Boys drinking IPAs and THC pens, wearing skinny jeans, bro. I didn't leave New York. New York
I
left
don't
me.
know why. I don't know
I do
why
have
you think
skinny
I'm a
jeans on
hipster.
right
I'm like
now,
the
so I
opposite
feel
of
personally
that.
called out by that.
Sounds like he wants
I'm
to
not-
go to bat. You're willing
I'm
to
not from Williamsburg.
combat for this?
Do I want to what?
Was asking Castle. Sorry, you're just you're alpha, dude.
Are you saying I want to go to bat? No, I'm just defending
No,
the
I'm-
territory here.
How do you feel about Mandami taking over the city?
About time.
Well, it sucks. I have to wake up at 5 a.m. to do the call to prayer every morning. So
That does suck.
Coney Island just put a new theme park ride in, the Magic Carpet Ride with Mandami. So there's that. Government
take a visit.
subsidized.
Yeah, it's free. I think.
Do you at least think Mandami is a fucking hack shill? Like him promising shit that he's not going to be able to do, like the free busing, which is going to cost like billions of dollars that he can't even do without like other approval. Do you at least agree he's like a hack in that way?
I'll say this: the other day, the governor announced that they're going to look to implement free childcare, which was part of his platform. So you could say that if he can work with the governor on things, I think that's the whole point. Is people just want him to try. I agree he can't do 90% of what he ran on if he wants to make the MTA free, the subway or bus. But like I think if he can actually get that done from a state level, good for him. We'll just see if it actually happens.
The MTA, for those of you that don't know, that's the Metropolitan Transportation. It's the buses and subways of New York City. I'm not being a dick, just we call it that. They might not have heard of it.
Yeah, I don't know what any of y'all's Yankee talk. That's a bunch of Yankee speak. I'm on a panel with a bunch of Canadians and Yankees. Y'all say a bunch of words I don't understand.
We're all pretty North coded, I guess.
Who the fuck? That guy sounds like Gay Boomhauer. Who the fuck was just talking?
Yeah, that's Gay Boomhauer. Thanks for acknowledging I'm here.
This is the dude. This is the guy you always call an unexceptional white. You guys have talked many times.
Yeah, that's I'll just to really briefly, because it is what I find. I'm a social observationist, if that's a fucking word. And I'm sitting there like no one actually cares. I think I wrote a little social media post today. It was let us not forget a life was lost. Poor decisions on both sides. Someone in an unwinnable position, and I just tried to be like very objective and like not, and everybody just made it a talking point. I don't think anybody actually cares about the woman who just lost her life.
Yeah, that's valid. There's a lot of people who just don't give a shit. This is just like a political football that people are.
It's a reason to storm the Castle Frankenstein, which is really what most people want at the end of the day.
Yeah,
the thing is, I guess like. Define like care. Like I obviously I don't know the woman from Eve, right? So it's like it's hard for me to empathize really, like besides just inserting any random woman into the situation. Charlie Kirk, I fucking like I had a maybe arguably parasocial, right? I've seen a bunch of his content, so yeah, I was personally affected when Charlie Kirk was killed. This woman, again, I have no idea who she is, so I care on like a human level, and the human
what was
is.
The
but
Ukrainian
I don't know if I can
name? Anya.
I can't remember now.
It's like Ilya something.
I had the same sentiment when she died, as even people on my side of the aisle, they were making it seem like these undocumented and the devaluing of human life was really that's a hard pill to swallow when you watch people really separate themselves from humanity. That's not a fun thing to see.
I don't know if that's what's happening though. Like so like I personally, even though I didn't know obviously don't know the Ukrainian person on the subway, but the video, it's like you can see her face. You can like, there's something about, I think it's a human thing to see someone's face and to see it play out. Whereas this woman, it's like, I just see a car. I've seen it. I don't even know what the woman looks like, right? I saw a brief bloody image of her corpse, and then I don't want to see that. So I clicked away. So it's hard for me to empathize, I guess, with someone that is just in a fucking Honda Pilot, right? Like that's different than like seeing the face of someone, seeing it play out, right? That has to be a different thing.
Silly thing. Somebody today on social media posted a Craigslist ad of a Honda Pilot with a shot out windshield and bloodstains on the inside, like $800. I have to get back to Colorado. And that's what I meant by like even people on my side of the aisle, like making light of it is, I just think that's in poor taste.
I agree. I think that stuff is bad because like what you're saying, Confluence, when you see it on the news, you hear about it so often, you just don't think about it. And in this case, we didn't really see too much of her in the actual videos or photos where it was different from, Charlie Kirk or whatever. But like to the dude's point, I think being made fun of or being memed after dying in that way, where, even you could argue that the cop, who's to say he doesn't feel bad about killing someone either, because that weighs on a person, even if they were still in self-defense or not. So I think when people take the emotions out of it, it's bad for society on both sides. And I'm always someone who's never about that.
I don't
think
see
it's
a road
gross.
back. That's the terrible part is like, I don't see a road back to valuing human life. Like I was literally racking my brain all day and I'm like, what is it going to take? Because are you guys old enough to remember 9/11?
Yep.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I was young, but
I was 16 when 9/11 happened, and I was in New York City. So I mean, you saw like some of the very best in humanity, come out. And does anyone remember when the Korean rock Marine was beheaded on the internet? Like one of those first videos,
like from ISIS.
From ISIS?
No, this is like pre-ISIS. This is like 2002.
Like Taliban.
No, I never saw that.
So like and the thing is that nothing is sensationalized. Like we've been so desensitized to like, from pandemics to pedophilia. We watch serial killer documentaries and serial killer sitcoms and mob movies.
Everything's entertainment, right? Yeah.
There's been like a real cultural shift towards like debauchery and darkness. It's a weird, Confluence and I are both, I would guess, like equally yoked, like spiritually or, in our faith. And I really I don't see any way back from, I think we're seeing the fall of the Roman Empire 2.0. And that's just not the U.S. That's humanity.
This is a bit of a side quest, maybe, but like on what you're talking about with desensitization, I feel like with movies and media and stuff like that, I don't think it does that to the extent of like actually seeing the stuff, which is like that's why I try to avoid that type of like the real life stuff, because I think
I'm not talking about the movies. I'm talking about the like when you go to Netflix and like Making a Murderer, I Live with Evil, My Neighbor, My Killer. Like we're
sure,
watching,
but they don't show the actual like when you were talking about the guy that's beheaded, right? I'm sure I think you said there's a video of it. You could watch someone actually get beheaded. That's different than like watching like a Jeffrey Dahmer docu-series on Netflix, though, I would say, like in terms of how much it like desensitizes you, right? Like
I'm just going on the
knowing
percentage,
something's real or not.
The percentage of the content. I was looking through my YouTube algorithm today, and it's nothing but like First Amendment audits, cops are scum, liberal retard gets pwned. And I'm like, I'm looking for something fun to like, I'm looking for something, just uplifting to watch. And like, I realized like YouTube's just not giving it to me. Like just culturally, we're in a weird place where, Mr. Rogers is gone. Bob Ross is gone. Even Jim Halpert. I forget what's his real name. Jim Halpert from The Office.
Oh, why am I forgetting?
Kawasaki or something like that.
I saw him in
John
that
Krasinski.
movie with
John Krasinski.
Yeah, there we go.
He used to do this thing during COVID called Some Good News, which was a really cute. Sometimes I want to watch something like Sugar Water for the Brain. Just turn my like Boy Meets World or Bobby's World. I'm just giving like silly things, and there's very little of that around anymore.
Well, to that point, and I've heard this brought up, which I thought was interesting. So like back in our day when we had pop music like Britney Spears and like whatever, there's nobody that makes music for young adults anymore. Like all of the mainstream artists, I don't know if you're into anything current, but like, I don't know, Nicki Minaj or like Doja Cat or like these icons now that all the teenagers are and like younger children are listening to, it's all adult themed. Which I thought was an interesting thing. There is literally no more music for like.
There's like no Nickelodeon anymore. There's like cartoons.
Exactly. So
wait. But what do you mean? Like with music, like I don't know. Like back in my day,
for me, it's
back in my day.
Like I think what the dude is kind of saying. Like I do feel like there has been a bit, like even with our movies, like there's been this shift to like darker tones and like everything had to be gritty and like kind of grounded and like it just our media is if it's a reflection of us and like kind of one is the other, it does sort of feel like the mirror that we're holding up does feel kind of dark. Like
it's like Christopher Nolan is directing real life.
That's a good way.
I'm not sure. Like with movies, maybe with music, like I don't know, like is Doja Cat worse than like Britney Spears was? Like in terms of like
the content is much more explicit. Like if you look at the lyrics and stuff, so it sure to them maybe they don't process it the same way. Like I grew up in the 90s. Like I used to watch all the horror movies from the 80s. Like a lot of that shit I probably shouldn't have been watching, like Hellraiser or like that like gore and stuff. Like all that shit probably wasn't good for us either. But in terms of I guess
but it was so fake. Like none of it was really realistic.
well, that's the problem. Now we have, it might be a problem with technology in that sense. We have the Hostels and the Saw 3Ds, which obviously is like nothing compared to like Scream 1 or something.
I feel like there was a lot more of it. Like there was so much violence in movies in the 80s, especially. Like I feel like that was. But so yeah, I don't know if that particular thing has gotten worse. But
it wasn't real.
I guess you're right. It didn't look as real. Like there was body horror, like John Carpenter type stuff, but it wasn't as visceral. Yeah.
Right. When Human Centipede and Rod Zombie came along, and there was like an ultra realism with entertainment.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
I mean, if you guys, I don't know if you remember, but during the 2000 debates with Gore and Bush, a big theme of Bush was bringing or reining in kind of the FCC or like pushing back on a lot of the sex violence in movies and TV that they thought were corrupting kids. So it was definitely still like a thing back then that I think is starting to come back a little bit more in today's society. And I kind of agree, at least from a music standpoint, maybe from a movie standpoint, that's just more coded to because millennials, similarly to boomers, are just going to be the larger generation. They create and make content for people of our age now, and kind of have ignored the younger people.
WAP,
So
the song WAP would have never been on TRL.
Right.
well, that's true. That's definitely true.
I can't think of an equivalent from like 20 years ago.
It's a good song.
The only song that comes to mind is "I Want to Fuck You Like an Animal" by who is that by?
9 Inch Nails.
Yeah,
9 Inch Nails. Yeah. But and even that was like kind of limited radio time.
Yeah.
And even with themes of like even not just sexualization, but with themes of darkness, like even looking like Billie Eilish. So like Billie Eilish, I like some of her music. I'm not gonna lie to you, but like a lot of it is like themes of like suicide and like darkness, and like it's different than like the music that I grew up with in the 90s as well as Castle. Like I feel like it's just there wasn't someone back then that was like just making full albums about depression and sorrow and just like the worst aspects. I don't think that happened. And same with music videos. You watch some of these music videos now, it's like holy shit. Shit's wild.
The production value is way better.
What about Marilyn Manson?
Yeah, Marilyn Manson. I mean, the shock. He was like at the center of the same.
Yeah, but he wasn't like mainstream like pop though, like or top 40, I guess, right? Billie Eilish is like top 40.
Well, you had like the 90s grunge, like Korn, Puddle of Mud, like all these bands that were part of that era that were a little bit. I mean, I don't know if you guys remember Limp Bizkit too. Like they were a little bit in your face, wanted you to push each other around and rage, and
they wanted us to break stuff.
Yeah. So that was like the 90s rage that was going on then.
Because every time I see like a symptom of something, I try to think of a counter. And one thing that comes to mind as well is that kids are also doing less drugs, like which it seems positive.
I don't think that's true.
Well, at least for drinking, like drinking is way down.
Yeah, because prescription pills, Adderall, THC, fentanyl, and meth are
on the rise. You might be right.
I don't know if Zoomers are using more of that stuff. I don't know about that. Well, THC, yes, for sure. I mean, I think that's the real reason why Zoomers aren't drinking as well.
There is some logic behind it because they're a lot more aware of, I guess, the health implications and stuff. And also, I think communicating online, like we're doing right now, like kids aren't, they're not going out to go play at the park. Like there's just less FaceTime and less social time in general. A lot of them, they're like, because back in the day, you'd have to go to your friend's place to play Xbox, right? If you wanted to play a shooter. Now it's like, okay, they're playing together, but they're also sitting in their rooms, so there's less direct socialization, which may be contributing to. I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm just saying that might also be why they're doing less partying and drugs and stuff like that.
Well, yeah. I think alcohol is like a more, I would think, a social drug, and like things like weed can be more insular. Is that the right word? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's just like because Gen Z is also right. We talked about this, I think, the other day. Gen Z is having less sex, right? They're going to less parties.
Yeah.
It's just like less social overall, and so alcohol for most people is like a social drug. So I don't know if that's them making like good choices. I think that's them just being like more like
I'm acknowledging
less introspective
that you guys are saying. I think you're bringing up some good like points. I'm just not as black pilled on like the future because my optimism is.
Oh, you should be, brother. That's crazy.
I don't think so. No, the kids will figure it out. Like here, okay, I'm just gonna give a really quick anecdote, and like I know it's silly, but I'm gonna share it anyway. But like this was at like the height of the pandemic, and I do live in Canada. In Canada, we had like the lockdowns and all the rest of it, and this was at like the peak of everything. We had a vaccine passport here and a bunch of stuff. And I'm driving down the street and I'm kind of have these things going through my head because I'm also going through some personal stuff. My grandmother was not well, so I was like concerned about COVID and being able to see her and all these things. And as I'm driving, it's pouring rain, and I just see these two kids like at a park, and they're just like playing in a puddle. And it was like such a white pill or like a wholesome moment because it made me realize that children, like no matter what they're born into, like they just sort of accept it and they deal with the circumstances in which they're born. And so I was like, the kids, they don't give a fuck. They don't know that there's a global pandemic. There's no thought in the world. They're just having fun playing in a puddle. And so, yes, things seem incredibly dark. And it's like, what's going to happen with the environment and the economy and all these wars and shit? Like, when I was a kid, there were still global conflicts, but like that was for the adults to worry about. It's just like,
but we had limited access to the coverage of it. We had WPIX, Fox, NBC, CBS. And if you were lucky, you're one of the people that had, and no 12-year-old was watching CNN.
Sure, I agree that like they're more integrated and plugged in, and everything news is in meme format now. Like if you can't say it in the 15-second video, like it goes, it doesn't register. I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying there's no reason to be concerned. I'm just saying that that's why I am more optimistic. I think.
Is anybody here a Bo Burnham fan?
Yeah, I love.
Oh,
I know. He did a song called "Welcome to the Internet." I was a comic, so I
love that song. So
welcome to the internet. Take a look around. Everything your brain can think of. That guy's
a comedic genius and an actual like just genius in general.
Oh, he's fucking.
He's a big Bo Burnham stan.
Yeah. That song really encapsulates his whole album, Inside or Outside, whatever it was. That whole special was one of the greatest pieces of social commentary and observation I've ever seen, and it was by a 31-year-old kid with crippling depression.
Yeah.
And that when we were kind of talking about like what the internet's. Say again.
He said it sounds like Confluence.
I'm just making fun of Confluence.
Maybe that's why I relate so well,
Yeah, we put the world in your hand. You were only it's I used to have this bit on stage where I'm like, at this age, like kids will never know, in the 90s, trying to get porn was like Raiders of the Lost Ark. You had to have one friend with a dad who was divorced. You had to sneak into his bedroom in the shoebox to get a VHS tape, rewind to the same spot it was left off. And now at 11 years old, they've got, compilation videos on their smartphone.
I don't see. Someone said this the other day. I don't know. I was in the 90s, in the late 90s. Like in the late 90s, I don't remember it being difficult to get pornographic material. I was talking with other people on panel about how, the JPEGs would like load, like bar by bar. I think that was you, Sticker Johnson, but like,
yeah.
Right. But it's like the porn was still there. It's just like, if you had bad internet speed, it took longer to load, but it wasn't like a hard thing to find in the late 90s, especially early aughts. Then we get into like video pretty rapidly.
But you'd also agree it's easy, like it's grown exponentially. I feel like.
Well, I think the problem too is not even that it's grown, but just like the promotion of people on OnlyFans is now becoming mainstream too. And it's like these are people who are having sex for fun, which is their right, but it's being promoted on platforms that kids can now see. I mean, even like on billboards, if you wanted to in Times Square. So
even
I think that's
gambling, the kids like stake and everything.
Oh my God, the gambling isn't. I think gambling is.
I think the biggest
true black pill
are all scumbags. Like Kai Cenat and XQC, like they are entertaining. I'll give them, whatever. But as an adult, I can appreciate it, but their audiences are fucking kids, and they'll be on there playing slots and fucking gambling, and I'm like, how is this allowed? Like,
I would say I'm kind of black-pilled like the dude, but at the same time, I think the saving grace, at least for me, is that I truly believe at least millennials know how destructive things can be. That when we have kids, and we're starting to get to that age now, the younger millennials, is like we know how to raise them in a way to avoid certain things. Like I feel like Gen Z and even this Gen, I don't even know what the one is before them, then like Gen Alpha raised with like, you know, iPad kids or like raised during the pandemic, like they are legitimately screwed. I think hopefully, and I'm hoping that when we have kids, like we know not to give them a phone too early. We know not to get them in front of electronics. We know what to show them. We know what to restrict them from. And like, I'm hoping that in parts something that's better for society over time. But this earlier generation is looking rough though.
Wait, but what do you mean, Castle? We're like, I think we're probably like the same age, right? Like if we had kids earlier, though, that is Gen Alpha. So like,
yeah,
so
Gen
like,
Alpha.
Well, I'm saying I'm saying if we had, like, if you had a baby tomorrow, I'm saying that I guess they would still be considered Gen Alpha, but like on like the tail end of Gen Alpha. So I guess the whole generation itself is going to be different depending on how old you are. But I think at least,
but I'm saying millennials are the parents in either case, right? Like millennials are the ones who are giving their kids tablets. Like, well, I don't know. So like I think we are probably above that. But are most millennials above that? Apparently not.
That's when I get into like debates about what is a millennial. Because like you can be 40 years old and be a millennial. You can also be 31 and still be considered a millennial. So I think I'm trying to really narrow it down.
Is anybody
to like
in this panel
30
married?
and younger?
No,
I am not married.
About to be.
Congratulations. Is anybody on this? Is anybody on this panel high earning?
What would that be considered?
Like mid earning, but
6-figure salary.
No, definitely not.
Okay. Yeah.
I was at one point back in the day, not now.
That's, you know, there's a clarity that comes when you kind of receive most of the worldly pleasures or the earthly pleasures, where my perspective at least has shifted dramatically. Now that I've got most of the things that, you know, the world would say you need to have and you want. And I don't even know.
I don't know if that's true. Like, I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, because, okay, so, and if you trust me on this, I used to be high earning a long time ago, right? My industry got kind of carved out. And so, you know, not high earning anymore at all. But I don't know. I don't know if I saw the world differently. Like there was more conveniences, but I don't know if I like my fundamental stance has changed between then and now. So I don't know if I like really buy that. I don't know if like wealth all of a sudden like changes your kind of perspective on stuff in the way that you're suggesting.
When you're no longer when you're no longer trying to climb the social ladder and you're not looking up at a bunch of people, it's allowed me to see through the matrix with a lot of the nonsense, for lack of a better word. You know, like everybody in the world right now, like people will literally go to Rent-A-Center to get a 65-inch TV. Kids that are making $18 an hour need an iPhone 26. You know, there's a lot of false idols, for lack of a better term, for a better word. And what I've noticed is,
no, I'm just trying to understand, like, because like, yeah, I don't know if I just, is there a reason why you would think I wouldn't have seen it differently? Because I actually, like, being honest,
if you're in your early 20s, I don't think you would have had the emotional bandwidth to like really have a truly developed sense of self, you know, in the world and the way you fit. You didn't have 30 years of, you know, watching, you know, birth and death and marriage and divorce and war and people moving away and the building and separation of, and I meet a lot of people who are, you know, call it uncultivated, or, you know, they failed to thrive. And I just see a lot in the days of where, you know, most of us, you know, this is before my time, you could have got a job at the mill, bought a house for 63 grand. Like you didn't have to, you know, the idea of having your base needs met was much more commonplace probably in the mid 70s to the late 80s than it is now. I would not want to be 25 today, trying to get married, trying to buy a house at, you know, when the median house price in a city is $430,000, like what first time home buyers are doing this?
It's hard.
I think
And I mean, even for myself, who I think I make a good living, it's even hard for me. And I'm not even someone who's like struggling. And there are a lot of people who live in the city who are like barely making above median salary too, and who are living trying to make rent. So it is really tough. And I think that's a lot to do with why people are angry and frustrated. I think the loneliness epidemic is a problem that also feeds into that, like the social media. So like a lot of people are lonely and contained in themselves, and they think that there's no way to break that top like you have in your life, or at least it sounds like you've been successful in getting and acquiring what you want to live like a full life. A lot of people just don't feel like that's even attainable anymore.
Right, and that's where my heart goes out to those people, and that's where one or two things happen. You either lean deeper into faith, or you turn your back on it and become jaded. And it was like that guy we were talking to the other night who says, "I don't see the need for human connection. Like there's too much of that in."
Yeah. Well, that's
that was Anson. He was on tonight. That's the guy you called a what do you always say? The white I can't remember it now. The white
unexceptional white.
Say the dude. Unexceptional white. There we go.
I mean,
I fought with him about that when he was here.
Yeah, I don't know. Because I don't have that like. I mean, I was raised religious, but I don't currently have like any sort of religious backing. But I would still fall on the side that I feel more optimistic for the future, because and maybe it is copium. I don't know, but I always weigh all this bad with reminding myself of the good, because I always say that I was born in like the peak of humanity, if you will. And, maybe the only place to go is down, but there's nothing like. If you just look at all metrics, like we live in such a amazing time in history, like just with poverty, like our caloric needs, like by all of these things, we live in this like a wonderful time. And so I think for me, yes, like I don't know. I think maybe it's part of the human condition that we always want to strive for more. Nobody wants to feel like there's zero upwards mobility or anything to strive towards. And I think that hopelessness has kind of gripped everybody collectively. But I just think that like if you take a step back and you realize the things that you do have, like there is a lot that is so much more amazing that we have now that we didn't have yesterday. And so that's what kind of keeps me from going full black pill of just like, yeah, we're in spiritual and like all of this decline and nothing can stop it. Like, I think a lot of that is the medium. And when I say the medium, I mean like social media, but like the way that we consume information also changes our perception and relationship with that information, which like back in the day, again, you had like newsprint. Reading something is a different experience than watching a TV, which is different from like listening to a podcast, which is different from like these types of conversations. It's different from Twitter. Like the way that we get information also changes our perception of how we engage with it. And that's something I try to keep in mind to keep myself grounded, is that like I don't know, like I just tell myself like the people online are like a not hyperbolized, but like a almost like caricature of what you actually see in the world. Because when you go out in the world, like online, right, they're so much more bold, like divisive, and we can even on these panels, like we can yell at each other and say shit that I wouldn't say to people's faces. I'm not like a super blood sportsy guy, but just like some of the stuff people say to each other online.
In my old community, people would laugh because I said like you wouldn't talk to me that way in a bar. Like yeah. I enjoy the company of everyone on this panel. Like there's very, very, very few people are built for conflict.
Does this make me autistic? Because I feel like the way I talk on panels is the way I talk.
Well, you're also. Well, let me rephrase. People that like you're a very nice man. Like I would say you're kind.
Yeah, you're not antagonistic.
Like that guy, like Indian Jesus.
I guess so, I'm not like cussing people out. That's fair.
And
that's fair.
I don't think he would have the same energy if somebody was like saying, "Hey, I'd like to go take this conversation to the parking lot." Like I think you would see a pivot from that online caricature that he portrays.
And that's what I'm saying. I think that the image that people portray, like I also, to me, on authenticity is important. So I do try to like conduct myself the same way online as I do in real life, because to me that's important. But to a lot of people, the internet ends up being, if not like a high school do-over, it's a chance for like fantasy fulfillment, right? So you can be the confident person, you can project this particular thing, and so what you end up getting is this distortion of like people, because they themselves, whether or not how aware of it they are, they are trying to fit into a role that they've created for themselves. And so the engagement itself is dishonest because they're not authentic with themselves.
What's crazy to me is that there are people online who actually show their real face and name, and they still act like there's some caricature out, like some superhero that's they can say what they want, do what they want. And I'm like, have you seen what you look like? Like, come on, let's be honest with ourselves. There are so many people out there who just project that aren't even using an avatar, which always shocks me. So I don't know. I kind of get a kick out of that. But I agree with you though about the whole, how people online are so different. They're never going to say, for the most part, I mean, there's some crazy people out there who would, but they're never going to say what they say online to you in real life. And I think that's also kind of where we are with society and how people care more about attention and followers and getting views for things that they say rather than being true to who they might actually really be in real life. And I think that's just created this whole like, oh, how can I make money off this?
I will say this though. I've noticed this in my own like chat being like, doing the streaming stuff, is that sometimes people come in and they'll like be like super like, yeah, like super offensive, super mean and stuff. If I can convince them to come on the panel, most of the time I end up like winning them over to some degree, and they're like super chill. And it's like,
well,
so there's something
you have an authenticity and like a genuine, like you come across as every bit genuine.
But it somehow is not communicating when they're in chat, because they'll mock me from the chat. But as soon as it's not like, it doesn't seem like they need to be in real life. It's almost like once we're actually talking in like an audio format, that like most people, I've met some people that I think are actually like just like bad people, that it's like there's nothing you can do to like bring them back from like being like shitheads. But like a lot of people will like, yeah, it's shocking to me when I've had people that like will say like just attack me in chat for ages, and I let it slide, I let it go, and then eventually they'll finally come up and it like totally changes, and it's like a completely different. And I don't know if it's just like talking to a human on both sides, even through a screen where it's just the audio stuff. I'm not sure what it is, but it seems like totally different. And yes, Keelan, anyone is allowed on the panel. Just in the back chat, you just have to cam up. No one else on YouTube can see you. You just got to give me one of these in the back chat. So yeah, anyone is allowed. Link in the description and in the pinned comment if you're on not the vertical stream.
I think it's hard for people to show up and show their face and have their voice heard. I mean, even for debates, when I even got started in this space, it was even hard for me to be like, okay, how do I become good at this or feel like confident in what I'm saying or feel like people care about what I say. So like, I think people, it's a lot harder than they realize when you actually have to show up and argue a point or talk about something in person to somebody who has an opposing view to you and then back that up. So it's a lot harder than people think. And I think that's why most of them stay in chat than actually want to show up on stream and debate something. Because then when they do, then you see what happens and it's like, oh yeah, you're not so bad.
Remember the guy the other night that was making fun of Charlie Kirk, and then when he came on panel, we had a very civil discourse?
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Oh, okay. I was going to say that was a perfect example of like his whole demeanor and his energy changed when you actually start communicating with a person.
No,
there's something about just the text thing that fucks people. Like, honestly, just the text is like a bad thing. It honestly is.
The reason I said that is because it was me, because I was in chat. I was like, Charlie Kirk is a loser.
I was actually thinking about you, Testinger Johnson, but I think you do intentionally, where you try to fucking mog me in chat, and then when you come up, it's like very different. But
I am not without sin. Like, there are times, especially because I hang out in a lot of political spaces, where it's like, like I was doing it even today. I think I super chatted you. I was like, ICE or murderers or something. It's like, yeah, it's pretty inflammatory and a pretty.
Oh, that's incendiary by design. That's meant to be like, that's literally.
I even said this at the time. I knew you didn't really read that fully.
But I guess my thing, and this is, it's not an excuse, because I have crossed a line where I don't realize I've said something that's genuinely offensive. I usually like people to be in on the joke. So if I'm fucking around, I try to make it fairly obvious. But obviously, yeah, if I even just saying Charlie Kirk is a loser, like, yeah, that's probably deeply offensive to a lot of people in these circles, and I'm aware of that. It's like kind of a shitty thing to say, but so yeah, it's when you watch a lot of political panels and stuff, it does a lot of the time shake out into these team sports things. It's not about who makes the better argument or who's correct. It's like it mirrors social media, where it's like, who got the dunk, like who said the line that sounded really good, like, is my side winning, is my side losing? and like they're not judging it on the merit of the arguments, they're judging it just on optics, which is just a non-starter, right? So a lot of people consume this type of content purely as entertainment, like, and I do as well. Like, if I'm watching a lecture from like a professor, then I expect to learn something. I'm not really expecting to learn something when I go and watch people debating online, because as far as I know, I'm like, I don't know what their credentials are. I don't know what their authority they have to speak on any of these things. It's just opinions being thrown out there, right? So yeah, I don't know. You got to take it all with a grain of salt, I think.
That's
I'm
like
not a
such
big fan of the argument from authority modality.
I mean, that's fair. Yeah.
I get that, but I think one of my biggest pet peeves though is just how some people or certain people can get so big online and the internet with having just nothing but an opinion. Like, they don't have the credentials. I'm not saying, appeal to all authority here, but like sometimes
example.
I'm like Candace Owens, like, how does she have millions of people and she's a conspiracy theory? Like, I just don't get it. I don't get why people listen to her, or like why people should take what she says as truth.
Is that lady called Nancy Grace the one who like sensationalizes murder trials and really doesn't have anything valid to? People love this as like National Enquirer and
Nancy Grace.
National Enquirer and the Sun have been around before the internet, so there's always been a pocket of these people who don't really need like information of substance. Like, now it's just so available.
Castle, if you want to know, if you don't know already, if you want to know the average person that actually takes Candace seriously, make a panel about Candace Owens and then see who chats in. Because, brother, that was the people, so many people coming in and just saying the most insane stuff. Charlie is still alive. It was actually a hologram, like the most like insane shit you've ever heard.
Unironically.
Yes, that would fight me on this. And people telling me to watch videos, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna give it a shot. Videos that are like crackpot, like the most insane shit you've ever heard.
But even beyond her, there's like now that's creeping into the government, and I would point at someone like RFK who has had views in the past where it's like, what are you talking about? Like, you think HIV, like AIDS doesn't derive from HIV, and you don't think the certain vaccines. I'm like, this doesn't seem like you should be in a position of power here, but now you are because of how you've espoused them online, and now people thought you were popular, and now you're. It's just like, how are these people getting to these places where they're making millions of dollars off of it now? It just infuriates me.
It is frustrating because it's failing upwards. And which is like, on the one hand, like for me, the optimistic way is like, well, it's kind of encouraging that knowing it's possible to fail upwards. Like, you can still be a shitty person with shitty opinions, and you can still be successful.
Okay, but with RFK, I kind of am more predisposed to RFK, so maybe we can hash that out. Like, I don't agree with everything RFK has said, of course, but like, I think that he intends well, and I put a lot of stock in intention. Okay.
Can we get a close up of me and RFK mogging the camera?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you've met RFK IRL. There we go. Yeah, the dude with RFK himself. That's right. I forgot about this.
All right, go for it.
Well, I was just gonna say, the specific quote that always comes to mind is when RFK said that the COVID virus, it specifically targets like white people, and it has protections against Black people and Ashkenazi
Jews.
That quote is insane. And I tried to find the paper that he was pulling that from. There was a paper that was looking at it had something to do with specifically like Black population in America, and there's no mention of Jews anywhere in there. And it said it was a preprint, and it had some preliminary information saying that some particular genetic markers may make Black people, specifically in America, more susceptible. So it was just based on on fluff, I guess you could say. Like, what he interpreted from that, and the what he extrapolated from that and said it's just batshit insane. There's no other way to say it.
I'm gonna fact check this real quick, okay? The Ashkenazis, they do have a lot of different genetic stuff, right?
They have the highest IQ by population, and they're also the highest propensity for genetic deficiencies.
Yes,
or autoimmune diseases, if I remember that correctly.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm you guys keep talking. I'm just gonna do a quick, because it's possible. It's possible.
I mean, there's another one too. You can look up Confluence, where he says that HIV isn't the main cause of AIDS, which is another kind of controversial one that he said. But my point being is, back when RFK Jr. was an environmental lawyer and a pretty much a liberal and Democrat at that point, I had no reason to be against what he was doing in his crusade against certain oil companies and certain companies who were polluting against air and waterways in the U.S. But then to kind of make him this HHS secretary who's now in charge of what food is now good for us, what we should be putting into our bodies and what we shouldn't be putting into our bodies. And it's like, yeah, you can learn that stuff online, but I really would like somebody who is like a doctor or somebody in the medical field or somebody who is a scientist or had some type of scientific research behind them to kind of support these ideas.
You don't want someone who's like really backed in lawsuits and stuff, dealing with your medical.
You mean like Dr. Fauci?
You don't want that.
You can be, yeah, but like I'm saying, he was an environmental lawyer. Please work for the EPA for all means. Like, I have no problem being in there, but I just think at some point it's like you got to draw a line somewhere, and I think that's where the problems are. I mean, Laura Loomer's now in the government, or not in the government, but she's one of Trump's like closer aides to him.
That's not a good thing.
I think when you get people like that getting too close to you, it's just like not good.
So, okay, the two lefties on panel. This is a question to you, Castle and Testicro Johnson. Okay, so this is something that's bugged me from hearing from the left. Okay, so RFK and Dr. Oz, who's a real doctor, but like probably not the best doctor if you think about it, but that's fine. And Trump, right? They go on. They do stuff about Tylenol, okay? Right? And this bugged me hearing the response from the left, because everyone, when they heard this, because it's the right-wing people saying and it's RFK, they're like, that's insane. I was someone who happened to be following the Tylenol stuff from years before this. This has been something that has been in studies for years before RFK ever talked about it. This is something the FDA has touched on in the fucking Biden administration. And then it's only when RFK says it that everyone's like, that's fucking insane that Tylenol could possibly in utero cause or have some correlation with ADHD and autism. And they acted, everyone on the left was in lockstep acting like this was some right-wing RFK nonsense. And I'm like, no, I learned about this again before Trump had his second term. This was like a thing.
There were lawsuits and they were thrown out. And
no, not lawsuits. I'm talking about like mass level studies of Tylenol.
No, there's been meta-analysis. Tylenol has been out on the market since I think the 50s. It is one of the most well-studied drugs.
Not when it comes to in utero, not when it comes to autism. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. First of all, Tylenol is ultra dangerous. It's probably the most dangerous OTC medication that's irresponsible. To be
Does
clear,
anybody on panel besides me have a degree in the medical field? That's my bachelor's degree is in nursing. I'm just kidding.
Okay, sure.
Psychology here, so basically nothing.
Well, I'm just going to say, someone said they want their person to have an opinion, to have a background. I'm like, does that qualify? Would that make me the most qualified person on this? I've never studied.
I would say no, though.
I'm agreeing with you.
I would more.
I think you would based on what you said. Because you said you're not one for authority.
That I was pointing out that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to prove my own point.
No, I know.
You know more about this Tylenol. You know more about this Tylenol study than I do.
Well, I'm interested in your opinion. I understand you're trying to troll me, but like, what are your thoughts on Tylenol? I'm asking for like a more informed opinion. If one is available.
Do you know what the worst side or the most common side effect of acetaminophen abuse is?
Hepatotoxicity.
Look at you. Who's my smart boo bear on panel? Who said that?
That was me.
Right. So I have no idea how like liver enzymes can possibly affect in utero. So I know enough to know how much I don't know. Like when people started talking about the vaccines, most vaccines are attenuated. It's a dead disease that they put into the body so the body can create its own antibodies. The COVID quote unquote vaccine is an mRNA. That's messenger ribonucleic acid. It's supposed to be like a precursor or a predictor. It's like the flu. It's not a real. So when I heard people like just spouting off nonsense, it's like, I'm like, look, I'm far from a subject matter expert, but I'm like, most of you people sound fucking retarded.
Wait, but that's why I'm saying, at least if you're a doctor, and I agree, I'm not saying you can't have an opinion on this and you can't research it, but if I have a doctor telling me something, I'm probably going to take their opinion worth more, and I don't have to
think
listen
you
to
would.
them.
I think that's a really ignorant. And I'm not calling you ignorant. I think that's an ignorant statement because really, what you'd want to talk to is a virologist, an immunologist, or an epidemiologist. Like to talk to a general practitioner who studied, let's say they're an obstetrician or they're an anesthesiologist. Like their level of understanding is pretty base level.
Well, if you're an OBGYN, this is something that it directly affects the patients that you're looking at.
I was naming off random specialties. I
even with that, like Castle, OBGYNs, they have no understanding of what Tylenol does, and that is like outside their purview completely. Even though they directly deal.
You don't think that they've had to learn this in medical school, or like have learned about what Tylenol does?
No, because this is like new stuff in the past like 6 years that this is coming out. So like absolutely not.
And also no, because an
OBGYN will tell you to just take Tylenol. That is what they tell you. And there's been, I'm not saying it's
not
I still say it's a correlation.
I posted in the chat. So here's one with 25 million people as a sample. I don't know where you're saying these studies haven't been done.
What I'm trying to say is there's studies. The research is mixed. I agree with you. I'm not
agreeing with that. It's not mixed.
It is absolutely mixed. It's absolutely mixed. If you're saying that, Testiger Johnson, you should look it up. It's not mixed. Okay. The FDA, again, it's not, at least admit it's not a politicized thing. The FDA said stuff like this before Trump was in office. The RFK thing, I knew about this for 2 years before RFK ever said anything about Tylenol causing autism. This was like in the works, in the studies way before.
Yeah, let's address one thing at a time. So, like pregnant women taking Tylenol, there's a little bit of a selection bias because if a pregnant woman is taking Tylenol, presumably she is in pain of some kind or has a fever or something.
But you can never do a double-blind test. It will never pass any ethics test. That's the problem.
I understand. Well, this is one of the reasons why what I posted on the side, they deal with twins. So at least it's the best of their ability where a woman took Tylenol during one pregnancy and didn't during the other, which I understand is not perfect because it relies on self-reporting, which is not ideal. But all of that aside, I think what's the danger of this is, and because I would still say that Tylenol is one of the safest things out there, and specifically because it has been out since like the 50s or 60s, and we haven't seen this rise in autism correlate within that same period of time.
Excuse me? Wait, no, stop, pause. Excuse me? We have seen a exponential rise in autism since the 50s. What are you fucking saying? What are you? That's the most insane thing you've ever said to me, Testiger Johnson. Okay. That's the most insane thing. If we were just going purely correlation, there's a direct correlation. It's a real correlation, but
there's a massive bump in the diagnosis because it was changed from whatever it was to autism spectrum disorder. So certain conditions that were previously like not considered autism.
That was like from the DSM-4 TR to like the DSM-5. That's not like recent.
Putting these things together, all right?
You're putting a lot of nonsense together.
Right. You know what is dangerous for pregnant women to take? Because the signaling that I get when they say like Tylenol causes autism, so now like all the people are like, okay, we shouldn't take Tylenol while we're pregnant. What they're going to do instead, and because this specific instruction was not also stated, was they're going to take ibuprofen instead. And there is a lot of evidence.
No, what are you talking about?
It's actually dangerous.
No.
Taken later on in pregnancy.
No doctor would ever tell you to take ibuprofen when you're pregnant. They would not tell any NSAID. No one would say that.
Confluence, 2 seconds. The guy that's talking right now really gives me Adam ruins everything vibes. I'm just throwing that out there.
That's a terrible insult.
I like the guy that's talking, but you do kind of you sound like Adam Conover when he's making an argument, and it's not good.
Like Testiger Johnson, are you saying that people just like if they don't know, because like that there's no medical authority on earth that would say to take aspirin, ibuprofen, naproxen, anything like that, right? All that stuff is unsafe during pregnancy.
And then this in part is why I think that it's reckless rhetoric from RFK. Because I guess the difference is I'm saying that I think Tylenol, I don't think no drug is 100% safe, all right? So we'll get that out of the way. I'm not saying it's harmless, okay? I'm saying that during pregnancy, you shouldn't take any substance.
Acetaminophen is one of the few things that I think it has a black box warning label for anything over, 324. Like there is definite levels of toxicity with acetaminophen, and it's one of the most commonly overused. Like I like you, brother, but you're just wildly wrong and just not in doubt.
But to his point, to his point, like if I had to advise a pregnant woman, again, not a doctor, but actually anyone could trust this, dude. Yeah, take Tylenol before you take Advil or naproxen. Like that's like obviously like those things will. And same with aspirin, like those they can cause like heart things. They can cause like a bunch of shit. Don't take NSAIDs or aspirin.
What does NSAID stand for? Let's see if anyone knows. What's an NSAID?
Non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug.
Right, they're typically called NSAIDs. Nobody says NSAID.
Yeah, pussy.
That's true.
I just said it, and I gave the name, so fuck off.
NSAIDs for incels. You're an incel with an NSAID.
I was impressed.
Somehow knew what it still stood for, so you know what? Get fucked.
Anyway, I understand I'm getting a little bit worked up, but like, and I'm not saying I have perfect knowledge, but like medical misinformation, maybe you can appreciate this a little bit, dude. The dude is the reason I don't like medical misinformation is one of my few triggers, because if somebody believes the fucking earth is flat, like it doesn't matter, right? Like there's no consequences. But when you're giving people incorrect medical advice, there are direct real world consequences. And so like I this stuff does is actually one of the
incorrect. But what's the incorrect medical advice? Like you should. What Trump said is that like if you have like a high enough fever, then yes, there's a point to take Tylenol. And even you said no medication is without risk, so you should limit it. That sounds to me like good fucking medical advice.
Yeah, but
we don't know if it's causative.
If you take it, your baby's going to be autistic. Like that's.
He didn't say that. Trump never said that. He never said that.
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did.
Okay,
he said no. Show me the clip.
He said, okay,
and I know Trump's retarded. I don't think Trump said that. I don't think he's that retarded. Okay, I could be proven wrong, but
and then he's like, we're gonna have some big news in like 2 days, 3 days, or whatever. And then he held that press conference with RFK Jr. And
it's a correlation. It's a correlation, and it's very dose dependent. The more acetaminophen you take, it seems like there could be a correlation between a large amount of acetaminophen during pregnancy and your kid having autism and ADHD.
Did they provide any research as to that either?
Yes.
Was there any?
Yes, they did. Yes.
Because you're telling me it's mixed. Okay, I sent something in the side chat. You just send me anything. Send me something, and I will absolutely. Maybe I'm flying off the handle here for no reason. Maybe
Okay.
I'm the idiot.
I'm sorry that you're triggered by medical disinformation, but are you a liberal?
I don't label myself as a liberal. I consider
Would
myself
most people
center left.
call you a liberal?
Yeah, for purposes of this conversation, I'm a liberal. Sure.
Do you believe in sexual reassignment surgery?
Do I believe in it? It's a thing? I mean,
Do you think it serves a medical purpose?
I think it can. Yeah.
You are retarded. Jesus. The Hippocratic Oath says, first do no harm. I will never perform a surgery that is not life-saving or life-giving. That is.
Oh, so you're saying you're against circumcision then? That's pretty dope. Pretty based.
No, circumcision has a couple of upsides.
Is it life-saving?
That's true.
You just, from your definition, they just broke the Hippocratic Oath.
Well, someone's a triggered little Lisa liberal. Jesus.
Hey man, you came at me.
I mean, any plastic surgery.
You're being so goy coded right now to Sigurd Johnson. Okay, I'm just gonna say
the fact that you believe in I don't believe in breast augmentation, to be honest with you. Botox is botulism anthracis. It's botulism and anthrax. Incredibly, it's literally a paralytic. That's what it is. So when you say something like that, and I can feel and I do genuinely, I enjoy your conversation. You're a very nice man. But like when you say medical disinformation is your trigger, but you believe in genital mutilation, like that's what they're doing in Africa to the women. Like it's genital mutilation. It's that's
no. If you're talking
crazy.
about female genital mutilation, that is different. That is barbaric as fuck, right?
That is barbaric. I gotta grab a Zin. I posted in the back chat. It's an NIH study. I don't know if it's the one I've seen. No, I'm just trying to find it off the fly. So this is like me, trying to self-handicap. If it's the wrong study, then it's the wrong study. But it's just something for you to look at. Okay. And keep talking. Oh, and Stacy is here. Stacy, give me one of these. I'll let you up before I go get my Zin. Oh, sorry, you can't see me. Give me one of these, Stacy. Give me one of these.
Yeah, I'm not.
There we go.
I don't know. I'm not trying to
I'm saying it's mixed, Testicular Johnson. I'm saying it's mixed. That's all I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying.
It didn't start with RFK. That's what I'm saying. This is something. If you trust me, this happened years before RFK.
Agreed. There were multiple lawsuits that were brought, and they were all thrown out because of insufficient evidence.
I don't care about lawsuits.
It should factor
you
in.
Saying that? No, you saying that makes me super sus of what you think of like how medical science works, because lawsuits means nothing. RFK has won in fact many lawsuits where he's medically wrong and he still wins lawsuits.
Sure, we'll throw that part of the conversation out.
Testicular, do you mind if I ask what your like academic area is?
So I have a certificate of music and a certificate of music technology. So I technically graduated college. Yeah.
Well, college doesn't give you a certificate.
Well, I got one from my college, so
It's either a bachelor's or an associate's or a master's or a PhD or a doctorate.
Well, I got a certificate from a college. Maybe things are different in Canada.
Is that
I don't know.
is that a technical college?
No. I mean, it's not like a community college, right? I don't know. It's just a regular ass college. I don't know what to say.
So they don't do like a bachelor's of arts or a bachelor's of science.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They do have a bachelor's program, but I took the 2 years, so I only got the certificate. I didn't end up going for the bachelor's. They offered only 2 years at the college. I would have had to have transferred somewhere else. I didn't end up doing that. If that makes sense.
Okay, that's you definitely strike me as someone who studied the arts, and the arts are incredibly important. Dead Poet Society is one of the.
No, it's nothing more than a glorified paperweight. All right, I'll be the first one to say it.
Well, that's what I was going to say. It's like when you say medical disinformation is a trigger, like with all due respect, I don't think you understand enough to understand what is medical disinformation unless someone's saying, hey, go sleep with people with AIDS or.
Right. So I mean, that's fair. I won't get into like my personal life, but a lot of people that I am close with are in the medical field. So I understand that doesn't mean shit all. But like,
my dad was a cop. That doesn't make me qualified to speak on police work.
But I don't know. Wait. The dude. I don't know if that is actually super fair because you said you weren't appealing to authority, but then if you're saying like, then you asked him about his degree.
Well,
he's asking why I give a fuck about this, and the only reason I give a fuck about it is because I think there is a direct line that you can like I saw posts on fucking my Facebook that people were saying to take massive doses of vitamin C because it'll help protect you against COVID. Like that type of shit is just dangerous to tell people. Like you should have high vitamin C. It is good for your immune system.
How is that dangerous? How is that? Wait, how is that dangerous? Macrodosing vitamin C.
People will think that they
are
dangerous. They'll think that they're protected or that somehow they're safer because they are doing it. There are things where you could be like, well, there's not really a harm to doing this, but replacing like proper I don't know. It's like doing the voodoo shit. It would be the equivalent. It's like, hey, go stick these fucking crystals up your ass and like that'll cure your cancer.
Well, it's like Steve Jobs' fruitarian diet. It's like, oh, if you have a healthy diet, you'll solve your cancer.
This is why I have an issue with it. Because people get hurt, and I'm not trying to claim that I am the big authority, but when I can see something that's blatantly wrong, I think that like you have a moral obligation to say something.
Can you be specific?
It's only bad if you're like saying it should be a replacement. Like if you're like homeopathy, I understand that because like you're the homeopathic people say it's like a replacement of something. But if you're just saying to macro dose vitamin C, that's fine. Do that. There's no harm in that. And there's some studies that show that it possibly could be beneficial to your immune system.
Huge difference between like taking Tylenol and vitamin C and shutting crystals.
COVID. It's a stupid thing to fucking tell somebody.
What about the reduction of vaccination?
What about zinc, Testicular Johnson? Is that a stupid fucking thing to tell someone? Is that a stupid thing to tell someone to take zinc to boost your immune system?
No, I'm not trying to tell people not to take supplements, especially if you're supplement deficient. There's nothing wrong with these things.
I'm saying to take zinc to avoid getting a cold or some other type of coronavirus. Is that retarded in your mind?
No, it's not.
I don't know. I have to look it up.
Confluence, can I ask?
You do have to look
something.
It up. Okay. Yeah. Yes, you can.
Yeah, sorry.
You do know that healthy levels of vitamin C like promote defense against infection, right? Especially like opportunistic infection.
Yes.
Like, are you aware of this, Testicular?
Yeah, but Tessie was talking about macro dosing, which I am actually a fan of macro dosing vitamin C. I think that actually is a goated thing to do. But yeah, the healthy levels is a different thing than macro dosing it, I will say.
Yeah.
In his
most people should take multivitamins anyway,
but
because most people don't get what they need out of their diet. So
That's true, but also most people, or sorry, if you overtake something like vitamin C, you're not doing like, yes, it doesn't really hurt, but your body is just going to excrete anything. That it doesn't
some
need.
things, no, some things. Vitamin C is one of those things, but there are other things that that's not healthy.
Right.
I think what you're talking about is what you're talking about is called
Water soluble and
bioavailability.
shit.
Yes, bioavailability.
Sure. So what?
Yeah, I already bit the bullet up front. I don't know why I'm being painted as if I'm saying something fucking crazy here.
No, I'm saying
I'm just trying to be mad at you.
I'm not mad at him. I think some of the fear. I think some of the fear just comes from like lack of knowledge and some gaslighting by the media. Like I hate that this really bothers you.
It's not lack of fear. It's we have people in the administration who are saying straight up falsehoods, and then you're expecting us to believe what they're saying. So I think that's
what's the falsehood though, Kat? Just so we're on the same page. Like, what's the falsehood?
So, for example, they came out the other day. They said they're taking childhood vaccines from 78 childhood vaccines to 11 or 12. Okay, you don't take 78 vaccines when you're a kid. That's over through your adult lifehood. If you want to take the flu, so that's already a lie. I don't know the exact number.
728 or 78.
It is 78. That is I've checked the CDC and the WHO guidelines on this. If you do add them all up, it does get into the I don't know, I can't vouch for that exact number, but like over
that's not
50.
When you're a baby though. That's not when you're a baby.
No, not baby, but I mean
when you're over 50. I'm saying, if you're taking
I'm saying 0 to 18, what we would normally call like a minor. There is 50 plus vaccines. Some of them are wombo comboed, like the MMR vaccine, right? The measles, mumps, rubella, and the flu vaccine is like every year or whatever it is. COVID is now said to be every 6 months above a certain age. If you add them all up, you do get to 50 plus.
I know. This is when you're a baby. That's what I'm saying. When you're a baby, you do not take that many.
You don't.
So you just said, but you just said, so you said, if you're talking 50 plus. So what are we? Just to be on the same page, I'm saying 0 to 18.
I'm saying yes. If you're saying when you're an adult, they're saying that when you're a kid or when you're a baby, you're getting that many shots. Now it's going to be 11 shots. So that's just the falsehood that I'm pointing out.
No. That's not. No, that's not. No, because you're changing it from baby to kid. When people say kid, you understand there could be some difference when people say the word kid.
Well, regardless, they do combine vaccines together.
Wait, look up the graphic though.
What I mean, what I don't. I feel like you're the one presenting the claim. I don't want to I don't want to.
I'll bring it up.
I don't want to do that, but I don't know what to Google. If you're saying. Because I don't think the true statement is that it is 50 plus individual things that you're inoculated against.
I can see that too if you're combining the flu and everything. Yeah, I mean,
because
I don't know if I can share my
every
one
year.
year.
COVID is something every 6 months, so it's even that alone, the flu and COVID alone accounts for then fucking
a lot of
30 vaccines, right?
I'll send you the tweet though, but. I'll send it in the chat so you can share.
They're talking about children 1 to 3.
If you actually said babies get 70, whatever you said, then I agree. I will agree. Before I even open this, I will agree. If it's babies,
look at the graphic. Look at the graphic.
You told me that's not
okay. I'm pulling it up.
I didn't say shit.
Little Timmy's just
look at the picture of little baby there with 11 injections compared to 72. That's not happening when you're a baby.
Oh, okay.
That's just not happening.
So it's a graphic. Okay,
just
so
prove it.
What is that implying?
I think.
They probably combined some of them, but
that's a terrible message, though. You have to admit that is not what an adult looks like.
It's bad messaging.
You're cool with that. Good for you.
It's bad messaging, but it's not. I think when I read this, I would say we're thinking about kids. We're not thinking about babies. I understand it's a picture of a baby, but it's a weird graphic meme format. I mean, which is bad messaging for real.
They kind of
Also, be honest for a second. You understand, I don't know, the way the media or the way messaging is received. What is the impression if you were just a layman? Like, what is the implication?
Well, with that graphic, but look what it's attached to, okay? America will no longer require 72... I can't highlight it for some fucking reason because X is fucking retarded. Fuck Elon, okay?
Because it's a screenshot of a screenshot.
I like Elon Musk.
Oh, wait, no, it shouldn't be. I'm on X.com. It's not a screenshot.
Oh, I don't
know what's
somebody
going on.
tweeted as a screenshot. You're looking at a picture.
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. Oh, right. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm retarded. Okay. Well, so I don't know if you guys can see this, but the more I zoom in, the less I zoom out somehow. But America will no longer require 72 jabs for beautiful, healthy children, right? Children is 0 to 18 in most people's minds, right? I think children is fairly replaced with minors, right? Like, so I understand if you just look at the picture, it looks like that little baby is getting the Fauci ouchie 72 fucking times. I understand that. But if you actually read it, it's talking about children, which I would say is 0 to 18, which I don't know if I'm not going to like stake my claim on 72. Again, I said it's definitely 50 plus from what I added up from actually using the CDC and the WHO guidelines. They do recommend that much on a vaccine schedule.
Guess what? The good news is parents are actually paying attention to this shit now, and at least they're making an educated decision for them.
Yeah, they're not getting measles vaccines now.
Measles.
I mean, it's terrible.
That's not true. That's not true.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Wait, that is low-key kind of true, Stacey, though, if you think about it.
Who's doing it? Who's not getting the fucking the measles?
Measles, like in Canada,
there's like a whole enclave in Texas.
Canada is no longer measles free because so many people are
America's heading the same direction. You guys are going to hit
illegals coming from Mexico.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know if we can blame the brown people on this one. Look, I'm all about blaming a lot of the illegals on a lot of shit.
All those
but
people, a high percentage were illegals coming over the border that worked seasonal.
Oh, they smuggled the measles over.
No dumb shit. They brought it because they didn't get the shot.
Yeah, they smuggled it.
And the people that live.
So what do you think is happening in Canada, Stacey? I know you're in Canada, but why do you think Canada is no longer?
So what? This is like a sort of biological terrorism.
The vast number.
Kind of, yeah. We should declare war on that basis.
Smuggle them over.
They're using biological weapons against us.
So what's interesting is that in 2024, 93% of measles shots taken for kindergartners dropped from 97% in 2019. So I think you are seeing, at least in certain states, at least in this case, Texas, that less parents are opting in to get their kids these measles vaccines.
Because Joe Biden fucked up the 2020 census and counted a bunch of fucking illegals that he shouldn't have.
I don't know. I don't think that's
true. I mean, the people in the article are like white that they're at least showing in this article.
The fucking census people, they're looking. That's why Texas is fucking redistricting, is because they fucked us over in the census.
What does that have to do with the measles, though?
Yeah, I don't know if that.
Wait, so are you against getting the vaccine, or are you for it?
And we're talking about adding fucking people that are they're not citizens.
Wait, Stacey, would you get the measles vaccine, or would you have your kid get the measles vaccine?
Yeah.
Okay. So then why is that a bad thing?
You're the one that they weren't getting it, not me.
Well, I'm the one reading the article saying that there are parents in Texas who are citizens not getting it.
There's less people than ever getting the MMR vaccine. That's just true. Okay, we all on the panel, we have to accept that, Stacey. Okay, that is just true. That is true,
dude.
But Castle, I guess I'll ask you, because I'm personally a fan of what RFK wants to do when he's saying, why are we wombo comboing these things together? We don't need to do that. We could do a measles vaccine, a mumps vaccine, and a rubella. Like, maybe you don't think that's necessary, but that certainly wouldn't cause harm, right? And if more people would do it, right, if more people are like, even if they are conspiracy coded, if they would get them in separate amounts, then is that a bad thing? Like, you're getting the same amount, you're still getting the protection from all those things. You're just not putting them into one fucking jab.
Well, here's the thing. If you want to get them and space them out, that's fine. Listen, you can do whatever you want. I mean, parents still have the choice to do whatever they don't have to get vaccines. They can if they want. I'm just saying that the recommendations from the government should explain why it's not a risk to get them at once. And we have data saying it's not. Now, if you want to get them spaced out, you don't need the government to tell you that. You can do that regularly if you want to. That's my point.
Yeah, because you have to get certain immunizations to be able to register your kids for public schools.
Right. If you want to go to school, if you want to go to public school, you have to have certain. I'm saying if you're a baby, if you're 1 to 3 years old and you want to space them out to whatever, unless you're putting them into preschool or something, Sure,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can have them
gotcha.
spaced out longer, but once you get to that age of public school, I think you're at that point. You have to make a choice if you want to send them to private school or not. But yeah, I think if you want to, that's your choice until a certain point. But until then, I think the government, unless there's clear data out there saying that you shouldn't get this right after the other, there's no reason to cause any fear in people saying that, oh yeah, if you get the 11 shots at the same time, you're going to get autism.
As they've
Okay, wait. Can I?
Expanded the shots, they've also had.
I want to broaden this a little bit. Okay, so because I feel like Castle, I feel like, well, actually, I mean, anyone might disagree with me on this, but I guess a question to everybody, but specifically to Castle. What do you think is the rise of autism that we've seen? A massive rise, and don't just say diagnostic changes, because brother, that's not it. That's not it, and you know that's not it.
That's
if
not
you
what I
looked at
said.
the data.
That was one point. That's the one thing I brought up.
No. I know. But I'm saying I'm asking Castle and Testy, and then all of you as well. What, like, because I don't know what it is. I'm not saying it's vaccines. I'm not saying that. But
I think that's
something.
I think you bring up a good point, though, Confluence, because RFK said that he was going to promise to get us an answer for what is causing autism. I think this was last year. He's like, by the end of September, I'm going to have an answer for you. And in my mind, I'm like, why are you giving yourself a deadline for certain research that can take years to accumulate on what is causing that autism?
Okay, he's working.
And that's
on
fine
it.
if you want to work on it. And I think that's something that is a noble cause. I'm not against RFK looking into that. But what I'm against is coming up with a prescription for what's causing autism ahead of what we may already know or not know. And that's a problem for me, because if you don't have all of what you need, you don't have to give me an answer. We can wait.
Researching it. They're not stopping research on it.
Well, he said he was giving us an answer on what was causing autism.
He said he's going to give you a standard and what they believe is causing it, and they're going to give you a CDC standard that they should.
Well, why even have a standard? Not to put you on the spot, but do you know where you read that deadline thing? Because that's something new to me.
I heard it too.
Yeah,
I heard him say it.
I'm looking up when he tweeted that, but I can get it for you.
He promised Trump by the
I'm not being like a fucking shit. I'm just like, honestly, because that's something I haven't heard.
Yeah,
that would
that's fair.
That's a shit thing for him to say.
So I'll post the article in the
He didn't mean sure. He meant he was gonna. He has general idea where it was coming from.
He says RFK pledges to find the cause of autism by September, and this was last April. That doesn't sound like a standard. It sounds like he's actually looking to come up with the answer.
Well, you can
but you know, I do Castle pretend I'm a retarded conservative because I low-key kind of am, but I don't trust the BBC. Okay, to be honest with you, so like.
I'll show you his tweet. He has the tweet in the article.
Yeah. Like, what's the first
Trump
thing?
Quoted him. He said the standard. I'm going to find a standard.
Oh, this does say, yeah. So this is BBC is claiming this is a quote. By September, we will know what has caused the autism epidemic. We'll be able to eliminate those exposures.
That's what he came out and said. He thought it was causing it.
But why doesn't? Okay, but honestly, why wouldn't the BBC? Why isn't there a little source here? If I fucking submitted this as an essay in my schooling, I would get a fucking F, right? Like, what's the fucking source? Why not just post it? I hate these news articles. I hate them so much.
They're assholes. They used to be cool.
Because, like, why not just post it? If it wasn't a tweet, which it probably is, like, I think Castle's probably going to hit me with the tweet. But from the BBC's point of view, post the thing that he actually said it so I can, like, just, like, fact check it. Why is that so hard for these fucking news agencies to do?
You're supposed to be a sheep and just believe it.
I know. Well, no, for real. Like, because, like, why now I have to go separately and fucking, like, Google this shit? Yeah, and the first thing that comes up is a BBC article. Just show me the goddamn source. These cuck media, fake news, bullshit. I hate them all because I think it probably is something he actually said, but then it's just not hard to source it. It's actually not that hard for an organization like the fucking BBC. Like,
sorry,
just
you're funny when you're mad.
Constantine, tell us how you really feel.
Constantine, I'll accept that, I guess.
That's what
Constantine.
I call you.
Here's a tweet in the side chat from a video. I think
yeah, it was from a briefing he held, so I don't think it's in the tweet.
Shit, what happened?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, it's only a minute long. Okay, am I sharing? Wait, am I sharing this? Yeah, I'm sharing it. Okay, it's not.
I was wondering why the Tylenol was giving people the
by
autism.
September, we've launched a massive testing and research effort that's going to involve hundreds of scientists from around the world. By September, we will know what has caused the autism epidemic, and we'll be able to eliminate those exposures.
I think you like misspoke probably though. If you think about it,
I
think you
also
probably
want
like,
to
my God.
watching Confluence.
I'm kidding. Okay, so that's bad. That's bad. Still,
Watching
BBC can get
Confluence.
fucked because why not just like link to that? Like, how hard is that
Fine.
to link to
Fuck
that?
the
But okay,
BBC.
yeah, that's
Agree.
yeah, that's bad.
Watching Confluence produced autism in middle-aged American males and unexceptional whites at unprecedented levels. Dude,
Okay, so he's saying, why? I don't even know. I think this is what Ag said. Why even give like a date on it?
Can we focus on red pilling testicular? Because testicular is like, bro, like the
I feel
world
like
has
you-
failed you.
What did I say?
Yeah.
Why are you coming back to me? What did I do?
Yeah, dude, let's do what dude said. Let's gang up on testes.
No,
Go for
I
it.
said let's help him. I don't. I genuinely think he's a nice guy, and I feel bad that he's so disenfranchised with life and like conservative.
Is he from Canada?
He is.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Dude, I mean, Justin Trudeau has failed you. The View has failed you. Ilhan Omar has failed you. The truckers have spoken. The Venezuelans have spoken. Like, why don't you just come toward the light?
And dude, the best thing you could hope for in your life is become the 51st state and just accept the greatness.
Dude, we're just going to call you North Michigan. Like,
Dude, I would love if Canada became the
Can we
51st state.
call North Maine? Because I feel like Maine of all the states is probably the. If I had to go live anywhere in America, I think I'd live in Maine.
no, but then everyone would think you're a street. They're going to wait for you to say North Main Street. North Main doesn't sound like a state.
Yeah.
North Maine. Oh yeah, North Maine does sound like.
You need to live in Texas, dude. Toughen up.
Yeah, I mean,
you
I'd
need
like
to live in Texas, and you need to study the life of Larry Flint. That's what you need to do.
Exactly. The life
Greenland
of Larry
for the
Flint.
win.
Try to meet
On panel, tell me one genuinely entertaining liberal, like a really entertaining liberal.
I'd say John Stewart.
Bill Maher's a little entertaining. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I wouldn't call Bill Maher a liberal.
What is he?
What would you call him?
Bill Maher sat with fucking Charlie Kirk. Bill Maher has called liberals to task for the last 2 years.
Bill Maher is a
Wait,
flip-flopper.
would you say
Who
Bill
called him
Maher's like
flip-flopper?
conservative?
What retard just called Bill Maher a flip-flopper?
Wait, Bill Maher
he's an
is
open-minded-
a bit of a flip flopper.
He's
Okay.
an open-minded liberal. He hates closed-minded shit, but he's still a hardcore liberal.
He's like center left. Yeah, he's like a classical liberal. I would say. I don't know what else would he be? He's not a conservative.
Maybe center
He's a
left.
blue
Okay.
dog liberal.
Like he's classic liberal.
He defines himself as liberal, and I think it matches up with what he says. He sits down with Charlie. So, you know who else sat down
I
with
was gonna
Charlie
say, so
Kirk?
did Trump, though.
Fucking Gavin Newsom on his first
Yeah.
podcast episode sat down with Charlie Kirk. That was his first podcast episode ever with Charlie Kirk. I don't know if that really
He was
means
trying to become
much.
a guy's guy.
I'm just saying, name one genuinely entertaining person that's a modern woke liberal, like someone that talks about
No one's gonna like
disinformation,
this. I think
John
Destiny is
Stewart,
entertaining, even though I don't like Destiny. He's entertaining. Okay, I hate to say it, but it's
is he
true.
entertaining like a train wreck, or is he entertaining because he's thought provoking, witty, and clever?
Actually, both. He's like he's an immoral train wreck, but he actually is also. I mean, everyone's gonna hate when I say this, but yeah, I also think he's thought provoking, interesting, and entertaining as well.
I
Two
disagree
things can be true at
wholeheartedly.
once. Okay.
Who?
Destiny. It's a stream.
Fuck
Political.
that. Are y'all talking about fucking blue-haired bitch-ass Destiny again?
Confluence loves him.
That motherfucker is not entertaining. He's a retard.
Destiny's also one of the type of people that my people catch.
My people catch. What do you mean?
Disavow.
I got known.
Okay.
Easy, breezy.
Disavow.
I got known on YouTube for hunting down people that try to meet children. That's how I developed a platform on YouTube.
I know, but Destiny's not.
Oh, I
Destiny's
got
not-
you.
that's,
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
think
go
that's
catch
true.
that
I don't think it's true.
There has been several accusations, several rumors, and
Yeah, there's been
some-
rumors. You know what? I don't give a fuck about rumors and accusations. Okay, I care
Well,
about like
moving
actual
on.
like, serious shit.
Why are we moving on? Why can't we talk about his moral depravity?
Yeah,
As long as we don't say anything like TOS.
That's
I didn't
what
say
I was
anything
planning
TOS. I
on.
was very careful the way I phrased it.
I know, but yeah, sometimes not everybody is. But as long as we all know, no TOS. As long as we all know, especially you, Stacy, because Stacy, you're a fucking wild card with the shit you say sometimes. Just saying
That's
that, okay?
bullshit. I don't say anything like Anyway, I didn't say it.
Also, Indian Jesus had it coming. Let's be honest.
Fuck AG Jesus, that son of a bitch.
Don't get him started.
Fuck that
Don't get him
long-haired
What
started.
did he? Wait, what did he do?
He fucking he's made fun of my name, and he was fucking talking about my mom, who's a saint, and I would rip out his eye. Anyway,
No.
He talked about his mom.
Stacey, you don't explain it. Okay, so both of them were going at it. Indian Jesus started saying Stacey's mom has got it going on, and then Stacey was calling him a bitch, and then went back and forth, and then Stacey, against his better judgment, okay, he listened to the demons and he threatened to unalive Indian Jesus live on my panel, which is against TOS, and so that set off a whole fucking thing.
I don't
know, so-
That's why I'm just
I
trying to
don't
help
remember
Confluence.
I don't think so.
No,
careful.
I guess my back. I guess my back.
Also, Confluence, you might
We're
talk-
all about having a good time, but
Yeah, we're just hanging out.
But he was being obnoxious as fuck, man. For real.
But IJ also broke TOS 2 times on that same stream as well, which he knows about. He used the F slur
that was-
2
that was a rough
times,
one.
so
But you don't kick
which is
him
like wild. So
You have a soft spot for AG Jesus.
Would you?
I have a soft spot for everyone on that show. Like literally all of you guys here, I have a soft spot for you because I'm like,
Bullshit,
you know,
you boot me in a second, fucking just on a blink of an eye.
the only times I've ever booted you is when you say something that's actually TOS.
But
Okay,
you
there's been
you take up for Jesus when he was a hot mess and going, oh, that's crazy.
doing that is
That
not
was pretty
TOS
rough.
though. If you think about it, it's
That-
rough, but it's not TOS.
it was
you know?
obnoxious. That's true, but it
You
wasn't.
call
TOS.
Confluence
Yeah.
in lover?
I love Testicular Johnson. Testicular Johnson is one of my oldest channel
My-
members, but if he started like saying like N bombs, I would have to remove him just because like I have to protect
Say
the
that like
channel,
it
you
means
know.
something. But yeah, it's been like 2 months. But I
Mine
guess
is technically
I'm the oldest.
I think you're like 3 months now. I think.
Probably, it might be 3 months. Yeah.
Mm.
You know who I found you through Kel. You know that, right?
I do know that. Yeah, I remember that. Actually, not a side quest.
Are you guys cool
Kel
now?
was in rehab. You know about that?
Yeah, I think she
Recently?
still is, or she just got out.
Yeah,
she's in,
yeah. Recently,
yeah.
like, she
Oh,
like
man.
It's
He's been
like
tweeting about it and stuff, so it's not like a super private thing. But
I saw it on a live stream, so I'm not like exposing anything.
But also,
yeah.
like, you know, it is like she is pretty young, but also like good for her in the sense that she's doing something about it. Like,
Yeah.
I'm glad that she like is in a position because rehab's not cheap either. I don't know exactly how it's getting funded, but yeah, man, if she can get some shit together and that she, you know, problems that she recognizes, then good for her.
Who's that?
Another streamer
named Kinetic Kel.
I don't know her.
Yeah, she's kind of rubbed shoulders with a bunch of different communities.
Who are those two crazy bitches that fucking are mean as hell and they hate everything and they threaten?
You
they
have to be
threaten
way
people.
more specific than that, brother.
Okay, they're the I don't know. They're very famous now. They're these two blonde bitches, anorexic, middle aged or not older, and they're fucking screaming at everybody. They're these angry white bitches, and they tell the Democrat Party, if you don't vote for fucking people like Saddam, you're gonna get fucking left. I mean, they're talk hard shit, man.
Are you talking about Parker and Dean?
No, it's these two blonde-haired bitches.
That's a good guess, to be fair.
I know who he's talking about. It's the two older women from like Oklahoma or whatever.
Fucking like pieces of shit, man.
They're fine.
Those women were Oklahoma.
Yeah, there you go. You know why Oklahoma why Texas doesn't fall into the Gulf of America?
Why?
Because Oklahoma sucks.
Wait, I don't get it.
They suck the dick of Texas.
I mean, sorry, but they beat you in football this year, didn't they?
No, they didn't. They lost, dumbass.
They did? I thought they
Yes.
beat you guys.
They didn't beat Texas this year. Texas beat them.
Stacey, I think our testosterone is a little too high for like 60% of the panel, pal.
Okay, well, anyway, but Texas
My
beat
T
them.
levels are normal. Okay, thank you very much.
Texas was
Yeah,
10
for a 73-year-old woman.
No, normal for my age. Okay,
Yeah,
they could be
disavow,
on the
I'm
lower
good.
end of normal, but it's still technically normal.
What are you at a
Okay.
five? What are you at a 550?
God damn it. Texas
I
was
wish
10
I was at 550, brother.
Texas was
Okay.
10 point-
you're right.
Motherfucker. Texas was 10-point underdogs and beat fucking OU. And the fucking panel, those bitches, didn't give Texas hardly move them up that week because they said, oh, the quarterback for Oklahoma, he had a fractured wrist. Well, fucking hey, tough shit.
I remember that. No, they stopped. Mike Pence didn't have the courage. Oklahoma should have won that game if he'd had the courage.
Well, Texas fucking beat their ass, and they beat them with special teams and defense.
Oklahoma ended up ranked higher than them anyway.
I know
they're the better team.
That proves the panel's a bunch of dickheads. They put fucking James Madison and kept Texas out. Give me a fucking break. Texas beat number 3, number 5. Texas beat in the last week number 3 in the country, and you're gonna keep them out? Give me a fucking break.
Hey, Stacy, I'm genuinely scared you're gonna have a stroke, brother.
No, dude, I've already. We're talking about Texas football, dude. This is real shit. Look.
And I was questioning about moving on.
This is nonsense.
El Paso.
Stacy's favorite city is Austin.
I hate fucking Austin. I lived there.
He loves 6th Street. He
Dude,
loves the
I lived
politics.
there in the 80s and it was awesome. I've gone back several times and it makes me want to fucking puke.
No, Austin's fun.
Fucking
Come
blue
on,
haired fucking can't tell if it's a dude or a chicken. Man, when I was there, dude, we were fucking young, dumb, full of cum and fucking busting nuts everywhere, man.
Whoa, I don't even.
We're about reaching down and grabbing a dick. I
don't know what you're even saying right now,
I
Stacey.
knew one dude that happened to.
It sounds a little gay. I'm not sure if I'm hearing it right though, but.
Well,
I feel like Stacy's roommate is the person who invented Cards Against Humanity, and really it was just random things Stacy said over the years.
You could make a Stacy version of that for sure.
I'm saying there in '86, it was funny as shit, and there was, I mean, excuse my French, but vaginas were just falling from the fucking sky. It was beautiful. They were beautiful. That's when I became a pussy connoisseur, got my Red Wings, the whole thing.
Sounds beautiful. Whoa, disavow.
Okay, yeah, also disavow. Okay, I don't know. Tell me if you guys are interested in this or not. Because I want to. Now that I have like Castle and Testicular Johnson, two people who are famously ultra leftist. They love Hassan. They love Bad Empanada, which is crazy. I personally disavow
wait a
that.
minute. They like Hassan Piker.
What?
They can watch whatever content they want. That's cool. We accept all people.
These guys like Hassan Piker.
He's making that up. Super fans. He's making that like they've been subscribed for like 10 years. It's crazy.
Is that a song on the Queen album? Not at the opera?
I don't think so. But no.
That was the name of the album.
COVID. What I would fuck your Queen talk. Okay. COVID. Is this something we're fine talking about? Because I want to, we got two lefties.
It's gonna be.
We can talk about COVID. I feel like it's gonna go south extremely quickly. But yeah, let's
will. But like we're already talking about like RFK and medical misinformation. So like, how does the whole panel think about COVID in general? Okay, we're gonna go one by one. We're gonna have a semblance of normalcy, and then it's chaos. Okay, so for me, I think COVID was real. I think it's probably from a lab, in my opinion. I think it's too coincidental. It was like 12 miles away or something from the Wuhan lab, or maybe even less. I think it's probably a lab leak. I believe that. I don't think it was an intentional lab leak or anything like that. I think the vaccine was a thing that did prevent people from dying and did decrease health stuff. I'm against COVID mandates, but I think that's enough right now. Okay, moving on to you, Castle.
I would probably agree with all that. I'll say this. I'll throw some conservatives a bone and say, all right, let me finish.
One at a time.
The big mistake during COVID, or the biggest mistake that I think, is the whole schools closures, at least in the Northeast where I live, in New York where I live. A lot of that, and even in LA, was delayed in terms of school closures. And I think that had a harmful effect on kids and their learning abilities. I think even when we see it now, I think a lot of kids don't have the educational prowess that previous generations have shown, because they either didn't learn enough or they were moving on in terms of online school that wasn't sufficient enough to educate them, and now they're going into the workforce. And I've seen it myself, but younger generations are really bad at interviewers, and they obviously are not well prepared as much as I've seen in the past in terms of intern classes or even new people starting at companies. So I think that was the biggest problem that liberals faced, was that they waited too long to get schools back opened up. In terms of COVID and the vaccine itself, I'm pretty much aligned with you, Confluence, on how all that went.
Okay.
Yeah, I basically agree with both or everything that you guys said. I kind of don't give a fuck if it was a lab leak or not. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. I also think the thing with school, I think especially in young children, like age say 4 to 6, and I did look into this a little bit, and I think that considering how low the death rate was for children specifically, they have probably been affected in very detrimental ways, because there's research saying basically like people wearing masks, which they were forced to wear at school, those are extremely sensitive socially developmental years, and being unable to read people's facial cues either from adults or from their peers, whether they were in person or online. Even online is not the same, but I think that there was some damage done there, which is, I think, sad and unfortunate. I think maybe, I would live in Canada, so we had lockdowns. We also had something called a vaccine passport, which was basically if you wanted to go out and eat somewhere, or do whatever, you had a little thing that you'd have to scan. I broadly was fine with the social measures. Like, I don't think the government probably overreached in some sense, like they were a little heavy-handed, but broadly I don't disagree with lockdowns. I think the vaccines were amazing that they get pumped out so quickly, and I do think that they reduced death rates overall, or serious hospitalization, I should say.
Okay, no, I know I'm not supposed to interrupt. It's supposed to be the dude, but
No,
briefly, as the host, I will ask you a question because I'm confused.
Don't cut me in line.
I'm sorry, I have to because I was in Canada for COVID, and I went. There was no vaccine passport, at least where I live. Was this a province thing? Like,
Maybe it was
little company.
Maybe it was a province thing. In BC, at least, there was a vaccine passport. It was like a little QR code.
Okay.
British Columbia.
Yes.
Yeah. Here I didn't. I used to live in BC before COVID, but now I live in central Canada, and yeah, I could. When everything was closed, then I couldn't do anything. But once stuff opened up, yeah, I could go in. I didn't have to show proof of vaccination. Or
I'd also like to add one thing. I'll kick the hornet's nest a little bit before I pass it along. I also think that mandatory vaccination was good for particular industries, specifically within the medical field, and even for truckers. Like, I don't give a fuck about all of that.
That makes me mad. It's not my turn. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm letting things percolate for later. All right, go ahead.
The dude, are you there?
Dude,
he might not be there. We could move back to him. Ivor in the chat. Good to see you, Ivor.
Who's up?
Sup?
So we're going through just thoughts on COVID in general, and then everyone's taking their turn, and then we're gonna unpack that. The dude rage quit. Okay, so Agrillapolis is next. Thoughts on COVID in general, mandates, vaccines, etc.
I live in Florida, so everything is pretty much stayed open. I worked in healthcare until about May of 2020. That was like kind of when everything really started to hit the fan. So as far as like the mandates and shit, I think that all was bullshit.
Yep.
But as far as like a personal experience, so I went to Hawaii in spring of 2021, and I had to have a negative test result within 48 hours of arriving in Hawaii, or else you just get on a plane and go right back. So I was like, what the fuck, dude? It was crazy, but Hawaii turned out to have like way less of a breakout than other places, but so did Florida. So it's kind of weird. But I just look at it like I was saying when it first started hitting, I still worked in the hospital. I was like, this is just going to be a souped up flu. I mean, yeah, it's going to have, it's going to be bad at first, but it's going to plateau out, and that's kind of what's happened. So I think where we really started fucking up is when we started putting people on vents, especially multi-vent, like multiple people on vents and the same vents. That was where we started fucking up, in my opinion.
Sorry, when you say vents, do you mean like ventilators?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not up to date in the data, but there's some data I think that says that made it worse, right? That actually wasn't a good thing to do. I'm not.
Yeah, well,
that,
just working in help. When I was still working in the hospital, and that's when they started kind of doing that, and that's when the fatalities and the positive rate started spiking. So it was kind of.
Wow, because
also to be fair, they were sending like people were coming to the ER with flu-like symptoms, and then they'd test them, and then they'd send them to a med surge floor, and then next thing you know, you have 2-3 people pop positive. They wouldn't at that point in time, you wouldn't know you were positive for like a week and a half. Like people were getting it and they didn't realize they had it for like a week.
So they were spreading it?
Oh yeah, for sure. That's what it seemed like to me. I mean, maybe not purposely, but
Right.
It was
kind of like sending the old people back to their old folks home instead of sending them to the multi places that Trump made available in New York City.
Or like a negative vacuum room or something like that. They just send them straight to a med surge floor with open ventilation. No precautions, nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, Stacy, your stance.
Okay, well,
Briefly.
you started out. I've heard people talking about the children. The only thing I have to say about that is that you can thank the Democratic Party and Jimmy Carter, our second worst president ever, because he created out of thin air the fucking teachers union. And
no, we were talking about COVID.
Before COVID came along. Kids educate. It's my turn. It's my fucking turn. Please.
Just to stay on topic.
COVID,
we were talking about COVID.
60 seconds, Stacy, to say your opinion on COVID.
So the kids were getting stupider because of the teachers' union. And that's a fact. And they've done nothing to educate. The scores have gone down tremendously. Number 40 basically were a bunch of dumb shit. I'm not, but they are. And it's sad, but with COVID, mandates were bullshit. Scandinavian countries that did Norway, I believe as well, did quite well, and they just said fuck it. They went with herd immunity, and they got through the shit a lot faster than we did, because at the end of the day, the first round of shots were magnificent. It mutated, and not so much after that. And there's a lot of problems with it, and I'll never take the fucking shot again in my life. And so, besides that, Joe Biden said he wouldn't put mandates, then he fucking did. I think anybody that wants mandates, I think that's bullshit. And Joe Biden sat there and turned people against each other and said this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated, and his bitch ass wouldn't know if it was fucking Saturday or next fucking Halloween. So that's all I got to say.
Okay, Ivor, thoughts on COVID, mandates, effectiveness?
So originally, it would have been better if China had stopped the spread in the first place.
Yes.
But when it got global, some countries underreacted. I'm sad for what happened to Italy. I'm sad for what happened to the United States. There was vaccine research. It was very fast, not because it was rushed.
Where are you from? Where are you from, man? I gotta know.
I'm from Germany.
Okay, I thought you were from South Africa. Sorry.
Okay. But yeah, I'm sad what happened to Italy, sad what happened to the United States. I think Trump, he ended up being very pro-vaccine, so I don't know what all the anti-COVID vaccine US Americans are about, but
because
he reacted relatively.
It affected young people, young males especially.
It's Ivor's turn. Let him cook.
But yeah, he reacted relatively slowly. On the other hand, Germany overreacted, I think. Germany bought way too many masks, spent way too much money buying those masks, and also the lockdowns, especially for the children. This whole protect the kids policy, like protect the kids from what? Kids had a very low death rate in COVID, and stopping the spread or like slowing the spread would have been something that they could have done with adults only, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we have a shocking amount of agreement to some extent,
which means it's a shitty subject.
between all of this, which is kind of
That
wild.
is very surprising.
Yeah, this is. Yeah, I
Can we
don't.
talk
I don't
about
know.
hair loss and what's the most effective? Because I've got all my hair, but I want to keep it, and but I've used Rogaine for years, and
We're not going to talk about Rogaine. We can talk about Joe Rogan and the COVID.
I'm talking about hair loss in males.
We're not going to talk about hair loss in males. Okay, that's not what we're talking about.
Are you scared to talk about it?
Yeah, well, he's scared to talk about it because he's losing his hair, but I don't think he is, but he thinks he is.
Minoxidil. Take minoxidil.
Now you're making me feel self-conscious. Okay.
I can't even see you, but
Yeah, was it? Yeah, that what Castle said. I think it was Castle. Yeah, minoxidil. Or
Minoxidil.
whatever.
Yeah, I take it so it prevents like hair loss. I mean, not that. I mean, I kind of have receding hairline. It's not all gone yet, but I want to prevent it from receding more. So that's what I take.
I've taken it for 30 years.
Oh, there you go. Wait, let's see.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably working.
Let's see
I
the
mean, you probably
results,
would have lost your
Stacey.
hair.
Is it working?
Huh?
Hey, do I still sound froggy?
No, you
No,
sound
you
great.
think you're good now.
Do you have
Cool.
COVID?
Nah, I meant like the microphone.
Yeah, you were. That's a good way to put it. You were kind of sounding froggy.
Like
Not gonna lie.
COVID-y. Gotcha.
You sound COVID-y. Yes, you do.
Got the
Stacey, let's see that hairline. You're 30 years of Rogaine.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, considering his age,
That's solid.
Wait, how old are you, Stacey?
I'll be 60 in a few days.
Oh,
that's not
Oh.
bad.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
So, but I'm having a hair transplant done. It's going to be about 7 to 8 G's.
Are you
Oh,
going to
that-
Turkey?
gender affirming therapy.
I mean, I'm 27 and my hair looks actually kind of similar to that.
Yeah, I've been lucky. I've always had good hair, but the last like 4 years, I could tell a little bit of difference. Most people can't. It's just a narcissistic thing, whatever. It's like my
No,
teeth.
yeah, a lot of people.
My teeth were always good, but I had 2 caps. I said, fuck it. And I just had all this replaced for $7,000. So I wouldn't have to fuck with it again. And it
Nice.
was
That's good.
yeah.
Can I go off of what Testicular Johnson said? Because I don't know if I'm toxic, but I want like more disagreement. So Testicular Johnson said gender affirming therapy. Okay, is males getting hair transplants? You know, mastectomies if they have gynecomastia.
Yeah, that's what it is,
is
though.
that. Is it
Literally-
gender affirming? Do we
Yeah,
agree
it
with
is.
this?
Gender affirming.
Can I make one little point, and then you do what you want? Here's an appalling, but it's a true statistic. My grandfather had 25% more testosterone naturally than I did. I have, no shit, 25 to 35% more than my son's generation. My son,
Yeah,
is
it's
in great shape.
going down throughout
Okay,
history.
What's
Yeah.
causing? No, dude, not like that. We've never gone down like this in history till this last few generations.
I think the
No, I
theory
know.
is-
Yeah, no, I'm saying, yeah, since we've been testing it, yeah, the T levels have dropped insane. I don't actually know why, but
So
they've
they're called, I
gone
think,
down insane.
endocrine disruptors. If the dude was here, he'd probably tear me a new one. But I'm pretty sure the theory is that it's from all the microplastics that are now in our bloodstreams. It's probably affecting us, our hormones.
Where those come from?
Just from using plastic, it leaches into the water,
yeah.
like, into our food. We
Yeah.
just pass it down. So
Yes.
Yeah.
See, I'm trying to figure out what I know organic, but even that, I mean, I don't even know what the fuck to eat anymore.
it's tough. It's hard to avoid plastics in general.
Yeah.
Like, and when I say microplastics, I mean like small enough that it's in our bloodstream, right? Like if you can test any random portion of the population, they're going to have plastic in their blood, which is, has never occurred in human history. So it is a pretty concerning thing.
Yeah. I was lucky. My testosterone levels were so high. I was 48, and they asked me when I do my yearly deal, and they were like, "How long have you been taking testosterone?" And I said, "What are you talking about?" They said, "You're at over it's almost close to 800. And I was like, dude, that's not high. 11 or 1200 is high. They were like, what the fuck? And so I was good till I was 52, and then it started dropping. And as soon as it dropped, I could tell, and I just got on testosterone. Which
Oh, so you're on
you're on
TRT now, Stacy. You're
Do
saying
what?
you're on TRT now?
Yeah, I take a DC a week.
When I'm older, I'm planning on doing it because your testosterone naturally does fall as you get older. Like that is the natural.
Well, if I can't bust out 5 or 6 a week minimum, then something's wrong.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to lose that vitality.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, with all the weird shit going on, that's the weirdest thing is, man, women are, I know a slew of chicks I've known through the years, but shit, I live in Texas, and some of them are out there, and I'm got lazy, and I'm like, yeah, hey, what's up? But, but shit, it's not like, I don't know, man. It's just kind of weird because meeting people is so fucking weird compared to 30 years ago. People were so much more sociable. You eye to eye contact. That's the biggest, not turn off, but just like get the fuck out of here. Is when you meet somebody and they're actually think they're conversing with you, and they're looking at their phone and shit. And I'm like, nah.
Wait, Stacy, are you divorced or widowed?
Oh no, man. I'm happy. I'm not married. I'm happy.
Yeah, but like, were you married at one point?
Yeah. I was married
okay.
For almost 6 years. My ex-wife, she's good people. She remarried a dude that had 4 kids, and when I say they're rich, they like stupid rich, like live in Park City, Utah, have a $2.5 million home in San Antonio, another $2 million home in LBJ Lake, whatever. But I mean, she's a perfect example of what happens to people that are too fucked. Like one time, somebody in their organization is only like 50 people, $7.2 million, and they had an auditor that audited that person. Come to find out, it was somebody been with them for like 45 years, and she was telling me about it, and she was literally shocked. I mean, and I said, well, that might be God's way of telling you you're making too much fucking money. That's the only socialist thing I've ever said in my life.
But there is a limit.
Okay, Tessinger Johnson, this is on you. Okay, I have to get us in. We're trying to drop the trans bomb. Okay, so it's like drop a grenade, Tessinger Johnson. Okay, this is all on you. Say something provocative, and then we're gonna go around the circle. Okay.
I tried to say, I was for the mandate for certain industries, like the nurse.
No, not about COVID. No, about the thing you said about gender affirming, right? Like, is that the same? Yeah. Go off on that.
So, well, I think it there's a logic to it. Like if you're balding male, like the reason why men want hair is it's tied to their like masculinity. So if you get hair transplants or try to maintain your hair, I feel like that is some level of gender affirming therapy, right?
That's the same as cutting your dick off. Come on, dude.
I'm not saying it's the same. It would be the same as if a woman had breast cancer and then she gets like a mastectomy, right? Like, why would we say like, oh, you're wearing fake bra, like that makes it look like you have full tits? It's like, why do you want us to believe your delusions? Like, you don't have your breasts anymore. Why are you? It's because they feel less like a woman. They feel insecure about it, and so that's just like a thing.
Yeah, but they were born a woman. They were already a woman.
I'm saying it's the same psychology. Like they feel less like a woman, and that's why they want to affirm.
Gender dysphoria is classified as a mental illness. You know that, right?
Well, it's a mental. I guess yes. For the purpose of this conversation, it's the same thing: mental illness, mental disorder. But yeah, sure, it's classified as a mental illness.
Yeah, I'm not hacking on it, but I'm saying this. Here's the problem with trans, and I never had a problem with them. I'm serious. I worked with a trans person 15, 18 years ago. I didn't give a shit. She didn't come in and go, God damn my pronouns and all that shit. She just went about her business. We knew it was a dude. But she wanted to be a chick, so whatever. She didn't fuck with anybody. Everybody went about their business. Cool. Now, all this shit about the children, and I blame Planned Parenthood because as abortions have actually gone down, believe it or not, in recent years, guess what's gone up? Their involvement in trans, but the market that they're going for are children. These are minors. And back in the 80s, I
Wait,
watched
what
the
is,
whole
wait,
thing.
just
Hold
this
on,
is
hold on.
some,
Let me finish this. In the 80s, if you were trans, there was only 2 places you could go for the surgery. You spent almost 2 years before you even got to the point. You had to go through psychological evaluations like for 6 months. Then you went to another phase. Then you went to another phase, and you really were pretty sure you were fucking trans after about 2 years. They're trying to tell 13-year-olds, a counselor at a school, going, "I think you might be trans. Let me give you a referral to a doctor." She goes to the doctor, and here in Texas, they tested this true. A 16-year-old does sets up a televisit, $600. Planned Parenthood's charging Medicare or Medicaid, whichever one it is. They're making a small fortune off of it. And guess what? One visit with the doctor answers a few questions, and testosterone's readily available. Tell me how the fuck that makes sense.
okay, wait. So maybe someone else knows this, or Stacy, you as well. This is something I'm not questioning you. I just actually don't know. I didn't know Planned Parenthood was involved in the trans side of things.
Absolutely.
Is this a thing?
Absolutely.
Like, so, like, what, like, in what capacity?
Well, what they do is they make referrals, and they can help provide or provide the doctor to do most of them are televisits, believe it or not. And that's what Will Kane hired a bunch of 4, 5, 16-year-old girls, and every one of them, they have them recorded, and every one of them on the phone makes an appointment. It's a televisit. The only way they couldn't take us if they had military family insurance. That's the only way they could take them.
A brief thing I want to say. Secretary Johnson caved on his point, but in the recent stuff, right, like DSM-5, trans itself is not a mental illness. Gender dysphoria is a mental illness, but being trans itself, that's been removed at a certain point, right? In like 2014 or whatever it was.
Gender dysphoria. They want a different gender. They would prefer.
But if you're let's say you're trans and you don't have gender dysphoria anymore, then you're not classified under any DSM criteria as having a mental illness.
Okay. I mean, to be fair, you wanted me to fight on the point, but I am being like hyperbolic. Like, yeah, it's not a 1-for-1, obviously.
I agree.
If any, you could have like maybe if it's severe enough, maybe some sort of like body dysmorphia might apply, but like even that's a little bit of a stretch.
No, gender dysphoria is a thing. I'm saying just the fact of being trans isn't. So like, a lot of trans people have gender dysphoria still, but some, if they've been affirmed enough, let's say they don't have, they like fully see themselves as the opposite sex or opposite gender or whatever. Then it's not under the DSM-5 anymore.
Yeah, and this is the difference. I mean, this isn't more of an old school definition, but this is usually the line they draw between a mental illness versus a mental disorder, is that mental illnesses tend to be lifelong, like depression, anxiety, things tend not to resolve on their own. Whereas, to my knowledge, even though they're used interchangeably now, it would be more considered a disorder, and in the fact that like with treatment, this thing can resolve. But this is a little bit archaic. Like they don't use that nomenclature anymore. So
interesting. I kind of heard the opposite in German.
Maybe, unless I'm getting them backwards, I very easily could be. So don't necessarily.
Wait. Say more, Ivor. What do you mean?
Yeah. So in German, a Krankheit or illness is something that can be temporary, whereas a Behinderung or disability is permanent, and a disorder, Störung, is also permanent, I think.
Okay, then I probably am incorrect. I probably just got them backwards if I had to guess.
No, I think me and Ivor went through this before. I think if you remember, Ivor, I think there is some like linguistic differences where I think they're kind of coded differently. So I'm not exactly sure because it was a long time ago, but I think I remember discovering that in different countries they kind of code them in a different way.
And the main thing is that I think with all mental illnesses now, especially in the DSM-5, is that they don't like pathologize it anymore. So they don't say it's like.
All I know is we're talking about young people. I'm talking about minors, and there's a massive. It's become big business here, and I had no idea that Medicare or Medicaid, one of the two, whatever it is was paying billions out to hospitals, like the Children's Hospital in Memphis, and it was appalling. And the Trump administration said, "Fuck you, you're not doing that anymore." And that's
wait. So what are you saying, Stacey?
I'm saying that there has been
billions for what?
For trans surgeries, for the surgeries.
So
they're
that
expensive.
I don't.
Breast.
I
no,
don't know.
I've looked at
I
this.
don't know if
this
that's.
Look it up. Breast.
I don't.
Listen.
Yes.
Listen.
I don't know.
Dude,
you're
I do
correct.
know. They were doing breast removals. I'm not even talking really genitalia yet, but it was mostly breast removals, and they were
No,
paying.
but what's your sorry? Like maybe like repeat it again. What's your comment about the billions? Like who is giving who billions of dollars for
Hospitals,
trans?
listen, I'm trying to tell you, they get the referral, they go to the doctor.
That's not an answer. You're already not answering my question though.
Okay, what's your question? What's your question?
Who is giving billions to whom for trans surgeries?
Taxpayers.
I'm telling you, Medicare or Medicaid, which one's the one? One's for old people and the other one. What's the other one?
Medicaid is for people.
Planned Parenthood is working with hospitals, and they were getting federal dollars to supplement these surgeries, and it wasn't.
So you think? Oh, so I'm trying to be precise. Okay.
Well, go ahead and Google.
So are you saying that the federal government is giving Planned Parenthood billions of dollars for trans surgeries?
I'm saying they were giving
what's the claim?
Listen to me. I said they're giving it to hospitals.
For specific trans surgeries?
Yes.
Like I'm trying to like actually I'm not trying to like fight with you. I'm just trying to like get what you're saying.
Trump administration has made a very big deal about this. They have told recently they had another big deal where they said we're not funding federal dollars for these children, minors, to receive any type of
Stacey, I don't believe this is. I don't believe you're right about this. I don't believe you're
totally
right.
Fucking right.
I know the actual.
Have you ever heard gender affirming care? Have you ever heard gender affirming care?
You're saying the federal government is giving billions, like billions to trans surgeries.
Yes, if you will listen, they use Planned Parenthood as a gateway. They get referral. They go to a doctor.
Okay, I gotta fact check this now.
There was a doctor in Houston. Listen, there was a doctor at the Children's Hospital in Houston that they blackballed, fired him because he was bringing light on it, going, all these federal dollars are coming in, and it's like they're mass producing these kids, and I feel like some of them are being pushed through for no other reason that it's very profitable. And the Trump administration said we're not doing that anymore, and it's a lot of money, a shitload of money.
So I can say gender affirming care can also refer to things like hormones. So
Hormones.
in regards
And puberty blockers.
So,
I'm not seeing anything about. I'm not seeing anything about billions. I'm not seeing. I'm.
In regards to surgeries,
We're going to need a source for that.
There have been a handful of mastectomies that have happened. Extremely low numbers. I found like a dozen
Okay,
cases.
dude, I'm talking about everything y'all just said. Puberty blockers. The,
right.
You said so. This is ChatGPT. It could be wrong. It could be wrong. I'm just saying. Oh God, where did I just find it?
Ask it how much federal dollars have they calculated we're going to some of these children's hospital, and it's been unbelievable how much money.
So this could be wrong, but this is so. If you have a better source, Stacey, I want because I'm using AI. It could be hallucinating, but between this is a span of 8 years. The U.S. This is the U.S. military.
The military's the insurance that won't pay for it. That's the one thing they told those 16-year-olds when they went to Planned Parenthood. They said we can use.
Okay. This is Medicaid.
Yes.
Okay, so this is total federal costs might be around 138 million per year.
Well, that's a lot.
So it's a lot, but it's not billions though. You're off by like a fucking
on the money, and I'm focusing on how many children are we talking about that are minors.
And you claim surgeries? It's not just surgeries.
Wait,
Stacey, I clarified if you mean billions. Like I know the federal government spends money, but it was just that when you said billions, that's what I was kind of like. I'm like, that sounds like a really large number that I don't think is accurate.
That number I know for a fact is about not even half of how much it really is.
Even if it's not even
then
half, it's
give
not
us
billions.
a source.
That's what I was asking you to be specific. If you have a source, I would love to see it. I don't think it's billions.
100 million for minors to have surgeries at the federal dollar.
No, that's not minors. It's not minors. The stat's not minors, right? It's not minors.
We're
The
talking
stat is not just minors, and the stat is not just
under
surgeries.
18. People that are under 18, and that.
No, I know what you mean by minors. We don't disagree on what is a minor.
Give us your source.
You cannot get genital surgery if you are under the age of 18. That does not happen.
It does happen. It happens all the time.
One specific example where a girl.
Yes, they had several. Listen,
but okay, I'll tell you why they don't do it.
Let me finish. Will Kane had five girls that he hired that were 16. Every one of them through a phone call called Planned Parenthood in the Dallas area, and he did a whole show or 3 series on it or 3 shows. And they call them, and you listen to the recordings. And they give them all their information. The only thing that they can't take is military or military family, like their father.
I need to explain this.
Can I finish? And so every one of them made an appointment, and it was a telephone, and they told them, they asked them, after I do this televisit or doctor visit, and if everything goes right, will I be able to get gender affirming care, like get steroids? I mean, testosterone. And they were like, yeah. And they said, okay.
That's not the same as surgery, though, right, Stacey?
Dude,
it's not surgery. Those are like 2 completely different things.
God damn it, y'all.
I need 2 minutes to speak uninterrupted here. So
the point. Minors are being able to do something.
Okay, we're gonna.
Yes, I'm trying to clarify.
We're going to Testy. We're going to Testy. Yeah, Stacey, you're confusing me. You switch it around between like surgery and then gender affirming care, which is like that's not the same thing.
Why don't you look up Memphis Children's Hospital and see how many millions that died for surgery?
Look, I understand. Okay, we're gonna go to Testy.
There's gender. Okay, so there's gender reassignment surgery, which would refer to like what they quote bottom surgery. This would be genital surgery. That cannot happen. Does not happen if you are over or under the age of 18. And if it did happen, conservatives, Tucker Carlson, all these fucking people, you would see every fucking headline of this happening.
Oh, it does happen. It happens at 0 years old to people who are born intersex against their will, and conservatives are in favor of it.
Okay, so there is so that is gender reassignment. There is also gender affirming surgery, which would refer to things like mastectomies. Mastectomies have happened, extremely rare and low numbers, into people who I think are 15 to 18, or sorry, 15 to 17, which I do disagree with. I do not think that should be allowed.
The biggest surgery they were having was breast removal. Was breast removal, not gender.
Yes, and that is referred to as gender reaffirming surgery versus gender reassignment surgery, because reassignment is the actual genital surgery.
Well, I tell you what, you cut the little girl's tits off, and you give them a bunch of testosterone, and over 40% of them are coming back. Over 40% are saying in the last 10 years, they're saying it's the worst thing they ever did, and they wish they had just got psychological help.
Yeah, that's fine. That's a whole separate point. I just want to say the terminology that we're using is all getting mixed up together. And for the surgeries, find me, like, maybe I'm wrong, because again, I found one particular case where somebody was 17. The reasons that doctors don't do it, the reason why it's a bad idea and why it's not medical practice to give gender reassignment surgery, is because children are still growing. So they generally will not.
God, I'm going to look it up for you guys. It's already happening.
If you were to do something in Houston, and they're still growing.
The hospital in Houston are doing surgeries, and they're 16, and some of them as young as 15.
Maybe mastectomies. Some mastectomies have happened.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying
mastectomies, that was
very,
something
very small number.
And it's extremely small number. I think
it depends what you define as small. But remember, Ivor, we
more
talked
than
about
are
this with
eating the pets, eating the dogs, eating the cats.
Exactly.
More than those.
More than the Haitians are eating family pets. But we talked about this. Boston Children's Hospital, before Libs of TikTok exposed them, they had on their website that it was under 18, that they would do surgeries on minors. They had that on their fucking website, and it wasn't until they got bomb threats that they changed their mind.
See, a UK study says 3,000 gender clinics attendance, blah blah blah. 47% regretted having surgery, and basically saying that they wish they'd been given more psychological help. A study of 28,000 trans adults. Now these are trans adults. Trans adults showed only 8% had ever that they didn't regret. They were cool with it. 60 of them did so temporarily.
No way. Okay, post that in the back chat. I actually look. I don't. I'm fully against like the bottom surgery stuff. I think that stuff is like not good. But I also don't believe what you're saying, Stacey. I don't believe what you're saying.
Can I finish?
Post it in the back chat. Post it in the back chat, please.
Underwent such surgeries during the 5-year study. 13,000 procedures done.
Just post the study, please, in the back chat. Post it, please, Stacey, please.
Gotcha.
Post in the back chat.
Okay.
Because I don't think the vast majority of people that go with bottom surgery regret it. I don't think that's a hard pill for me to swallow,
just
even though
saying-
I'm against the bottom
I'm
surgery.
talking
I don't
about
think it's
having
true.
their tits cut off, and I'm talking about puberty blockers, and I'm talking about giving
You're
girls
mixing all of
testosterone.
them together.
You're conflating like every fucking thing into one, but you're not being precise with your language,
Those
Stacey.
kids
Like
were told
just
that
like
they were different.
be
probably
more
different
careful with what
sex.
you're fucking saying because it's
Well,
confusing.
goddamn it, dude. Okay, they didn't get their fucking nuts cut off or their pussies cut off, but they got.
But then don't say that. Then don't say that though, right? Like, because then that's kind of conflating everything into one.
Yeah, okay. They went in and they were told all of them the same shit. Why all of a sudden 30% of the girl population being told that they?
How do we even get on this conversation? Come on.
Well, this was my fault. Yeah, no, I needed some dopamine, so I intentionally did invoke this guy. I'll own that. Okay. I just wasn't feeling like rowdy enough, so.
Okay, over 60 pediatric gender clinics in the U.S.
Post the study, Stacey, please. God damn it. Fucking Christ, please. Post this in the back chat. Private chat, you see it on the sidebar. It's on the right side of your screen.
Why would I want to
please,
be private
fucking.
about it?
Just so I can pull it up, Stacey. So I can pull it up, right? So I'm not just like trusting what anyone says. So we can like look at it together, right? We can all look at it.
Wikipedia? If it's Wikipedia, it's okay. Just say
you're having a hot flash.
Yeah, you are being a little aggro there, Confluence. So you should calm down.
You're getting out of.
I'm being aggro, and I will be. Aggro will continue until Stacey posts it to me, so I can pull it up. Okay, the aggroness will continue.
I have to copy.
If you're gonna cite a study and you're not gonna post it, then just shut the fuck up. Okay, not in an aggro way, in a nice way, but like in a nice way, shut the fuck up. If you're not gonna post a study, like you're not gonna read to me a fucking study, Stacey, if you're not gonna post it. Right? That's a simple request.
Shut up! I'm gonna send it to you. Quit! Get your panties out of wad. Jesus.
Panties are out of wad or whatever you just fucking said. I don't know what you said, but
your panties are what? Okay, let me look here. How do I send it to you?
You just private chat. It's on the right. Stacey, you messaged me in the private chat before, Stacey.
I got you.
You know how the private chat works. You sent me many messages in here. Okay.
Oh, I have to send the picture.
I don't want to, Stacey. I want a URL. I don't want a picture.
Right click,
okay.
Copy link. Right click, post.
I've got it. Copy link. Bullshit. Okay, I got it.
Because these like again, I am broadly against like bottom surgery. I don't think it like is good. But the regret rates you're talking is like beyond what I've heard from even like looking at like anything. Like it's just
there's two different things that
that's insane.
One's called desisting. So desisting is basically like I'm not trans anymore. Like they can have a change of heart, which those rates are extremely high because when you're a teenager you tend to have a lot of hormones. You're not really sure. So a lot of people it resolves on their own. But then for people who surgically transition, to my knowledge, those rates of regret are extremely low. Because
I've said this,
if you're willing to cut, quote unquote, cut your dick off. I don't like using the vulgar type of framing for it, but if you're willing to do that, your mind is probably made up. Like you're probably at that point where you're like, this is,
Well, we're talking about cutting their tits off and giving them puberty blockers and all that. That's what I'm talking about.
But then
I'm waiting for your. You said you were sending it. Please, God, please send it, Stacey. You said you were working on. Like, I don't want to distract you. Just please send it.
I'm trying to. Shut up.
Well, then, but I feel like you're distracted when you're talking to us. Just like focus on sending the study that you're quoting, because like.
If you weren't talking to me, I wouldn't be distracted.
Confluence. It is late on my end. I'm gonna have to head out.
The show must carry on.
I told
all
you
right, Castle. Thank you, Castle.
Wait,
Wait, Castle. There's only like 6 people watching, but Castle, do you want to send your Twitter? And I should have done this before. I'm sorry, brother. I should have done this a long time ago when there's more people watching.
Oh,
if you want to send me your
no.
Twitter or anything, do you want me to like post it?
Yes, please. If you wouldn't mind, that would be
Can
awesome.
You send it to my on Discord? Oh wait, no, I have it. Oh wait, no, I don't.
On Discord or
YouTube? Or YouTube.
matter, which I was.
Everyone subscribe to Castle. I'll put this in the description, Castle, inshallah,
That
if I
is
remember
not
it.
a
But I'll really
source
try to
for
remember it. Okay.
Stacey's
Oh, I
claims.
put it in a private chat.
Wait a minute. What now? What, Stacey? What?
That is not a source for Stacey's claims.
Cool.
That is a YouTube channel of a different person.
What are you talking about?
Post your source.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay, everyone. Yeah. So good to see you, Castle.
Hey,
I
it
will put this in the description. I should have.
Let me talk to the dude from
I
Germany.
should have. Wait. Hold on. Everyone, hold up, because Castle's like trying to leave. So everyone, hold up for a second. Castle, I will put this in the link, and I should have plugged your stuff earlier. So I just want to apologize for that. I should have plugged it earlier.
I'll be back
There was
again
a
soon.
bigger audience watching.
Yeah, it was nice chatting with you, man. Even though
it was great chatting with you. And thank you.
Good talking to you, bud.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Have a
Take
good
care.
one.
Who was that guy? I never heard him talk at all.
I've seen him on the odd panel here and there. I've seen him pop up.
Castle's great. I personally, I'm a big fan of Castle. I invited him to this exact stream. Okay, we were talking before about the Minneapolis shooting, and now we're into different topics. But
All right, so a question, Confluence. You said that there was a hospital that was doing stuff until the backlash lottery hit them. Are you in favor of the backlash lottery? I thought you're not, right?
I don't want to see hospitals getting like bomb threatened, but there's like an amount of pushback that's probably needed to stop aberrant behavior. And so it's a kind of a tightrope where it's like, I think you can probably appreciate that, where it's like, yeah, something bad is happening and you push back against it enough, but then there's going to be some psychos that like take it to like another level where it's like, now it's actually toxic. You know what I mean? So I'm fine with backlash, but I'm not fine with like so much backlash.
Yeah, like it seems like there are some people participating in the backlash lottery that are doing significantly more than like Last Generation, for example, or PETA.
Sure. Yeah. No. Yeah. But I don't know how you fix that exactly, right? Like you have a legitimate issue, like an actual moral issue, and you want to spread the word, but then a certain amount of people, when they hear that word, are going to do stuff that is like way over the line. And I don't know what the responsibility of, like, if we're talking about like libs of TikTok with like the Boston Children's.
That's why I call it a lottery.
Right. Yeah, the lot. Yeah. Okay, I get it. But like, yeah, it's like at what point is that the lottery's fault, right? For like just bringing, she didn't call for bomb threats, obviously, but then you could argue that she knows that a certain percent of her population that is like watching her will be like insane. But then it's still an important issue to bring up. You know what I mean? Like there's like a weird tension there, I guess. Or do you not think so? Do you think it's just wrong to bring it up based on the results? Because how do you bring something up without a certain percent of your population going insane? Like that happens with like everything, right? Like even if we look at like on both sides, like Hassan or like Asmongold, anything they bring up brings death threats. This is something I've noticed. Probably a lot of people notice this. Anything that one of these like big streamers brings up that is like very like politically partisan, if they bring it up, then the other side will get death threats and like worse than death threats even, and like, but that's just going to happen at a certain point. But should you not talk about the issue, I guess?
One thing I noticed that some influencers do is to remind people to not make death threats.
Do you think that does anything though? Like, I don't think that does anything.
I think you have a lot of power.
I think it probably does a good percentage reduction.
I think you can signal towards your audience, like the type, because what I find, at least for the larger, like I'm going to say Asmongold, Hassan, and even Destiny, I think there's a lot of like looking the other way in the sense that like they will rile people up. Like, I don't know, fucking a lot of people do this, even on the right. Like they will rile up their base, they'll get them angry about something, and they will never sort of signal like, these are the, like, they might say it, but it feels like lip service. Like they're not conducting themselves in a responsible way where they're like, this is like I don't know. I feel like they could do more, but I do think it would have an impact. Obviously, there's always going to be fucking crazies in any group of people, but anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to butt in, but that was my 2 cents.
No, it's we're all open right now, so anyone can butt in at any time. I don't know if it makes a difference. Like
I
I've
love-
seen Asman
Wait,
say
read
like,
chat-
hey,
read chat.
don't go
Stacey.
to these, like Asman will like talk about something. He'll say, yeah, don't go and harass these people. And that's a good thing to do. You should say that as a large creator. But then if you actually like go to the person that Asman might be talking about, well, they're getting like a bunch of like harassment and death threats and like, so maybe it mitigates it a bit, but it's still like,
Bro, I feel like Asman's been fucking unhinged. Did you see his coverage of the Minnesota shooting?
I did, unfortunately.
Oh, dude, that was rough, man. I was like,
He's getting wild, man. He's getting
feels like-
he's getting wild.
going down some sort of pipeline. I don't know what the fuck's going on there, but he's like reveling in it. Like the fucking bitch
Yeah,
got domed to the face. Like what the fuck are you saying?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in the past, maybe like 4 months, where Asman I think has gotten like really kind of like in a bad way, like just like not something that I enjoy. And Asman is kind of like he's become kind of like the moist critical, if you're familiar, of right wing politics, where Asman gives like the most like basic bitch right wing take, where like because that's what like Charlie does with like everything, but Asman Gold does that with everything on the right wing. But yeah, recently he's been like leaning into some weird. I mean, this is the first thing that tipped me off was like the Somali stuff, the Johan Omar, when Asman Gold was just directly saying like, yeah, Johan Omar should be deported. And it's I said this before, I hate Johan Omar. She should not be, she's an American citizen. What does that mean? You can't just like send an American citizen back, right? Like that should be like a pretty solid line, you would think, but apparently not.
Her father was her sponsor. He didn't have legal citizenship, and that's coming out now too.
I mean, like if that's like I don't know that I don't know how comfortable I am with that, but yeah, maybe if your application for citizenship is proven to be fraudulent, then like maybe, but I don't think that's what most of the people that are calling for Johan Omar's deportation are like really hinging their argument on. Most of the people I've even talked to on my stream alone are like, no, she should just go back.
Also, for taking people's
just send her back.
Because I had looked into this, I was like, because when Trump especially was banging the drum about, was it the 13th? No, sorry, not the 13th. The naturalized citizens, I think the 14th or whatever, right?
Like the birthright shit.
Yeah, ending birthright. So I looked into it and I was like, how many times in the past has the U.S. like basically retracted or taken away someone's citizenship? And the cases I could find were directly after World War II. Apparently, a bunch of Nazis like kind of snuck in through the back door. They lied on their applications, and I guess the state of the country, so they got their stuff pulled. And then there's like a handful of like ISIS and like Middle Eastern terrorists that I was able to find. And I was like, if that's the bar in such extreme circumstances, like that, and I'm kind of okay with that as well. I think in those, I would kind of be like, you know what, yeah, fuck you.
That's not what the argument is, though, dude.
I understand that's not the argument, but I'm just saying that those are the examples that they have where these things have been done. So it feels extremely arbitrary and extremely slippery slope to then just be
well,
like,
no, you're missing the point. The law there was one law, and it was original decision, which was right after slavery, and I don't have the name of it, but it specifically said that was for the whole thing. It was for the children of freed slaves to be natural citizens, and that's why they did it. The only other case they have, it has to do with the Chinese national.
That's right, yeah, the Chinese national, yeah.
Okay, they have those too. If you review those, it has nothing to do with foreign people from foreign countries. It doesn't. They've added all. No, let me finish.
That's a separate issue, though, Stacey.
No, that's like, what they're arguing. They're arguing.
So you're anti-constitution?
Not with Johan Omar. Not with Johan Omar.
I'm talking
right?
About
you're talking about
talking about birthright citizenship.
Right. So I agree. Yeah, that's one issue. I want to make sure we're separating those things. But what a lot of people are saying, right? We brought up Asman Gold. He's saying
he wasn't born.
And Trump has said this. Right, with Johan, right? That's not an issue of the 14th Amendment. That's an issue of someone who has been granted citizenship, right?
I was talking
through
about
the 14th Amendment.
I was talking about denaturalization. Like, again, these situations where they were given citizenship, so they weren't born here, but then it was then revoked. And I was just giving the examples of
I got you.
the
But the Supreme Court is taking this under review They've got it under review. They've heard the arguments for it, to my understanding, haven't they?
Yeah, listen to that. Actually.
That's again, we have to separate it. 14th Amendment, Supreme Court has been kind of, they haven't like officially judged on that stuff.
They have taken it up.
Yes, but not with like the Johan Omar stuff. Not with someone who is
Omar. Fuck her, man. Who cares about her?
Well, what I'm saying is the right wing is kind of going into this like this sending people back when they're actually citizens, right?
They want to send her back because of a couple of things. One, they know that they already know this, and the reason she hasn't been prosecuted is because the fucking Attorney General Miller, whatever his name is, the same dude that right now is under the thumb for fraud. He's Keith, whatever his name is. He's been there ever since she's been in the country, period. And what he has done is he refuses for student loan fraud, for fucking marriage fraud. She married her brother. They know that for a fact. She came in with another family fraudulently, and then she used her father as her what do they call it? I forgot the name for it, but it's where you have to have a sponsor that is a citizen in this country. She went through that program, and they researched her father, and he's not a citizen. And all these things have never been prosecuted because they were under the Attorney General in Minnesota and Minneapolis, and he won't do it. And now, for the first time, they're saying they're looking at this shit and going, "We've already got her on fucking marrying her brother. We've already got her brother, and her real husband at that time." Some dude from Somalia at that time, and they have all three of them for student aid fraud. So they're like, okay, well, you lied about that, you lied about this, and now recently, Megyn Kelly did a big thing on it, and she's like, I'm not going for any conspiracy, but here's the deal. This is about what's been traced back. Her father is not listed as a citizen, and she specifically used him as part of her getting her citizenship.
Two things. First of all,
by the way, the citizenship she got was the fast track where it doesn't take years and years.
That's fine. Okay, two things. One, is this not a bit of a slippery slope where now we're like questioning like citizenship, and that we started with like actually people who were like illegal, and now we're kind of moving into citizens? Is that not kind of worrisome? And second, right, DHS, right, they tweeted out, right, remigration, right? Like what does that mean? And again, a lot of people on the right are like, they're not just saying this stuff about like if you came here and you committed fraud on your citizenship test. They're saying if we kind of don't like you for one reason or another, we might be able to send you back. That's kind of concerning.
Not really.
Right? That's what I would say. Well, okay, you say not really. I say kind of concerning. Ivor is from Germany. Ivor, you know remigration. You know the AFD. I'm going to punt to you while I grab a Zin. I can still hear all of you.
Omar, stick with Omar. If she's a member of Congress, if she's not even a fucking citizen, yeah, it's kind of a big deal. We're talking about her.
She is. First of all, she is a citizen. But
No,
I'm
she's
saying
not.
Your last source was a
rhetoric.
Google search. You do
Yes, it
not have
was,
any sources
actually.
to show us.
Yes,
If
I
you
do.
have sources to show us, you can come
Are
back.
you a
But
citizen, dude from Germany? Are you a citizen?
I'm a citizen of Germany.
Do you have anything to prove? Yeah, you're not a citizen of the U.S., right?
That doesn't
I'm
mean
not a citizen of the United States. No.
Okay, well then why are you telling me about citizenship being in the U.S. when we already know that this bitch is already fucking
I'm telling you about sources and your lack of sources for the wild
Well, your
claims
lack
that
of
you're making.
sources, you haven't showed me any sources.
I'm trying to find
Well,
information.
you're the one making the wild
You
claims.
claim something, Stacy. To be clear,
Well,
okay, you
I'm trying to
claim
look this
something.
up.
If you're
They've already
claiming something,
proven
post a
the
fucking
proof
source,
source-
brother.
proof source is
Please,
this.
God.
Look at the
Can I
Attorney
just say
General's
something?
office. Look at the DOJ. Go to the DOJ and pull up her name and see what they've got, because they're investigating her.
Stacy, I'm sorry. If you have a source, send it. I'm not going to do your research for you. Like fucking Christ on a bike. Like for real.
It's your own
Post it,
research.
please, in the private chat. Ag, what were you saying?
I was just saying, like, I love open discussion just as much as the next person, but how the fuck did we get here? I mean, come on.
I didn't want to talk about any of this shit in the first place.
No, that's bullshit, because you're the one saying this is what I'm talking about, and you kept talking about it, and so now we're all talking about it, but provide some sources.
Give me the proof source that she didn't.
No,
commit
you're the one
fraud.
making the claims. Provide the
Fuck,
sources.
they've already proven it. If you guys are too stupid to find it, that's your problem.
No, it's not everybody else. It's you.
That's not how.
Well,
like,
to be fair, because I have that
works.
level of like curiosity, I have been trying to find this information, and like everything that you've said, like her marrying her brother, her father's information being fraudulent. Like the things I'm finding are from like the Post Millennial, which is like a highly partisan website.
It's all
So
it's all
like-
speculative. It's all
Yeah, I have-
it's not
okay, yeah.
proven.
Like,
It's not. I very
Everything
much
I just
hate
said,
Johan Omar, and I'm very much
y'all can take
conservative.
a
It's
picture of the
speculative about her marrying her brother.
I'm not
It's
trying to. I'm just
proven.
saying I'm
It's
looking
just
and
you're
I
making
can't
some
find
pretty
anything current.
radical claims.
And not one of y'all have shown me where she didn't commit fraud.
That's
I'm
I'm sorry.
sorry.
Yeah, Stacey, you're right. I should show
That's
you
not
how she
how
didn't marry
sources
her
work.
fucking brother. Holy
Yeah, you
Christ, Jesus Christ! I need another drink
Y'all
now, Stacey.
married your
You're
brother.
fucking
That's
sending me, brother.
Look at the fucking marriage certificates, dude. That's her brother. They've already admitted it.
They
Well,
have
even
not
talk
admitted.
on
She's denied it. I know that claim specifically has been contentious, but she has denied that. I mean, I don't know where the proof is for that. But you said she's admitted it. She hasn't. She's
No,
literally-
she said she won't comment on it. She doesn't.
Yes, that's not admitting it.
Is that
Because why would-
admitting, Stacey?
Why
Is
would
that
anybody
admitting?
admit
Do you
to
think
marrying
that's
their
it?
mother?
You know what?
Bad optics, right?
The hound's already up her ass, and fellas, when she goes down, just remember who told you.
And also, that didn't that rumor
man,
start
don't
from
do the
Trump?
woe is me thing.
Trump
Come
like
on.
tweet that out, and that's how it became a
Dude,
talking
she's a
point.
piece of fucking shit. Fuck that.
I don't think she's a good person. I think her rhetoric is highly inflammatory. Like
I already
kinda with
said I
Confluence.
hate.
Yeah, I'm
I
already with
hate
Confluence.
Johan Omar.
Yeah.
I can't stand her. I despise her. But she's an American citizen, and I don't want to fucking send her back to Somalia. I don't know if that is that insane. Is that insane?
Fraudulently did fucking marriage.
She's been in America since she was 17 as well. Like sending her back to Somalia seems
40.
insane.
She could be deported for fucking the marriage and the fraud she did with student aid.
You just keep saying that.
I'm even okay. The student aid,
All right, guys, I'm
absolutely,
going to tell you
absolutely not.
something. I'm going to tell you that Joe Biden beat Cristiano Ronaldo in a 90-minute game of soccer.
That's
Now
impressive.
find me a source that says that is false.
I would
Find me a source to disprove that Joe
I would say
Biden
probably
beat
true.
Cristiano Ronaldo at soccer.
I agree with you. That sounds truthful to me.
Oh, we got you there.
Did you never had some dude from Germany? Do you like the Scorpions?
What? The Scorpions? Is
The
that a
Scorpions.
music band?
Yeah,
Oh my God, you're not from Germany.
they're like a 70s, 80s hair
They're
band.
they're the big fucking. They're one of the hugest, the biggest fucking metal bands ever to come out of Germany, and they're like a national treasure from every German I've ever talked to.
You mean American with German heritage or actual German?
No, they're from
they're
Germany.
actually
They're from
Yeah.
Germany. They're from Germany.
Oh
They're
yeah,
called
yeah. A
Scorpions.
German hard rock band formed in Hanover in 1965.
They're like as big as David Hasselhoff or whatever his fucking name is from. What was that beach show they had?
David Hasselhoff.
Yeah, he's used in
Baywatch.
Germany.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Baywatch.
Maybe he would know like. I only know like Rammstein. Actually, I know some German.
Yeah,
metal.
that's mainly the main German
I bet
band
you
I
know who
listen to.
Hey, German person, do you know who Daft Punk is?
Daft
They're
Punk,
from
yeah.
France.
Yeah, you
Wait,
know
is
them,
Daft
right?
Punk, is Daft Punk German?
No, they're from
No,
France.
they're French, but they're
No,
big in
French.
Oh, okay.
Creator. They're another.
German guy.
But yeah, you ever heard of Santiano, for example?
I've heard the name. They're it's a German.
Also a German band. Yeah.
Just call him Ivor, though, man. Why we gotta?
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Thank you.
Hey, Germans are really Germans are
German guy, not
Why is
German
so much
guy.
German porn anal? I mean, it's cool with me, but they're like obsessed with anal.
See, that's why I'm saying just call him Ivor, man. We can tell you're referring to him as German guy, like because it's kind of like.
Well, if
just
you don't
call him
like it,
Ivor.
fuck you. Sorry.
Bro, I don't know.
I don't
what-
give a shit, but I mean, it is his name. We
You're
call
like
you
a random
Stacy, right?
Generator. I just don't know what you're going to say
I'm sorry. I
next.
apologize. German guy, what's your name again? Lazar?
Stacy's mom is
Eva
got
Sonsch.
going up.
Man, I will fucking find you, dog. Don't do it.
See, it's stuff that can be triggering.
Stacey,
Just call him by his
Stacey,
I'm
name.
just
Stacey.
joking around, man. Shut up. I'm
Just
playing.
don't
I was too. I was
I
just
know
joking
YouTube
around.
algorithm doesn't know if you're joking though.
Okay,
is
the
what I'm
German
saying,
guy.
okay?
German guy, I apologize. What's your name for real?
Ivor.
Eva.
That's what I said.
Iverson?
Eva. There you go.
He says Ever, but like, don't listen to that. Call him
Iverson?
Ivor. I'm just kidding.
Like
Oh,
Allen
the American
Iverson?
version.
Yeah, just call me Ivor.
Ivor? Ivor.
What's up?
What's up, Ivor? Every once in a while, if I say Ivor's son, it's just American in me. Sorry. You like America?
I think it has some good aspects.
But let me ask you this: why do Germans? I'm not saying just you, but y'all have kind of a shitty, snotty little attitude thing going on. What's that about?
Well, we think that
Just
there
like
are
in
systems
general.
all across Europe that, like, some of the government management is better. Like, some economic policies are better. Some privacy policies are better, for example. Some transport policies are better.
So that means y'all kind of feel like y'all got it going on. You're kind of superior to the other countries.
No, we're not superior. We're just luckier to have better governments.
I've heard that Berlin, y'all had brownouts and shit last year.
I heard that too.
Because y'all had so much green
Energy
y'all invested
crisis.
so heavy in the green new scam that y'all had abandoned.
It's their reliance on Russian oil, right?
Yeah.
I heard the AfD and Russia may have collaborated on that, although that's...
You're going to blame the AfD on the brownouts, really, Ivor? Come on.
I would have to
You're
look
making me
into how
Stacy
proven that
coded.
is.
You're making me Stacy coded on this one. This was like pre-AfD having any influence.
They were just saying that the traffic signs were being turned off, like green lights, red lights were turned off at 10 p.m.
I will have to research how much...
Well, were you there and were there brownouts or not? That's all I was asking.
In Berlin? No, not every city in Germany is Berlin.
No, no shit. God damn, dude. That's insulting. There's Hamburg. There's Hamburg. There's Hartberg. There's Limburg.
There are so many German towns that have over 10,000 inhabitants.
Right. I can speak some German. Glatten, Gleben, Globen. Is that correct?
I don't even know what that means.
Gatten, Gleben, Globen. Man, you don't know German.
Yeah, the German guy definitely doesn't know German. That's the best interpretation of this.
Iverson, speak some German, please.
Guten Tag, Stacy. Wie geht es dir?
I know what you just said was fucked up. You said something very mean. You said, asshole.
He said good day. How are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
I don't even speak German, and I feel like I picked up enough of that somehow.
I know a little bit, but he didn't say anything bad. Damn.
I will say I find this highly entertaining, but I do have to get off here, so a little bit earlier than normal, but I'll be in chat.
Kind of early.
Canadian?
I am a Canadian.
Testicular.
He's the Canadian.
Testosterone.
Good to see you, Testiger Johnson. Thank you as always.
Yeah,
Always a pleasure.
I'll be around. Yeah. All right. Peace.
All right, now what's your opinion on cutting off healthy body parts of 0-year-olds without their consent, either for religious reasons or for intersex reasons?
You're baiting me. You're fucking baiting me. Pro-circumcision, pro-intersex operations, okay? That's my stance.
And why?
Okay, well, I think I've said this before, but first of all, circumcision is just like it's the way to be gods. Who just left? Who was that? Who just left?
Hack's gonna rejoin.
Wait, who left though?
I don't know.
Hack just left and is gonna rejoin.
Okay, because I saw.
My shit. I don't know why my shit does that, man. As soon as he left, I stopped hearing Ivor. So
weird. Yeah,
anyways,
you have like the weirdest stuff.
I'm on my phone. It's fucked.
Hey, Ivor, before
Did
y'all
you hear
get the conversation for real, can I ask you seriously? Why are Germans pouring so much into anal?
Into what?
That they're obsessed with it. Is that true?
That's a loaded question.
No, I mean I think it's cool. The chicks.
There was that one politician that was like licking toilet seats. I will say that.
I mean, I don't know.
Who I'm
I don't know
talking
about the statistics, but like, I don't really relate to that.
Porn or
I think it's like a cleanliness thing because I think Germans are like very like clean, and so the ultimate taboo is then the opposite of clean, which is fecal matter, and so I think there is From the stats
You don't
I've
know much
seen,
about
it does
German
seem
porn
like
because
Germany.
They use the fucking.
I know.
Shit. They
I
do.
know what you're saying, Stacey, and I understand. And I think that could be a taboo because I think Germans are known for their, their efficiency, their cleanliness. So I think the opposite of that would be,
anal.
something to do
Or it
with
could be the opposite. Maybe it could be that they feel. Maybe it could be that they pay so much attention to cleanliness that they feel like that is
Yeah.
still clean enough.
Yeah, because German porn
Because they can put it in the work.
is very clean.
That's true. That's gonna be true.
I have two plausible explanations for that. I can't speak on that. I'm not involved in that scene.
Well, I'm sure you're not, but you've never watched German porn.
I don't think I've ever watched German. I don't think I live in Canada. I don't think I've ever watched Canadian porn. Like that's a weird thing to like Google.
I've not noticed this as like a difference between countries when it comes to watching adult videos.
Okay.
But who actually Googles that? Like if I'm in Canada, I don't Google like Canadian porn. That's a weird thing to Google. And so I'm assuming for you, Ivor, it's a weird thing. Do you Google German porn? And Stacey, do you Google American porn? We're kind of just like fed.
Normally when you watch an adult video, you can tell sort of where it's from by the language that they're speaking.
Yeah.
Right, but I'm saying, do you search out for that? Are you
they have
searching out like German pornography?
They have German, British, French. Yes, they break it down in categories.
Oh, MC Nemesis. Haven't seen you in a hot minute. Oh God, that's a fucking risky.
Well, I'm gonna go.
MC Nemesis, can I trust you? MC Nemesis?
Well, I'm gonna go in a minute, so you can have another volatile person in here.
No, MC Nemesis is like, you don't, Stacey. If you think you're volatile, you don't even know. You don't even know who's in the back chat. Okay, you don't even know.
Well, this is your show. Do what you want. Why would you?
Okay, Nemesis starting off strong, saying power of all the wavelengths and all the colors of the spectrum.
Yeah.
What?
Okay, MC Nemesis, can I trust you?
No.
I'm gonna ask. Can I trust you?
Confluence,
you
gotta
tell me
be
as well.
You got to be a dumbass if you. Never mind. It's your show. You do what you want.
No. You tell me. Is he?
I just did. It's your show. You do what you want. You know, we talked about that.
Yeah, that's true. MC Nemesis, MC Nemesis, you blocked me on Discord. Okay, I wanted to have a personal conversation, and I think you are the guy who has P-bombed me. I think it's possible. I think you might be the guy who P-bombed. I think you might be Eduardo. Okay, MC Nemesis, I'm sorry. So I think I have to agree with my conscience. Okay. But I will, MC Nemesis, I just want to say, I know this is distracting, but, you have me on Discord. Unblock me. We will talk. I swear to you, we will talk offline, and then I will let you on the panel, okay? I want to hear your perspective. I do. I actually do. That's not a joke. That's for real.
You cutting?
See, and now you're saying that, and that makes me think that I can't bring you on the panel. That's what I mean. That's, you always join my back chat and you say like some like stuff that like is obviously like not allowed, So, but like honestly, unblock me. We will talk. Honestly, MC Nemesis, I'm being actually for real. You blocked me. I didn't block you, which is crazy that you blocked me. So like fuck off in that regard. But also unblock me. We'll talk off stream, okay? And then we can unpack this, okay?
Come on the show till he unblocks.
Kill yourself, says the MC Nemesis. Okay, I'm just saying.
Yeah, you shouldn't even
me.
give him time of day. Look what he's saying.
I know, but I'm trying to reaching across the aisle. You need to kill yourself. Inshallah.
See what I'm saying?
Inshallah.
So I would say we have heard enough from Nemesis. It is fair now to just never let Nemesis on.
That's
probably
I
true.
would say too.
I have like a retarded amount of like, it's the same. Ivor, you know this with Pete. You know my predisposition. I just keep hoping.
Yeah.
The N-word.
He did. Yeah, he did. Oh, Wildheart, is this you for real, Wildheart? Yeah, you're welcome to come on. It's in should be pinned message or it's in the description. It's in both. Actually, if you're on.
Constantine, Is it true that like when I come on, the rare times I come on, that the bottom falls out in the viewership?
No, Stacey, actually, weirdly, I think you kind of bring a bit of spice to the panel. Sarcastic Saint is in here. Sarcastic Saint, you have to either message me on Discord or you gotta cam up and give me one of these. If that's actually Sarcastic Saint, because otherwise I don't know if that's you for real.
Now he's trying to act like Alex Jones.
Alex Jones.
Actually, maybe I can check your channel. But yeah, if you can do either of those. I don't know if we've talked on Discord before, Sarcastic Saint. I think on YouTube I can go to your channel to see if this is you. No, apparently I cannot.
Wow.
So yeah, you either have to cam up in the back
He's a white
or message me on Discord Confluence 358 and I can like kind of try to figure you out.
Hey.
Oh, yeah, it was a nice like 1.5 hours. I think we got through some topics, and until next time, I guess.
Are you piecing out
apologize if
ever?
you didn't get to really bring a topic to the floor. I apologize.
Okay, I'm bringing up Sarcastic Saint. And yeah, take care, Ivor.
Man, I ran Ivor off. Sorry.
Yes, it's me, asshole. Who you think it is?
Look, I don't know. There's been a lot of chicanery going on. Okay, it's hard to know.
God, Confluence, you talked to me before, you asshole. You know it's me.
Why? No, you don't no. People, Big Soda made me aware of this. That people can just put anything in StreamYards. They could put anything they want and any profile pic. So someone could cosplay as someone else. So that made me ultra paranoid.
Oh, that's right. Because someone did that in Emma's stream one time, and they pretended to be me. So yeah, I understand. I get it.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
I get it. So
so Ag just joined back, and now, unfortunately, now that I'm thinking about it, Ag cam up, and you got to give me one of these because now I'm on high alert. Yeah, there we go. And Ag's doing it. Yeah, so it's like it's almost certainly Ag, but on the off chance it's not, then it's like I'm gonna get fucked.
My shit, every time someone like leaves or joins, my shit fucks up, and I couldn't hear you this time. So.
How many hours a day do you do this?
Who, me? Like 6 to 10, like a bad amount of hours, which is why people should super chat. Okay, I'm just saying, like, I wanna like do this as like a thing, but I can't if I don't get like those donos. So just saying, if you enjoy the panels, anyone watching,
I'm all about
you
me.
8 people watching,
I'm all about me and self-promoting, but I just feel like I'm destroying the panel. I don't know why, but
no, Stacey, you're good. You're good.
No, I mean, I'm not tripping or anything. I'm just like, I hear some of the highly intellectual conversations y'all have, and I understand it, blah, blah. And then I feel like I'm just
highly intellectual conversations.
Well, not
okay.
today,
Sarcastic Saint, you were the one originally. So, I feel like we have eternal beef. You were the one where I said,
yeah,
I clipped this myself. That I said, you come up on panel and I'll rip your fucking balls off. I clipped that myself because I was proud of,
Is he the
proud of me
original?
saying that.
He said that.
No way.
Yeah, he came. The whole me like eating balls and stuff. That was Sarcastic Saint.
Was that him? No shit.
That was him. Yep, that was him.
Oh,
that was him,
bro.
Actually, you guys talk for a sec.
That's like the first time I ever. That was one of the first times I ever saw Confluence. He was talking about ripping people's balls off and eating them.
Yep.
Yeah, he's still pissed about that.
Yeah, and I will find it because I clipped it. I clipped it for my own.
For some stupid reason, I'll always remember that.
And you got bad at
and I will see if I can bring it up and play it for everyone because that's a good memory.
That was that's hypocritical of you, like jumping on me, man.
You were like hand motioning, milking balls into your mouth.
Oh, I think I found it. I think I actually found it. Okay, I think I found it for real.
What'd you say, Stacey? I'm sorry.
No,
I'm pretty sure this is it. Okay.
Episodes back because I got into it with AI Jesus or Indian.
Okay, here we go. I think this is it. I think this is actually. I'm not positive. I'm pretty sure this is it. So buckle up, everybody. Okay.
Guy, you look a lot younger.
Okay, here we go. Look at the shifting goalpost, though. Sarcastic saint, you little shit. Come on the panel. I'll rip your fucking balls off, brother. I'll rip them off one by one.
I don't think that's going to
and I'll
happen.
stuff them in my mouth, not in a gay way.
Yeah,
but, you know, I eat your balls, but still not in a gay way. Not in that way.
Not in a gay way.
Goalpost, though. Sarcastic saint. Yeah, so he was. He started all that.
Oh my god, that was it. That
to-
was definitely it, man. That was like, I think that was one of the first times I ever saw you. That shit was. I was dying laughing.
Constantine, how long ago was that?
I think like 2 months ago. 2 months. I
No,
think.
that was longer than that. It was like 4 or 5, maybe 6 months ago.
That's it. Wait, I can check this.
You're like
10-10. What's 10-10?
Put them in my mouth, but not in a gay way.
Oh, okay, so like 3 months
October
ago.
10th. Yeah.
How do you put another dude's balls in your mouth and it's not in a gay way?
It's not. This is what I tried to explain in a moment. Oh wait,
That was-
Marilyn.
that was the funny part about it.
Oh, that's the wrong clip. There we go. Thank you, Marilyn. Ball fluence. Actually, no, I do disavow ball fluence.
That clip-
Actually, that was good.
There's no normal way.
That Stacey, that clip was meant for that moment. It wasn't meant for anything else. It was meant for that moment when he said that.
Well, he kicked me out a few shows back because I got into it with Indian Jesus and said some shit.
Not because you got into it. You threatened to unalive him. Okay, to
Well,
be clear,
I didn't threaten
Stacey.
to rip his balls off and put them in my mouth.
Okay,
But
actually,
that might not
that's fair,
technically.
actually.
That
That's
might not technically kill the guy, but
Yeah,
Well, it wouldn't
right.
help
Yeah,
you.
no, that's a good point. Yeah.
It wouldn't be. It
And
would
actually,
be
that was on
asset.
Emmett's. That was on Emmett's stream. Okay,
Dude, walking around with
that
no
was
nuts
on
going,
my
give me my nuts
I mean,
back there.
to be
Dude's
fair,
like, give me my nuts back there in your mouth. Spit them out.
This is not the first time Confluence has said this to me, but it was meant for that moment.
yeah. And to be fair, he
it's not
did
the first time, it's not gonna be the
self-incriminate
last.
on that one.
Yeah.
Man, you bring a whole new meaning to ball breaker.
Look, I'm proud of that clip. Okay, that clip, that's a fire clip. Okay, I'm sorry, it just is.
Clip.
That shit was hilarious.
Yeah.
Super clip worthy.
Yeah, it was.
They say when people are really highly agitated, you really find out what they're about.
Well, people need to realize that when you clip something, that's meant for that moment, not anything past that or anything before that. It's meant for that moment. That's why when I clipped it, I meant that for Confluence at that moment when Emmett was there, when I was there. Confluence and I were going at it in the chat. We were just having back and forth fun. I mean, we were having fun. I think we were. I don't have any. I have no hatred toward Confluence. I pick on him. Yes. I got no hatred for the guy. I don't like.
I like his hand gesture. It looked like he was milking a cow for a second. But
Yeah.
it's like, I get you. I'm like, that's usually not how you threaten somebody.
I don't know if it was that same one, but it might have been another one. But he was like hand motion. He's like, I'm gonna. That shit was so funny, dude.
There's that whole stream. I did a few, hand
I'll
gestures.
fucking eat them. I'll rip them off and eat them one by one.
There's a lot. I was very loaded on that. Yeah, I was.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I was.
It's like
I
I'm
was
not the
very
first-
wine drunk as well. In my
Is there something there's something psychosomatic, a homosexual threat or homoerotic threat, maybe?
No, this is
that
what I was trying to
Canadian
say. In
boxed
this,
wine?
it's not
That's it,
like homoerotic. It's like in a purely. I tried to explain this at the time, but it's like in a cannibalistic way. Like you're gaining the power of your enemies. It's not in a gay way. That's what I think I said that in the clip. It's not in a gay way. It's in a normal way, right? That's what I said.
but
and
you
I stand
can't.
by that.
You can't come back from that. It's not.
That's like Jerry Seinfeld. That woman he was
I
with.
maintain that. It's in a normal way, in like a cannibalism way, not in a gay way. It's not gay. It's not gay. I maintain that to this day.
Jerry Seinfeld was with this chick and she was talking dirty to him, and he wanted to talk dirty, so he didn't want to say so. He goes, "Yeah, why don't you take your little pink panties and we can fold them that your mom folded for you?" And she's like, "What the fuck does that mean, you sick bitch?" I guess you'd have to seen the episode.
But yeah, when I clipped that, we were still talking about Canadian box white, and that's another thing that people don't realize. You have to be there. The context.
Yeah.
The context matters. He was talking about Canadian box white. We got on him Emmett and I got on Confluence for the Canadian box wine, he was on like his second bottle of wine that night.
Yep.
I think that's true.
And he wasn't like hiding it either. He was just chugging it from the bottle.
Yeah.
he had the empty bottle right next to him, right on his left side, and he had a full bottle. He had like half of that bottle on his right side. I mean, my God.
I guess
Look, I'm not trying to dodge the wine mom allegations. Okay, I kind of openly
Bottle
accept them at this
fluence.
point. Okay.
Man,
Although I haven't drinking wine on stream in a hot minute. In fact, drinking Vizzies, which is like also kind of gay coded. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like it's 100 calories per can. Something like a Kinetic Kel would drink. You know what I mean? No shade, but it's like a kind of a white woman beverage. But
Well,
but
she's
yeah, haven't drank wine in a hot minute.
Well, she's been known to drink White Claws now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's kind of the same thing. Like, yeah, White Claws, Vizzies, and Trulies. They're kind of the trinity of like low calorie getting drunkness. So again, white woman coded. Wild Heart, give me one of these, brother.
And if you really want to drink a gay
whiskey,
no, I love whiskey. I am unfortunately in Canada. I've said this before, but because of the tariffs, Canada did reverse tariffs where we can't get bourbon, and that's the main thing I like is bourbon, like Jack and like Booker's and stuff like that. And we legally can't buy that now. It's not sold anywhere. So that's the problem.
Oh,
No,
right.
well,
No,
not from America, which is like where all like actual for real bourbon is made.
Canadian Mist.
We can get like Crown Royal, we can get like Canadian Club, but it's all that's like shit whiskey, and it's not bourbon. It's like it doesn't even. It's like it's so.
Yeah.
But yeah, we can't get like the actual bourbon.
Have you ever had Bird Dog? Bird Dog apple. Man, Bird Dog apple. It blows away Crown apple. It's like
Stacy, can you back up from the camera? Because I can see your nose here. I can see that burr in your nose. Please, just back up, please.
Yeah, easy like to get up close and personal, you know.
My God.
Notice.
Like, quite a big face. Yeah.
That's better, Stacy.
Man.
That's better. Yeah.
You like that? That wasn't cool. No.
Wait, so I have to ask, Sarcastic Saint, why didn't you join now? I've been threatening to rip yo balls off for so long. Do you just think it's like, do you think I'm like not about to do that? Or like, why join up now? I'm curious. Did something trigger you? Or do you think I'm just like not like ripping balls off? Because I still am, like specifically for you.
No. Why would you threaten to rip someone's balls off?
Well, because Sarcastic Saying he goes into the chat while I'm talking to my brother Emmett, and he starts fucking saying all this fucking nonsense. But then so I'm like, yeah, come up on panel. I'm gonna rip your fucking balls off, and if I have already ripped them off, then I'm gonna eat them, but not in a gay way. That was the kind of the context. I don't know if that makes sense. It's
Okay,
in like a normal
look
way.
at my ID. Look at my ID. What does my ID say?
Every
What
time
does my ID say?
I'm not into dudes, but there's a sense of homoerotic.
Yeah, like ancient hunters would like
there's
eat the
no
hearts
homoeroticness
of their kills, but they wouldn't eat their balls, man. Come on.
A lot of cannibalistic
You don't gain any
tribes eat other people's you do gain strength. You do.
Oh my
what?
God.
Your T levels go through the roof if you're eating
All right,
fucking
you do
balls
that-
from
you
a
do that,
cannibalistic point of view.
Yeah. All right, you do that, and you let me know how that goes.
Man, that is funny. I used to eat mountain oysters, deveined. And they're
Come,
really
you
good.
just became gayer by the minute.
Matter of
I'm
fact,
becoming more
don't
normal by
let me
the
know how
minute,
that
okay?
goes.
Mountain oysters are not gay. Those are balls. Those are bull balls, deveined.
See, and that's actually this is what I think Oxycat in that same chat, the same chat I just posted a clip from. Oxycat said if I've eaten the whole like bull testicle thing, no, that's actually for real gay. Because you're not eating them for their power. Like mountain oysters, you're not eating them for their power.
Have you ever had them?
When I'm eating
Have you ever
Sarcastic
had them?
Saint's balls, I'm eating them in a non-gay way
like the
to
perfect-
absorb power.
It's like
Yeah. You said to
Right?
gain the power.
It's like
exactly. Thank you.
That's the opposite.
Are you eating the man's balls? I was eating his balls.
Because we want the balls.
I don't want the wild heart. I don't want the balls. I want the power. Okay, I want the
to eat my balls again.
So
you just
gay.
said that.
But like not in a normal way. I said this in the clip. I'll say it again. This is something I'm like 10 toes down on. Okay, it's in a normal way. It's in a totally normal way. I've had a lot of time. That was back in October. It's fucking January. I've had a lot of time to think about this.
What toe thing is that?
Don't shake your head at me.
Is the 10 toes thing a gay thing? Is the 10 toes thing a gay thing?
No, it's not a gay thing. It's just being like I fully accept what this is. Like for real. You know, that's what that means. It's not a gay thing.
He's 10 toes deep inside my balls. Okay, that's what he's trying to say.
I don't even know what that would mean, brother. Especially because your balls are already ripped off and stuffed in my mouth. Actually, when I say that does sound kind of gay. Actually, when I say that actually sounded kind of gay. Okay, so
eating mountain oysters is not gay. Eating a man's balls,
that is gay.
or put them in your mouth. Is gay.
But that's how it sounded to us the first time.
Yeah. Okay. Are we all anti-Stacy on the mountain oysters? If you eat mountain oysters, that's fucking gay as shit.
No, it's not.
Is it not?
No, it's not. If you're from the South, it's not.
That's gay.
It's not a gay thing at all, dude. It's if you live from the South, that's some of the best meat. Fucking if it's
the best meat. Oh, grinder coated. Wow, that's crazy. Getting the best meat. Stacy always getting the best meat.
Cow tongue, cow brain, and mountain oysters are great. And there ain't nothing gay about it because I ain't gonna fuck no bull, but you can fuck a dude.
Confluence. You got to remember, this is the guy that was talking about German anal porn. Okay,
that's true. That's true. Yeah, Stacey, you're a bad kind of litmus test on the whole gay issue.
Exactly.
All the German porn I see, that's heavy anal. Which
why are you watching? Like I've watched porn in my life, but I'm never like looking. I'm never searching for German porn. I don't think I've ever seen German porn.
Put in retro German
porn. No, Stacy. No.
Be sure to put heterosexual on there. You might not get what way for you you'd like it, but most people put like
Stacy, you're like this is a self own. I feel.
Also, if it's so bad, why are you trying to expose us to that, man?
Yeah, exactly.
True.
No,
it's like it's so bad you can't look away, or what?
Anal fucking porn is awesome, but it's heterosexual. It's not like Constantine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's great.
Right.
You can get heterosexual German porn. Yeah.
Yeah, you can get heterosexual German porn. That's all I watch.
Yeah.
Okay.
The best
oh my god! All right.
Yeah, this English. Are you from England or Scotland? Where are you from?
I'm from England. Yeah.
Okay. Do you like? Let me ask you a couple things. Do you like? Do you remember the English beat?
Here we go.
English beat.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Do you like Echo and the Bunnymen?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with it.
Do you remember Echo and the Bunnymen?
Oh yeah, I do know that. Yeah, it was a band. Echo and the Bunnymen. Yeah.
Do you remember the Sex Pistols? Of course, you remember them.
Yes. Yeah, that was in the 60s, 70s. Yeah.
70s, yeah. And the Clash?
The Clash, yes. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Pretty boomer coded.
Yeah, they were all kind of punk rock. Or maybe not Echo and the Bunnymen.
Like pre-punk rock.
Yeah.
I can't think of any other good English bands besides like the old ones, the Beatles and shit.
Oh yeah, the Beatles.
What about AC/DC?
They're from Australia, genius.
Australia. Yeah, they weren't English.
Well, still kind of English. Kind of English.
Question. That's a trick question because they were born. The two brothers, Angus and Malcolm, were born in England, and they were actually exposed in England
Scotland
to some sense of water, and that's why they're so small.
No, Scotland. Angus Young was born in Scotland, I think. And Malcolm Young was born in
AC/DC. They weren't born in Australia, right? Am I crazy?
No, they weren't born in Australia.
One of them was born in Australia. The other one was born in Scotland.
Well,
yeah.
they're both.
Bon Scott was born in Scotland. Yeah.
Bon Scott was from Scotland.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he was raised in Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw man. That motherfucker was crazy. Bon Scott was crazy.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. He died of not a heart attack. He died of
asphyxiation. He threw up.
Asphyxiation. Yeah.
On his
Oh
body.
yeah.
Okay, what about Led Zeppelin? What about Led Zeppelin?
John Bonham. John Bonham died the same thing.
Marilyn, what does this mean? You're fibbing because grid isn't live no more. I don't know what this even means, Marilyn. But join the panel though, Marilyn, at the same time. I'm just kidding. But no, I'm not kidding. I'm for real.
Is Marilyn here?
But Marilyn is here in spirit. And in the sense that she's in chat, but she's not on the panel right now, but she will. But I don't know what this means. You're fibbing because grid isn't live no more. Oh, you're talking to
Grid was
Acid.
live and he was doing a debate.
Sorry, I'm on a different.
And can I just point out that you spelled fibbing wrong because it has a G on the end, so it's FIBING, not FI. Yeah, you just.
Oh, the fibbing. Well, that's kind of like the BEV. Yeah, Maryland's kind of like
I'm just
black
hanging out.
in a way.
You were fibbing.
Maryland's
I'm
about
just
to say like
chilling.
fixin' in a hot minute. Maryland's fixin' to say fixin'. Okay, I'm just
Yeah,
saying that.
yeah. It's just
finna say
I'm
finna.
talking about grind. What's grind?
Grinding or grinding.
Well, Marilyn said grind, not live or something.
Oh, fibbing.
She's in
said
grid.
fibbing.
She's in grid. Grid, as in grid one.
Grid.
Motor sports. Yeah, Marilyn, you're black coded.
And I need to change.
I actually,
Grid,
Marilyn,
Grid was
I had a
live
weird-
and he was doing a debate,
I
but
can say that. Never mind.
that might be what she's talking about.
Stacy,
Talking about grinding on somebody.
No, it's grid. It's not grind. Okay, it's grid. It's not grind.
Sounds Maryland coded. No,
Well,
I'm
it's
kidding.
potato or potato. What the fuck is it?
Yeah, once you go black coded, you'll go back coded. Anson is right.
Anson's
right.
No, it's potato because we invented the language, so it is potato, not potato. Because that's
Who the fuck? I've never met someone who says potato though. Like
Say
who
vitamin.
actually says
Hold on.
that?
Say
no,
vitamin.
potato. Potato is the correct version of it.
Say vitamin.
No, but no one says potato. No one says
Listen.
that.
Let him
No.
say vitamins.
Potato.
Say vitamins.
Bottomist. Is that a word?
Well, then why?
Wait,
people
what?
from
Wait,
Scotland
what?
say
Wait, hold up. Everyone else, say it again.
Like vitamins.
Yeah, a lot of times they say
Vitamins, yeah.
vitamin. Like
Yeah.
Rod
Wait, no,
Stewart
say
said
it.
vitamin.
Everyone else, stop talking for a second. Say it again, Wild Heart.
Yes. Vitamins is a correct word. Bottoms. What did he say? Bottoms.
No.
Wait, that's not what you said before. You said something totally different when you tried to say vitamins. That's
A lot of people from England say vitamins.
No, I said you said potato or potato, and potato is the correct word. Potato is the incorrect word because we invented the one.
Why does Rod Stewart say
I'm
vitamin?
talking about the vitamins or whatever you just said, and then you said it, in a normal way. But
I didn't say vitamins. I said potato. That is the correct word to pronounce it. Potato.
Why do some people say
maybe I'm crazy. I thought you were trying to say vitamins.
Why do some Scots?
Yeah.
Scotland say
So
vitamin.
it's not.
Who says vitamin?
You
don't say vitamin?
Apparently he doesn't. Apparently he says. I
Oh,
thought someone
motherfucker.
asked Wildheart to say vitamins, and I thought he said something insane, but apparently not. Maybe
That's
I'm
what
crazy. I don't know.
I heard it too. That's what man, motherfucking my audio shut off, and I was like, motherfucker, I can't hear what he's saying. He said vitamin.
Because we
he said something crazy. Okay.
We said vitamins.
I said vitamin. You said vitamin, and then I said vitamin, and then you said vitamin.
So you were wrong. So you were wrong because we created the fucking language.
Yeah,
no, I heard it too. Yeah, well, we perfected it.
No,
I'm just messing around. All right.
We didn't mean to kick y'all's ass. We just had to do it.
Yeah, well,
We're independent. That way we still consider you all right. But y'all have got a real fucking problem with freedom of speech.
No, we've not got a problem with freedom of speech. We have that as well.
Really?
I don't have freedom of speech.
You don't? You don't? You live in the UK?
I
You don't? You do
think
Wild
you
Heart?
do have a problem with freedom of speech.
Yes, you do.
So what can
like going to arrest people at 3 a.m. for putting a post about making a joke about Islam, shit like that.
Yeah, people being arrested over social media.
Yeah,
Wild Heart.
that's bullshit.
There's been like a bunch of fucking people.
No, but that's American kind of a mischaracterization of we don't.
So
have
that didn't happen.
That didn't happen.
No. It might have happened.
So it did happen.
Yeah, how many people have been arrested over social media posts?
Yeah, how many?
Wild Heart.
Yeah.
Social media posts, but that's not freedom of speech, is it?
What the
Because
fuck?
it's on the internet.
It kind of is if you think
Because
about
it's
it.
on the internet. No, if it's on the internet, then that's not
So
freedom of
what?
speech. Because that's
Wait. Speech isn't speech if it happens online.
Yeah, because
Well, what is it then?
Online is international, so it's not just Great Britain.
So we could potentially get arrested if we go to your country for something we've said here.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why y'all eat spotted dick.
That's bullshit.
Oh yeah, we do eat spotted dick. It's quite nice. Actually. We had it at school. It's kind of like a pudding.
How did you get arrested on? Or sorry, how'd you get banned on Discord, Oxy? You always say you're banned on Discord, but like how? I can't even imagine what I'd have to say on Discord to get banned from Discord. Okay, I need to know this. And Angry Amputee, yeah, okay, yeah, 12,000 people arrested in the UK. How do you feel about that, Wild Heart? How's your freedom of speech now?
Yeah, her statement. I don't know who Angry Amputee is, but the statement: over 12,000 people arrested. Yes, 12,000 people have been arrested in the UK.
So as long as you say it in
Correct.
person and not online, you're cool.
No, it's a correct statement, but she didn't.
But Wild Heart, that's not right either, though.
Yeah, but they didn't say what they were arrested for.
They were saying shit about Islam. They were saying shit about Islam.
No, it is true that over 12,000 people have been arrested. That is a true statement.
We don't do that in America.
Well,
So
we
you
do.
don't-
Well, okay. Well, no, the counter. We do that for some things. There is a line you can cross.
Well, yeah.
There is.
Yeah.
The UK's
There
line,
are-
I think, is cocked, to be clear. But like, there is something that I could put right now on social media, whether I'm in Canada or the US, where I would get arrested, right? Like incitement to violence, for example,
Oh,
right?
right,
Or a
yeah.
terroristic threat.
But they're getting arrested for saying jokes and
We
shit.
haven't got freedom of speech
Right.
anymore.
They're getting arrested for saying jokes or making
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but they have that over.
Yeah, but
I agree with you, Stacey. Yeah, they're getting arrested for a bunch of insane stuff.
Yeah, but that means you've not got freedom of
There's
speech.
a difference between.
That means you've not got freedom of speech. If you can get done for threats to kill, you haven't got freedom of speech, have you?
Wild Heart's getting mocked by someone IRL right now.
Are you?
If you threaten to kill someone in America, you will get imprisoned for it. And if you get
Wild Heart, bring that guy on the screen. Bring him on the screen. Both of you. Bring that guy on the screen. I don't know who that is.
Who's
Both
that,
of you.
brother?
Like sit together. I want to hear that guy. He sounds like he's on my side. Tell him to come up.
Oh yeah, no, he's saying that you are saying that in America, if you threaten to kill someone, then you won't get arrested. Where my contention was,
That's
no,
not
you won't.
You get
You won't
arrested.
get arrested.
It's called terroristic
Yeah.
threat. You will get arrested.
Yeah, so you don't have freedom of speech, do you? Because
Yeah,
you
we
can't
do.
say anything.
Yeah, because
You
if I
can't
make
say
a
anything.
joke, about Islam,
It's not a
they're
joke.
not going to arrest me. But in England,
Yeah,
they
it's
will arrest me.
not a joke. Islam isn't consequential. I'm saying if you threaten to kill someone, you would be arrested, wouldn't you? In America.
Yeah, it's
And it's the
terroristic
same
threat.
in the UK. And
That's
it's the
violent.
same in the UK.
But those people are getting arrested for saying something. It's not even violent. The people being arrested, they showed the examples. The dude made a joke about.
There's a huge difference, man.
He made a joke about trans people.
Right, so you can threaten to kill someone in the US.
We're not talking about that. Listen,
No.
we're talking about. He made a joke about trans people, and they arrested him.
Yeah, there's a huge difference between threatening to kill and making a joke about trans people, man. That's what we're talking about, bro.
No, I wasn't. I was just saying, you were saying we didn't have freedom of speech in the UK, and you do it in the US. And I'm saying,
No,
if
we
you
said
kill someone in the US, you will get arrested for it, won't you?
Yes, we're not okay. So obviously, no country. No, but the thing is, and get that guy, Wildheart, that guy who's beside you, get him on camera. Get him, ask him if he wants to talk.
I don't want to be seen on camera.
Yeah. No, he doesn't want to be.
Okay, I heard that. He doesn't want to be seen. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Okay. But what I would say is in America, right? It's like no one is a free speech absolutist, right? There's obviously some things you can't do with speech, right? You can't, like fraud can happen via speech, right? Incitement to violence, threats, though there is like some carve outs. No one is like fully for free speech at all times unless you're an actual retard. But the UK gets arrested for things like jokes, things against like hate speech, which is like incredibly like poorly defined.
That guy was saying that we don't have free speech in the UK, and you do have it in the US, but you don't have it in the US because we
don't have free. No, that's a conflation. We don't have free speech absolutism.
Yeah, there's not
free,
like
free
absolute.
speech. We don't.
Nothing is absolute.
You can't.
Yeah, but there's a huge difference between like making a joke and threatening somebody's life. That's a huge difference, and we do take that seriously. Yeah.
So you don't have free speech in the US.
No, Wildheart, you're making like a strange dichotomy. So
you could say that, then there's no free speech anywhere. Then, I mean, but we have the freest of speech.
We have it in our Constitution. Y'all don't have it anywhere.
Exactly.
I guess.
In fact, you guys make amendments against it.
So do you have free speach or not?
No,
we have more free speech than you do.
Compared to y'all, hell yeah, we do.
So Wildheart, let me, if I can. Okay, so in Germany, right, you can't diminish or deny the Holocaust, right? In Germany, you can't, and in my country where I live. From Wisconsin, but I live in Canada. I can't either. I can't diminish or deny the Holocaust or residential schools, which is like an issue with the indigenous people. But in America, you could do both of those things. You could say any of those things.
Stream for respect from him, but we could do that all we want to.
Right, and you can't in the UK, right? And so Canada is less free. Do you get what I'm saying? Canada, I don't have the free speech. I can't question anything about residential schools or the age cost, and I can't say certain things about trans people. I'm not saying I want to do any of those things, but I can't legally, right?
Yeah,
in the US,
but
all
in
of
the
that
US,
stuff is legal.
We don't have to worry about it. Yeah.
Yeah, like we know, like Native Americans in the US, they're not the original
say anything
people.
you want in the US, can you?
You're making it.
No,
but that's an absolutist argument, Wildheart.
Yeah, that's a false. That's a straw man.
You can't say there's not. No one is a free speech absolutist here, right?
We're not saying. We're not saying.
Go ahead. Have you had a few pints at the pub tonight?
That doesn't matter.
We're not saying you can say whatever the fuck you want to say. We're just saying that we have more free speech than you do.
Yeah, a lot more.
Then it's not free speech.
Like we could say England's a bunch of lying bastards, and they're not going to
free speech.
If we said
you can't say anything you want
one at a time,
all the time, then
Wildheart. You talk, then.
Thank you, Ag. Yeah, Wildheart first.
Well, to know. You can't say whatever you want to.
Yeah, but you will get.
So if you've got somebody else talking, we need to be able to hear them. So if we're not going to see them, get them closer to the mic.
Now I see why they don't have free speech.
Yeah.
Jesus, all we hear is like an echo talking.
Yeah, what I was saying, your point was
No, your friend was saying, but okay.
You have free speech in America, and we don't have it in the UK.
No, we're saying we have more free speech. If we're getting down in the nitty gritty.
Do you know what free speech means?
Do you know what free? We have it in our Constitution. Do you know what it means?
Yeah, so it means you are free to speak anything at all time in all places.
No, that's not. No,
that's.
Some of you haven't read the First Amendment without telling me, Wild Heart. That's not what the First Amendment says at all.
You're giving a straw man of our.
That's not what the First Amendment says. When we talk about free speech in America, we're talking about the First Amendment. That's not what the First Amendment says. It doesn't say, anything at any time in any place. It doesn't say that.
You said you're not talking about the First Amendment,
and that's not what we're saying either. So
free speech means you are free to speak anything at any time, anywhere.
No,
within fucking reason, dude.
Right?
You can't yell fire.
There's carve outs.
You can't yell fire.
We don't sit here and threaten people's lives. We take that seriously. Of course.
It's all terroristic threats.
But it's not free speech, is it? If you can't freely
threaten
someone's life, then it's not free speech, is it?
That is Wild Heart. That is your definition of free speech. That is not the American Constitution of free speech. That's not what anyone on this panel or in U.S. history has talked about as free speech, right?
Yeah, and like most places condone, they don't.
If you think about the definition of free speech. Free speak means you are free to speak whatever you want.
Yeah, we're in an endless circular argument here.
Yeah, we're looping.
Yeah,
we're looping.
So
that's not. You're taking like a special definition of that, and you're looking at like the words precisely.
Well, he's trying to make it black and white, and it's not black and white.
Yeah.
Free speech means you are free to speak anything you want all the time.
That's such a low resolution take. You're just looking at the actual words.
That sometimes when people say they're going to do something or threaten to do something, they might actually do it. So we take that seriously.
Yeah.
But so as far as a lot of other things, I mean most other things here in America.
Threats are not free.
So in America you don't have free speech.
Yeah, like sort of after September 11/2001, after that we kind of took seriously when people say they might fly a certain object into a certain object. Yeah, I mean, of course we evolve when it comes
so
to
you don't have free speech in America because you can't say anything all the time. Anyway,
bro.
Well, why do y'all call
we're saying to you?
So you don't have
your friend on the panel. Tell him to get close to the mic.
Because you're saying that we don't have free speech anywhere, or we do everywhere. I mean,
it's not a binary. It's not like you either have.
I know,
like Wild Heart. Please listen to what I'm saying. Okay, it's not a binary, right? Like. Obviously, no one in the world is a free speech absolutist, right? That would lead way to terroristic threats, to fraud, to a bunch of untoward things, right? So that's not what we're saying. But you guys in the UK, and I live in Canada, we have the same thing. We there's certain opinions that I can't spread. Opinions. You in the UK, you can't say certain opinions. Let's go to that. I think that might be helpful. Grillapolis, who lives in the States, and Stacy, they can basically say every opinion kind of that they want, right? I don't know if that helps. In Canada and you in the UK, you cannot say any opinion you want.
Not opinion. Someone on the panel said that the US has free speech, and I'm pointing out that they don't have free speech.
Just forget about that. Forget about that. You're getting
anywhere all the time.
You're getting that's fine.
He was wrong when he said it. The US has free speech. He was fucking wrong.
We're disagreeing on terms, but please, okay. on the opinion thing, at least, do you agree?
The US
forget about free speech, please, Wild Heart. Forget about that.
Wild Heart.
Think about what I just said. Think about what I just said about opinions. Okay,
everybody, take a second. Confluence.
Why do you call soccer football?
Okay. Yes. Okay.
Does the US have free speech?
Okay,
no.
Stacy, hold up. Stacy, hold up a second. Okay, Wild Heart. This is what I'm punting to. Okay, so with opinions. Okay, so the amount of opinions that Egg and Stacy can express are more than the opinions that you and I can express. Okay, so I am beholden to hate speech laws. There's certain things I can say that I'm not allowed to say. The government will come and they will break down my door and arrest me. Same with you, and that doesn't happen in America. Do you at least agree with that? So I understand what you're saying, that it's not an absolute thing with free speech.
You just said that it does happen in America.
With opinions. Forget about speech. Opinions. Please stop saying free speech. Please stop. Please stop for a second.
Yo, he did this the other day.
Don't
And
say free speech
he
again.
derailed your stream for like an hour and a half, man. All right, listen. Wildheart. Stop derailing the stream, bro. Just get with the fucking program and keep up.
Opinions. I don't, Wildheart, I don't want to hear you say free speech again. I'm asking right now. I'm asking about opinions. Do you at least please just go with me on this, please?
My opinion.
Opinions. Do you agree that you and me, UK and Canada, can say less opinions than the US can say? There is stuff that we will say that is my opinion. If I say something about the H cost, right, the event that happened in the 1930s and 1940s, that I can't say that, but Agrilapolis and Stacy, they can say that. Do you acknowledge that?
Yes, but what
see, now that he's acknowledged that, I just want to say I didn't even know that. I don't even know all this shit, dude.
Someone on the panel said there is free speech in the US. Free speech.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. I didn't know that you guys couldn't even talk about that shit, because I can talk about it all I want to.
That's what free speech means, because it's free and it's.
Are you listening, Wildheart?
Yes.
Okay, do you understand that that's where we're coming from, me and Stacy?
Talk about anything all the time, anywhere. That's all.
Yes, we can talk about it all we want to, which means we have more freedom of speech than you do.
No, that's in America.
Yeah, that's where I am.
Can you scream fire in a cinema?
No.
In America? No.
Well, that'd be a bad idea. But I mean, I suppose you could.
Then you don't have free speech, do you?
You keep listen to me again, Wildheart. Listen to me again. You could, but it would be a bad idea. Anywhere you go, it doesn't matter if you're in America, or it doesn't matter if you're in your fucking backyard. It's not a good idea either way. It doesn't matter if you're in America or not with that one. That's a bad, dude. That's a bad. Dude, come up with another one. That's a bad one.
No, I'm saying, can you go into
ask your friends to come up with a
No, just stop interrupting me.
You interrupting? And
I'm asking a fucking question. You ignorant American.
I hit a bone.
Hey, why do y'all call soccer football?
That doesn't matter. What I'm asking is, in
why
America,
soccer football.
In America,
stop fucking interrupting me, you ignorant cunt.
Oh no.
What do you call soccer? What do you call soccer?
Right. So can you go into a cinema and
you can go into the cinema and kick
no,
a
that you
soccer
don't
ball.
have fucking free speech, do you? You fucking motherfucker.
We could. We could, lad.
What do y'all
Wildheart.
What do y'all call? What do y'all call soccer?
Shut the fuck up, Stacy. For in a loving way. I don't mean that in a bad way, Stacy. But that's not relevant. That's not relevant.
We have free speech here, Constantine. You can say it.
We could go into a cinema and cry fire.
Okay, so Wildheart.
But it's a bad idea.
So
Do you
that
not
means
hear the words that are coming out of my
You don't have
mouth?
free speech. If you can go into a cinema and
He's so mad.
scream fire, then you will get arrested, won't you?
Is that you,
Yes,
William Wallace?
there is.
Yep, but
Yes,
guess what? Guess what?
You're making it into. You're making it in Wildheart. You're asking, does free speech mean you can say absolutely everything? I've already said it doesn't mean that. I've already said you keep going back to that. I admit in the First Amendment, free speech does not. The Supreme Court has ruled on this many times. Some things are considered First Amendment protected speech. Some things are not.
I'm not from America.
I know, but I'm explaining to you when we say, I know.
clearly,
So
'cause
stop,
you're
drop
arguing
the
against-
binary. Drop the yes or no, please.
That's what
I know.
free speech means.
Wildheart, please drop the
In any
binary.
country other than your
Yes,
own.
there is no country that you can say absolutely anything at any time in any place.
Exactly.
I agree with that. Okay, so please stop saying that, Wildheart.
Can we move
all
past
agree with
that?
that.
Yes, we agree with that. Oh my
we have
God.
moved past that. We're beyond that. Okay, so please, we're beyond that. What we're saying is that in certain countries you can say more than in other countries. In certain countries you can express the opinion that you want. Ag is free to talk about the H cost event. He can say that he doesn't think it happened. In the UK and in Canada, you can't do that. So it's a degree of speech. So I agree with you. No one has like perfect free speech. I agree with that.
Yeah.
So, but do you agree that the UK has less free speech than America does? Right? It's a slope, right? It's like there's stuff you can say, there's stuff you
That's
can't
all
say.
I'm saying. Thank you.
Yeah.
But what do y'all call soccer? Wildheart, what do y'all call soccer?
You know what?
A plus for Stacy for
What?
Fucking Americans, you let my motherfuckers.
Wildheart, quit being a dick,
Hey, Wildheart,
dude.
what do y'all call soccer?
Fucking asshole.
We call it football because we use our feet.
The NFL is
the
football.
ball.
Nice to
Y'all
meet
play
you.
Whereas
soccer.
you Americans
You
don't
play
use your
girly
feet,
man
you use a
soccer.
fucking ball.
Y'all don't
idiot.
even hurt each other.
Okay,
we
it's
don't.
not.
That's not
We're
a
not
man's
talking about
sport. That's a
football.
girl's sport.
Stacey, you're
Soccer's
derailing
a
us.
girl's
You're
sport.
derailing us. Okay, you're derailing us.
Why we're having the girly man World Cup here? Are you going to go to the girly whirly cup?
No, he's doing it on purpose. It's a good thing probably because Wildheart's kind of getting pissy.
No, I feel but I feel like I don't know, but I feel like Stacey is like
you
triggering
always
Wildheart.
fucking
Wildheart, I feel like we're coming to an agreement. I think to some degree,
you're not coming
right?
to an agreement.
Is it Wildheart
Not
or
if
is
you
it
keep
Wildheart's
saying
buddy?
shit, Stacey.
It's
Not if you
always
keep
my
saying
fault.
shit.
It's always my fault.
Fuck up.
It's your fault when you're bringing up football and soccer when that's nothing to do with anything. So yeah, in that sense, it is your fault, right?
What
If you
the
think
fuck do you
about
think-
it,
what do you
Stacey,
think
it
Wildheart's
kind of
been
is your
doing, you
fault,
Canadian
right? Because that has
bastard?
nothing to do with anything we're talking about, right? So in that sense, it is your fault, okay?
And Wildheart's talking about exactly what you're talking about. For an hour, you've been trying to get him off of fucking talking about something that you're not talking about. Now you're telling me the same shit. That's a little hypocritical.
That's kind of what I was
All right,
trying to say.
so what are
but-
you talking about, Stacey? What are you
I'm talking about soccer is soccer and football is for men, and we play it here in the U.S.
that's
It's called the
not what we were
NFL.
talking about. Yeah,
Something for God's
I'm
sakes other
wild
than
hard
free
coded on
speech.
this. I agree with wild hard completely. That has fucking nothing. At least we are on the same page. Stacey, you're bringing something up that it's fine. It's funny, but you have to agree it has nothing to do with what we're talking about, right? You
I didn't
have
say
to
it
agree
did.
with that, please.
But Wildheart wasn't talking about what you were talking about for an hour.
We're trying to get, but I think we made progress. I think me and Wildheart together.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So
Okay,
it's the Canadian and the
Yeah,
Englishman
no, I
against
see
the
what
two Americans.
I see what Stacey was trying to do, and it's for God's sakes, anything like let's move past what we've been talking about the free speech thing for a fucking hour.
Thank
Let's,
you.
like,
Yeah, change topic. Sorry.
yeah. That's all he was
Well,
trying to do.
I think we. Okay, maybe I'm retarded. I think we actually agree. I think me and Wildheart actually came to like some semblance. I think we actually made progress. Maybe I'm retarded.
Yeah,
but I think Wildheart said that like free speech is a spectrum. I think we're actually moving in a good direction there.
Cool. I want to be able to have a conversation with Wildheart and his buddy, but I mean, we don't have to see your buddy, but let's hear him too, because like I hear him in the background, and then you're talking, but it seems like it's like
can
a
your
one on
buddy
two.
get closer to the mic? Can he get closer? We've already. I've seen your buddy on the. He's been on my stream before.
Well,
like
I mean, it's all
accidentally,
good.
so we've already
we understand.
seen him.
Like, look at me, I'm ugly as fuck. So it's all good.
No, it depends whether
It's something that I don't wish to be seen on camera.
Yeah,
But we've already.
But
he's already been seen on camera.
we just want to be able to
tell
hear you
that,
better.
okay?
That's all.
Yeah, but yeah.
Can you be heard on camera?
Just if you can move the mic closer so we can hear you both.
Oh yeah, I've got a laptop. I'll try
You don't have to show him.
Have to put him. He said he doesn't want to be on TV.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
you don't
right.
have to put him on camera. Just we want to be able to hear a little better.
Yeah, we just want to drink.
I think that's
Sounds like he's got some smart knowledge. So
all right.
So with Mr. Gildoff, when you were in the Harry Potter movies, or was that the?
No, but what's your friend's name? Wildheart. What's your friend's name? What can we call him?
I don't actually know.
Call me whatever you please. I do answer to Bordy.
Oh, Bordy.
Goldie.
Bord. Bowdy.
Bodie. Okay.
Bodie.
Bodie. Got it.
Bodie.
Bodie and Wildheart. That's epic. Cool.
Bodie.
But sorry, I don't want to take over the show. What were you talking about before?
Was he in those?
Well, we were moving on from free speech and.
Yeah, no, we can move on from that.
The Lords of the Rings. He was in Lords of the.
We're in so many
Gandalf.
weeds. It's whatever the conversation comes. It doesn't even matter at this point. We're in so many weeds.
Was Brody in that movie, Lords of the Rings?
You talking about Gandalf?
Gandalf.
Yeah, I think it was a jibe at me that or what he saw.
No, it's saying that you look epic and you got a nice beard.
Yeah, you have a nice beard.
Thank you.
If somebody says you look like Gandalf, that means you look cool.
Yeah, it means you look cool.
Well, you can't tell that it's mine.
Yeah, you see my beard. It's not as cool as yours, but
Yours is a bit longer. Yeah, but his is very cool as well. Yeah.
yeah, I got a little salt and pepper. But anyways, I get it. Cool. So, Confluence, guide us a little bit, unless your fucking bladder is
I think
getting the best of you.
His baby bladder is busting.
Okay.
I was gonna zen. I'm back.
Oh,
I can't even remember I don't even know what Wildheart walked in and then someone was talking about free speech and that's what led us down that rabbit hole. I don't even know where
Come on the panel. I'll rip your fucking balls off, brother. I'll rip them off.
What
one
the fuck?
by
Yeah, but I thought we were going to talk about soccer with Wildheart.
We're not going to talk about fucking soccer. Fuck
We
that
were talking
gay
about, I
shit,
think-
okay?
Yeah, I don't think.
I think it was like some racist stuff going on, and we were talking about kind of the differences going on
with soccer.
No,
The difference between the maybe that's not good. Maybe that conversation came from wasn't good as well. So I mean, I'm not really sure.
What are you talking about?
What do you want to talk about?
I wanted to ask what they call soccer.
They call it football.
We call it football because we use our feet. American football, what you call
Soccer.
Football.
We call football. We don't use our feet. We use our hands.
You don't use your feet, do you? So why do you call it football?
Yeah. So in America, we call football. Yeah. We call it football, but we use our hands, and we call soccer, and we use our feet.
Yeah. So you don't use your feet.
It's kind of a weird twist of words, but funny how that works.
When the NFL
to punch and to kick a field goal, but most of the time you don't use your fucking feet. So why?
What's worth more points?
But when the NFL comes and has exhibition games there, like at Wembley Stadium, do you go and watch those?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm not interested in
American would you say a lot of people in England are interested in American football?
No.
I agree with you. I don't know why the fuck the NFL keeps going over there.
Yeah, no one gives a shit. But I'm saying you shouldn't call it football unless at least 50% of the time.
Well, we
you
invented football. Y'all had soccer.
To cut the ball, you actually use your feet.
Yeah, we put it's called football. Foot meets ball, and then we use our hands too.
Yeah,
Americans,
so
we can do that. Multitaskers. In America, we multitask.
So it should be called handball, shouldn't it? Because
no, we have handballs where you just hit the ball with your hand.
Right.
We have handballs.
Okay.
How many
have
times?
to use
Fuck
our
all
feet
this.
because we call it football.
How many times in a
It's gay
normal
sport shit, okay? Fuck all this. Fuck all
do
this.
you use your feet?
It's okay.
It's only to punt the ball.
Confluence disavows.
So you don't
Disavow
use
all
your
this
feet.
shit. Where's
more
fucking
than
Maryland?
40
Disavow this
times.
shit, okay? You know what we're going to talk about? How about this? Immigration, okay? Wild Heart, you can relate to that, and Americans
That
can
might
relate
have
to
been
that, and
what
me,
we were
who lives
talking
in
about
Canada.
before.
Hey,
Immigration,
why hasn't Canada
immigration.
won any Stanley Cups?
No, fuck off with your fucking sports. Canada has won. Montreal Canadiens has won the most Stanley Cups. What the fuck are you talking about?
Y'all haven't won one in like
fuck are you
20
talking
years,
about?
dude. Listen, y'all
I'm
haven't
sorry.
won a
I'm
Stanley
sorry.
Cup
Who's
in
won
20
the
years.
most Stanley Cups? I feel like I'm being
You
sidetracked
haven't
against
won
my
a
rules.
Stanley Cup in 20
The
years.
Montreal Canadiens has won the most Stanley Cups of any fucking NHL team.
And Dallas
Okay.
Cowboys have won the most, the second most, and
I'm
they
sorry.
haven't
Are
won
we
in 30
talking?
years.
Oh, sorry. We're not talking about NHL anymore. Oh, that's a
No, we
nice
are. Yeah,
pivot,
listen,
Stacey.
answer my
The
question.
Dallas Cowboys
Fucking
is not like
retarded.
an NHL team. If you think about it, though, if you
I'm
think about
trying-
it for like a hot minute, it's
Fucking
like kind of like not the
Canadians,
same
man.
sport, though, right?
Listen, then shut up and
So
listen.
they've
Here's the
won the
question.
second most.
You
I'm not
haven't
gonna
won
lie,
a
I can see
Stanley
your nose
Cup in
hairs.
30 years.
So they've won the second most. Not
Wait,
actually.
You haven't won a Stanley Cup in almost 30 years.
It doesn't matter. Have they won
Yeah,
the
it
most?
does matter.
Not even, is that even true? Is that true?
Yeah, that's true. Look it up.
When was the? I'll share it so y'all can see. So
Right.
y'all can be
When's the
fucking
last time a
edified.
Canadian baby buttholes won the Stanley Cup? And it's been 30 years.
What does age matter? Have they won the most Stanley Cups?
Well, they start Canadians as babies playing soccer. Then they play hockey.
Right. They started playing soccer.
They're playing
we'll
soccer on
see.
the ice.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, okay. Wait, actually, maybe that is. No, wait.
Yeah.
Wait, how long ago was 1993? How long ago was that?
93 was that was 34 years ago.
Okay, fine.
So I was just asking you, when did Canada start sucking so bad? Was that when Trudeau came in?
Probably. But do you agree that the Montreal Canadiens have won the Stanley Cup the most times?
Yeah, but they have. But y'all haven't won shit. And y'all are
that's true.
national.
Okay, I agree. I concede. It's been a hot minute. Apparently, since we've won.
Years.
Okay, yeah, that's true. I concede.
So
okay.
America has taken away hockey from the Canadians.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter how long. If they have won the most, if they have won the
taking your
most,
national sport because we're Americans. We do that.
No, we're on like a comeback if you think about it, though.
Yeah, comeback of what? Comeback of being Trudeau? Is that the comeback?
Look, Trudeau. Well, which Trudeau? Which Trudeau do you think happened in like '92?
It was like I went to I want to be
Justin was not like PM in 1994. Okay, I'm just gonna say that.
Oh, his dad was.
Well, that's what I was asking. Which show you meant? Because
Was his dad much better?
No, he was no.
They had to hold him down.
His dad was the one who made Canada be bilingual, who made it so all of our packaging has to have French and English on it. That was Pierre Elliott Trudeau. So yeah, he's a retard as well. But I don't really know. That was before my time, or I might have been like a baby. I'm not really sure. But yeah,
Do you like Rush? Do you like Rush? Rush is like considered your national band, right?
No. Fuck that shit.
What
Fuck
about
that
April
gay
Wine?
shit.
You like April Wine, don't you?
No, what I like is Tragically Hip. That's Canada's band. Tragically Hip.
Dude,
that is our band. Stacey, don't say things you can't take back. Don't say things you can't take back. The Tragically Hip is goated.
I almost thought about taking it back for a second. How about Triumph?
You should take it back.
How
I don't
about
even know
Triumph?
what. Oh,
Triumph.
Testicular Johnson? No, this guy's Canadian. Testicular Johnson. You're trying to. No, he's trying to trigger me. I'm not going to be baited. I'm not going to be baited by this. Any true Canadian loves the Tragically Hip. Yeah, see, you're baiting me. Yeah, I know it's
well,
bait.
You
It's a
tragically are not love it. You're not honoring your past. Triumph and Rush are great Canadian bands.
Rush is like the worst Canadian band ever.
Monday warrior, mean strike. Today's Tom Sawyer, mean.
Yeah, it's like they have like two good songs, that and YYZ. That's the only good Rush songs.
YYZ sucks.
Well, okay, there you go. Okay, I don't even
Limelight.
disagree
Limelight.
with you.
Spirit of Radio. That's good.
Yeah, no, I thought Rush was English.
No,
Are they
Rush
Canadian?
is Canadian. Yeah. In
Rush
fact,
is Canadian.
YYZ is the name of the Toronto airport, like an airport code stuff.
Is
So
that what the song mean? I can't remember. I don't even know what half the songs mean, dude, because Neil Peart wrote them and was fucking going off on some acid trip.
yeah, because he's a retard. Yeah, that's why you shall listen
a
to
great
Tragically
drummer,
Hip.
though.
Tragically Hip or Metric for like a new Canadian band. Well, new.
Oh, wait
like
a minute.
from
Wait a
the
minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
early 2000s.
Oh, wait a minute. What's the name of that band? Everybody makes fun of from Canada.
Oh, you're talking about Bare Naked Ladies? Is that what you're talking about?
No,
'Cause everyone makes fun of them.
No, I like that band. It's what
Wait, I
is
don't think
it?
it's Nickelback Canadian.
Yeah, Nickelback. Nickelback.
Is Nickelback Canadian? Is that for
Yeah, they're
real?
Canadian. They're Canadian.
Yeah,
Oh shit!
so much sense.
It is Canadian. Oh fuck that! Yeah, no, yeah, that's bad. That's bad. We disavow them.
People don't.
Okay.
People remember this band, Silverchair. They're from Australia, but they were kids.
Oh, I fucking love Silverchair, man.
They are cool, aren't they?
Yep.
Oh, I do like Silverchair as well.
Have you seen that little kid? He's like 6 years old. He's older now, and he's from. His dad took him to an AC/DC concert in Australia, and he goes, "That's what I want to do." And fucking 3 weeks later, he got him a guitar, and the little son of a bitch is like a prodigy. He could play anything. And all the big bands that go through Australia, they ask him to come and play with them. And he's like,
Are you thinking of Angus Young? He wears a schoolboy uniform, but he's not actually a child.
No, it's not him, dude. It's an actual child that was like 7, 8 years old.
All right, I don't know that.
At the time.
He's got real long hair. He looks like a little hippie, and he was so little that he was playing a Les Paul. To press the strings down, after every 10 chords or so, he would have to blow on his fingers because it hurt. That's how little he was. He was playing Tennessee Whiskey and all these songs perfectly.
Yeah.
I can't remember his name. He's a prodigy. He was so good. They took him out of like elementary, which is probably like that. Who's that? Who's that chick that was? How dare you? How dare you?
Greta Thunberg.
Yeah, her parents took her out of like junior high because they were like she has to work on helping the planet heal or some shit. Those bitches.
You know, she got arrested like a fucking week or two ago.
For what?
I don't know. For what she's always arrested for, being a fucking public nuisance, protesting in like egregious ways. Yeah.
Well, she's grown up.
It was some like environmental fucking bullshit.
You know, she's for real. She's autistic.
You don't say.
I'm saying like I've seen her in public where she was eating with some people and she went into that "how dare you" shit. And she was being serious. And they knew, the people with her knew she was just having an episode, but everybody else thought it was a joke.
I mean, she openly said she's autistic, and that's one of the cases where I definitely believe it. I mean,
yeah. Well, she was going to take food to the Palestinians or some shit, and
yeah, she switches causes like every 2 fucking seconds.
Yeah, she's a douchebag. Where's she from? Iceland?
Sweden, I think.
Sweden, yeah. Man, and Sweden's got some cool porn too.
What, Stacey? You know too much about all this nonsense. Okay.
Well, dude, I'm sorry. This is what guys used to talk about back in the fucking 80s and 90s: porn, football, and bands. Have you checked Have you checked your testosterone levels lately?
I have checked mine. Yeah.
What is it?
It's I said it earlier. It's not great. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's normal. It's normal.
What's normal?
It's like 300. Okay.
Oh my god, dude! Get to a clinic immediately.
That's bad.
You're not running 700 to 800. You're gonna grow a mangina. You'll have a mangina up here.
Okay. Real talk though. Real talk. In the US and in Canada, same thing. If you're like in like the mid 300s, you are not eligible for TRT. So like, I guess if you're telling me to go on like steroids because no doctor will give you TRT or any type of exogenous test if you're like above that range. They just won't.
That's why Canadians have to come here to get their balls because
in America too. If you are in the 350 range, you cannot get TRT. You can't.
Is this why you're wanting to eat everybody's balls? This makes sense. Man.
Because you can't get any testosterone there.
You can't in America.
I've got it.
I lived in America, Stacy. It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
You tell the T clinics in Texas that, and they'll tell you you're full of shit. As long as
Alex,
you're 400,
I'm trusting Alex. I'm trusting. Look how much I'm trusting. Is this you, Alex, for real?
You actually can get it. You just got to tell them you're transitioning into a man.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, maybe if I said I was a woman,
Rogers.
yeah, maybe that would work. Maybe I should do that.
Mr. Rogers?
I think they believe you, so you'll be all right.
Is it Mr. Rogers?
No.
Yes, it is. And guess what? You don't have to be transitioning to get fucking T treatments and
I'm saying
you absolutely do. Like Stacy, post you've sucked with your sources so far on every front. You fucking cucked yourself with sources. Okay,
well,
so show me a source,
fucking doctor, and I'll bring you the fucking report. And I run
send me an actual source, not a fucking anecdote. Not a fucking anecdote.
Yes, I'm the outlier.
Hey, you're going to tell me I'm not living my life.
Is TRT medication?
You're going to tell me that I don't take it.
Hold on. Is TRT medication?
What?
Is TRT medication?
I'm talking about testosterone.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Stacy. Thanks. We didn't realize you were talking about testosterone. That changes everything.
Where should he get his testosterone from?
I get it from the fucking doctor.
Yeah, okay. That's because your levels were low, Stacy. Your levels had to be low, even if you're over 50.
That was 5 years ago, dude. I've been at over 750 to 850 ever since, and they still keep
because you're on TRT. Dude, what the fuck? How do you not understand that,
Stacy? Because they prescribed it to you.
Exactly.
Now you're normal. They keep you on it.
Well, he's at 300 and says he can't get it.
Well, he may not qualify.
You don't in the States and in America, in both our countries. If you're like 350, you do not qualify.
Dude. I'm not restricted by Canadian medicine.
I'm sorry. Bullshit. Did you not hear what I just fucking said to you, Stacey?
How many Canadians come to
one at a time?
And America.
How many Canadians come to America for good health treatment?
None.
That's it. Stacy. Again,
if you want teeth treatment, come to America.
I'm from Wisconsin. Okay.
But you live in Canada. Do you
know? And I understand how both systems work. I've been to doctors in both places.
You're not getting enough teeth treatment.
Look, you showed your hair earlier, Stacey. Okay, I'm just gonna say that. I'm just gonna say that. I understand.
Stacey,
but this is not a stream about pushing teeth treatment.
The point is, Stacey, in both you can post a source if you want. I'm saying
panel could be a good thing.
I'm saying
it can be, but it's just not.
I know.
The only way in Canada or the U.S. that I could get testosterone exogenously would be from an illegal source. That is what I'm saying. Or maybe I think Alex is probably right if I said that I am transitioning. But I am in the range where you can't legally prescribe it. You can look it up. I've looked it up. You can too, Stacy. I fucking believe in you. You can look up what the standard is for people to get prescribed TRT. It has to be over a certain amount of fucking micrograms of testosterone per deciliter. If it's below that, you will get it. If it's above that, you can't. And
every 6 months,
it's like 350.
Not deciliter, deciliter.
Every 6 months they test me, and I'm twice the level you're talking about.
Possibly.
Stacey, they prescribe it based on the level you had before.
I agree with you. That might be the case.
No, listen. Okay.
But
so if your level is below 350,
one at a time,
they would have prescribed it. And then once you got it to 8 whatever, they wouldn't take you off of it. They would keep you on it because apparently you needed to stay higher than the minimum whatever.
Wait, Ag, it is deciliter. You just tried to cuck me. It is deciliter.
Tomato.
Tried to cuck me. You just tried to cuck me. Deciliter. You just tried to correct me, and I was right on that. I'm just gonna say that. Okay.
Deciliter.
Anyway, I'm hoping that your T levels will drop low enough that you can finally get testosterone and get
Yeah.
them up to 800.
And
I
it is
hope
con-
so.
Be,
That's
you'll
bullshit.
quit wanting to put
Urologist
guys'
Association
balls in your
considers
mouth.
300 to be too low.
Stacy, I actually agree with you because my doctor told me, he said, because I asked him, I said, I want to get my levels checked. I was doing blood work. And he said, if you're below this range, we can bump you up to 800 to 1,000. But he said, if you're above this range, then we can't do anything legally. That's what he told me.
I believe 1,000. I don't understand.
Because
I want it to be, I don't know. I want it to be like 600-700.
Yeah, you do.
600-700.
No,
That's
you
what I
want
want
to
it
be
to be.
800 and above.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to grow hair on the bottom of your feet, sure, but
676.
Well, I tell
fucking
you what,
Hobbit.
fuck y'all, because I've been at 500, 600, and it sucks dick. You want to put, I guess, what you're saying, balls in your mouth. I don't have those urges because I'm at 800 and above.
Stacy,
I don't think
I don't think I want to be you, Stacy. You've talked about a lot of like different regions of pornography that you enjoy. If that's what like high tea does, I don't know if
you were unaware that there's different classes. There's English or British. There's German.
You said that you said you've watched Swedish pornography and German. That's a level of specificity that I am like not into.
Dude, you act like porn's bad. That's part of being American.
Porn is bad. Porn is bad.
No, it's not.
Aren't you?
Well,
religious?
that's
for girly men, it's bad.
Hold on, aren't you religious, Stacy?
No, not like that. I don't go to church. I said I'm not worthy to be a Christian. What does that tell you?
Yeah, but I'm American. I don't take part in that. So
well, good for you. You know what? I think it's great that y'all are all great.
Yeah, I'm not shaming. I'm not shaming you.
No, that's okay. But guess what? When you poll women, when you poll women, 9 out of 10 will tell you, yes, I do.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So that's why you have to have 800 levels and above ready to pop that shit.
Yeah, that's why I have to take exogenous testosterone and fucking die early from a heart attack. That's great advice, Stacey.
Yeah, I was going to say
Great
that's
advice.
not my problem. I mean, I don't take anything, and I'm good.
How old are you guys on the panel? How old are you, Constantine? I forgot. 30.
Nah, a little like closer to mid 30s, but
okay, 35.
In the
How
under.
Mr. Rogers, how old are you?
Sorry, what was that?
Your age, if you.
I'm 42.
Okay, 42.
Christian, good to see you.
Okay, how old are the other people?
Wait, did you say 42, Alex?
Yeah, he said he's 42.
He's not 42.
He's probably
41.
Whatever. Okay, and how are the other people?
I am. I'm 41.
I always give a different number.
Oh yeah. Can you just say I'm 44.
Okay, and how's old's the other person? The guy with the hand.
Yeah,
I said I'm 41.
Okay, so all of y'all are in your 40s or mid 30s. I'm fucking 60 in a few days. Fuck all of y'all. It worked.
When did you start taking this, though? You said 20
I didn't
years?
have to take my T levels didn't drop till I was 52, almost 53.
Right, so you're whoa, no, stop. So you're 50 in a few days, and
I'm 60.
then you said,
I'm 60 in a few days. Wild heart.
In a few days,
A
and you
few
said,
days. I'm going to be January the 29th, 1960.
Why would you say fuck you all for being 60?
I'll be 60.
What?
He said he's about to turn
He
60
said-
in a few days.
Yeah, he's gonna
He said
turn
his
60,
T levels
and then he said,
didn't
"Fuck
start
you."
dropping until they were
My
until
T
he
levels
was in
did
his
not
50s.
start reducing like where I could notice it. They dropped down the 4s or whatever, and I said, man, what the fuck? And I don't even think I got into the 3s, and boom, they hooked me up.
Right, so when you turn 60, you can just insult people.
Insult people? I don't know about that, but I can take my testosterone and take
Yes,
fuck
that
off
is
if you're a
actually
smart ass.
Yeah, it's called. It's like the
Stacey, you
stereotype of the
can't
cranky old
brag
man.
about your T levels when you're taking exogenous T, right? Like that
I
doesn't
don't
make any
take
fucking sense.
whatever the fuck you call it. That sounds like some queer fucking trans shit.
Hold on.
Well, that's funny because that's what you're taking, Stacey.
No, I'm
so you're taking
I'm
some queer
taking-
trans
I'm
shit.
taking what's normal to the male body.
So
I'm
you're
not putting
taking
it- I'm not taking
exogenous
estrogen.
testosterone,
I don't
right?
take estrogen. That's fucking.
That's not.
trans
That's
shit.
not. I don't think that's what I said. So you're
That's what
taking
you
queer
implied,
trans shit.
androgynous.
Exogenous. It means testosterone outside of your body. It's not.
No,
it's
it
not.
means- it
It's
means
not
you
endogenous.
cross-dress. It means you're
It's
cross-dressed.
not what that. Oh well, for some people it might mean that. If you're a woman and you're taking it, that's what it means. So you, Stacy, do you agree that you're taking the same medication that a trans man is taking? Because that is actually
No,
true.
because a trans man is a woman, and a woman is taking it is that's foreign to our body.
It's the same
you guys are taking the
medication.
same medication.
You
You're both
dumbass,
taking
if
No,
TRT.
no shade,
to a
no
woman,
shade.
if you
but
give it to a
it
woman
is.
with an XX chromosome, that's not normal to her body.
It might have
It's the same
adverse side
medication,
effects,
brother.
but it's the
If you
same
are
meds.
if you're
You know
XY
that the women have
chromosomes,
some
your
amount of
XY
testosterone,
chromosome
right?
Okay, you
and
could give it to a
testosterone,
monkey, but if it's the same medication,
testosterone
Yeah, it's the
is normal for
same.
your body.
The same
no
I don't care.
shade,
medication,
no
Stacey.
shade, but
It's just
yeah,
the same.
If I
it's the
was a
same
trans,
med.
I would take estrogen and pray for titties. That's not me.
What?
That's a little
If I
sus,
was a
brother.
trans,
That's a little
What?
sus.
Yeah,
That's a little
that's
sus.
very
Pause.
specific.
trans
Pause.
people that are chicks with dicks take estrogen. Dudes take testosterone.
But it's the same. If you're taking the
Now
same,
you're telling me men and women are the same. No, they're not.
no,
No,
if you're
no, no,
taking
no,
the
no,
same
no. Stop.
medication, yeah.
You're being deliberately
Dude,
obtuse
none of y'all
here,
have to
but
take testosterone. I
it's
don't give a
pretty clear
fuck.
what they
It
say,
works for
right?
me. Hey,
Just
if
They're
treat
it
me
works
like
saying
for
I'm
that
you, good,
stupid. I'm
they're
not
great.
trying
saying
to
that
be
if you were a
deliberately
woman
obtuse.
trying to become a man, you would take testosterone, which is the same thing you're taking. That's all he's
If you
saying.
were a woman and you wanted to be a man, then you would take testosterone, and it's foreign to your body, and that's being
It's
a
not.
fucking trans.
Do you think women
trans
have no
man.
testosterone?
Do
So
what?
let me ask you a question.
Do you think the women have zero testosterone?
I didn't say that. I said that
You said
those
it's
that are
foreign to their
transitioning.
body.
No. Don't put words in
If
my
you're,
mouth.
You
Mr.
said it
if
was
Rogers,
you're,
foreign to
let
their
me
Mr.
ask you a
body.
Rogers, go back
question.
to your
I
neighborhood and
didn't put
listen.
any words in
No,
your
you're not
mouth. Those
fucking.
words came out
No,
of
you're
your mouth.
wrong. You're wrong. A
Really?
woman,
Did
a
anyone else hear
person with a
that?
vagina, it takes testosterone. So I'm a trans man. You don't have a dick, but I'm a trans man. No, you're not. You're a chick. You're a chick taking
Yeah.
testosterone.
But if you're still
But they do
tasting,
take testosterone, right?
And if you're a dude and you're older like me and your T levels are dropped, then guess what? You're taking something that's a normal
all
hormone
right.
for you. It's normal for you.
Do
Your
we
body.
really? Do we really want to be
That's
attacking
what
someone for
works.
medications they take? I mean, come on.
Well, you know
Let's
what?
let it go.
You take estrogen, makes you feel manly. Go ahead.
No, I wasn't talking to you. I was supporting you, my dude.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, then I'm sorry, Mr. Rogers. Sometimes you sound condescending with that kind of want to be.
I was
With
kind of
that
sending
accent.
towards
You
them, not
talk too
you.
soft. Talk
So it's
louder.
okay.
I think
My
you might have
hearing's
been
going
hearing
too.
me.
My hearing's going too. I went to a Black Sabbath concert in 1983 and blew out, busted my eardrum on the left side and
Oh, I
damaged
bet you
one.
It's
did.
like some extreme coke.
Well,
I'm just fucking with you. I'm just messing
dude, I
with you.
quit. You know what? The coke when we
Well,
did it.
come on, man. We're just joking, man.
No, I know, but the
It's all
coke
good.
when we did it, it wasn't like there was some shit that came along and started killing people, man. It was like 78, 85% proof.
Oof.
You do one snort and your whole fucking left side of your or what side of your face, you couldn't even feel it. That was bad. That was bad stuff. It was, at the time it seemed like the thing to do. Did we kill some brain cells? Probably.
Yeah.
But at least, I didn't smoke too much weed. I don't understand. I went
You
to a
might have been
party.
better
I went to a
off, to be
party 5
honest.
years
But
ago, and there's a bunch of white collar people, and I was just there with a friend of mine, whatever, and giving some financial advice on mortgage shit that they were doing, and they asked me, and I gave them a little, okay, cool, and they go to we're at this very nice house in Highland Park, and next thing I know, they're passing around a joint. I'm like, yeah, whatever, and it's not really my thing, but okay, cool. I took 2 hits. I couldn't talk for almost 2.5 hours. It was over 70% proof. I don't see how these motherfucking kids smoke this shit today. When we smoked it, it was less than 25%. They're smoking shit today. I don't even see how they fucking drive.
Yeah, there's like the vape cartridges that are like 90% and shit.
oh,
Yeah.
fuck that.
Yeah.
Dude, it's incapacitating.
That sounds like
I was just sitting there going,
death. To be
It says
honest.
it has no effects, but that's bullshit.
Yeah, that's
all
not
I know
true.
is if you get some shit that's THC and it's over 70%.
Like no psychoactive effects. That's bullshit.
Oh
yeah. I
don't know. Does anyone say that?
It may not make you hallucinate.
Say what?
If they took out.
No, I'm not saying it
it
won't make you, but it make you high as fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, it make you where you can't fucking talk for a few hours.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
But Stacey, you're still better off smoking cannabis than doing large amounts of cocaine. I will just say that.
Brother,
I can agree with that.
No,
like just from a body point of view, like the cardiotoxicity of cocaine is like very not good. It's not good.
Well, at least you don't go down sitting at the fucking couch eating Fritos and wondering why you don't have a date. You're out there fucking, when you get
but
the
at least
point
you don't need heart surgery when you're like 45, right?
And guess what? I've had all my heart shit. I had all my heart shit tested less than 90 days ago, and it was perfect.
Yeah, are you still fucking railing lines of blow, Stacey?
No, but do you have some?
How's that cholesterol?
Cholesterol's doing pretty good. I went ahead.
Yeah, mine was fucked.
I got on we go because I got up to 250, but I'm still very active, and down I'm fixing to be 215, and I'll get down.
No,
to
that's good.
190.
That's good. Wait, you talking about weight or cholesterol?
Wait.
Oh, okay.
Dude, I get 175. I get 175 in my cheekbones. I have high cheekbones. People think I have AIDS. And they tell me that's my perfect weight is 185. It's disgusting. I'm built like a linebacker, for real. I mean,
how tall are you, Stacey?
5'10" and a half, almost a 5'11".
Okay. Yeah, but that's pretty stocky. Yeah,
very stocky. Yeah,
I'm 6 foot and about 160.
Yeah, you're skinny as shit.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, but see, I got blessed because I got big shoulders and I got pretty big chest and I played catcher.
I'm the smallest guy in my family though.
Yeah,
so
well, my dad,
cool.
I got fucked. My dad is 6'5". My mom is not even 5 feet tall. They look like freaks. I love them, but I was just like, what the fuck is that about? It's a circus.
My dad's 6'1", my brother's 6'5". His kids are like 6'7". It's awkward. They have to duck through doorways.
Yes,
it's crazy.
Well, see, I had on my
but they're
my
like 200
side,
plus. They're fucking
like 6'6" and 6'7". And I'm like, my dad was 6'5". My grandfather was 6'3". But then on my mom's side, they're all midgets. I would have been 6'2" easy. But fuck no, I love my mom, but I'm like, damn. The first question she said I ever asked her when I put words together was, "Mom, are you a midget?" She said no, and she goes, I didn't blink an eye, and I said, "Are you a fairy?" She was like, what the hell are you learning?
I mean, to be fair, what would you say though?
No, she's so small. She weighed 90 pounds, and she was 4 foot. She was within an inch and a half of being listed as a little person.
That is pretty small.
Very small. And you look at my dad, he filled out, but damn, he was 6'5". He grew 7 inches when he was 18.
Dude, that's like a fucking Chihuahua fucking with a goddamn German Shepherd or something.
Yeah, dude. I mean, it fucks up your deal. That's why I was like, are y'all sure? What the fuck? And I was like, I don't see anybody else's parents that are like that. And then when my dad really filled out, he got to 275, 280, and he wasn't fat. He was a big dude. And my mom, she never got up over 100 pounds. When she got close to 100 pounds, she was like, told her doctor she felt like a tank. She was like, I'm huge. They were like, no, you're not. So, but my dad could literally pick my mom up and set her on his shoulder like a parakeet.
Nice.
But, yeah. But the weird thing is he's not an alpha. That's the weird part. I mean, he's cool, but he's the type that wants a woman leading by the nose, and that ain't. I mean, I'm down with the women's. I love them, but I'll be goddamn if I get fucking owned. I don't want to handle them. They ain't gonna handle me. You better have your own shit. If you can't take care of your own business.
So you like to be dominated?
Who, me?
No, your dad is that?
No, he doesn't like to be dominated, but he likes to be led. That's what I'm saying. He's not a true alpha.
Like a smart guy.
Well, no, well, you say that, dude. I mean, shit. Y'all just seen he got married 3 times, and two of my stepmoms were like straight from hell.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, that kind of led. Oh,
Yeah.
That
like telling you
My
you have
apologies.
guests at your house, and on Saturday morning at 7:30, everybody needs to leave because she's got a couple of clean people coming in, and she didn't want anybody in the house. What the fuck? I'm from Texas, man. If you have guests, you're very hospitable to them. You don't tell them to get up 7:30 in the fucking morning to go do something. That's disrespectful.
Were they having somebody come and clean because of the guests, or
No. That was her routine, and God forbid she's going to have a routine.
Oh, I gotcha.
Oh, yeah.
And they had an extra bedroom,
all hell breaks loose.
like somebody else was going to come by and see them. That's why I left early, because they were like, "Well, we don't have a room," and I was like, "What's that? There's that room right there." Well, that was for her grandchild, who was like 8 years old, and she was like, "No, that's Jordy's room. Nobody can go in there." And it's like, "What the fuck? That little." And so I just said, "Well, you know what? I got to go, and they can just use this room." I was like, and I call my dad Smokey because she won't allow him to smoke, so he sneaks around and smokes. And when I found that out, I was like, "Dude, what are you talking about?" And he's like, "No, she doesn't like me." So I said, "Who gives a fuck what she like?" He's like, "No." And so I started calling him Smokey from then on.
Stacy, that makes me nervous because there's a guy who comes into my chat who is named Smokey, and he hits on a lot of the panelists. Is that a Stacy sock puppet?
No, it's my dad.
Is it Stacy? But I'm saying the guy who comes into my chat, because we know you have at least one sock puppet beyond.
No, I know, dude. I don't use that name other than when I address my father. I haven't spoken to my father in 18 years.
I know. I'm just saying, but you don't use his name.
No, he was working for the prison system, and when I went in, I guess it embarrassed him or some shit. And I've never spoken since.
Okay, so you don't have an account called Smokey Swiss.
No,
to be clear.
Dude, you'll never, other than talking about my dad, my biological father, my stepfather became my real father.
He kind of sounds like you. He kind of sounds like you in a way.
The Smokey, that's my dad, my biological father. You'll never catch him on anything like this. He's an old cowboy.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So, anyway. I don't know how I got on that tangent, but I did. So
I don't even know where we came from.
Well,
yeah, I kind of lost it in the last. Stacey, you talk about a lot of nonsense. Do you know what I mean?
You lie me, bitch. It's better than saying the same shit over and over for a fucking hour or calling soccer football. So kiss my ass.
I feel like that was. I feel like you were the one that kind of brought that up, Stacy.
Yeah, and I never
know what I mean, mate.
America.
Had a lot of fun. If you don't like it, you fucking suck my fucking rebel American dick. When you
that sounds a little gay. That Stacy, that's a bit gay coded.
Well, he eats spotted dick.
Oh, wait.
Wild Heart, do you eat spotted dick?
I have at spotted dick.
Okay, there you go. Thank you.
Wow. Okay, I was trying to defend you, Wild Heart, and you say some like gay shit like that. Wow. Crazy.
But no spotted dick is a pudding. It's not.
You're putting it in your rear, right? You put it in your rear.
No.
You take a nice big spoonful in your mouth.
Thick motherfucker.
Anyway, fuck you, limey bastard. I'll go ahead and leave so y'all can talk about other stuff. Fuck you. Shut up and call it football. Bastard. It's called football. Right. We have football.
Right. We have football as well.
America. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, that guy's not nice. He just talks too much and he's fucking annoying. Do you know what I mean?
Wildheart, what's on your mind? Okay.
Yeah, it happens.
Again, I feel like I haven't. I've been trying to like get something going because like my dopamine quota hasn't been hit. So like someone say something that's gonna like cause like everyone to like spurg out. Like I want to spurg out. Make me spurg out, please. God, please.
Yeah. What does spurg out mean?
Like just like I want to get mad. I want to get ornery. You know what I mean? Like I want that. I want to like fight. You know what I mean?
All right, fight. Are you religious at all?
I am. I'm a Christian. Yeah, I'm a Christian. And you're an atheist. You're an atheist loser. Yeah, I'm trying to instigate. Yeah, you atheist, you piece of shit.
Yeah. So your God doesn't exist.
Yeah, okay. Get fucked. Get fucked. What does that mean? Say more.
Can I explain why your God doesn't exist? The Omni God, which I presume you.
God damn, I was only gone for 5 seconds. What the fuck?
Omni.
Yeah, tell me, you fucking UK fucking retard. I'm just kidding, but I'm just trying to get that.
What are we fucking talking about? The fuck
God
happened?
now, okay?
Confluence wants someone to.
I'm just saying an omnipotent, omniscient,
Omniscient.
benevolent
Okay.
cannot exist because
Why
it's
not?
logically impossible. Because it's
Damn you,
okay.
fucking accent, dude. What?
Yeah.
He's
It's
saying an
logically
omnipotent,
impossible.
omniscient God is logically impossible.
Yeah.
Right, Wildheart?
Okay.
Yeah.
So why? Say more. Say more. How is that logically impossible?
Because evil exists. So if God, the God that you believe in, being a Christian, was omnipotent, he could do anything. He was omniscient. He knows everything, and he was omnibenevolent. He is all good. Then evil wouldn't exist. But you believe in that God, so the God that you believe in cannot exist. Cannot. No, he just doesn't exist.
I mean, just let's just say he did it on purpose. Then he could exist. So
no,
there's
he
one
doesn't.
example of where you're wrong.
No, what do you mean he did it on purpose? Because
And he already knew, and he did it on purpose. Let's say he was
he
just
wouldn't choose
let's
his
just
own attributes, would
say.
he couldn't
Okay,
choose
go
his
ahead.
own attributes. If he's always existed, then he couldn't have
Yeah.
chosen his own attributes, could he?
Why not?
Because he's always existed.
Okay, and why not? Why couldn't he just go ahead and change his attributes while he's all existent?
Because he's non-changing.
Why? Where does it say he's non-changing?
The Bible says he's non-changing. He has never changed.
What verse does it say that?
I'll have to look it up. I don't know.
Yeah,
the verse.
please do. Yeah, send it through the back chat. I'd like to see what verse it
I'm
says
pretty sure
God is non-changing.
I'm pretty sure the Bible says that God is non-changing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Bible says that God is
Those
non-changing.
exact words. Okay, all right. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Right. So God is non-changing, so he couldn't have changed his attributes. If he's always existed, then he couldn't make his attributes.
I mean,
he couldn't exist. He could not exist.
Those attributes couldn't have existed before. Okay, so we're just like kind of narrow-mindedly going after this and taking one verse out of the Bible and taking
Well, if you
it
don't exist, and you're not
out of
changing, you
context.
can never come into existence, right? I mean, it's logically true.
Yeah.
Even though it's not.
And logically true means true.
Your premise makes sense.
God cannot exist.
Or your conclusion
then,
makes sense if the premise is true. Yeah.
Yeah.
If the premise is true.
Yeah.
It's a lot of lifting for the premise being true.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's definitely true.
That seems a little odd to say that.
The Lord do not change. So you, what verse is this?
Malachi 3:6.
Malachi.
What is the exact text?
Yeah.
It's like, do you want the context? It's kind of I mean, this is obviously not a part. Can you guys see this? Yeah, this is like something added later, but it is a good separation point. So I will come to put you on trial. I'll be quick to testify against sorcerers, adulterers, and perjurers, against those who defraud laborers of their wages, who oppress the widows and the fatherless, and deprive the foreigners among you of justice. But do not fear me, says the Lord Almighty. I, the Lord, do not change. So you, the descendants of Jacob, are not destroyed. Ever since the time of your ancestors, you have turned away from my decrees and have not kept them. Return to me, and I'll return to you, says Yahweh Almighty.
Yeah, so God is non-changing, so he can't have changed.
That's what that means.
That's what it says.
That's.
What do you think that means, Alex?
Within the context, he's saying that he has not stopped waiting for them to turn back to him.
No, he's saying that God is non-changing. I am
does
never
not say
changed.
I can never change or I do never change. He just said I have not changed.
Have not changed yet.
You're reading it out of context.
Right, so he hasn't changed yet. but in the future he might change.
At that point in time.
Okay,
Yeah.
look, if you and I are talking and you're like, hey man, what's wrong with you? And I'm like, I don't know what you mean. I haven't changed. You have. What do you think that means?
That's not what it says.
What do you think it means? You did not answer the question.
What if you say I have changed but you haven't?
No. I said I haven't
That's
changed.
not what
Oh,
it
but
says.
yeah. From your perspective, yes.
Yeah. So I have changed but you haven't.
Yeah, what does that mean?
mean? Yeah, I don't care because that's not what the Bible
What's
says.
the implication of saying
What about
that?
this? What about this, Alex? How do you square this circle?
I'm not super familiar with the book of Malachi,
Is
so
the
I
same
apologize.
No. The one I have on
Yesterday
screen
and today
now,
and
Hebrews.
Let me-
Jesus
let me
Christ is the
zoom
same
in.
yesterday
I
and
mean,
today.
shut
I
this shit up.
I tried to zoom in, but then I get like fucking cocked. Like watching what happens
But
when I
that's
try. See,
assuming
this when I
that-
zoom in, and like it fucking all of a sudden it wants me to buy Adobe Lightroom. Fucking get out of here, Adobe. So I can't zoom in anymore.
That's
But
that's
Jesus
assuming
Christ
you
is the
probably
same
believe
yesterday
in
and today
the
and forever.
Trinity.
Wait, or assuming you're a Christian, yeah. But if we're
Well,
talking about the
maybe-
Christian God, then Christ doesn't change.
So, Wildheart, are you a Christian?
No.
He's clear.
I'm
Okay.
not there.
But he's doing to be fair to Wildheart, he's I think doing an internal critique, which is the problem of
he's-
evil, right? On
No, he's
our
doing more of a
stuff.
devil's advocate more than an internal critique. But okay.
No, it's
I
not
don't know.
double advocate because I
No,
don't
I
believe
think
in
it is.
devil
He's-
either. I am doing an
Yeah,
internal
he's-
critique. Yeah.
Yeah, he's saying that our stuff. I mean, that's how the atheist argument works, right? With the problem of evil, is that he's saying that even Wildheart doesn't accept these things, but he's saying given an omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient, whatever, but all the omnis, right? Then and evil exists. Therefore, that's a contradiction.
But in itself,
he's
that's a
saying
loaded
that doesn't-
question. How are we fucking
It's
supposed
not
to
a
know?
loaded question. No, it's not a loaded question.
Yeah, because we're not omniscient, we're not omnipotent, we're not any of these things. How are we supposed to know?
No, not
no,
you.
he's
That's
he's
the whole
saying,
point
he's saying-
behind it.
He's saying if God, if as Christians we think God is omnipotent and omniscient, so God knows everything.
it's called having
God can
faith.
do anything. No, but the argument goes
Okay.
like if God can know anything, can do anything, and is all good, and evil still exists, then
Because he did it on
Wildheart is
fucking
saying
purpose.
that's a
I said that from the
contradiction.
get-go. I said that
Right,
from
but
the
then-
get-go.
But then
Just
the
say,
question is,
I'm switching to another thing.
Then he wouldn't be all good. No, sorry.
right, like
Why
the argument
Yeah.
goes
Why
that
not?
one of those has to be wrong,
Then-
and I
yeah,
don't
why?
agree with that. But that's the
Why?
argument: is that one of those has to be wrong.
why? Why does it have to be wrong if he did it on purpose?
Because
Why does
he-
it have to be fucking wrong?
Because if he was omnibenevolent,
Oh God! Somebody
Then-
dropped and I can't hear
if he
you.
was-
I gotta
if he was
rejoin.
all-
I can't
Oh,
hear the
shit.
British guy.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
shit.
I gotta rejoin. Fuck.
Yeah, Ag has this unique thing. That's a weird. Yeah, Ag has this weird thing where if someone drops, then he. So Ag will come back, and you have been summoned, Christian. You have been summoned. The
Wait,
Christian has been
I was-
summoned.
Sorry.
Okay, Ag,
Wild
welcome
heart.
back.
I
know
didn't
you
mean
have your-
I didn't mean it in disrespect. British guy. Wild heart. I'm sorry.
Hello.
I couldn't hear you. What?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. After after Alexander dropped, I think I when people drop and join, I can't hear fucking everybody, so I'm sorry.
All right, no, that's fine. But I'm saying if God was omnibenevolent, which you agree to, that's the God you believe in, then evil wouldn't exist because he will be all good.
I disagree. I don't think there can be benevolence without evil.
He wouldn't create evil, would he, if he was all good?
But there could be no benevolence without the evil.
There
Why
would
do you
be
think,
no
why do you
benevolence.
think he created evil?
No, I'm saying if he created everything, which most Christians believe God did.
Okay.
Well, that's it's like you can't believe in light without the dark.
So hold on. Do you think?
No, I'm just saying that if evil exists, then God must have created it.
Well, hold
Because
on.
he
Did
created
God create?
everything.
Did God create like Did he create airplanes and cars?
No.
Okay, clearly he didn't, right?
Yeah, but the Bible says
so he
that
didn't create
God did
everything.
everything. No, I
He
don't
created
believe
the
that.
foundation, right? That's what it's saying.
But
It's
I'm
not something.
saying the Bible does say that God created everything.
I have a question for Wildheart.
Wait, no. Wait, first, Wildheart. That, like, I don't think I disagree with Alex
I don't
for
think
other
anyone
reasons, but the Bible doesn't say God made everything, right? Like,
oh, what's your disagreement with me?
well, my disagreement with you is I think God did make airplanes. I actually do think that, but it's a kind of a
in what way?
Not in a special creation way. Not in a special
humans
creation
made
way.
airplanes.
Yeah, Egg knows where
He did not, like,
Egg knows where I'm going with this.
I'm pretty sure he's not the one like lifting things up and moving.
I have a
them.
question,
Wildheart.
God gave humans the ability to make unimaginable things.
He
but-
created humans, and humans made their
And humans are made in God's image, and I'm Maryland coded, remember? So I think humans are a manifestation of God. So I think God did make airplanes. Okay, I'm just gonna say that.
Hold on. A manifestation of God doing something is not God Himself doing it.
It's God. It's God coded, though.
No,
Do you agree with that?
and
God's coded?
also, if we were creating an image, we're not the same thing. I mean, if you like copy an image of something, that doesn't mean we're that thing is that thing. You're just making an image of it. So, us being created an image of God doesn't mean we are God. We're just creating an image of it. We're a duplicate.
Basically, we look like what He looks like. So
But
my guess
we're
is
not
he's a
it, though.
bipedal- Yeah, he's a bipedal being with head, hair, etc. Right? Would that make sense? If someone made you in the image of them?
No, because
yeah,
I mean,
no.
Well, maybe. I mean, I don't know. My children are image of me. I mean, I could say that. I guess I could partially agree with that, but no, I think we're talking about more like a broad, generic sense.
No,
like,
I know. I'm saying these things are being like stated as if they're as if they mean some like metaphysical property of
right.
But they do. Wait,
God.
they do. They do mean a metaphysical property. What else would they fucking mean?
Not that we are God Himself.
Yeah.
Oh,
I know,
no,
but
you're not
what?
God.
No. But the thing that you just had with egg, that's like that. I agree with that, but that would be a physical property. When it said
But
that we're
even
made in God's
metaphysical, we're
image,
not
that
God.
is a metaphysical.
We're made an image of Him, but we're not Him.
We're not physically Him, but like what in what other sense are we made in the image of God? If it's not physical and it's not metaphysical,
That's
then what?
the Bible
what is it?
describes. He took dust and physically created us in an image
No,
of Him.
but I'm saying but what does it mean by the
reason
image
and
of God? If we're not
philosophize
physically in the
and
image of
think.
God, if we're not metaphysically, then in what sense are we the image of God? That's what I'm asking.
We are physically in the image.
Yeah, I wasn't saying we weren't that.
No, but what you guys were talking about, where it's like, I don't think God is bipedal, right? Am I misunderstanding what happened?
No, God
like
is
God's not
spirit.
bipedal. God doesn't look like, he doesn't have like 4 limbs. He doesn't like look like us. He doesn't have 2 eyes.
We
Like
don't.
that doesn't make sense.
Well,
right? Like
I mean, we have an
that,
idea.
but God,
That
but
may
we
be the
don't.
image that He prefers.
Yeah, but in outside
so
of like
if
space
we're-
and time, do you think God is like a bipedal primate looking motherfucker? Like that's
Confluence.
crazy,
If
right?
if we were created in the image of Him, that means we look like Him. We're not Him, but
that's not
we
what
might
that means.
look.
I don't.
We are an image.
We can reason.
I don't take it in a physical way. I don't think God like has like 4 limbs. I think it means like in terms of like our like
So if
maybe
God
mental
walked with Adam, how many
structures,
limbs does he
maybe
have?
our like our morality, like in some spiritual way. I think we're
If
like
God-
God, but
enlighten me.
God created
That's
Adam
there.
and walked with him. What would God look like? Because he has to have legs apparently if he's walking with Adam.
well,
right?
I think that's first of all, that could be a metaphor. Secondly, I think if it's not a metaphor, then I think God is taking an image that we will accept. But I mean, like
So he
if we're
created
just
us
thinking
in
like,
the image that he would accept.
no, I think when it says image of God, I think it means that we have like rationality, we have like feelings, we have like spiritual discernment. Like I I don't think God
We're
in
not
the
just
ultimate
accepting
level.
an image that we can understand.
Well, he created us.
I mean,
hold on. He created us he created us. He could have created us as anything. He created us as bipedal, four-limbed beings. So apparently, that's the only image we could accept of him.
So are we saying? Are we saying
I'm
that
not saying
walking with
that.
God
Sees himself
means
as
literal?
Wait, but what are you between Alex and Egg? What are you guys saying? Like God ultimately is like bipedal?
Well,
like
if he
outside
created
of
us in
space and
his
time.
image, we are essentially an image of him. We're not him. We're not gods, but we are an image of him, like a duplicate, right? I mean,
yeah, but Christians disagree on what image means. It doesn't necessarily mean like a physical image. It doesn't mean that God looks like humans. Do you know what I mean?
See, I'm on the atheist
that's
side
where
of
I'm
this
lost
panel,
because
apparently.
it kind of
Yeah.
like God took dust and made us in the image of him. So like,
I know, but
it's
when it says
physical.
image, I don't think it means physical. Because to me, I don't know if it makes much sense to say that God
spiritual.
is
Relational capacity.
What other way?
It's not.
No, that's what I mean.
If we were
Like
spiritual like him, then we would have wings. We'd be angels. We'd be demons. What?
No. I mean, like when I say spiritual, like I'm talking like I guess we have rational faculties. We feel things. We have an intuition. Like we have morality. That's what I think when it says that He made us in our image.
Creativity, authority, stewardship. It's not.
Isn't there like a part of the Bible that talks about somebody visiting God in spirit or something? He saw him sitting on the throne.
Yeah, but that's like
No, stop. Yes or no? Is there a verse on that?
Yes, there's imagistic stuff on that. Yes.
So he's sitting on a throne.
Okay, Alex, you know you're talking to yourself. You know that, Alex, because then you have to take all of Revelations as like literal imagery, which I know you don't take it. So you're just like trying to cuck me, and no, you're being cucked yourself, Alex. Okay.
It also says
all of the you don't think all of Ezekiel and Revelations as like true stuff.
The Bible also says that God uses the earth as a footstool, so he must have feet.
See, again, you guys are making me agree with Wildheart here. You got because I agree with Wildheart. You can't take those images as literal stuff. That's insane, right? That's crazy.
Why not?
Because first of all, it doesn't make logical
take
sense.
some of it
Second
literal,
of all,
or none of it, or all of it, or what?
It depends. I would say it depends on the part of the Bible. Like some of the Bible is meant to be literal, some of it's like meant to be imagistic.
That's the problem.
And you're picking and choosing what you think is literal and what you think is imagistic.
It's not picking and choosing. It's not picking and
You
choosing.
are.
No, it's not. No,
Yes, that is picking and choosing.
You're trying to trigger me. Because we've
What?
talked about this so many times. What are you talking about, Alex?
Yeah, you said you wanted to fight, so let's fight, okay?
Okay, so you are trying to. Okay,
No.
That's what I asked for. So.
1v1.
I am actually serious.
I wanted to get back to what I.
You're actually serious. Okay, Alex.
Psalms is not. I don't believe Alex.
The Bible says that God has
I don't think
feet
he is.
and he uses the earth.
Oh, come on.
Then you are cherry picking if you choose to ignore that.
Hold on, let me make
that not cherry picking.
Hold on, one at a time. What?
Yeah, thanks. I'm a shitty moderator. So that's why I have Egg. Okay.
Let me make the argument quick, okay? So
right. So when the Bible says,
hold on, Alexander.
Let him talk first.
Alex, hold on, Alexander, then Wildheart.
Argument, Alex. Your argument better be busted up the seams.
Wildheart, you go first.
Is it my turn? Yeah, I was going to say when the Bible says that God uses the earth as a footstool, that means He has feet.
That's not. Hold on.
Therefore, He has physical properties.
Hold on, Wildheart. Alexander's. We were like 2 points beyond that.
All right, sorry. I was just asking.
I need to look up a verse. Quick, hold on.
Okay, Christian, what did you have to say?
Well, we can wait for Alex. Because I was laying in bed before Khan summoned me. Prior to that, all I heard was Wild Heart talking about God being good and there being evil in the world. But
yeah,
I think we could first tackle the.
All right, Wild Heart, go ahead.
Reading parts literal and.
What the problem of evil? I'm guessing you
wait,
all.
Alex, or are we going for it?
So you know
Okay.
the problem. Of
Okay.
evil.
Okay.
Oh,
Hold on. Yeah, Wild Heart. Hold on. Let Alex give his
Oh, sorry.
In Genesis 1:26-27 said, let us make God in our image after our likeness. So God created man in his own image. Okay. In that text, the original word tsalam, slam, is actually the word used to represent a physical representation of something. It is not a metaphorical word.
Alex. Okay. If you're bringing the fight, I appreciate it.
Hold on.
Let me finish. Okay.
Go ahead.
Then in Exodus 24:9-11, they saw the God of Israel, and under his feet was something like a pavement of sapphire stone. Again, under his feet. The Lord used to speak to Moses face to face as a man speaks to his friend. Apparently he has a face. You shall see my back, but my face shall not be seen. Apparently he has a face and a back. Whoa, holy shit. Okay.
Apparently, crazy.
So can we tackle that translation?
His clothing was white as snow, and the hair of his head is like pure wool. These are all times where it talks about different body parts that God has. Okay. Now consider this for a second. I agree that before reality existed, he probably didn't look like anything, or he looked like something we can't imagine. But stop.
Are we gonna address the translation before you build like? Build
Okay, go ahead. You can argue on
To be fair, this argument was for Wild Heart, but he left. Okay, here he comes.
So
actually, I think Wild Heart agrees with me.
On the image
I'm
of God,
like chomping at the fucking bit. So like, what? I don't know what the order is, but I have to like tear Alex a new one in a hot second. Okay.
Well, no, hold on.
Alexander
Johnson.
Johnson. Okay, wait. I have to wait. Function of super chats. Well, why didn't that play? I hit the thing. Oh, there we go. Okay. Johnson. I would never say this. I would never do that. I'll say in quotes because this is not something I will say. I hate the tragically hip sarcasm Confluence. Okay, thank you for the but I would never fucking Canadian export. Okay. Anyway, continue on.
Alex.
With your cuckoldry.
What was the translation?
So you were saying that you agree with me. If you can ask me
what were the words there?
And then we can talk about whether
Alex finished and then Wild Heart.
Yeah.
What is it, Alex?
I don't know how to pronounce it. It's it's TSELEM.
And what are the meanings behind that?
It's used to refer to physical representation like statue and likeness.
Yeah, like physical
or idol. What else?
Anything else? Basically. It's physically.
What else?
Yeah. Sorry, but you were saying that you agree with me. So I need the question.
That's the
to work out whether I actually agree with you or not.
Yeah, dude. If the Bible were to be accepted as is, do you think that it indicates that God looks like a man?
Yeah, I think so. It mentions image several times.
Okay, so
I'm not disagreed with it before, but yeah.
So I'm not trying to persuade you, right? You're not someone I need to persuade on this, right?
Okay, so
Confluence.
What are the other meanings to the word? All you said
can't
was
tell.
idol.
Alex, you're. I know you have to be. You're not. You have to. You're fucking me. I think you're. Or you're.
No, hold on.
If you're on my team, or if you're fucking me.
Image, likeness, form, or shadow, often used to describe beings made in God's image.
Sure.
Or refer to idols, but it also carries connotations of reflection or phantom, derived from the root sal, meaning shadow.
Am I supposed to engage in this for real? For real?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For real.
Okay, so the obvious like insanity of this, right, would be like the in what we talked about, like I think literally yesterday, maybe the day before, not sure, get my days confused, with the Hebrew when we talked about young earth creationists. They talk about the Hebrew word day, which is from the Hebrew yom, which literally does in most cases mean a day, but in some cases it doesn't. And we already established that the beginning of Genesis is not historical text. Right, like you and me agreed on that, Alex. So why are you punting to something in the beginning of Genesis?
Wait, are we arguing about
that has to be literal?
Hold on,
Sorry,
may I ask,
what
are
is
you
the
saying
Hebrew?
actual statement?
What is
of
the Hebrew?
God said
Sorry,
in Genesis is
what
not
is the
real?
Hebrew word for image? If the Bible says image, what is the Hebrew word for image? And does it mean image?
I'm
It has
saying
multiple meanings.
it has many meanings in the same way that
Alex, you're
yom,
just picking one
the
of them
Hebrew for
to
day,
fit.
has multiple
No,
meanings.
every one of
It
those
most
meanings-
often means day, but it
Hold on.
doesn't always
If you
mean
make an
day.
idol, if you make an idol, right, like an idol of a god, what are you making?
What's the other meanings?
Yeah, you're making an image. You're making an image.
Okay.
So what are
meanings
the
are
other meanings?
Image,
If
likeness,
humans,
form,
yeah,
shadow.
if humans aren't
Alex,
an image of God,
contend with what I
then
just said,
what are
though.
the other-
Idol,
Contend with what
figure,
I just
shadow,
said.
or phantom representation.
Sure. Just like you look up yom, right?
Well,
Why would you?
Christian kept asking me what other things it can mean. I was responding.
Right.
to him.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine, but we also have to look at the genre of the text, right? First Genesis, we all agree, right? Actually, maybe not Christian. But
we can talk about that.
Leaving that aside, most people agree it's not a literal yom does not mean a literal day. So you have to look at the genre of the text that we're talking about, right?
I'm aware,
so you can't.
but
Are you though? Because
hold
now
on.
that's why I think
Hold
you're
on.
like you're trying to cuff me, right?
What I'm saying is yam is a different word. I'm saying what is the other meaning of idol or image?
You are correct. Some of it is clearly not meant to be physical representation of time from our perspective. You're correct on that.
Okay.
But are you saying that the quote itself from God is meant to be taken as something he didn't say or didn't think or didn't consider?
No, I'm saying, if you're asking me, I'm saying the quote is meant to be taken in an imagistic way, in a just like when it said that God, like what Wildheart said about like the throne of God and like the footstool. No, that's obviously a metaphor. We have to interpret scripture as the category. We can't throw away how we interpret literature and just say that every verse has to be taken on its own. That's obviously like a nonsense, right?
What do you think God looks like then?
Wildheart understands that because he's trying to say that, which that's why I'm agreeing with Wildheart. That's obviously not what Christianity actually means, right? See. Okay, well, I thought Sticker Johnson was agreeing with me, but he's actually making fun of me. But some things are metaphor. Some things are metaphor. Okay, that's
The ones that
actually
you
true.
prefer to be metaphors. Are
No, the ones that if you study the text, if you study the biblical literature, some stuff is meant to be like the Psalms. This is what I tried to bring up earlier. The Psalms is obviously in the poetic category. No scholar, even the atheistic scholars, wouldn't say the Psalms is meant to be historically accurate. It's poetry. There's different genres of all these things. Okay. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's because I don't like it. It's metaphor. I'm just saying you have to look at the genre.
Can we engage in a dialogue?
How do you distinguish between what is metaphor and what is not? If you
based on the genre of the text, based on the category. So that's what I said. So Psalms, someone else, I think it was earlier today, or no, actually it was last night. I think where they said God when me and Christian and Jamie were talking about the baby melters and all this stuff.
I love
Remember
that conversation.
Yeah, that's a good conversation. And someone said, "Well, God said that you should be able to smash infants against the rock." And I said this in chat. I didn't talk about it on the panel, but that is from the Psalms. The Psalms is poetry. So I don't
Yeah.
accept. I don't
also-
take a poetry passage the
So
same way as
everything-
I would take like
it's-
First Samuel.
It's
Those
the
are
Jews
different
writing
things.
too, like mocking their
So
attackers.
all of the Psalms is metaphor. None of it is.
All the psalm. No, it's not. It's not all metaphor. All the Psalms is definitional poetry. Like we
That's-
have to.
yeah,
we have.
that's
We
what I'm
don't
saying.
have.
Yeah.
We don't have a Quran. We don't have. We don't have the angel Gabriel telling us all the words. We have people at different points in times writing different categories of literature. That's what I'm saying. Some stuff
Yeah.
that the people wrote was
Well,
intended to be
either you
poetry.
take it-
Some
you
stuff was
take it as
proverbs.
absolute or you
So
don't.
like the Gospels, would you consider them?
That's not how it works. That's not how it
just-
works.
not even.
I just
hold on.
asked you.
St. John
Hold on,
was.
it's a question. Yeah. I don't think
You
it's
can-
one or the other. I
you
don't
can
think it's
read-
one or
you
the
can
other.
read
not
something
devolve
You said it
into
was
our,
absolute,
like,
like,
every single
okay,
thing
all
that's
right,
right
right.
now and focus on one thing we're actually trying to talk about.
Yeah, if
What
one
do we-
person wrote the
Can we
Gospels,
go to the
which
good evil
they
thing?
did, apparently.
No, I'm gonna hammer this down.
It would either all be literal.
I don't think this is
or
real,
be
God.
poetry.
They're like,
What do
there's
you
no
mean?
way.
Okay, fine.
Like,
Question.
it might-
Question.
it might look
What do you
gospel,
think God looks
it
like?
might.
I think God's spirit.
What does that mean?
God doesn't look like
He
anything
doesn't-
physically,
he doesn't
obviously,
have an
right?
Image.
Yes.
Like in the sense that
Yes.
you're talking about, he's a spirit. It says that all over Scripture.
Okay.
Like
Okay.
literally all over.
Hold
it.
on.
Like
Aren't
you
there
stumble
three-
into that multiple times.
Aren't there like three categories to God? The Father, the Son,
Yeah,
the Holy
so-
Ghost. The Holy Ghost.
Yeah.
is
Yeah,
the
but he
Spirit.
doesn't
Okay, well, hold on.
What is
Are
the
we-
Father?
Do you want to get into the Trinity?
No,
That-
I don't
yeah,
get
that's-
the Trinity.
Alex,
I'm
that is
asking
like
you.
that is a category error, which is
Well, I'm
ironic.
aware.
You brought up
I'm aware of what it
categories.
is.
It's a
I've
category
brought it
error.
up. It's not.
I'm aware.
Nobody wants to talk about
Wait,
that.
hold on.
Wait, no one
Yes,
wants
so-
to.
so
What
you
are you
Category
saying?
error,
What are you
then you're
saying?
like, let's dive into Alex. You were a guest.
So you believe
I
that
think,
God?
I
doesn't
think
have a
Alex is trying to.
physical body?
Well, Ag, what are you saying? I want to give the floor to you. Okay.
I'm just saying I brought up the Trinity many times, and it seems to just get
It devolves
divulged
into
and
stupidity.
What,
yes.
okay, what specifically about it?
What's
So
that?
does
Nobody
anyone?
actually knows what it means, and they don't even claim to know.
The
so you
Trinity,
can't
the
really
Father,
argue.
the Son, and the Holy
does
Spirit.
anyone-
They're all
Yeah.
one.
So does anyone
They
on the
are all
panel
one.
actually believe that God has a physical body? Does
No,
anyone believe?
God presented
No.
himself in a human body in Jesus Christ.
Yes, I agree with that.
Wait, hold on. Is
I
it
agree with
possible
that.
that God has a
Yeah.
preferred image?
Does God have a preferred image?
Sure.
Physically,
I don't know.
physically
I don't
it's
know.
it's possible. I agree with you.
Well,
It's
hold on.
possible.
Does he
We
exist?
don't
in,
have that in scripture.
Hold on.
Yeah.
What reality do we exist in? Is it
Yeah,
physical
if he
or is
existed
it
physically,
non-existence?
He would
What
have to-
reality?
What?
I don't know if I'm smart enough to answer these questions.
What are we? What
It's
are we
that's a
talking- Alex,
nonsense
what are we
question.
talking?
It's
Alex,
a nonsense
words
question.
are leaving Alex's mouth. But they don't
This is
actually
the-
mean
this
What
is
anything.
reality
Johnson,
do we
best
exist
question,
in? I
weirdly
don't
enough.
know.
No, either God exists physically or he does not exist physically. That
Yeah,
is
it's
a
called
logical-
faith. Yeah, you either believe God exists or you don't.
Well,
So-
no,
so
God,
he-
yeah.
Oh,
God
there's
does not
so
exist
many
physically,
Jesus
except I
God.
think God incarnated in the person. This is what I said of Jesus Christ, right?
Exactly.
But yeah, God in
Oh.
the way we're talking about it in all
Holy shit.
of the Old Testament, right, does not exist physically.
Are you saying
right?
there's a version of God that looks like human?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
Whoa!
God.
Holy shit! What the fuck? Jesus Christ!
Who
He
the
exists
fuck thought of
physically
this?
and does
He had a
not
physical
exist
human body,
physically.
right? Oh, when he died and resurrected,
Makes
what did
sense.
his body look like? Was it a human image? No.
Wait,
No, it
was
wasn't.
it?
You're right.
Was it on like
He's
this
just
thing that
pure
looked like a
nothingness. You were
cross?
totally correct. My bad. My apologies. Go ahead.
I know I asked to be triggered, and so I guess this is what I wanted. But this is like I'm like
Yeah, you did
actually
kind of
actually
answer it.
no. This is what I wanted. Actually, I'm having a good time. I
Love you,
this,
Confluence.
this is exactly what I wanted.
Can we talk
I gotta
about,
get us in.
The first time you don't look like somebody ate your child.
Didn't you just grab us in?
Yeah, so you believe that?
No, I did.
God
No, I did
exists
not.
physically.
I absolutely
No,
didn't.
let me finish the question. So you believe that God exists physically in the form of Jesus Christ, and you believe that He doesn't exist physically.
I'm not telling you what I believe. I'm
At the
telling
same
you
No,
time.
no, that's not what we said.
No, I'm asking.
Try again.
I'm asking.
Alexander.
Yeah.
I believe
he
that's
said
what the
that
Bible
he
says.
said that Jesus is God and Jesus existed physically. That means
So
that
there's some
God
version of
existed
God,
physically.
like part of this
Yeah,
Trinity,
but
that's
then
actually
he
a
said that
physical
God
human being.
doesn't exist physically. So he's saying that God both exists physically and non-physically at the same time.
Yes, it's called the Trinity.
Kind of like this transcendental being that's capable of everything.
Yeah.
So this is the
walking contradiction.
Wild Heart, you've never. You're not a
Physical
Christian. That's right.
Look,
I forget.
this is where the failure is coming into. Okay.
Right. So he exists
before
physically
creation-
and he doesn't exist physically at the same time, in the same
Yes,
place.
of course.
It's
That's
hard
a
to
logical
imagine. Yeah.
If you
I
destroyed
get
his
it.
physical body, would you destroy him?
What?
If you destroyed the physical body, would you destroy him?
Yeah. Jesus, yeah.
Okay, so then then you're wrong.
Why?
Because apparently we all have souls, according to the Bible, which means that whatever you do to the body
nothing to do with
still
Jesus.
persists regardless.
Nothing to do with Jesus.
Why not?
That
Because
literally
all humans
has
Hold on.
everything.
When,
I mean,
when
if
he
you
died,
believe, I
not
don't
descend
believe that
into
humans have
hell?
souls. But you're
When he
saying
died, did he
if
not
Jesus
descend into hell?
exists, that means
I see where the breakdown
if
is.
all humans
Look,
have souls,
Wildheart
then
is not a
Jesus
Christian, and he
must
doesn't
exist.
believe in souls.
Well,
Yeah.
This is one thing
Yes.
I've noticed
Hold on, you have to-
consistently is that when atheists and Christians are arguing, I've noticed, at least with atheists specifically, that they're not arguing the Christian God or like the beliefs of the Christian.
Yeah, of course not.
If we're gonna engage, hold on,
Yeah.
Wildheart. If we're gonna engage with the concept of if God existed, would he have a physical form? Which is basically what the argument is right now, right? That you have to assume that God exists and the Bible represents him in some way, right?
No, I'm doing an internal critique.
Well,
I believe God exists. How about that?
Then when I ask you, so if
someone said that Jesus exists physically,
but then
and
you
God
can't accept
doesn't
that he's God,
exist
right?
physically, but Jesus is God.
But you
So
can't
they
accept.
can't both
So you're
exist
saying no.
physically.
This is
and
where the
non-physically.
breakdown is.
Yeah.
That can't happen.
When you give an
That's
intrusive,
Wait,
logically
hold on. Like, what can't happen? What about Jesus can't happen?
I'm just saying, someone said that Jesus was physical. He had a
Yeah.
physical body, and
Yeah.
God didn't have a physical body. That is logically impossible.
No, Jesus is God.
It is, because you can't have a contradiction. That's what logic is.
Hold on, where's the where's the contradiction in God coming down in human form?
Yeah. So can something be physical and non-physical at the same time in the same way?
Light?
Yes.
The answer is no. Light.
Mm-hmm.
How can light exist and not exist?
Okay, how about this? Does your
Is it physically?
Does your brain produce thoughts?
What's that?
Does your brain produce thoughts?
Yeah.
Okay, so are thoughts physical?
No, the conceptual.
Oh, you're cutting out, or maybe I'm freezing.
Oh,
What'd you say?
sorry. No, the conceptual thoughts.
Oh, this is why we want to
is your
hear
brain
both of you.
physical?
Oh, there's two of you against, like, Gandalf and you are both talking. I can hear him.
Is your brain physical?
My brain is physical, yeah.
Okay, but thoughts, you would say thoughts aren't physical.
Yeah, because the mind is
so yeah, okay, so yeah, we agree there. So not pushing God into that or making that comparison, but we can agree then if thoughts aren't physical and the brain is physical, that those two things can exist at the same time.
The brain can exist as a physical thing, but the mind is a conceptual thing.
Well, I'm just specifically arguing the point that
from the brain. So the brain and the mind aren't both physical and non-physical at the same time. Because
the point is that something non-physical and physical can exist at the same time.
Yeah, but not in the same being.
Okay, so
like God
if we're
can't be
arguing,
physical and non-physical at the same time.
Can we
Which is what someone
can we
says.
agree?
Like
Not that I'm not
Jesus is
saying,
God. Jesus is God, and he existed physically.
Yes.
And God is God, and he didn't exist physically. So
no, I don't. It sounds like you're separating them.
Yeah, I'm separate.
Yeah, well, you're saying like Jesus is God and Jesus is physical, and God is God. Like you're talking about it separately.
Yeah.
But so if Jesus is God, right, that would mean God came down in physical form, right?
Yeah, so they both exist at the same time, and one of them is physical.
Yeah, so I guess how does the physical
Then
form
they're
of the
not the
human
same
body like
Then they're not- then
how
they're
does
not
the
the same
physical
being.
form? Well, how does a physical form nullify God?
No, what I'm saying is, if Jesus was God, and Jesus was physical, and God was non-physical, they couldn't both exist at the same time. Because one of them is physical and one of them is not physical. You can't have that at the same time. So
Why
Jesus
not?
couldn't have been God. Why not?
Yeah.
Because it breaks laws of logic.
How so?
It actually doesn't, though, if you think about it.
Yeah, it does. So was Jesus
It doesn't,
God
though.
when he
It
was
doesn't.
alive? Right, so was Jesus God when he was alive?
Yes.
Right. So God was God when he's always been alive. And then Jesus was God when Jesus was alive.
Well,
So they were
Jesus
both
is
the
God.
same.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
so they were
one and the
so they were
same.
both so they were both the same being. One of them
that's
was
where you're
physical,
that's where
and
you're
one of them was not
misunderstanding.
physical. So that breaks the laws of logic.
No, it doesn't. You're misunderstanding the laws of logic, right? The laws of logic says that something can't be the same thing as something else in the same time in the same place. Like that. That's what. But that. Right. Okay. So you agree with that. But then that's not what we're talking about here, right? It's not. It's not in the same time in the same place. It's not
Then-
the same
then
way.
Jesus
It's
wouldn't-
not.
then
It's not.
Jesus
It's not a
wouldn't be
one
God.
for one correlate. So like you're
Yeah,
acting
yeah,
like
but then
can
Jesus
God
wouldn't
be
be God.
physical? Can
You're
God
saying
not
that
be? But
Jesus-
that's not in the same. We're not talking the same level, right?
No, you're saying that Jesus was God. And Jesus existed at the same time as God existed. So that will break the laws of logic.
No, it doesn't. It's not in the same. It's not like
not
to
the
say if
same thing.
you ask if God is physical, right? You're asking a different question than if the manifestation of God can be physical. That doesn't break the laws of logic. That's not the law of non-contradiction. It's not. It's
God
not.
exist?
It's not in the
And
same
Jesus
time, in the same
exists at
way,
the
right?
same time. It is the same time. Yeah, did
No,
Jesus
also,
exist?
It's not. It's
Jesus
not the
is
same
God
way
and
at the
God is
same
Jesus.
time. It's the
I'm
same way
asking
with
a
like
question.
mathematical stuff. You don't even have to go to God for this, right? There's like certain things that exist in math in one sense, but don't exist in a different sense. It depends what area of math you're talking about, right?
Isn't law of logic like law of
Geometry on like a sphere is not the same as geometry on a flat plane. Those don't contradict. That's not a contradiction of logic.
Time that God existed. God has always existed.
Not in the
So
same time,
Jesus
not in the same way.
Must have existed.
It's the same
at
time in the same
time that
way,
God
right?
existed.
The same time, not the same way. Like that's we're talking about different like categories of things, right?
No, A equals A. So if
Okay,
Jesus
so
is
okay,
God,
wait, so
then
if you
A must
if you'll
have
engage with
A,
me,
can A also equal B?
No.
Why?
wait, no, that's Wild Heart. You're just wrong on that. A can equal B. What are you talking about?
A can equal how?
If B and A are the same,
Yeah,
represent
so-
the same thing, then A equals B.
Yeah, they don't represent the same thing.
A can both
is a
equal
different
A
letter
and
than
A
B.
can equal B.
So A
and
plus
then
B
can
is-
equal A.
Sorry, A is a different letter than B. So A can't represent B.
The
because they're
representations of
different
something,
letters.
they're not the actual thing.
I guess I don't
The Sticker
understand.
Johnson, you've been baited into
So A
the,
doesn't
into the
equal
panel.
So you're disagreeing with what A doesn't equal A, is what you're saying. A equals B.
Chaotic.
Well, yeah, in math, if A equals
Yeah.
1, if A is
A
1,
equals B.
and B is
Yeah.
1, then A
Yeah.
equals B, and A equals A, and B equals A.
Yes, you
These
can
things
have
are all
A
true.
equal B.
So I wasn't talking about maths.
But
I was
A
talking
plus
about
B
Jesus
cannot
is
equal
God.
A.
If Jesus is God, then Jesus is A. God is B.
What?
No,
So they
I don't.
can't
Okay,
exist
Wild
No, no,
Heart.
God is
Wild
one.
Heart.
at the same
Jesus
time,
is
can they?
God.
Wild
both
Heart. Wild
equal
Heart.
one.
Wild Heart. Wild Heart. Wild Heart.
Hold on.
If Christ is God and God
Yeah.
comes down in human form,
Then God will
how
be
is
physical.
how is he no longer God?
No, he will be physical then. And
But
someone
is he
was
still
saying that
God?
he's
When
both
you say God
physical
comes down in
and
human
not physical
form,
at
you're
the same
indicating,
time.
hold on, you're
Because God
indicating
would
God
exist
himself,
and Jesus would
all that
exist at
God
the
is,
same
came
time.
down and became
Okay.
So he can be both physical and
So
non-physical.
he was God in
at the same
human
time.
form.
Yeah, then
what's
he
the
would
argument?
either be physical or non-physical. It's a direct logical
Physical.
implication.
Can I take a stab at this if you don't mind? I don't want to interject.
Yeah.
If you guys
No,
okay, I'll just break it down in like a simple sort of. I don't think it's a syllogism, but like in a logical structure. So, would you agree with the statement that Jesus is God? I'm just asking.
I don't think he agrees
Just
with that.
can you agree with?
No, I'm asking everybody. Like, I'm just trying to build towards something. So can we
Wait, say it again.
can you
Say it again.
accept the premise Jesus is God?
Yes,
I accept that. I accept that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we are saying then A is B. A and B share all properties. Is that also fair to say?
But what? I don't. I'm not trying to be difficult.
Nope.
But
No,
it's
please.
not. It's not. It's not the the equal. I don't know what to call it. Like the identity thing. It doesn't necessarily mean that, right? Like
I'm not even doing the law of non-contradiction.
You're saying. You are saying A is
okay.
I'm not going down that route.
You know what?
Yeah,
Let's
I
agree.
agree that
I think
terms
we
is
first
not
need to
a
identify which God we're talking about.
No, but
well,
we're-
we're talking about
who is
Jesus,
God?
probably the Christian God. I'm thinking,
Yeah, if we're
right?
talking about Jesus.
Well, it's almost like can God do anything?
But
So God is God and God is Jesus at the same time in the
Hold
same
on, one at a
I can't
time.
understand it.
Yeah, let Testy cook. Let Testy,
I'll just
Johnson cook.
I'll just kind of because this is what I see as like the actual kind of issue here. So we agreed Jesus is God, and then I asked, so A equals B, so Jesus equals God, right? That's fair. That's not a leap or anything. And then because A equals B, A and B therefore share all properties, right?
No, wait. You just said you weren't gonna. You just said you weren't gonna do that to me. You just said you weren't gonna do that, and then you fucking did it. That's why I asked about the three equal sign. You said you weren't doing that.
Confluence. Don't preempt him.
No.
Let's see
Hold
what
on.
his point is. Can we let?
Well, okay,
sure.
that's fair. Okay, that's fair. Actually, no, that's fair. I disagree within the second statement. I disagree. No, that's fair.
Disagree with the second premise.
I disagree with the second premise. Yes.
Sure. So what you're saying is that Jesus is God, yet Jesus and God do not share all properties.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, then
That's what I would say.
So
I can't speak for everyone. That's what I would say.
Sure. So then what I would
Then
say,
you don't believe in the Trinity.
so then what would
So you
I would
don't believe in
No, I believe in the Trinity.
this goes to
That's
what
not
Wildheart
that.
is kind of saying.
I was saying you don't believe in the laws of logic. One of the laws of logic
Well,
is
no,
Can you guys just
necessarily
let
the
Testy
whole
finish, please? I think
Yeah.
we're actually making progress here.
Let Testy continue to cook.
Well, sure. Because then what logically follows is that Jesus has properties that God does not. So in this case, the qualia or the quality of a human form or being human. So therefore, they do not share at least this one property. So that I would say is a contradiction. It's not like laws of contradiction. I'm not saying that one is not the other, or sorry, I'm paraphrasing, but there is some fundamental contradiction that seems to exist if we are saying that we agreed that Jesus is God, and then I'm also further saying then, but they do not share all properties.
This is
So you guys have to contend
no.
with
There's being and then there's person.
Yes. So this is,
Yeah.
and this is,
And
I find
being will
that
be different to
this is one of those
person.
metaphysical.
Being is existent.
No, I agree. There's
God
this
is one
of
that's
those-
being, and
yes,
then you
this
have
is a
three
frustrating
persons in that
metaphysical
being.
split
Is he
because
one
it's baked
person?
into the definition. So Jesus has like two natures. He has a divine nature and he has a human nature. This is baked into the definition. Yes. So you guys are saying this as if it's like some intuitive like conclusion, but it's actually like I would say Christian apologia, or it's like some level of cope to be able to distinguish these things, because you are saying that he shares these two qualities.
Yeah. So Jesus.
I didn't say it was
God-
intuitive. To be clear.
No, that's fine. I'm
So-
just saying
so
that this is the frustration I run into when I have these like Christian like.
It doesn't contradict the.
So you're saying that Jesus
wait.
are the same being, but one is a person and one is a being.
Yeah, the only
So
reason it
God-
doesn't contradict because
Three in one, God is being,
A versus
and there's
B.
three persons within that being.
Right, so there's
That's
three
right, you're saying
persons
there's three.
now.
We didn't even get to
That
the
will
Holy
be A, B, and C.
No.
And that doesn't break the laws of logic.
No, yeah, the Trinity does not break
I
the
think
laws.
I
of-
think
the
if you
law of
consider
logic.
hold on, if you consider A, B, and C to be sets, then there's overlapping there's overlapping pieces.
Yeah,
to each
there's
set.
overlapping
They also
portions,
have their
but
own
there's not.
differences. Is that what
Yeah,
you guys
but-
are saying?
Yeah, they have differences.
No,
So A
I'm asking Confluence and
so A doesn't equal
Confluence.
A.
But are we okay? Is when we say A, B, and C, are we talking about three different beings?
We're
Well,
talking
this is
about.
why
Well,
I
hold
asked-
on.
Or three different,
Let me-
three
I
different
think we're talking
persons?
sets and subsets, aren't we?
Yeah. So let me clarify. Okay, you can
Because A plus B plus C
Hold on,
does not
hold
equal
on.
God.
Hold on. A
Right, so does Jesus equal God?
If we're
Jesus physical and God is not physical.
Hold on.
And is
What
that
I'm
A
trying-
equals A? Are they exactly the same?
And
No,
you're supposed to be
because-
moderating. What the fuck?
They're the
what I'm-
exact
what I'm
same
saying
in
is-
nature.
One is
Yes.
physical and
Exact
one is
same
not
in being.
physical.
Hold on.
It's on
God
you,
cannot
Ag.
be
It's on
physical.
you.
Can I
One is physical and one is not physical.
Yes, I know.
So
Just
God cannot be the
me
same
ask
as
you clarify.
Jesus.
Lost as to what the fuck they're talking about.
Christ
Let me
has
ask
a
you to
divine
clarify.
nature and a human
One is
nature.
not.
Everyone's talking at the same time. Egg, tell someone to talk, okay? Who's
Okay.
talking?
God.
First
and
of all,
Jesus,
one at a fucking
you're
time. I
saying
can't
that they are
understand
the
everybody.
same. Right, you're saying that they're the same. God and Jesus are the same. One is physical, one is not physical.
Right, you're talking about
Well, they
God and
can't be the
Jesus
same
as if they're
because there's a
different
difference
persons.
there. Yeah, one
That's
is
the breakdown.
physical, one is not physical. Therefore,
Yeah,
they cannot
so
be the
Christians
same.
typically believe
So
that
A
in
doesn't
Trinity.
equal A.
Everyone listen to Egg, okay? Everyone listen to Egg. Egg's the moderator, okay? He's the chief moderator.
Wild heart. When you say God and
No,
Jesus, you're referring to them as different like beings.
Yeah, that's the breakdown.
You guys seem to talk
No.
about them as if they're different.
Christians believe in the Trinity, and they don't believe that.
No, I
Wild
know
heart.
that's what you believe. But if one is physical, Jesus is physical, and God is not physical.
Again, you're
then
still
they
you're,
can't be
you're
the
doing the
same
exact
being.
same thing.
So
You
that's-
just
that-
did it again.
That's not A equals A. is it?
That's where the
Because
breakdown
they have
is,
a
though.
different- So they have a difference.
But there is
So
okay.
A doesn't equal A.
God,
There is something to contend with here.
Jesus.
I can
Are
try to
the
bridge the
same.
gap, but holy shit.
Well, there. Okay, if there is like, I don't know what the term is. Special pleading. I think
It
that's
is.
the term. I could be wrong, but you're
Yeah.
you're
No,
making
yeah.
well, you're making room here where there is like how metaphysics is commonly discussed with, I guess, even the laws of logic. You are sort of making room here for two different natures that are baked into the definition. So I agree. The only reason it's not a contradiction is because it's part of the definition. So like I cannot.
So A equals A, Jesus equals God, but one of them is physical.
No.
And one of them is
Well, think
non-physical.
of it as
No,
like a
they're-
It's
pie chart.
That's
Maybe
impossible.
human being,
That breaks the laws of
same
logic.
person.
think of overlapping qualities, right? So within like a pie chart, you have
Overlapping.
yeah.
That-
This is
is
what I'm saying. So
overlapping.
yes, we can think of God as like generally as non-physical, omniscient, and immortal. Right, immortal being maybe a key point here. Jesus, if we accept him in a physical form, I mean, he is physical.
He's not God.
Presumably not omniscient.
I like this chart right here. I like this chart.
And then
it's a good chart.
He can't be God. So he doesn't have the same property.
You have one being and three persons.
Right. So Jesus,
you guys are talking
if Jesus.
This doesn't make sense, dude. Like, we're looking at this, like, for any other situation, you would never approach any other definition like this.
That's why I asked you about that. You said to Digger Johnson, you said you were going to like equal with the third line in between.
I didn't even bring up the Holy Ghost. I didn't even bring up the Trinity.
No, but how does this not make sense? This is a fully logical chart. And to Digger Johnson, tell me how this is not logical. This is actually under any laws of logic. This is totally fine.
Special pleading.
Sorry, I can prove that wrong. The Father is not.
Hold up. I want to hear. Hold up. Wild Heart.
The Father is not.
Wild Heart. One second. I want to call out.
Talking to me when I'm proving you wrong.
No, I will get to you. I want to.
Not
I want to hear. I'm trying to bring order to my chaos battle. Okay, I have to maintain the order. Okay, it's Sticker Johnson. I want to hear him, and then we'll go to you, Wildheart. You will get your chance. Okay.
I was going to say I'm hearing everybody at once, but it's not just me. Okay.
No,
calm down.
Yeah, we're all
one at a time. Holy fuck!
When you guys have a moment, please look in private chat.
You interrupted to point out that you didn't know what was going on. That's not a comment. That's not useful at all. Your diagram.
Neither is what you're saying right now, because I specifically said I want to Sticker Johnson to reply, and then I'll go to you. So Sticker Johnson, and then Wildheart. Okay, are we disavowing ordinals? Okay,
unless you're mishearing me from him, in which case I just said I'm not hearing people. So holy fuck.
Yeah, I don't want to step on anyone's toes. I understand things are getting a little heated. If you want to engage with me, that's totally fine. If you want to do something else, I
want to hear from Sticker Johnson and then Wildheart. Ag is correct. Everyone listen to Ag. Okay, everyone's talking at the same time, and this is exactly what I wanted. So I'm having a great time. This is what I wanted to happen.
Yeah.
So.
Sure. So okay, we'll take the outer circles first, right? So the Father is God, right? The Son is God.
The Father is not God.
No. What? Okay.
It says the Father is not the Son.
Just stick here.
That's where the breakdown.
Sticker Johnson. Okay. Wildheart. Wait. You'll have your time. Okay.
So the easiest way to put this, and I guess as a very quick example. So if the Father is God and the Son is God, then the Father is the Son, right?
No, it says the Father is not the
I understand.
Son.
I'm just trying to.
And the Father.
Hold up, Wildheart. Hold up, Wildheart.
Just say
Everyone shut up for a
disagree.
minute.
Agree to disagree. Let's just.
I'm fine with
quiet for 1 minute.
But I don't think Confluence will settle for that.
1 minute.
Yeah, mute up.
I put something in private chat. Can you please fucking look at it? Thank you.
Oh, private chat.
What?
I will look at it. I will.
Yeah.
But this is Sticker Johnson's time to shine.
I don't under. So these are subsets of numbers. What am I supposed to? Oh, sorry. Am I supposed to still be going? I didn't. Okay. I keep getting thrown off. Either I need to be allowed
Continue
to
on,
or I can't. I did get my train of thought. Okay. I'm going to start over. Okay. So the Father is God, the Son is God, and the Holy Spirit is God. Right? That says that from every chart that is pointing there.
No, it says is not.
Shut the fuck up. I love you, Wildheart. But please, I love you. But please, brother,
I'm going to get exactly what you're saying, Wildheart. I promise.
Just let this Sticker Johnson.
But so in simplest form, look, we're just saying. Okay, so we're saying the Father equals God, the Son equals God. So therefore, the Father equals the Son. Right? Like we are saying.
Where do you get that from?
No. They are saying that.
It's in front of you.
Guys. They are saying that, not you, not this chart. They are saying that. Okay.
I'm explaining. The chart says.
Please, can we please let Testy finish? Please, everyone. Can we just let Testy go?
All right, we're not going to mute up unless we have to, but mute up if you have to. Fuck.
Yeah, mute up. If you can't control yourself, mute up. Let Testy just say, I want to interrupt Testy too. I understand, but just let him cook. Just let him cook. Please, God. Fucking hell, please.
Everybody else has talked. Let Test talk.
So just think about the words I'm using for. I'll try and break down the second part here. So, the Father equals God, right? We can see that at the top left into the center. The Father is God. Father equals God. The Son. Shut the fuck up. Son equals God, right? So I'm just going to take those two as an example. So we're saying the Father is God. We're saying the Son is God. Therefore, the Father is the Son. However, then we see at the top there, the Father is not the Son. So we are the issue here, and this is going to sound like a bitch thing, but this is the language that is being used here. It all hinges on the word "is," because something is and is not simultaneously, which is clearly displayed. So I'm not saying that it's necessarily a contradiction within this context. However, we are saying that two things are this thing, and then we're also simultaneously saying they are not that thing.
Exactly.
Okay, can I go?
Thank you, everyone, for letting him finish.
Can I go, please, Con?
Thank you. Yeah, wait, who said that? Who wants to go? Okay, Christian. Okay.
Okay.
Do you want me to pull it up again? Do you want the chart? Are you chart coded?
Oh, you can pull it. We don't need the chart. I just want to ask a question.
Although the chart makes complete fucking sense.
Do we know what being means?
No, it says the Father is not the Son.
Do we know what the definition?
But then the Father is God.
The Son is Jesus. Then the Father
God
is not
is the Son.
This isn't a hard question. Do we know what the definition of being means?
That's not what it says.
Wild Heart, you're gonna walk yourself in circles, bro. Hold on a second.
So being to me is like, I guess, the nature of something is what I would kind of think of it as.
Do you know the definition of being?
I mean, I could get a dictionary definition if you want. I was trying to give you just like. Off the top of my
you
head.
can.
Do we have to pull up a separate chart?
No, it's
So, okay,
in this chart.
Yeah. So okay. So there's two definitions. I did say like the nature, but it's either existence or it's the nature or essence of a person.
Okay. So what is person? What's the definition of person?
I'm using just dictionary definitions here for the hell of it. So a human being regarded as an individual, and then I guess there's also grammatical.
Okay, thank you, Testy. So are being and person the same?
No.
Okay, so when we say the Father is God, the Son is God, the Holy Spirit is God, but the Father is not the Son, the Father is not the Son because those are two different, pay attention, okay? Two different persons. When we say that the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit is God, they share the same essence, the same nature.
I said this at the beginning that this is the metaphysical like trick that is being used, or not trick.
Look from the center. Start from the center.
You're using two different things.
You just said that person.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yeah. Okay. But I see the fallacy from everybody. Look. Start from the center. Start from the center. Start from the center.
He's got a
God
human.
is start from the center and go.
Person is a human.
Start from the center.
Right, so he's got a person. If he's
God
not,
is the Son.
Do you think? Hold on.
Which equals Jesus.
Hold on. Wild heart. Do you think human is like person? Do you think human equals person?
That's what you just said. Yeah.
I said start from the center. That's not what I said.
Do you think human equals person, or does human equal being?
If you weren't a human, would you be a person? No. The answer is no.
Why? What?
If you weren't a human, would you be a person?
If you weren't a person, would you be a human?
If you weren't, no.
Yeah, the question makes no sense. Exactly.
It's not that it makes no sense.
Does human equal person?
If you agree that a human has to be a person,
would you agree that a person has to be a human?
So if God is not a person, then he's not human.
You just reverse the question back to you, and you can't answer it. Makes no fucking sense.
Who are you talking to? Me or Wildheart?
Wildheart.
I'm talking about Wildheart.
Wildheart.
God a human. Is God a human?
Bro,
Is
human
God a
being.
human?
No.
Is God a
Humans
human?
in nature.
Let me ask you this: is human a god?
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, then let's move on.
Those are two different.
This is
natures?
why I feel like I feel like
What
I'm
the-
gonna
hold on.
I'm gonna use my mod privilege. Okay, just fuck all y'all. Okay, I will say I hope this helps. Okay, this is what I tried to talk to Sigurd Johnson. Right, when we're looking at this chart, equals is not the same as an identity. So, right, a cat can be a mammal. It doesn't mean all mammals are cats. Okay, I just want to say this for everybody. So when we ask if God can be a human, God can enter human form, but that doesn't mean God equals in an identity sense of human. And we say, is a
And that doesn't
person
mean
a
human
human?
can-
We're
Exactly.
talking
Then
about
there's a
different
difference
things,
there.
right?
Then
Human
there's a
can't
diff-
enter God form
exactly.
either.
Then there's a difference
Right.
there. If human can't equal
break
God,
that. Can I ask a question?
God can eat.
Yes,
Because
yes,
there's a difference
yes.
there.
I'm gonna go get more
Alex,
water. I'll be right back.
Alex,
Just
keep going.
stop
All right,
fucking
one at a
talking.
time. One at a
Hold on,
time.
hold on.
One at a time. Yeah.
Is God is
Right.
God the Son, or is the Son God, or does it not matter to you either way?
I will say that, and everyone can have their turn if they want. I will say God is the ultimate category, and so yes, the Son is God, but it's not an identity issue,
God is a
right?
human.
God is identified with the Son, but it's not the three equal signs, right? It doesn't. You can't
Son
like
is the God.
logically cut everyone in that way, right?
So Jesus
So-
was human, and God isn't human. There's a
Yes,
difference.
exactly. Yes, there
So
is.
A
There actually
doesn't equal
is.
A. Yeah, so
Jesus
it,
can have properties that
so
God does
A
not.
doesn't equal
Yes,
A.
yes. So
Okay.
so Jesus has a
Breaks the
penis.
laws of
But if
logic.
you ask me if God has a penis, I would probably say no. Jesus has a penis. I don't think God.
Exactly. So there's
Hold
a
on,
difference.
Wild
there.
Heart, Wild Heart.
We're
Breaks
not,
the
that's
laws
not a
of logic.
contradiction in
Wild
logic.
Heart.
It's not. Wild Heart, that's not a contradiction in logic. You don't understand logic if you think it's a contradiction in logic. I'm just going to be
Hold on.
honest with you.
Is that one of the laws of logic that equals
No,
A?
it's not. It's not. You don't understand the stuff you're speaking about if you think that's a
What is the
contradiction.
flaw-
You just don't.
What is the fifth law of logic? What
I
is
know
the
what
fifth
you're
law of
talking. You're
logic?
talking
It's
about,
in-
you're talking about the law of non-contradiction. It doesn't quite fall into that pitfall.
It
only,
doesn't, yeah.
Only because they like
So
there
A
is.
doesn't equal A.
Well, there's a little bit of a what I keep saying is it's a little, it feels like a bait and switch, because in this, even I think Christian laid it out really well with being in person, or I use the word nature, so somebody's nature, or somebody, they would probably maybe say like a divine nature. So human and person here, that like they're talking about two different things. So a person.
No, if A equals A,
no, I understand.
that is one of the laws of logic, isn't it? Is that one of the laws of logic that A equals A?
This is
Yeah,
a different
that is
symbol
unrelated to
than
this.
just
That is not
equals,
related to
right?
this at all.
It depends
that
on
is
what
a
plane
completely
we're
unrelated
talking
word.
about, right? An identity versus just something equals, right? Those are separate things,
Yeah.
okay? So
No, they're not
when we
separate
say
things.
A equals
A
A,
equals
that
A.
implies they're the same. That's different than the Trinity chart we just pulled up. When it says is,
I know.
you can't
I don't
replace
agree with
that
your
with A
Trinity chart.
equals A.
I don't
That's
agree
just,
with it. That's what
you
I'm saying.
you
If
can't
you're
not
saying
agree
that
with
God,
it. That's
if
just how
you're saying
logic
that God,
works.
if you're
You
saying that
can't.
God
That's
is
something you disagree
non-physical
on.
and Jesus is physical, then there's a difference
Okay,
there,
I'm back.
which breaks the laws of logic, because that means
No, it does
A
not.
doesn't equal A.
It does not. This
It
is
means
why.
A doesn't equal A, because
No,
one of them
stop,
is physical
stop.
and one of them is not physical.
Wild Heart. It's saying that God is a subset of the Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost. That is exactly what it's saying. That's the only. Hey, hold on. Are you a son?
I never mentioned the Holy Ghost.
Are you a son?
I said if God
Are you a son?
Is God? If
Are
God
you a
is
son?
non-
Answer my question. I don't want to hear about God right now. Are you a son?
Right. Okay. Well,
Are you
what's
someone's
question?
son?
Am I what? Sorry.
Are you someone's son?
Yeah.
Could you be someone's father?
Yeah.
Could you be someone's husband?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can be all three of these things, but not in direct relation to each
Yeah.
other.
Yeah, but then I will be three different things.
So you
I won't
are
be the
equal
same
to
thing.
three different things,
Yeah.
but you
So I
are
won't
not.
be the same
You
thing.
are not father to your
Yeah.
father. You are not
Yeah,
son to your
I will be father,
spouse.
son, and husband. Yeah, so I
But
won't be the same
those three
thing.
things
So
would not
A
be
wouldn't
directly
equal.
related to each other,
So
right?
A wouldn't equal A because I
No, no,
will
no.
be both a son, a father,
And a husband, right?
yeah.
Now,
but
So
those three things.
That's
Hold on.
modalism.
Those three
then A
things.
wouldn't equal A.
Those three things.
So then
Okay.
A wouldn't
Husband,
equal A
husband.
because there'll be three different things.
You are not husband
I will be A,
to
B,
the
and
person
C.
you are the father of. You are not the son to the person you are husband
Yeah, I'm
of.
not the father of
Those three
my
things are not
father.
connected directly, but they're all equal to you. Do you
No.
understand? There's a shared property that all three of those things have, and that is you. But those things are
Yeah,
not each
but
other.
that would mean that I have different properties. So if
Yes,
Jesus,
they said that.
so if Jesus is the Son of God, then he's not God because they have different properties.
No.
So A wouldn't
He's
equal
not the
A.
son of
We
God.
already know you
God,
don't believe in the
He
Trinity.
wouldn't.
when we talk about God, hold on. When we talk about God,
they're
we're
all God.
referring to three distinct beings.
Right. So
No,
one is
no, we're not, Alex.
non-physical.
Then
So they
what are
have
you
different
referring to?
attributes, and A equals A.
Well, Alex, what you presented is modalism.
Yes, I
Three
understand.
different roles. It's not roles.
I understand. I'm
It's three
saying I
persons
was trying to
in
show
one man.
him how three things can be related to the same person, but be disconnected
They
from
can
each
be
other.
related, but if they're related, that doesn't mean
Okay.
they're equal. That doesn't mean they
That was
have
the
the
only
same
point I
But
was making.
if you weren't comparing it to Trinity, then I mean, sure, right?
No, I'm saying if Jesus is physical and God is non-physical, that's a difference. So A doesn't equal A.
God is
It
an
breaks
essence.
the laws of logic, doesn't
God is a nature.
No,
It's
it
an
doesn't.
essence.
A nature.
Yeah, that's God is being.
Yeah.
It's
So
existence.
A,
It's nature. It's
so A
essence.
does equal A.
You're referring to God as like it's almost as if you're going like, no, there's four gods here when you're using language like that.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
you actually kind of are. You're saying there's four
Is-
beings.
No, I'm saying if there is a difference between God and Jesus, which I think we
No.
all
There
You're
is
not.
So
You're
there's
not
no
understanding.
difference between God and
They're not
Jesus.
saying. They're not saying that there is God, Jesus, the Father,
Yeah,
and
so there's no
the
difference.
Ghost, right? They're saying
Yeah.
there's the Father and the Ghost and Jesus,
Right.
and they are all God.
So they're non-different. There's no difference between Jesus and God, even though one of
That's
them is.
not how. That's not what I just said at all.
No, but they
No.
would bite that bullet because I asked the very first thing I asked is Jesus God?
So
And okay,
is Jesus
Confluence-
physical?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Confluence-
Jesus is God.
Is God physical?
When you
Then
say
there's a
God,
difference
you may
there,
not be
isn't there?
referring to Jesus.
Then there's a
What is-
difference
what
there,
is
isn't
with
there?
you with this
Confluence
physical?
sort of
If Jesus is physical and God is non-physical, then there's a difference. Then they can't be the same person.
All you're saying is
Because
that,
that
is
will
that
mean
one
that
has
A
a property, the other does
equal
not.
A.
Did
the
Conley
issue
bring
that
a
I'm
reason?
A doesn't equal A.
right. The
If
issue that
Jesus
I'm
has
having.
You keep going back to
attributes-
that wild heart.
I think.
Can we change topics?
No.
No, we have to hammer down. Okay,
That's not
we
allowed.
have to, we
We
have
are
to fix
literally-
this.
We're
We have
stuck
to
on
fix
this.
this.
We're
No,
dwelling
I'm-
on this.
It's
I don't-
a
yeah, I don't-
cost fallacy. We have to keep going.
We are literally getting nowhere.
No, we've looped so hard. I don't see how
Hold on.
like and
Like at
man,
this point, it's all of us against Wild Heart. Like this is that's the
That's
That's
point.
what I said in the back chat.
But yeah, I don't
like, holy
I'm just
fuck.
saying.
That's my concept.
I'm just saying. If Jesus has different attributes to God, that means they can't be the same person.
I'm just saying, Wild Heart, like, this is like the third time you've.
Yeah.
Dude, we've been going into this for like an
Right, let's
hour and a
finish
half,
it.
2 hours.
Right. So what's the
If you don't
explanation?
understand, then you
Right.
just
So what is the explanation for Jesus?
you don't believe in the
having
Trinity.
attributes of God?
That's the explanation.
Their
You don't
explanation
believe in the
is
Trinity.
something-
But I feel like
I
I
don't,
do.
I don't even think it's the issue with belief in the Trinity.
Wild
I
Heart,
think
you're not willing to engage with
I
the
fucking wish that was the issue. I fucking wish it was
Also,
just a
Confluence,
Trinitary.
I have an issue with something you said. Well, not an issue necessarily, but well, no, with Confluence, because I think that one of the things, and I think you pointed this out, but I feel like this is also why it's like, I guess in terms of strict logic, why it's like somewhat dubious, because usually when you say something is something, the implication is the equals, and I feel like it just again it feels like a little bit of a bait and switch because by relying on the word by saying something is something, it's a broader definition, right? Or it's a broader usage, so it allows you to sort of sneak in these other things, as opposed to informal logic. Normally, you would you would say something equals something in this context, but this behaves as like a different type of structure to like other arguments is usually when
Well,
they're
here,
constructed.
But
Yeah,
in
like
that chart,
how could something
wait,
how is that inherently
Shut the
within
fuck
equal?
up!
Let me
speak. Shut the fuck up. What I'm saying is the first law of logic.
No,
is
hold on.
that
You
was
shut the
direct-
fuck
I thought
up.
that
You
was
don't own the
directed-
panel.
I thought that was directed to me.
No, you shut the fuck up.
to me.
You don't
I'm
know the
sorry,
panel.
Wildheart.
This is Confluence's channel, and you don't tell people to shut the fuck up. Calm the
Didn't
fuck
Tessie
down.
just ask me a fucking question?
I feel like we're being pretty respectful, so yeah, we can all just like chill. We're just having. I get it's
Yeah,
it's,
no, like he's telling people to shut the fuck up, and you know he
Yeah,
can
but I
calm
was
the
in the
fuck
middle
down.
of a fucking sentence.
Oh, yeah, well, we all are, and you interrupt us,
Yeah,
but we don't tell you to shut the fuck up,
so I
so
was in the
calm
middle of a
down.
sentence and someone interrupted
Oh,
me.
no. Calm down.
I don't know if it was a question, Confidence. I was basically just kind of pointing out one of the issues I sort of have with the structure of this.
I'm curious on good and evil with Wildheart.
No, I was just trying to say that the first law of logic is that A equals A. Can we all agree on that?
What?
The first law of logic is that A equals A. It's the law
And
of
you
non-contradiction.
are free to misunderstand that law of logic for as long as you live, Wildheart. You are free to misunderstand what that means, and that's totally cool.
Right, so what is the first? What is the
First law of logic is A cannot equal not A.
That is what I just said.
No, you're saying
A
A equals A,
equals
which
A.
is true.
Yeah,
But
that's
that
what
doesn't
you're saying.
imply that's not what the law of logic is trying to instantiate. It doesn't say that
So
A
A-
cannot equal anything else. It's only saying
Me
that A
saying
can never
A
not equal
equals A
itself.
doesn't mean that A doesn't mean A.
No.
A
I
cannot
said
equal not A.
the whole point of
Exactly,
A equals
that's what I
A
said.
is that A
That's
can
what I
never not equal A because
Yeah,
it is itself
that's what I
something.
said.
That's all.
Which is the same as A equals A.
Okay, that's a, you know.
No.
Okay, let's try this. Let's try
Not
this.
A is what you're saying.
Let's try this.
Why doesn't
Does God equal God?
God equals God? Yeah.
Okay, we agree
God
on that.
doesn't equal
Is God?
Jesus.
Do you agree that God is essence, at least in the Christian worldview? That it's a nature.
No, God doesn't equal Jesus because they have different attributes, and God
I
doesn't.
didn't ask that.
That's not what he said.
No, I know that's not what he said.
Well,
You
then
asked,
answer the
like,
question.
does God equal Jesus? Does
Essence.
Jesus have different
Does God
attributes?
equal essence?
Does Jesus have different attributes?
Does
to God?
God equal essence is what he asked.
Does
Where Testy
Jesus?
go?
Oh my God, he can't answer. Fuck.
Right, go on. What was
He
the
can't
question?
answer a simple question. Holy fuck.
Does God equal God? Yeah.
No, does God equal essence? Holy shit.
God doesn't equal essence. No, they have different
Well, there we
definitions.
go. We're actually answering.
Yeah. So God doesn't equal essence. No.
Okay, then that's. I mean,
Does
that's
God
where this
equal
conversation has to stop. Then,
Does God equal Jesus?
because we're no longer arguing the same.
God does equal
like the same
Jesus.
topic.
Well, they have
God's
different-
yes.
but they have
God
different-
does equal Jesus.
But they have different attributes.
So what?
So that means they don't equal each other. God doesn't equal Jesus.
Yeah, they don't have
because
to equal each other. They just have to equal one thing, God, right?
Yeah.
What? Sorry.
They don't have to
Yeah,
equal each other. They just
yeah,
have to
no,
contain
if they
one
have different
thing,
attributes,
which is the
then
properties of God.
yeah, which is my point. If
Well, no, it's
Jesus
not your
has
point.
different attributes, if Jesus
That's
has
not your point
different
at all.
attributes to God, then
You're
they're not
imagining the
equal.
God. The God
But
is
you
all
just
that
said that
each one
God
is,
equals
and not a
Jesus.
property of each one.
I'm not saying it's a property of each one.
No, they're saying it's a
Are
property
they
of
the
each one.
same thing?
God is a divine property of nature. God is a divine is a
Divine property of nature?
divinity. It is a
What?
property that all three things share, but that doesn't mean that they are each other.
Right, so they have different properties.
Can something not have two properties like that?
Well, no, it's not
Yeah,
something has two properties.
then
Not
they
just
wouldn't be the same.
you're inverting it.
They
You're
wouldn't
inverting
be, if they had different properties, it wouldn't be the same thing, would
Can
they?
you and your two brothers all have one dad?
I'm gonna miss you, Testy.
Rip
Can
Testy.
you imagine? But that's not.
Can you all have one dad?
But
That's a
I,
property you
but
share,
I would
right?
still have. But
But
I
you're
would still
three
have
different
properties with my
persons.
brothers. But
But
I
you
would
all
still have
share a
different.
same property.
But I will still have different properties from my brothers.
Well, of
I would
course.
have a
Nobody
different
said you
faith.
can't. And nobody said you
I would-
shouldn't.
yeah, so I will be different from my brothers. So Jesus
Yes.
can't be God.
So, Confluence, are you saying that God and Jesus don't have different properties?
Yeah, because Jesus is
No, I'm asking
physical
Confluence.
and God
Asking
is-
Confluence.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
not Confluence.
They do, yeah, they do have different properties.
Okay, so Jesus and
With
God.
a hedge, though. With a hedge.
Can you not hedge?
Am I-
Just if you come across like a.
Can I say no? Can I say? I want to say one thing though. I want to say one thing
Throw a
though. For
fucking
real, I want to
wrench
say
in
one
that
thing.
shit.
Let me throw one wrench, but it'll be like a 20-second wrench. When we say Jesus, there's some semantic overload because Jesus could mean the physical Jesus or it could mean the eternal Christ, and those things I think in Christianity are different. That's all I want to say. That's all I
Right,
want
what
to say.
about the Holy
Can
Spirit?
you expound on what
We
you mean by that?
we can't
The
move
Holy
anywhere
Spirit
with Wild
uses
Heart for as long as he thinks that God is a fourth being.
No, what I'm saying
He's a
is,
fourth person.
do you
Like we
believe
can't
that
Justin,
God?
get your butt back in here. Come on.
Wait,
Do
are
you
we into
believe
a
that
fourth
God?
being?
No,
No,
that's the whole premise that Wild Heart's proposing is that God and
I
like
was
Jesus
listening. I was just
Father-
eating, but now you guys are
Hold
talking about
on.
a fourth being, so I must
There's
have
like
missed
5
something.
people talking. Hold on. What?
It's Wild Heart. Wild Heart's talking as if God is separate from the Trinity. So
Well,
we can't get anywhere until he connects it.
That's
Yeah,
what
I'm
I'm
asking
saying.
the
The disconnect
question.
is.
I'm asking the
Can you check your
question.
Discord chat, please?
I'm asking the question. Do you believe that God?
If you yell it, it doesn't
Jesus
matter.
And the same as the Holy Spirit. It doesn't
Calm
matter.
down.
And you know when you yell, I really understand what you're saying better.
Yeah, you don't have to yell. Just calm down. We're good.
Right? Do you believe that God is the same as Jesus and is the same as the Holy Spirit? Although all of them have.
Case in point. Case in point.
Can you answer
Yeah.
his question? Just answer
Is
his
there?
question.
Do I believe that God is the same as the Son and Holy Spirit?
Yes.
Yeah.
I do.
So you're referring to God as the Father?
Yeah. Yeah. Do you believe that they're all the same being?
Well,
even
God
though
can't
they
be
have
the
different
Father.
attributes?
Yes, I believe they all have the same. Alex?
They all have the same attributes.
They all
The
share
Father
the
is
same
God,
essence.
but God is not.
Even
No,
though one
God
is
is
physical
the
and one isn't.
Alex, I feel like you went
This is
backwards.
like the
I
Trinity.
feel like you went backwards, Alex.
Even though one is physical and one isn't. You believe they all have the same attributes. So you believe they are all the same being, even
God
though Jesus was
is an
physical.
essence.
They are one and
Father,
the
Son,
same.
Holy Spirit are the persons within the being, within the essence. God, I'm going to say it again, okay? God is the essence. That's the nature. The Father, hold on. The Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are the persons within that being, within that nature.
Persons within that being. What does that mean?
Being is existence.
Oh, can I ask
Is
you?
the
Can I ask
nature.
When you say
It's an
within
essence.
nature,
So what's a person?
are you saying that they are
Person's
wholly
like
within that
to kind
nature,
of
or they
simplify.
have
It's
the
like
same nature?
mind.
Are you saying that they have the
Yeah,
same
mind like
nature, or they
personhood.
all are within the same nature?
They share the same essence.
So they share the same property of being a divine God.
They would all be God.
Yeah, I understand. It's a
Yeah,
title that
but I can identify as God. That doesn't make me God.
well, you can claim the title if you want to, but you don't have the divine property.
Doesn't take
Call
you anywhere,
yourself
Wildheart.
Marilyn if you want.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking of.
So Jesus, the Holy Spirit, and God all identify as the same person. So what stops me from identifying as the same person? I am God.
Repeat your question.
It wasn't a question. I'm just saying I am God.
Oh, you're
So
just
if
stating you're God?
Yeah, if Jesus
Oh,
and the
okay.
Holy Spirit and God can all claim to be God, then I can claim to be God as well. Would that make me God?
I mean, sure, why not?
Faced. Red pill.
You could, but
Okay,
you'd be blasphemy.
I guess like that.
Yeah.
I don't. That doesn't really take you anywhere, Wildheart. You're just kind of.
I know it doesn't say me anywhere. I'm just asking, is that the criteria for being God? Just claiming that you are God?
Do you think the Christian? Do you think the Christian believes that the criteria for being God is to declare you're God?
Yeah, that is what you just said.
You think
Yeah.
you think that's the whole?
No, that's not.
You think that's it right there?
Jesus claimed to be God. God claimed to be God.
Yeah. Well,
And
okay.
the Holy Spirit claimed to be God. So if I claim to be God,
I'm
then I'm
making
not.
sure. I'm making sure
What
that you think that the only
would make me
criteria
less?
is that you
What
claim
would
to be
make me?
God.
What would make me lesser? Jesus claimed to be God. The Holy Spirit claimed to be God, and God claimed to be God. So if I claim to be God, what would make me lesser? That would make me God.
Like, what would make you lesser is
Man,
lying and saying
you really
somebody
got me
else
there,
is
Wild
claiming
Heart.
that.
You really got
How do
me.
you know Jesus wasn't lying? How do you know the Holy
You
Spirit?
know, that's not what he
How do you
said.
know God wasn't lying?
You're fucking lying, dude. That's not what he said.
Right. So, but how do you know?
Because I'm listening. That's how I fucking
claim to be
know.
God, and you're saying the only criteria
You can claim to be God
is
all you
whether
want.
claim to be God.
Wildheart,
Sure.
I asked you, do you think
Yeah.
the only criteria that a Christian believes is that someone
what you
claims to
said.
be God?
Yeah, that's what you just said. Yeah.
Oh. This isn't real.
That is literally what
yeah, I'm dying.
Yeah.
Look, I'll say
Jesus
slow.
claimed to be
Wildheart,
God.
Wildheart.
Jesus claimed to be God. God
Do
claimed to
you
be God.
pay attention,
The Holy
Wildheart?
Spirit claimed to be
Wildheart,
God.
do
I
you
claim to be God.
do
What
you
makes me
think
lesser than-
Wildheart, do you think that the only criteria
That's what you just
that a
said.
Christian holds
Yeah.
is that you just claim to be God?
Yeah.
And that makes it so.
No, I'm saying what is the difference? Jesus claimed to be God. God claimed to be God. The Holy Spirit claimed to be God. So if I claim to be God, then I am as much of a God as
What do you think the difference is from claiming something to actually being something?
Let me read this this book in the Bible that's titled Wild Heart.
You're gonna mess them up. Don't do that.
you've not given any distinction. How do you know that Jesus, God, and the Holy Spirit are God? How
Brandon,
do you know?
is this you? Hit me with one of these. It is Brandon. Okay, there we go. Now we're fucking cooking.
Yeah. Brandon, do you have anything to add to this?
Yeah, Brandon, sound off.
Just something, anything.
I'll do my
At all.
best.
Thank you.
I think what Testy was pointing out earlier is if you're going to say that they're identical in the numerical sense, where they share all the same properties, then there would be a contradiction. But you guys are using an is a predication, like when you say the Father is God, Jesus is God. You're predicating God of each of them, which means that they're distinct, right? Do I have everything right so far?
Distinct in
No,
person.
they're all in one.
They're distinct
Right.
in person. Yeah.
Right. Now, how do you not get 3 gods if you use the standard counting principle is when you use that sort of predication. Sorry. I'm trying not to be too loud. My fiance's sleeping.
No, it's because you can't have 3. If each individual figure had different properties, which I presume they do, then
Well, if-
they would be the same figure, would they?
if we have like,
So they wouldn't.
like we're all human, right? Like when we say Confluence is human, Brandon is human, right?
Yeah.
We're predicating human
So
of
God-
us.
God
but
wasn't
how
human,
many
and
humans would
Jesus
we count
was
there?
human. I'm just saying Jesus was human, and God wasn't.
Yeah, that's
human.
irrelevant to
So
what I'm
they have
talking
different-
about.
Yeah,
I don't know what
hold
you're
on,
talking about.
Juan.
That's not relevant to what I'm talking about.
Let him ask
so
the
they have
question.
different properties, don't they?
I'm just
Yeah.
wondering how you don't get 3 gods when you use that same counting method.
Because when we say God, we're talking about
It's
being
not a counting method.
being
It breaks
what
laws of
something
logic.
is.
God is the property they are referring to. It is
No,
not.
it breaks laws of logic. I'm not using counting methods. I'm saying if 3 different things have 3 different properties, then they are not the same thing.
Wait. Let
God,
Alex
Jesus,
let
and the Holy Spirit.
let Alex speak for a second. Alex, what are you saying?
I said God is like the title or the property that they all share, but that's not all that each of them are.
No,
Right, that's predication. right.
There is one God, one divinity, and they all share in it.
Property comes
Right,
from
and we all
essence.
share in the property
you
of
sh-
being human.
Property
No,
comes from
you
essence.
share in the property of being the species human. You
Right,
would not
yeah.
say there's
Right.
multiple.
We would predicate human of each of us, though, right?
Properties come from essence.
Wait, no.
Come
Just
from
answer.
nature.
Just answer that. Would we say that we would predicate human of ourselves?
Yeah. So every human has God's properties.
That being
Wait,
human,
Human is a
human
category we
nature.
put ourselves into. It's not a property we all have.
Alex and Brandon. I want
Human
to
is
hear those
nature.
two.
Yeah, I'm just.
Alex and Brandon for a
I
second.
would agree that human is
Alex
is
and
your
Brandon.
nature.
I said Alex and
Oh, Brandon
Brandon.
was asking
Okay.
me a question.
Well, I mean, whoever wants to
Whoever-
talk, it doesn't matter.
But I want to hear. I want to get a good back and forth going.
Yeah, I was just asking. So, are you saying that every human has God's properties because you were equating God with all humans? Is that what you mean? That
I don't even
every-
think we need the property talk. We could just say, when we say Brandon is human, we're predicating human of me. We're not saying we share all the same attributes, whatever, but we're saying we share some attributes.
So they have.
And then when we
different
do the counting method, how we would typically do it, if we predicate human and we're distinct, we would count 6 humans on this panel. Now, I'm wondering why we don't use that same counting method when we predicate God of the 3 people.
Yeah, so we all have different properties. So we won't be the same way, will we?
So
I'm
my,
not quite sure what you're
understanding
getting
is
at, Brandon.
hold on. My understanding is right. Human is a shared universal. It's a type, right? Every human instantiates a new human, whereas God is not a distinct
human. He's not a human.
No.
You guys are
just-
understanding
So
that
It's
so
like
he has different attributes to Jesus.
God is not a
because Jesus
universal.
One
wasn't
at a
human.
time. One at a time.
He's
Alex
a
and then
proper
Wildheart.
human.
One at a time. One at a time. Alex and then Wildheart.
Yeah. So God is one nature. It's infinite. It can't be
Not
instantiated
human.
multiple times.
Yeah.
So when you
He's
say
not
that
human.
someone has the property of being God,
he has different
it is just
attributes.
one God.
Well, when you say it can't be instantiated multiple times, you're saying that. Well, actually, Alex, I don't even know if you're a Christian, dude. I don't. But when you say it can't be instantiated 3 times, we are saying that the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, they're distinct. So I don't know what you mean by instantiation there, if not that there's 3 persons, and unless we're just saying being means God, I mean, then you're just. I think kicking the can down the road.
Yeah, Jesus was a human who was physical. God is a being that is non-physical. So they have different properties, so they can't be the same, can they?
Direct question was to Alex.
I almost want to write this down.
Your question is what? Sorry.
And he was asking Alex, by the way.
Yeah. What is my question? If Jesus was
No,
physical, and God is not
no,
physical,
like
then it can't
Brandon
be the
was
same
asking
being.
Alex directly.
It can't be the same being. No, I'm right on this. It cannot be the same being because they have different properties.
I'm not even saying you're wrong on this, but you're wrong on like a different issue, though. If you think about it,
So I'm not wrong on this.
No, you're
Well, I'm not. I'm not sure, but
So you're not sure.
No,
not
you're
sure what I'm
you're
on
just
about.
talking in on another question that's asked of somebody else.
All right,
But-
sorry.
yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Brandon, ask the question of Alex again.
Yeah, one more time since I don't know that I heard anything he said.
Oh, sorry. I've been trying to figure out a way to write this down to make it more clear because
It's
I think
difficult because Christians kind of redefine being when it comes to God, right? It's like a radically different
It's
definition.
not a redefinite. You can just look up the definition.
No, it's a
yeah.
different definition.
No, I actually kind of agree with Alex on that. I mean, that they use being, they use nature.
We're asking each other.
You can literally open up a tab and search up the definition of being.
Yeah, I'm aware what the definition of being is.
Yeah, so it's I'm not
Hold on,
defining
hold on.
anything
Here's
new.
the question. Here's the question, Christian. Okay, there's many human beings that share the nature of being a human.
Now,
but
see, you just separated them. That's where it's at. You just separated them.
Okay, what? How do I consolidate them?
Human would be that existence, that being. You said being, and then you followed up with nature. So what is being? When you're saying being, what are you talking about?
They are a human being.
Do we have
What does that mean? What does that statement mean? They are human being.
An individual instantiation of humanity.
That means being.
Or a being.
You're saying that God is not a human being, then he is not being.
We left that conversation like an hour ago.
Christian, do you use being and nature interchangeably, or no?
No, not interchangeably. It'd be when we're talking about God. God is the being. That would be the nature, the essence of.
So
would you say we have a human essence?
It's not a human.
Yeah, I would say that.
Before you talk wild,
Right. Okay.
Your buddy
No, that's
Gandalf?
perfect. That is perfect. Okay. So we would have a human essence. Each of us have a human essence, right? Well, we have the same human essence. Would you agree with that?
Nature, yeah.
Okay. And how many humans are there?
I mean,
on this panel.
On this panel, 6.
Right. Okay. Now, God has.
Do we have the same personhood?
Oh,
No. We're individual persons, right?
Yeah,
we're individual
so
humans.
You have God, which is the nature, the essence, and then you have 3 persons within that.
Right. So why are you not counting three gods there? Do you not?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because there's only one God.
We should. Okay. Try. Okay. Let me lay out the. Please no. Please. Okay. Thank you.
It's gonna be hard, Brett.
Yeah. So, fuck, dude, made me lose my train of thought. Okay. No, I got it. No, it's all good. So, as humans, right, we share a human essence, right? It's all the same human essence that we share. You agreed with that. And we would still count 6 humans on this panel because of that essence. So when we say that God has one essence and then
I would say
3
there's 6 persons. Because you're using human interchangeably like that.
Sure, but I think the principle
overloading the
remains.
term
Why
being.
are you counting humans in that way, but not gods in that way?
Yeah. So
What's the
basically,
symmetry breaker there?
yeah, you are saying that God is a human. Do you believe that God is?
No,
a
that's
human?
that's not relevant. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's not what he's saying at all.
I'm not trying to be mean, bro. I promise.
No,
I'm following you too. That's not what you're saying.
So, do you believe that God is human or not human?
Do you believe human is God?
Hold on. Just to be clear.
Sorry.
I think we're overloading the term being and not accounting for the different ways in which you can be expressing the word. Right?
Yeah, I hope we're not equivocating. I hope we're using it, because if we're using it consistent,
we are
then
equivocating.
it goes
I think
through.
we are.
If we're but if we are equivocating, then I mean,
That's
what the
my
fuck are we
issue.
doing here?
But I think we are. That's my issue.
Hold on.
That's
so being
what
can
Wild
mean-
Heart is doing.
Hold on. So being can mean multiple things, but among them is one is like an individual or an entity. The other is the act of existing itself.
Oh wait, but Christian, what you mean by being is essence, right? Because I'm fine with using that word. I think that makes it a little more clear what you're getting at if you use those synonymously.
I think, okay, how about being is like what it is, person is who it is.
Wait, wait, Christian, say that again. Say again.
I'm trying to like, okay, I'm trying to, because we've been arguing in circles, I'm trying to find the bridge so we understand each other.
Yeah, so
just say what you said again. I'm trying to like feel if I agree with that. What did you?
Being is like what it is. Person would be who it is. So what it is would be God, and then you have Father, Son, Holy Spirit, which is who it is.
As long as we have to all collectively, I think we have to understand that person in a theological context is different than in the way that most people mean person, right?
I'm actually not sure. I'm actually
that?
not sure. I'm actually not sure the content matters. It's an issue of form, not necessarily the content. If that does that make sense?
But it kind of. But Brandon, you like the way that the church came to the word person was like it was a long theological battle for them to come to that term. So we can't. I think we are equivocating if when in a colloquial sense, if we say person, we don't mean what the church fathers meant by person, right? Like those are like kind of like not the same thing.
Well, no. This is why I think the content's irrelevant on what that actually means, because in every other context, it seems like we would apply this principle that if we predicate something of a collection of things, let's say, then we have a specific counting method. If we say this person is an author, this person is an author, this person is an author, we would count 3 authors. Now we're doing that with the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and we want to say person, but it's one God. But why? Why wouldn't it be 3 gods, just like it's 3 authors, 3 basketball players?
That's fair, but
you're comparing author to like God.
Because
I'm just wondering what the symmetry breaker is.
Well, Brandon, I would say
how many waters are in an ocean?
How many waters?
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Like each individual cells of H2O, probably a lot.
That's
no,
a good
I'm asking
one.
how many waters, like the definition of water, right? Water is an essence. The being itself is what it is, right? So as long as it's coherent in one entity, we just call it water. There's not really a sense of individuality or pluralism to the term.
But we would say that there is a distinction between each individual piece of water, because each individual.
I would agree with you. That's what persons.
Yeah, they are
right,
distinct, but they're all water.
Right. But we could count each individual. No, because now you're just talking about the essence or whatever. But
Yes.
each individual water particle, we wouldn't just say that there's.
When they say the word God.
What is a piece of water?
Essence and being are the same thing in God.
Yeah, I don't know how that. How does that deal with the form of what I'm talking about? Because we would still count individual pieces of water, right? We wouldn't say that's the same as that in the numerical sense. We predicate all of those things of water as water.
What it? We're in the weeds.
Yeah, I'm trying to point out how you can say that something, that multiple things are one thing, despite it not exactly making sense in the classical sense of how we define individual objects.
Because I think you can do the same thing with like the word deer. But we would still say there's three deer.
There are individual deer, right?
Right.
You
And there's individual
water.
pieces. There's individual water, if you want to put it that way. Individual H2O molecules.
I don't think anyone would ever say that.
You don't think they'd say that there's individual H2O molecules?
Molecules show water.
Would people say that?
That's what H2O is.
Would people say that there's individual pieces of H2O?
See,
or individual H2O molecules?
They may classify how much of it H2O there is. Like, there's a gallon of water, but they would never say there's 3 waters.
I've definitely said that
focusing on the
before. Like, I got
content
3
in that,
waters over here. Who's thirsty?
Oh,
a couple of cold waters over here.
No.
Sorry, when I added the S at the end, I kind of fucked up what I was trying to say, but.
Sorry, I just woke up. Oh, yeah. Sorry, carry on the conversation. Sorry for interrupting. Sorry.
You just woke up.
I fell asleep for a little bit.
You're good. That's fine.
That's really rich.
Everyone needs a rest.
You
Everyone
cheeky
needs a
fellow,
rest.
you.
It's like 9 o'clock in the morning for me. Yeah. So I'm sorry.
Oh shit! Oh god. Okay, that makes so much sense actually. For real.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm talking.
No,
that was you being groggy. Good to know.
I'm like this retarded. It's only 3 a.m. So I actually, that actually does make sense. You don't want to see me at 9 a.m. if I kept streaming for 6 more hours. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, you've been up for 8 hours. That's a long time.
Yeah. And
What time is it where you're at?
I'm not
for
saying
me.
that,
For me, it's 3 a.m. Wildheart said
No,
it's
for
fucking 9
the
a.m.
cheeky fellow.
He said
Yeah.
9, right?
Yeah, like 9 o'clock in the morning. Yeah.
So that
Might as well
that,
fucking make breakfast.
We have to. Yeah, we gotta give brother some fucking credit. I mean, like, again,
No,
I would be
yeah.
fucking retarded by 9. Okay, I can't even imagine.
Hold on,
I'm making
Did you
bacon
sleep
and fucking
at all?
eggs and shit.
Did you sleep at all, Wildheart?
Nah, a little bit. Like for like 10 or 20 minutes. Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
That's okay. That's
Okay,
like the
everything
Uberman
makes sense.
schedule of like
Everything
sleep.
makes sense. Everything.
Yeah.
He said 10 or 20 minutes.
I had some doubts about you, but now they're all rectified. My apologies.
Yeah, this makes sense.
Yeah. So, Brandon, the problem is, and I agree with you. I think the Trinity is kind of like it is like a cheat code because they're kind of defining something away from it.
Gay.
It's
So gay.
It feels evasive, right? Because they're basically making it so that it rejects counting, but it is the way they're defining the Trinity, right? So for humans, right? The essence is human. Being is individual.
Did you just say
The
gay?
result is there's many beings. Okay? With God, the essence is divine. The being is identical to the essence.
It's also a creator
Well, then,
creation.
yeah, right. Then, because that kind of goes back to like the H2O is water thing. So now it sounds like they're numerically identical when you say that. If that's what they're saying. Because now it sounds like with what you just said that they would share all the same properties, so they
all
wouldn't
share
be
the-
distinct.
They all share the property of the divinity. The divinity is one, right?
Yeah, but no, a property of something is more than one. If someone has a property,
The point is, it's not a copy of
different
divinity. They're
beings,
not each
but a
individual
different being,
God.
but a different being has a different property, and then third being has a different property, then they
I understand, but it's not defined the same way as most most.
Right, so that's special pleading.
That's exactly right. That's how I feel about it. It does seem like special pleading. It seems like they break the principle in this one case, but whenever they predicate a property of everything else, they want to say there's multiple of that thing.
But
if something has a different property to another thing, that will be having a different property. But in the case of God, you say they have the same property. No, that's wrong.
I think they would probably argue there's a legitimate category exception here that makes it not special.
Right. That will make it special pleading.
What is that?
No, that's not. No, that's not special pleading.
No,
It's not special pleading.
You were shaking your head yes at first.
It's definition.
No, it's not definitionally. No, it's not definitionally a special pleading. A category error doesn't mean something special pleading. It means it's in a different category, right? It's not special pleading.
Well, what's the justification that it's not special pleading?
Because you're so. I mean, I don't know if I'm misunderstanding you, Brandon, but I feel like everything you're saying makes sense in like on the physical dimension. So tell me if I'm like wrong. But I feel like if we go to like other dimensions, which I think you would agree exist, I think. Again, tell me if I'm wrong. I think
dimensions
I don't think it makes sense.
Yeah,
I want.
Yeah, right.
Brandon, if you can, Brandon, can walk me through this. Like what? So yeah, just I want to talk to Brandon.
Okay.
So well, there's two different ways of saying like the Father, Son. Let's say the Father is God. The Son is God. What's the last one? The Holy Spirit is God. There's two different ways that I understand that you can think about it. You can think that that is there when you say is God is talking about numerical identity. So it has the same referent and they're not distinct. And then the other one is of predication where we say like, just to throw it, like Mark Twain is an author, right? We're predicating author, but we're not saying Mark Twain and author are identical, numerically identical. Does that make sense? And well, let's start there. Which one are you leaning towards when I lay that out?
Yeah. Actually, yeah. Like lay this out. Like I'm trying to actually.
You saying Mark Twain is not Mark Twain, or what?
No. We're predicating author of Mark Twain, right? But we wouldn't say that Mark Twain and author is the exact same thing, right? Because there's other authors out there.
Right. An author is a set, and Mark Twain would
it's
be
just a property.
Well,
a
not
property
a subset,
we apply
but
to
yeah. Like all Mark Twains are authors, but not all authors are Mark Twain. Right?
It's
sure.
Okay.
Actually,
is that fair, Brandon?
Sure, you can put it that way.
Okay.
Now, there's another sense where you say something like H2O is water, right? Well, that's analytic. That's not a good. That's
like that. That would be tautological, yeah. Like you would agree with that?
Or you could say my yard is my lawn, right, or something like that, or it's sharing the same referent. It means the same thing.
Well, hold on. Hold on. What? Why don't I thought of like a better example here?
Sure.
Like the word universe, right? What is the universe? It is everything, right? So,
sure. Yeah.
A piece of the universe is not an instantiation of the universe. It's just a part of the universe. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. It's either there's a distinction.
It's like a top level category under which everything else exists only because it fits within that category.
Right.
And that's kind of how God is being used as well.
Right. When you say the Father is God, the Son is God, the Holy Spirit is God, are they sharing all the same properties or are they distinct? If they're distinct, it seems like you're doing the Mark Twain as an author thing, but when you say the Father is God.
So, I fucking hate the way they define this, but they're saying that God is like the condition under which existence is possible.
God.
So it's not. There's not like one God among other beings. It's not. It doesn't fall within the same category as of a being. God is not referring to like a specific instance of an entity, right? It is referring to this divine property that everything exists within.
Right. It's a property that we're applying to the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. But the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, they're still distinct. They don't share all the same properties, but they do share that property.
Yes.
Right. But if they, but that property is
right.
singular. It is universal. Right. They're not
I don't know what
God
that
on
means.
their own. They're only God because of that property.
Yeah, I don't really care, but if you just admitted that God shares the same properties as Son and Jesus,
do you know what
then
the difference is between like a hard link and a soft link in
I don't know.
No.
Whatever you're about to say next, no. I probably
I'm
no,
ready to go to.
don't rescue him. He just said that they weren't all the same. Right,
I
so
don't
what
know what you're
say?
talking about, Wild Turret. I honestly, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm gonna be for real.
Oh,
No, he was just saying that they weren't all the same, which is my point all along. God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit.
so think of it.
Oh, shut up! I'm sorry.
This guy's killing me. All right.
Okay. So this is more like referential to a structure within a disk, but I think it kind of fits the overall concept pretty well. All right.
Wait. Okay. No. Wait. Say that again, Alex.
This is like a technical concept.
Referential against the disk.
It's referencing. It's how files are referenced to on disks.
Oh, okay. I was thinking like geometry. I was like, I'm not prepared for that. Okay, yeah, okay, got you.
So, in a computer, right, on the disk, we have the file itself, and that file holds a reference to a certain section of space on a hard disk, right? Now, a soft link is something that points to that file, and if the file is deleted, the soft link breaks, doesn't exist anymore, because it points to the pointer. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Whereas a hard link is another reference to that exact same space on the disk. So if the original file ceases to exist, the hard link still exists and points to the same locations. It's not a clone of the data. The data is still just, there's only one file or one like grouping of ones and zeros, a binary on the disk that represents this file, right?
So how does that represent God?
So in this case, right, humans are the file. Fuck. Don't you smile at me? I see that.
Yeah, no.
This is.
I was just saying.
This is getting too technical. Forget it. Just.
It doesn't fix to God. Your analogy doesn't fix to God.
He was cooking. It was working, and then but I can't. Yeah, I can't do. It has to be. Alex has to. Yeah, I was following Alex, and then we let Alex say your thing because I was following that. I was actually for real.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so let me.
Yeah, start over if you have to.
Do you even believe in the Trinity, bro?
I can't.
Well, I'm talking to Confluence. He thinks everything's God.
Oh, I think everything's God, but I still believe in the Trinity. Yeah.
Alex, I don't know what the fuck you believe, bro.
Nobody does.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you do that on purpose.
That's his like
Yes, I do.
special, his special
Wild
skill.
heart
You know.
does not.
No, that's fine.
Okay, so with the what'd you call it? The soft. What the fuck? Soft.
I'm gonna send you.
Soft.
I'm gonna send you an image you can put up so it's easier to understand.
Okay. Soft link, hard link. Is that what you said?
Yes. Why is the image on the site but not in the actual web page? I hate this.
So yeah, music. sorry. Carry on.
Okay, this is an actual image.
Alex, you've not sent me
if you can
anything.
open that quick.
Oh, on private chat. Okay.
Yeah.
Just fucking Discord me, brother. Okay.
Well, just chill.
Okay. Yeah, so much. Okay.
This is like the simplest representation of this. There's more to it than what this picture represents, but it's just an easy way to imagine the concept. Okay.
Okay, just give me a second.
Oh, sorry, there are a lot of Christians on the panel. Can I just ask you, what is your justification for believing in God?
Okay, that's like.
I would love.
That is a great question. Let's hear it.
That is a very long answer.
Yeah, that's is this right? Yeah,
That
this
was a
is
great
it. This
attempt
is
at a
it.
pivot. I'll give it to you.
Okay, Alex
Okay.
Cook.
So, in a hard link, okay, which is the one on the left side, there's a single what they call inode, which is the reference of the data itself. Okay, the file and the hard link both point to the very same set of data on the disk, right?
Yeah.
In a soft link, the file is a pointer to this inode, but the soft link is
Yeah.
only a pointer to the file. Does this make
Yeah.
sense? Okay.
Yeah.
So
It's like hardware and software. Yeah, the file is the software, and the okay, yeah,
kind of.
yeah.
So in this case, the divine being is this inode, the data on the disk itself. All right. There's only
Yeah.
one inode.
Yeah, so that's the hardware. Yeah.
You're right. So when we're talking about the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, they are distinct links to this one single inode. They all represent the same thing, but they're different links to it, right?
Yeah, but
Now to make it analogous,
If you were to delete the Father and the Son, the Holy
people
Spirit would still be that file.
now to make it analogous, they would say that they're all like they would say soft link is inode, file is inode, or data is inode.
But if there is,
But if you look
there
at the
is a
right
difference-
side, right on the right side, the soft link, this is how you typically look at humans. Okay, human is the file, the category human is the file, and the soft link is each individual person pointing to that file. If you deleted the file, each person would cease representing human. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So each
if
god or
if the hardware is one thing and
each of the
Jesus
Trinity,
is
each
the
of the
other
Trinity
thing,
stands on
then
their
they will
own.
still have a
They all
different-
do
they
the
will
same
still
thing.
have a different-
If you remove
I can't
one,
tell if he's trolling.
Therefore, they will still.
I don't.
I think he's rage baiting you, Alex.
No,
I
I'm
just
not
ignoring it,
trolling.
so it doesn't
I'm being honestly genuous.
Does this
If
convey
they
at
have
all what I'm
differences,
talking
if
about?
they have differences, then they have different attributes. Then they still consider.
Yes, the files themselves, those hard links, can be named whatever you want them to be named.
Yeah.
But they don't refer to. They don't refer to a category. It refers to a location. They're referring to
But they still
location.
break the law of logic. They still break the law of logic, don't they?
I mean, not really.
If they have three different attributes.
So with this, are you trying to say that like Jesus points to God?
God is the inode on the disk, on the SSD. It's the data.
That would be a separate thing.
No, they're all pointing. They're all references to
It
this
doesn't matter
one
whether
thing.
they're pointing or not. It doesn't matter whether they're
So they're never
pointing.
there's not an
or not.
individual instantiation of the data. The data only
As
exists.
they're different things. It's does Jesus
Keep
have
calling it a
three
category error.
Please, please, I'm
Does
begging
Yes,
you.
when you're talking
have
about like
different
you're talking about people, you're talking about humans.
Does the Holy
Each
Spirit
human
have
is its own
different
inode. It's
Jesus
its own
and God?
own set of data. Like it's a copy of a file, right? When you're talking
Yeah.
about God,
So
you're
it's not
not.
the same thing, is
The
it?
files are just all
Yeah.
references to a single pointer.
Right. So it's not the same thing, is
So
it?
you can change that file on the left side however you want to. It won't
So
affect
it's
that
not
file on
the
the
same
right.
thing. Yeah,
In the
so it's
hard
not
link.
the same thing. Yeah. So it's
Whereas
not
if
the
you
same.
redefine the file on the left side in the soft link, let's say the category human, it affects
Yeah.
every other file referencing that file.
Right. So they would still
It's
not.
just a category error.
What's the category error?
Like this.
What I'm talking about, or
Yeah.
how's it a category error?
It's what do you mean how's it a category error? How is the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit distinct from each other?
They are individual in the fact that they all represent the same God.
Right. So they are distinct from each other.
So they're not dependent on one another for them to be God, but they are all one God.
Right. So they
I
are.
would agree with you there.
Well, that's
But how are they
I'm making.
distinct?
I'm just trying to provide a visual
within that
representation
concept.
of what the concept is.
You could,
all
like,
that is.
Yeah. So how are they distinct? How are they distinct? If you agree that they are distinct.
I think the only way to make that analogous is if you say soft link is inode, file is inode, SSD is inode, because now you have, but now you would say,
No.
you would
They're
say
all
there
on
was
the hard disk. They're all on the hard disk. These things are all on the hard disk. The inode is just the actual data that represents what is in that file. So if you in the soft link side, if you delete the original file, the data that it represents is no longer represented by anything. The soft links all break; they're all gone. Whereas in the other version of the hard link, if you delete the original file, the other files still exist and still point to the same thing.
Yeah,
they're
so
not
they
dependent
are
on one another.
They are distinct.
It's just an
There is differences between the two.
overall, it's just a different category of things. You can't count them the same way.
So they are distinct. So there is differences between the three. That means they're not the same being. That make them greater than larger.
That's not what that means.
Realize they are distinct.
I'm in pain right now.
No,
just rather like
if they are distinct, do you agree that they are distinct?
This is why it's not like a special pleading.
No,
right?
I'm not asking.
It's not.
Do you
special
agree
pleading,
that
it's
they
just
are?
whenever you're
No. I'm telling you.
No, I know.
This is why it's
I
not
know,
a special
Alex.
pleading. Where the point
No,
is,
I didn't
in
claim
essence,
special
you're
pleading.
counting
I
at the
didn't
wrong
claim
place.
that.
Con, did you
Do
come
you-
with his name?
Do you agree that the three things are distinct?
I can't talk.
They are different.
I don't think anyone can, Alex.
Do you agree that they are distinct?
Yes.
Wait, do they?
They are distinct.
Yeah.
I do want to get
then they
clear
can't be
on
the same
something.
thing. Then they can't be the same thing, can they?
Thank you.
Attributes. Therefore,
right,
Jesus can't be God, and the Holy Spirit can't be God.
Wildheart, do you know how they're? Do you know how they're distinct?
I think you need to go to bed, my man.
No, I don't need to go to that. I'll just prove you wrong.
I beg to differ.
You're wrecking these guys.
How would
You are wrecking us. We are absolutely broken.
You've
Our
obliterated
minds are,
this
like,
whole
failing
panel.
right
You've
now.
won, bro. You've won.
So how
It's JG. You win. Okay.
right? So how would you argue with me?
I'm not arguing anymore.
What have I said that is wrong? If you agree that the three things are different, they have
down.
different attributes, then
You
they are not
bested
the
me.
same thing. So God and Jesus and the Holy Spirit are not right.
Correct. Yep.
They're
I
not
agree.
the same thing, are they?
Yep.
You fucking idiot.
All good, dude. For real.
Right, go on. Disagree with me. Give me a good reason.
Wild Heart, I don't. You're like in your own world, bro. Like I don't think anyone could
Ask him for the
argue-
justification for God, Wild Heart. Do it.
I don't think anyone can.
do it.
anyone
Do it, Wild Heart.
can.
I actually want to hear this. Let's do it.
Yeah, I've just given an argument and no one can disagree with it in a rational way.
No, I think no one can literally not disagree with it because you won't allow it.
No, well, it's not my channel. Yeah,
I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Yeah, anyone can disagree with it. Yeah. Anyone can disagree with it.
Okay.
Right, so I'm saying if God, Jesus,
Hold on, we cannot disagree with
the
them
Holy
without breaking
Spirit
the laws of
have
logic.
different.
So I think by
Yeah,
definition,
they
we're
have
not allowed to
different
disagree.
Do Wild Heart's the standard, bro.
Right, so if God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit have different attributes, then they can't be the same thing, can they? So they can't be the
Absolutely
Trinity.
correct. Yep.
That disproves the Trinity. Give me a reasonable argument against that.
I'll give you an argument if you want.
Don't
do
it,
Brandon.
Okay, so if God is possible, then He's possibly necessary. Therefore, God's necessary.
True. Logically,
Right. How would that include Jesus or the Holy Spirit?
No, I'm just giving you God in general. We'll get to that.
All right. So yeah. So you're not disputing my argument.
Do you think God is possible?
No, my argument was against God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit being the same
No.
thing. So you haven't disputed my argument
No.
whatsoever. No.
What do you think best? What do you think best explains the disappearance of Jesus' body?
True.
You think what? Sorry.
What do you think best explains Jesus's body missing and then the disciples seeing him after and all that stuff?
Yeah, where did he go?
What do you think best explains that data?
Yeah. Can we actually agree that Jesus' body was in a tomb?
I think we kind of have to. If we're gonna talk about whether.
Jesus' body wouldn't be placed in an empty tomb. It would be placed in a mass grave. So,
Well, it wouldn't have been placed in an empty tomb, right? It would be in the tomb he was in.
Yeah, that's how people who died on the cross, who died.
So just to make sure you agree with my first argument, right? So we're on the same page that God exists. Now we're just getting to like Jesus specifically.
Oh no, I don't agree that God exists. No,
No.
I'm saying that if Jesus died on the cross,
he would
let's start. Well, you agree with that?
Buried. No, he would have been buried in a mass grave. He wouldn't have been buried in a tomb. That's how they did it then.
We'll just start with God generally. You don't believe in God?
No.
No. Okay. Do you think it's possible that God exists?
Yeah.
Do you accept that if something is possible, then it's possibly necessary?
No.
No, really.
If something is possible, then it's possibly necessary. No, those are two.
They're different, right?
Possibly necessary. Yeah, possibly necessary. Then that wouldn't make it necessary, would it?
It what?
It wouldn't be necessary. It would be possibly necessary. That would make it not necessary. No, those are two No, you can't have possible necessary. No.
Wait, why? Wait,
Ever.
why can't you? Why can't something be possibly necessary?
Because if something was possibly necessary, it wouldn't be necessary. If something
Check
is necessary, that means it has to exist all the time, or it has to whatever it is.
What do you think possibly?
Something can't be possibly necessary.
What do you think it means for something to be with possible?
Possible means it can either exist or not exist. Yeah.
Well, can
possibly
there is kind of like
Yeah, but necessary means that it must exist. So you can't have possibly necessary. Because that
well, sure,
that
you can
means
have
it,
something that
it might
is.
exist or it might not. And fuck. So,
No, it's okay.
yeah, so it can't possibly necessarily exist. That's just wrong.
Well, what about necessarily possible? I think I said it backwards. Actually, I just looked it up. Sorry.
Yeah, necessarily possible.
Mm-hmm.
Right, let me think about it. Necessarily possible. No, you can't have the same two words in the same sentence.
I don't see why.
Possible.
I mean, this is pretty. This is like pretty
follow me.
accepted in logic.
No, but that would mean it's necessarily possible. But that doesn't tell you whether it's actually real in real life. If it's necessarily possible, the possible takes away the meaning of it actually existing. So it doesn't get
Well,
you anywhere.
all it means for something to be possible is that it's true in at least one possible world. And if something's necessary, that means it's true in all possible worlds.
No, if it's necessary possible, that means it's possible.
Right.
Me,
So
we don't know whether it exists or not.
right. So you don't think something can be possibly necessary because you think it wouldn't be necessary if it's possibly necessary?
Yeah, but it's possibly necessary. No,
That just sounds contradictory.
it will be necessarily possible, but possible means it could either be true or not true. So if it's possibly true, then there's a chance that it could not be true.
It could be possible in every.
Necessarily possible, then there's a chance that it could not be actually true.
Is it possible in every possible world that you have a nose?
I don't care about possible worlds.
I mean, we're talking about my argument, so.
Well, are they necessary, Brandon?
I don't care about modal logic.
Okay, so you kind of do know. That's what's funny. You know exactly what I'm talking about in a sense.
Yeah.
Do you know what axiom I'm referring to?
I'm not.
It's okay
sure.
if not. I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, I don't know. If you can point to that, that would be good.
It's the S5 axiom in modal logic.
S5 modal. Yeah, I just.
No, it's okay. No, I wouldn't expect you to know that. I'm just.
No, I do know it, and because I know it, I know it's bullshit.
I actually think he does know it. I actually do believe that.
Yeah.
I think he's like
starting to lean that way, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually think he does know it.
Yeah.
If he was like had a lot of sleep and was like sober, I actually think he does know it. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. The S5 modal logical argument, you could argue the opposite of the thing, which makes it fucking useless. You know what I mean? You can argue that anything is true.
There's a good response. You defeated me. Actually.
Yeah. So modal logic is just useless. You know what I mean?
It's just cheap theater.
Yeah. Yeah. You can argue that white people
do we believe in God?
People, and you can argue that black people are better than white people under modal logic.
Whoa.
So
Under
it's
modal logic.
cool.
Under modal
Yeah.
logic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what logicians typically use modal logic for, is talking about race and stuff. Yeah, usually.
Oh yeah, but to get away from race, I'm just saying.
I'm
you
kidding.
can
They don't talk about
argue-
race,
You
dude.
can argue an argument, and you can argue the exact opposite of the argument using the modal logic, and both of them will make sense. They will both work.
Well, you
which
could,
makes
but God is defined as necessary, so you couldn't.
Yeah, so modal logic is useless, isn't it?
I don't know about that.
Yep.
I mean, you use language like could, can, possibly. You use that language all the time.
No, if you can argue an argument and argue the exact opposite of the argument, then the method you are using is complete bullshit and it doesn't work, does it?
I don't know about that, man. I don't know.
I was with you for the first half of that. Second half, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm getting bored, dude. You guys want to talk about? Never mind. TOS.
You know what,
Yeah.
Brandon?
TOS.
Fucking say it. I don't even give a shit at this point. You know?
It's late, dude.
Let's TOS. Let's TOS.
Yeah, who fucking cares at this point?
Okay. I might regret it, but I was okay. I was curious about the whole good evil thing.
Oh fuck yeah, my favorite.
Oh,
I'm probably
okay.
a wild heart person.
Sit up for this
today.
shit.
I'm just probably gonna regret this.
Let's go.
Wild heart
Let's
just
fucking go.
too hard.
Already do. Already do.
There you go.
Regret.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I'm not mine. What question do you have for me?
I think you had said if God is all knowing and benevolent, then
he can't exist.
Evil can't exist, or that evil exists, ergo God doesn't exist.
Yeah. The problem is evil. Yeah. If anyone believes in the Omni God, the three Omnis, that God cannot exist. It's not that he doesn't exist, it's that he cannot exist.
Can you build upon that?
Yeah. Like, if he is all-knowing, all-good, and all-powerful, then evil wouldn't exist.
But
So
we want
anyone-
you. I think we want you to build upon that, though. Like
Yeah.
we
So-
both. I think we all get that, but like
Yeah.
say more.
Yeah, so if evil exists, do you agree that evil exists?
I do. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't.
then
I don't think
then
evil
the omni god cannot exist.
Why?
Because he wouldn't exist.
Why?
Oh,
I think we just went in a circle.
sorry, there's someone.
Why can't he exist?
No, that is the explanation. If God was all powerful, all good, and all knowing, then evil wouldn't exist. And you just agree that evil does exist. So
Do you
the God that
believe?
you think
Do you believe
cannot
free will exists?
Free will. I don't know, but I don't know why that's important or relevant.
Okay,
I'm
let's
saying
break
if-
down the statement. How does knowledge equate to the evil? Like, how do you connect that?
No, I'm saying if God was all of the three omnis, omnipotent, all powerful, all knowing, and omnibenevolent, if that is a God that anyone believes in, that God cannot possibly exist.
What is
Because then
benevolent?
evil will not exist, and you just admitted that evil does exist.
Yeah, I do believe evil exists,
I'm
but I'm not sure
Yeah.
where you're.
No,
Yeah, so I was gonna tackle each attribute.
Yeah. All right, Tyler. So see you next time. See you. All right.
Gandalf's talking.
Bye. Yeah.
I don't think free will is going to help much, Christian. I'm not going to lie, homie.
I will say, I don't know.
It
I
actually-
can't remember where me and
It
Alex
actually does
landed
solve
on
the
this.
problem of good and evil.
Right. So
I don't think evil does exist in like an ontological way. That's what I'm gonna
Hey, that's
say
what I just
to
said.
preempt this.
But
Oh,
do
okay.
you
Okay,
believe
so
You think
yeah.
everything's
Do you
God,
believe
dude.
that evil exists
That's
in any
different.
kind
Well,
of
okay,
way?
well that's true.
I guess
Do you believe that
Brandon,
evil
why do you think
That
why do you
sounds like a
think it
really
won't
good
help?
dismissal of his beliefs, like a hand wavy type thing.
Brandon, why
Right.
do you
So
think
do you
are
believe
you
that
being
evil
sincere,
It is.
Brandon, or are you
any kind of
what do you actually believe?
I don't know what you say. Sorry.
That free will won't help.
No, not free will.
Yeah.
I don't know why you keep
Um,
bringing up free will. That has nothing to do with problem of evil. It doesn't matter.
Well,
I
he
don't
wants to say that it solves the tension between the omni properties.
Free will. No, if
You should
God
know-
is omnipotent, if God can do anything and he knows everything and he's all good, then evil wouldn't exist.
Okay, yeah, let's okay.
Then why
What
does
does
evil
we'll
exist?
just start. We'll just okay.
If evil
What-
exists, then
what
God
does-
cannot
Hold on.
exist.
Do you
What does
think God
God's-
has values?
I don't believe God exists. No.
Well,
I
then
don't
we
think
can't
it-
we can't have a discussion if you can't even like presume the assumption.
Oh no, I can presume it. Yeah, I can imagine that it was real.
What does
Well, that's
God
why when I
mean?
asked you, do you think God can have values? So,
Right.
question of do you
Yeah.
think is there something
If
like
God existed, he
is
would
there
have
something
values.
logically
Yeah.
incompatible with him having a value?
Yeah.
There is something logically.
What would,
isn't there?
yeah. So what would those values be?
I'm
And how
asking,
would
do you think it's
know?
possible for God to have values? I'm not giving you what the values
No.
are.
Yeah. It is possible. Yeah. I'm just asking you, what would those values be?
So, I haven't gotten there yet. I just want to kind of interrogate that. So, if he has a value that he's holds higher than like suffering or evil or good, do you think that that would make evil more compatible or less compatible with the world?
No, I'm saying if anyone, I'm not picking out anyone in particular. I'm just saying if anyone believes in the omnipotent, omniscient, and omnibenevolent God,
Assuming that God only cares about
cannot
suffering.
exist. Yeah, so that God cannot exist.
You're making the presumption that God only cares about suffering, that nothing else matters but suffering.
No, I'm not. No, I mentioned three things.
I understand, but what I'm
No, just
see what
omnibenevolent.
are you arguing that if he existed he should do right now? How would he make this problem go away?
I'm not claiming that he should do anything.
Well,
It's
you're
just that
saying if
most-
he existed in this format, he wouldn't
Yeah,
allow
then he
whatever
wouldn't
is currently
exist.
happening to happen, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so then what would he have done if he existed? If this benevolent God that you're citing here,
No, but that's what I'm saying. He couldn't exist. He
right?
could
But
not.
let's say he suddenly
How
came
can you
into
not
being
answer
today.
that, Wild Heart?
Hold on.
I could answer that. Fuck
Let's say
off.
that he suddenly came into
No,
being
he
today.
could not. Sorry, I'll be right back. Someone's phoning me. I'll be right back.
Convenient.
Okay, Brandon.
Convenient
Brandon, what
phone
were you talking
call.
about, Brandon? What were you talking about? The free will. Let's
Yeah, let's get it in quick, bro.
please,
Jesus.
bro. Let's shift.
God bless. Well, people typically want to say, well, free will solves the tension there. But I think you can have a world where everybody always freely chooses the good.
No,
so I don't
can't.
see how that solves the issue.
How?
Yeah, you could.
Well, God's all powerful.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
saying
well, what do
that he foresaw a world where everyone chooses the good, so that's the world he created from the start.
Would that be?
Yeah,
would that be
but
choice?
That would eliminate the idea of free will completely.
Yeah, but if everyone
Well, that goes
chose-
against. Well, I'm
if
attacking.
everyone-
Well, this is Christian brought up the free will theodicy. So if he thinks that, that that's not possible, I'm just going to ask for the contradiction. Because now that's kind of a point against his position. Because now you're saying the all-knowing conflicts with free will, and I don't think Christian wants to say that.
Well,
the all-knowing conflicts with free will.
I wouldn't say that personally.
Yeah, I don't think God being all-knowing conflicts with free will.
Right.
Yeah.
So why couldn't he create a world where everybody always freely chooses what's good?
So is that even free will?
Well, it is.
Like, what is that? What does that mean?
He's saying that if you take like an infinite number of universes, there's probably one universe somewhere that everyone chooses the good simply due to them choosing the good because of whatever. Like flipping a coin 1 billion times and getting heads every time. Okay.
Yeah, God is just looking at the movies.
Create that universe instead of this one where people chose bad things.
So can you give me an example of like two good? Like can you give me an example of this?
God is watching the different movies. And those movies are the different universes.
Not the different
and then he says, "I want that movie."
I mean,
because
having the free choice to always choose good choices.
Yeah, like a good person.
Yeah, if everyone, God could have created, if he's all powerful, he could have created a world, a universe where everyone chose to do good things. Therefore,
Freely.
evil exists.
Again, can you give me an example of that? Like, break that down for me. How
Well,
do you
this is the-
freely choose only good
can't
choices?
give an example of that
this is the
because-
no, I can give an example. This is the example I used with Confluence, and I think you agreed with me last time. The last time you did something bad or wrong, could you have done good instead?
Sure.
And could you have done that for everything that you've done bad?
Sure. I could have made
Now,
that choice.
now apply that to all humans. Why isn't that possible?
Right. How does this tie into free will? If I always just chose to do the right thing, it's not like you're kind of smuggling in choice there. I would just default to good.
No, you wouldn't. Well, I don't
Well,
know.
yeah,
I don't know
well,
what you mean by
if-
default to good.
Okay. Like, okay. There's Khan has a stack of money in his living room on a table, right?
No,
I'm
he
over.
doesn't.
I'm over. I'm
If
in,
only.
I'm in,
If only.
I'm in Khan's living room and I'm looking at this money. Right now, I could steal it. Right.
Mhm.
We'll just use the two choices. I could steal
Or you
it.
can add to it.
I could add to it, or I could leave it. But for like, so I could steal the money, or I could leave it. Right? I could not steal or steal. If the option to steal is stripped, I'm just going to default to leaving it.
But in what I'm stipulating, that's not being stripped from you. You could still possibly choose the bad thing. You just don't. You just always choose what's good.
It's like
I don't think
Schrodinger's choice.
I don't think that works.
It's like Schrodinger's choice. Okay.
It's like going. You have a choice, but you always pick this choice because that's the right choice, and that's the choice that is picked because you made that choice. It's like there's no choice.
It's free will, homie.
You're
You know?
throwing choice.
Well, hold on. Did Jesus have free will?
Did Jesus have free
Satan?
will?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Why did he always choose to do the right thing then?
because he's God. Can we?
Oh, I see where Alex
Alex
is going.
Good question,
Can
actually.
we-
That's a
can
good
we
question.
please not roll back? I'm scared Wildheart's going to jump on that.
No, I know exactly. That's a good point Alex just brought up. But I knew he was going to say, well, it's because he's God.
He's God.
Do people sin in heaven?
No, absolutely not.
Do people sin in heaven?
Absolutely not. No.
Nah. If we're given new bodies, nah. I wouldn't say you'd have a sin date. Like, nah.
Do they have
Anathema.
free will? Do they have free will in heaven?
Yeah.
I'd imagine. Well, I would say yes, and that's just based off of the Lucifer story.
Will they ever sin?
No.
No.
Right. So it is possible. There's a
Because
world right there.
Salvation wasn't given to angels as it was to humans. So you're gonna have to tackle salvation.
Well, I don't know how that. Well, you basically just said it is possible
But hold
to have
on,
a
hold
world
on,
where.
hold on. Didn't Lucifer sin in heaven?
Yeah. But that's an angel. That's
Oh,
not.
I didn't know
that's
that.
Yeah,
not-
Lucifer's an angel.
It's not human coded.
I'm aware, but
again, the salvation. We are not like angels.
I thought if he's talking about humans, yeah, I'm answering the question. At least for me, I know Christian's also answering in tandem, but
So
I
then
would
it's
say
not, You're saying it's not possible to sit in heaven.
No, I'm saying for humans, like I think we're talking like post like death and post like salvation and stuff.
Yeah.
Like if we're accepting the Christian
so then
thing,
for humans, it isn't possible to sit in heaven.
it's possible, but it never happens. So I am Brandon coded in that way. It's
never
possible,
happened
but it doesn't happen.
It also never happened until Lucifer did it, right?
No. It was always possible.
Salvation. You would need to tackle
like you said, it's always
salvation
possible, but just
to make any kind of connection
someone
there.
does it, and now it's
again, Alex.
I disagree with that.
You have to tackle salvation to even begin making those connections between a human and an angel. You would have to tackle it. You'd have to explain it.
I'm not differentiating between humans and angels. I'm saying.
So what's the point? What's the point in saying?
So you're saying it doesn't happen.
If you're asking from like humans, nah.
Correct.
What?
It didn't. It doesn't happen, but it still can, right?
For humans,
yes.
When you're standing before God, it's a choice. If you chose God, then you're going to be renewed. You don't sin. Angels did. The angels didn't have that same kind of. They don't have that same thing as humans.
What if you regret your choice?
Well, okay. So just so I understand what you're saying, you spend your entire life worshiping God, choosing God, following God, being faithful to God. Then you die and you're offered eternal life and joy. And you're like, I hate it here. I hate being this close to God, this close to good. Like
you might get really bored.
No, you're literally given tasks in heaven. Like
this is my time. I can't even bring it up. Oh God, I was gonna bring it. Oh, there. Wow. Yeah, no, that doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense.
If you had the choice but you never make it, right? Then by definition, God has created a place where you can have everyone who freely chooses the good every time, and the outcomes are always good from those good choices. So then you're agreeing with Brandon that God can't exist because he would have created heaven to begin with, rather than assigning us to it after we've fallen and suffered.
For me, I'm Brandon coded, but in a different way. But not in the sense that God can exist.
Am I representing your claim correctly, Brandon?
How do you? Okay, how about
for the most part, it's either
Alex
there is some sort of.
Well, how does that mean God can't exist? That's what gets me. Why would that mean God can't exist?
Alex,
there's two.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
How do you, if God? Okay, can we just for this? Can we agree that God is good?
Sure, let's agree.
Can we accept that?
Sure.
Okay, so if you can only make good choices, how can you accept and follow God? How can you do that? How can you willfully submit and follow God?
Because that's the good thing to do, so you choose it.
How do you know that?
Well, now we're talking about
you don't think that's slavery? If you could only take the good choice, if you could only pick God, if you could only pick good.
No, we're not saying you can only pick good.
So you can make bad choices.
I think you do.
You can. You can make bad choices.
Good
exactly.
In heaven.
Yeah, this doesn't work.
It does work.
You can't demonstrate that. You're talking about stripping free will and
salvation from the beginning.
If God is good, and everyone made the choice to follow, like make the choice of good, right? That means you love Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and mind. Everyone would be a Christian, right?
Sure.
Isn't that the mission?
Mm-hmm.
So God's actively doing that. God's actively doing that in the world.
Hold on, was that the mission at the beginning, at the creation?
When God made everything, and there was no sin, no one fell.
Yeah, before the fall, did he create everything to fall?
He created choice in the beginning.
Yes.
Was his intention to create a world
is yes.
where people will fall because that's
the black pill. It's yes.
Did he create a world where everything would fall, like he defaulted to that?
Well, that's the world that God created, right?
When he created the world, he looked at it and said it is good, and then there's choice in there. That's the whole tree of life.
Good. Did he say that
God says God gave one boundary. He said everything's good. Only thing, just listen and don't touch this tree. Don't do that. So choose me. Keep everything good. Choose me, and it's all we big chilling. You have whatever you want. You're given stewardship over the earth. Have at it. And even Eve went, after the serpent came down, Lucifer came down.
Well, hold
was
on.
like, you know what? I'm going to be like God. That was Satan's whole argument. It was like, you'll be like God.
How often did they have to choose him?
They just didn't. They didn't have to eat. They just didn't have to eat the tree.
That would be
That's
choosing
it.
him, right?
Yeah. Following God's
They have to choose him.
commandments. Yes, it's choosing God. You're being faithful to God.
Their lives, right?
Say that again.
They just make the choice to choose him every day of their lives. It's not like they make the choice at one point and then.
See, he created them, and then off the jump gave him the choice. Off the rip. He said you can have every fruit
For a
except
while,
this one tree.
they chose not to, correct?
They chose God? Like they chose not to eat the tree?
For a while, yeah.
Yeah, until Lucifer came along and stoked up the pride and said, hey, you can be like God if you bite from this tree.
Okay.
So off
then-
the rip,
so then
God
people haven't
did.
been tricked
God
into
God
sinning.
gave choice.
So people in heaven can be tricked into sinning.
Say that again?
People in heaven can be tricked into sinning then.
Eden wasn't heaven.
I know. I realize that. We're equating the two. You're saying in heaven you have the choice to sin, but you don't.
No,
Right,
I'm
just
saying in
saying, why
heaven.
did
I'm
God
saying
create that from the outset?
I'm
Why
saying
have
in
that?
heaven when humans die, you won't sin.
Because you don't have a choice to, or because you don't want to?
No, because you chose good. You chose God. You did that your entire life. You were faithful to God.
So you made one choice before you died to stay faithful to God, and then from there on out, you don't have a choice.
If you make the choice your entire life,
Doesn't matter.
do you think? Hold on, okay. Do you think a Christian is gonna
No.
face persecution, choose God the entire
First of
time,
all, you
live
don't
like
have to choose
that?
God your entire life. You just have to choose God at the end of it. You can choose God your entire
If you're-
life,
if
then
you're-
reject him at the end, and you go to hell, right?
What? If you reject God your entire life, you go to hell?
No. If you reject him in the end, but you were a good Christian your entire life,
Then were you a Christian if you reject him in the end?
are you
No, if you
redefining?
accept him, if you accept him in the end, right? Isn't
No,
that what
no,
Alex
no.
is saying?
No, he
You were a
flipped
good
it.
Christian. You believed in God. Something horrible happened. You stopped believing in Him, and then you got hit by a bus, right?
Oh,
You rejected Him in the end.
y'all should be Calvinists then. That's retarded.
So then you go. You. What do you mean?
What
Are you saying that?
You're saying
you're saying
unsaved,
that
always saved, right?
Oh, so you only had to choose Him once during while you're alive, and then you're saved forever?
Yes, yeah. That's like so clear in the Christian scripture, in my opinion.
It's,
So
also,
you don't
it's also living by faith. Like the works doesn't grant you salvation. Your faith does, and faith isn't a work, but you do have to live out like Christ.
So then
But if you are saved at one point, Christian, you'd agree with this. If you're once saved, you're always saved.
Yeah, well, if you're saved, it's going to reflect in what you do. You know, so it's like like if you
like you don't
if
have
you put
to
your
go-
faith,
actually-
if you put your faith in Christ.
Yes, if
You're-
like
you're-
let's say if you're 20 and you are saved, you would agree with me that you can't lose that when you're 50. That's impossible.
I think you can reject it. I think you can be saved. But I think you can reject it. I think you
But can you
like,
lose it? Do you go to hell?
Well, hell is a rejection. It's the same thing where Christ goes like, "I never knew you."
Right. So, but that's what I'm asking. So if you truly in that moment when you're 20, if you're saved and then you die when you're 50 and you reject it, what happens to you?
You rejected God. Like, why would God force you to be with Him for an eternity if at the end of your life you didn't want to?
So then you can lose your salvation.
So yeah,
It's not that you can. It's not that you can lose it. It's freely given, but you have to accept that gift, right?
No, I'm saying in my
Last
example,
place in your life
I'm saying you.
I'm getting
You
and
when
Alex
you're
are talking to
20,
me, right?
when you're 20, you accept it for real. You accept it. You were saved when you're 20, and at
Okay.
50, you're like, "Fuck that gay shit." Okay, you're blaspheming. Okay, and then you die. What happens to you?
Oh, you rejected God.
God, you're an Armenian. Then you're an Armenian. That's crazy. That's crazy.
You
That's
believe
like
you're
a heresy. A heresy, Christian. A heresy.
It's not even a heresy. I think if you're saved,
That is. That actually is, though, for real.
Okay, how about this? If you're actually saved, right? If you wholeheartedly you believe, you read your Bible, you're wrestling with the scripture, you're reasoning, you're doing all these things, and then at 50, you reject it. Like I don't understand. I don't understand what's happening here. Because you're going, I freely accept, like I willfully accept this gift, and I'm gonna take this gift and I'm gonna chunk it out the window. Like, did you accept it then?
Well, if you suddenly realize or believe that it wasn't really a gift, and then you were lied to, or you feel misled about it,
right?
And you might reject it. Right?
Then you didn't really accept the gift, like you wouldn't recognize it as such.
Okay,
so
Christian,
you're retroactively saying
said.
they didn't accept it because they rejected it in the end.
That's why I tried to be specific. I said if you're 20, let's say you're 20 and you are saved. When you're 20, you have fully accepted. I'm baking that into my hypothetical. And then when you're 50, let's say mentally, emotionally, you're like, fuck that shit. That's what I'm asking. So I'm not saying like there's a question when you're 20. I'm saying when you're 20, you accepted it for real in every sense that any Christian could ever mean. You accept it. And then you're 50, you reject it, and you die. That's what I'm asking.
So why did you reject it when you died?
Maybe, I don't know. Who knows? Like mental stuff, maybe emotional stuff. Yeah, I don't know. There's like a million fucking reasons.
Let's say that like somebody killed your entire family and took away everything you ever loved, and then let's say you were Job but you failed.
So what you're proposing, Con, is that you can accept the gift but not really accept, like you can do you agree that you can revoke a gift at any point?
Not when it comes to salvation, no.
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 Kind of saying once saved, always saved.
So you think you can
once saved, always saved. I'm firm on that.
Be saved and then go and kill a bunch of people, reject God also, like at the end of your life. You can just you accept it. You're like, I accept this gift, and then go and commit
genocide,
whatever you want to commit. It doesn't matter. You break God's law 100 times over, claim to be saved, and then you turn around and reject him also at the end. You think that works?
Yeah, I mean, even from like a biblical thing, Section 230 disagrees with me in the comments for what it's worth, but the only passage that possibly talks about losing salvation is in Hebrews, the only book of the whole Bible, which wasn't written by Paul, by the way. The only book would be Hebrews. Everything else talks about the elect and that the elect are always saved. So yeah, I think you're always saved. I mean, I can't imagine a biblical theology that says otherwise. Now, I agree with you that it's hard to imagine someone that is like a true believer and then stops and starts doing a genocidal thing. But that's an epistemology thing of like, how do we know like someone is real Christian or not Christian? I agree with you there. But if someone actually is saved in a hypothetical, yes, they cannot lose that. Like at least biblically,
you can't revoke a gift because the Bible calls salvation a gift.
Yeah, but that's you're like that's a lesser thing. Salvation, you could say it's a type of gift, but the Bible is very clear about the elect and that the elect are chosen and that they cannot lose their salvation. Like I think I actually would say it's a heresy to deny that. I actually would say that. And this is coming from someone who is an open heretic. Okay, so
no.
That's all I'm saying. It's crazy to say you can lose salvation. That doesn't make any sense, in my opinion.
All right, give me a second. Let me look up a verse real quick.
I mean, yeah. Tell me what you think. Well, the argument, section 230 says you get saved, then become a PDF file, and you think you're going to heaven. Yeah. Well, it's not works based. So actually, yes, it's not works based. To be clear, that's not true. But the second thing is, yeah, if you're saved, you probably wouldn't become a PDF file.
No.
But if we give the fact that you are saved, and yeah, technically, like I think, inshallah, I think I'm saved. Yeah, I think I can kill 1 million people and still get into heaven. But that's not like the goal. And if you're thinking like that, you're like omni-cooked already, right?
What are your
that's not the
thoughts?
point.
What are your thoughts on Matthew 24:13?
You think I have that off fucking rip? Okay.
No. I'm saying, like, I expect you to look it up, right?
Okay.
This is in red letters. Yeah.
Matthew, say it again. Matthew
24:13. You think I just got that off?
Matthew
This is Jesus speaking.
13. Oh, I thought it was going to be someone else. Okay. That was going to be someone totally different. Okay. Wait, am I showing the right? Oh, wait, I'm not even on fuck me. Okay.
Oh, section through multiple verses.
Yeah, it's for everyone that knows, look, section 230, fuck your gay shit, okay? Like, actually, just like please quote it, because like obviously I don't have time to like look at all the shit.
Look up
just
every
like put it,
single one.
like Jesus Christ, yeah, like no one has time for that shit, okay? For real, okay. So, but the one who stands firm to the end will be saved. I mean, yeah, that's like fucking, that's, yeah, context, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because of the increase of wickedness, the love of most will grow cold, but the one who stands firm to the end will be saved. And this gospel of the kingdom will be preached to the whole world as a testimony to all nations, and then the end will come. I don't see anything salvific within this.
The one who stands to the end in that world.
No, yeah. If you hyper focus on that one thing in the context,
you can read the context because he talks about desolation too.
No, but like
the abomination that causes desolation. That's
like a prophetic passage. That's like from fucking Daniel. Oh, there we fucking go.
If you're saying
Daniel,
what are your thoughts on a Christian who says they're saved and accepts the mark of the beast?
I don't. I mean,
can their salvation be lost? Because if you accept the mark, that you're cooked.
You can't lose your salvation. Again, the best verse would be in Hebrews, and it is a damnable chapter in Hebrews. I don't even know which chapter it is, but it is like that. That's the best one. This I don't think this is like saying the same thing. Like
again, hold on. What is your
best interpretation of Scripture is Scripture. Right. If you want to interpret Scripture, you look at other Scripture. So we have a bunch of the New Testament talking about what salvation means. I wouldn't look at this one passage.
Right. No, I agree. I agree with you that there's scriptures about salvation, about it as a gift and it's given. If you accept it, you're saved. I understand all that. I'm just asking, if you're saying that you can not reject a gift given to you, then how do you wrestle with someone who proclaims to be Christian and accepts the mark of the beast? So with that same analogy, if someone like at their 20s wholeheartedly believes and they are saved, and then the end comes and they accept the mark.
Okay, so I guess this is what I mentioned before with like the difference between like the epistemics. Now I'm getting fucking confused.
Actually, didn't Christ have this exact same issue with what's the guy who betrayed him?
What, Judas?
Judas?
Somebody who followed him his entire life, and then all of a sudden he's like, "Nah, I'm betraying you."
Yeah, but okay, so yeah, this is the difference between knowing, like, we can't know if someone is saved. That's a true statement, but it's also can be equally true that you can't lose your salvation. So I would say with like Judas was never saved. And I guess, Christian, with your example, I would say if someone is going to take the mark of the beast, even though I think I interpret Revelation probably perhaps differently, but yeah, I would say then you probably weren't saved to begin with, right?
Well, I mean, that same thing can be argued with your analogy of someone is like, they truly believe, like they accept that they are saved at 20, then reject at 50. I could make that same argument. Like, you're just kind of asserting that they actually believe.
He's just saying that he was never they were never saved to begin with. They never. God was like, no.
I'm talking about this first analogy, the one with the 20-year-old and the 50-year-old, and if you die, you. Yeah, 50-year-old rejects it. Yeah,
but he's saying that they never really accepted it then.
Yeah, and this is the only passage, section 230. Thank you for bringing it up. Yeah, this is the most damnable passage. Is in Hebrews, the only one I know of. For if we go sinning deliberately after receiving the knowledge of the truth, there no longer remains a sacrifice for sins, but a fearful expectation of judgment And then you should have quoted the rest. Section 230 gets way worse than that if you keep reading. And after that verse, it gets like way worse than that. But yeah. So, but I don't know that to me, I don't know if that's still, to me, that doesn't like shake my faith too much. I think that's like, if you have the knowledge, you don't accept salvation, and you know the truth, but you don't accept it. So you're not accepting salvation, but you intellectually, you know what you ought to do. That's how I read that. Hebrews is kind of a strange book. So that's the best.
How do you get salvation? What do you have to do?
You have to accept Jesus' sacrifice, believe in your heart that he is Lord.
You have to have faith, right?
Yeah, but that faith in what, right? Like the faith in Christ. Faith that Christ died for your sins, faith that Christ rose again, like so not just faith, like just fuck faith in a way, right? Like,
well, no, you would need faith that took place, that your sins are atoned for, right? You need faith in Christ.
Yeah.
So can someone lose faith? Like, can someone just reject faith?
No, not. I think there's semantic overload there. Like when you say you have to have faith in Christ, you have to put your trust and belief in Christ. And yes, you could lose like an intellectual belief in God.
Well, biblically, faith
but that's not the same.
Steady, to be loyal. Like
that.
You can have uncertainty.
No,
yeah.
No.
Okay, let me give you an example.
Faith in Greek is pistos. We've talked about this, I think, before.
Hold on.
It means like belief. It can mean trust. It means a lot of things. Section 230. Yeah, it doesn't shake my faith. No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say you lose your chance for salvation. It doesn't say that. It says there no longer remains a sacrifice for sins, but a fearful expectation of judgment. And then you should quote the rest of the verse because it would prove your point more. But no, it doesn't say you. It doesn't say you like lose your chance for salvation. That's not the verbiage.
Okay, so the story of Moses, Exodus 17. It's 8-13. That's the story where he holds up his hands and Israel wins the battle. It says that his hands were faithful. Same thing with God. It says God has faith. It says God is faithful. Like the word there is steadfast, loyal.
Okay, so that's a Hebrew word, right?
Yeah.
Which is not. It's not exactly.
They're all Hebrew words,
right? They're not all Hebrew words. No, they're not. There's Greek Hebrew. There's Greek words and there's Hebrew words and there's Aramaic words, which are basically Hebrew words. But no, the New Testament is Greek. Okay, fun fact. Right? Not the same as the Old Testament. Old Testament Hebrew. Okay. So different words. And so we'd have to look at what those mean, but the clearest depiction of salvation is from the New Testament, right? We're talking about Christ, we're talking about being saved. That's where we're probably looking for the definition of faith or what salvation means, all that stuff, I think. So like I don't know. Christian, what do you think about that?
Copium.
To repeat
What's
again?
copium? What's copium there? How is that copium? Who said that? That was fucking Alex. That was fucking Alex. How's that copium?
I don't know. It's not something real hard here, though.
I'm trying to find the Okay, so the Greek word for faith is
pistos. Like I'm not going to try to spell it. I know what it is, but I can't get it. Yeah, pistos in English letters. I'm not going to try to spell in Hebrew because I'll fuck it up.
Let's see.
Let me see if I can pull it up.
I'm getting reliability, commitment, loyalty, faithfulness, confidence, trust, faith.
Yeah, so moral conviction, truthfulness, reliance.
So reliable, steady, right?
I hear just a hint of smugness in that voice.
No, I'm trying.
I hear a little bit too.
I gotta get more water. Harsh, bro. I'm suffering.
It sounds like pride to me. I don't know, man.
No. I do get passionate though. I do get passionate.
Prideful. Yeah. I
Assurance, certainly, certainty, confidence, faith, belief, pledge, proof. Like that's what I'm saying. It means a lot of stuff. It's like a trust in something, right?
If in the Hebrew, in the story of Moses, when it speaks on faith, and then in Greek it can mean the same thing. It's not far-fetched to associate those two. That's the biblical meaning of steadfast loyalty. Because then you'd have to explain, like, if faith is simply having faith in God, right? If that's all it is, then you would have to explain how God is faithful, like God has faith. You would have to explain that. God has faith in himself, like he believes in himself.
I mean, he probably does, just to say.
Why? I think that would be it.
You're not wrong.
I think he would know.
I don't know if you can. I don't know if I'm like super comfortable with taking a Hebrew word and like making an exact equivalence with a Greek word.
I'm not.
I don't know if I'm comfortable with that.
I'm not taking the Hebrew word and make an equivocating. I'm not
the other
taking
thing. Equivocating would be bad.
Doing that. What I'm saying is the understanding of faith biblically that's what that means. Because there'd be several things in the Bible that you would have to explain if it's simply just faith.
No, but you would have to assert that these words like mean the same thing, though, right? Which maybe you can do from the Septuagint. But I feel like I would need you to show that, right? Like, because otherwise you're taking a Hebrew word and you're tying it into a Greek word, right? And why are you saying those are the same? Maybe in the Septuagint they are the same. Like if the New Testament or the Greeks when they translate the Old Testament, maybe they did use the same word, but I don't know if they did. Do you know if they did?
Did they use the same Hebrew word?
Yeah, so the
is it required to use the same language to describe the same thing?
If you're going to make those things equivalent, yes, it absolutely is
required.
Yeah, why would it not be?
So it's required to give the same meaning, to give the same understanding of something. I have to use the same language.
Yeah, like we shouldn't assume that when we say faith in English, we shouldn't assume that we mean pistis. We shouldn't assume that. That's a bad assumption, right? Because why would it be?
Why
you have to?
If we're talking, okay,
because all languages have different stuff that they mean by that, right? Like when we say faith. Yeah, this is my issue. In Hebrew, I think by faith we mean more trust and confidence and belief. And when we say faith in English, we usually just mean, I think, belief.
Can I use English to explain a word in a different language? The meaning of a word.
But not necessarily word for word. You can say this word equals that word. That's my contention.
Can I take an idea in a different language, understanding that language, right? Can I take that idea and explain it in a different language?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so why can't faith, the meaning of faith in Hebrew, mean the same thing in Greek?
Because you're not saying ideas anymore, right? What you asked when you asked, I said yes to
idea that's portrayed.
Yes,
like
but the thing you left out, like if I was to describe Schadenfreude, right, the German, right, in English, right, I would say that it means to take joy in the suffering of others, right? I'm using multiple words. There's not one English word. There's no like cognate that would directly translate over. So I think it seems to me presumptuous to assume that like with any word that we can take pistis and we can just assume that just means faith in the same way that English speakers say faith. That's what the Greeks must have meant in Koine Greek 2,000 years ago.
In Hebrew,
that seems crazy.
It would be the context around the word, right?
I know, but rarely are things like one for one like word translated. Like rarely, like for all concepts, they don't. Like language doesn't work like that, right?
Yeah,
for most cases, there's always going to be some
my
division.
My claim is never one to one.
Unless it's specific, unless it's like a dog or some shit, okay, or a foot, then it is one for one. But like a concept like faith,
I'm not saying
probably
Greek
not.
and the Hebrew word are like the same. What I'm saying is the idea that both are portraying in both passages are the same.
Wait, okay. Well, then wait, maybe I misunderstand. I thought you said the word there.
No.
was
I'm
the
not saying that.
same.
I'm not saying the words
That
are
it
one
means
for
the
one.
same thing.
Like that. Like if you took the Hebrew word for fish, it could mean anything in English, right? It's just anything that swims. I mean, I could talk about a goldfish. It could be anything. It could be anything. That's not what I'm
Right.
saying.
So then
What I'm
why
saying
are
is-
you taking that verse to think that it means the exact
Right.
same thing?
My point of bringing, because you had brought up the word. You had said, well, this word means this, and that like Greek, it's not going to mean the same thing. What I'm saying is that they both mean
I said it could mean the same thing, but I'm saying it doesn't. You can't just assume that.
right. That you would take the context, right? So
Well,
if
no,
it's
not just the context.
that
No,
idea is being
you'd have to like analyze the word in many contexts and see how it's used.
Right. This is actually, I believe this is actually the first instance of faith being used. Moses holding up his hands. I could be wrong on that. Fact check me, but that's like the first instance.
I'm not sure. Like the first time it was ever mentioned in Hebrew ever.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Faith. The idea of faith. Yeah. Like I'm pretty sure that's the first time it's used.
Do you understand that if we have like that one sentence, like if you read it back, would you agree with me that doesn't mean what we mean by faith on that one sentence alone? It could if you like expanded it outward, but if you just read it, like if you look at the verse, I think you have it up, or you did have it up, right? If you read it back, and if you just erased faith and you just the Moses one. What word? If you like say it in English, but then say the word in Hebrew, if you get what I'm saying. So whatever the word was in Hebrew, like don't say faith, say in Hebrew. If you get what I'm asking.
All right, I gotta go, guys. You guys have a good night. I got work.
All right, Alex, take care.
See you, Alex.
Later.
Go back and forth. Hold on. Okay.
And God is definitely a human, like in shape.
Absolutely not. That's fucking insane. Alex was 100% trying to fucking bait me with that shit, which is what I asked for. So God bless Alex. But
okay, let me pull up.
I want you to actually do this, Christian, because I feel like you'll get what I'm saying. I feel like you'll get what I'm saying.
Different. Let's pull them side by side. Do you use Bible Gateway? What are you using?
I use Bible Hub all the time.
Bible Hub?
All the time, yeah. Fuck Bible Gateway. That's some gay shit.
All right. Doesn't matter. Let's use this one. Okay. Hebrew. Duplicate. Okay. Let me find the word.
No, but you got what I'm saying though? Like read the passage, but then say the Hebrew word.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the word,
or even just say X if you like, even just because it would be the same point.
Say what? Say X?
Like just read the passage, but like because you're saying this is the first instance, but my argument is I think you're loading something into what that word already means based on what you think it means. But I'm saying if you just read the English passage and you take that word that you think means faith, but if you replace it with the actual Hebrew word, or if you just say X, then there could be a multitude of meanings.
Yeah, okay. I'll just say X, yeah.
Right, yes.
When Moses' hands grew tired, they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat on it. Aaron and Hur held his hands up, one on one side, one on the other, so that his hands remained X till sunset.
Okay, so I feel like that's even better than I expected my argument to be. So you could, just from like a normal understanding, you could replace X with a number of words right there in that case.
Well, I mean, that's where the Hebrew would come in. We would need that.
So you can't. That's what I'm saying. You can't just look at, like you said, that's the first instance of the word. It means this, but I'm saying from that alone, that means nothing. That I could probably come up with, like, if you gave me a day, I could probably come up with 500 different words that would mean. Like, you have to look at the language and, like,
isn't that how they find out how the word is used? The first instance, first usage?
No, absolutely not. No, definitely not. No, absolutely not. No, because that would be that, and we just showed it. That would be impossible. You'd have to juxtapose that with a bunch of other instances and a bunch of other occasions where that word is used, and try to understand and use a lot of different techniques to figure out like what that word actually means. Because if we just, like, let's say that's the only passage we had, right? We would never know what that word was meant to mean. We have like some semantic cloud of what it could mean, but there's probably, like I said, probably like 500 words that it could mean in that cloud. So we have to use other sources to figure out what is the best word that we'll translate the word into.
First word usage, right? I had mentioned earlier, it's the context that matters. So how would you wrestle with the idea that God has faith?
Well, that's a like a hell of a topic change, though, right?
I froze. I didn't hear what you said.
I said that's a hell of a topic change.
I mean, we were talking about free will theodicies and the problem of evil, and now we're all the way here. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, this is itself a topic change. Yeah, that is the case.
Let's say, so what does it mean when God has faith?
I think it would maybe like a self-referential thing. I don't know. I would have to see the verse. I don't know. Again, this is why we probably got into this. I don't know if the Hebrew for faith means the same as the Greek, which means the same as the English. That's what I'm kind of saying. So you're kind of asking me a question that, like, I would have to know the context, and I don't know enough Hebrew to like give you an answer if this is from the Old Testament. I just don't know enough. So, like, if I was to guess, I could. I think Alex said that he agreed that God probably does have faith in himself. I could give you maybe some like quasi philosophical understanding that I think, yeah, like if you are all truth, then truth believes in itself, right? In some ways, that's probably the best I could do. Otherwise, I don't know. I'd have to look at the specific passage. But I think, yeah, I think God believes in God in the same way that, you know, the Son and the Father have some like commingling, right? The Father loves the Son loves the Father, right? I would say that in the context of the Trinity.
Like when it said that great is your faithfulness when talking to God. I believe that's
it definitely doesn't mean that. It definitely doesn't mean believe, because God doesn't need to believe in himself, obviously.
Right.
So I think God would. That's why I said I think in the Greek with the pistis, it best is probably understood as trust and not just like an intellectual assent, right?
Deuteronomy,
so I think says, the different branches, like God would trust in God. It's a bit of a pleonasm, and again, I don't know if that even is true in Hebrew, but if I had to steelman it, then yeah, that's what I would say. It's like, God trusts in God in a pleonistic way, like where it kind of references its fucking self. It's like taught a fucking logical. You know what I mean? It's like it's the same. It's like it's not really saying anything, but it's like it's kind of, yeah. I don't know what else to say. It's like a truism. It's like God is God. God believes God. Obviously, God has trust in God. You know, it's all the same thing.
And Deuteronomy, which says He is the faithful God.
I don't think that's the same. Yeah, I think God is faithful. Right, there's a lot of passages that say that. I think that means God is trustworthy, that we can put trust in God. I think that's different than the other thing about like God having faith in God. That one is a bit of a loop, I think, in a way, to be honest with you. But
you don't think using that Hebrew word, it can mean He is a steady God? Like, obviously the word would have more meaning, more punch, right? But that you can't get that from that when it says he is he is the faithful
I
God?
could. I don't know. Again, I don't know if I have the knowledge of Hebrew. I don't know if it's an exact parallel. The thing that trips me up the most is like if God has faith in God, I don't think that's how we use the word most of the time, right? I guess that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so when you're using the word faith in the Bible, then it wouldn't just simply be that. Because you have every other area where it is referenced as a steadiness. The same words used with Moses with his hands.
In the Old Testament, there's different languages though. I know I know, but I'm saying you can't treat the whole Bible as like the same thing, right? Like it's technically 3 different languages, but it's basically 2 because Aramaic really doesn't count. So fuck that. But like, right, like the New Testament, right? We're talking about a different language. We can't assume cognates in every single case, right? That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying maybe the Hebrew means the same as the Greek. Maybe the Greek means the same as the English, but we can't assume any of these individual cases. Everything has to be looked at kind of independently. In fact, again, I think I said this, and I think you agree. When we say faith in English, I don't think we mean the same as the New Testament means by faith. I think that's a massive assumption to think that our word faith is a 1-for-1 correlate with when the Koine Greek says faith. On pistis, I don't think it is the same.
When we say love,
there's a chance it would be.
When we say love,
all right, take care, Brandon.
Peace.
When we say love in English, I don't think we mean the same thing when the Bible says love.
Exactly, we don't.
Yeah, but
so why would we think we do when it comes to faith?
I'm not arguing that faith, when we say faith, it inherently means the same thing as the Bible does. That's not my argument.
It sounds like it is because you're asking me what does it mean when God is being faithful, but like then I don't know. Like I don't know because we're talking about like the specific words, so I don't know.
Okay. Here. my argument is that when it says, right, just reading it in English, that he is faithful God, right? We have that, right? So
sure.
what we would need to do is go to the language it's written in to understand what's being communicated, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if
we have to fucking learn Hebrew, yeah.
Right. So if the first word when faith is used is steady, and like that, the Hebrew language is like a word can be packed with a lot of things, right?
But we don't know it's steady. That's Christian. I feel like you're trying to trigger me. That's how it's been translated. But you read it. That's why I got you. That's why I got you to replace it with X, and it could be replaced with 500 different fucking things in that verse, right? You agree with that? You agree with that?
If I found a translation where it reads that Moses' hands were faithful, what then?
What?
We still find ourselves in the same boat.
Of fucking course. What the fuck are you saying right now, Christian? What the fuck are you saying?
I don't know what you're rejecting. Like
I'm rejecting that whatever word that is, you're saying that it has special precedence because it's the first time it's used in Hebrew, but then you're punting to an English translation to say that's what it always means, and we have to accept that word, and that doesn't make any sense. You have to look at like what the word means in the context, in other texts, in other passages, and a lot of stuff, right? It can mean a lot of things. But it feels like you're like looking at that passage and saying, well, it means steadfast in that No, you can't. If all you had was that one passage, you would have no fucking idea what that word means. Do you agree with that at least? If all we had is that, let's say we had no other Bible, we just had that one verse, we have no fucking idea what that word means. Yes?
If we just had like just the word faith? Or faithful?
The verse you read about Moses with his hands. We have no idea what that word means.
Well, yeah, we don't speak Hebrew, right? But we would take where we find that word.
Let's say we knew every other word in Hebrew, but we just didn't know that word. That's what I'm asking. That's why I got you to say X.
Oh, we didn't specifically know that word?
Yeah, we know all the other words. So the same thing, Moses,
word popping up a lot.
No. Let's all we have is that one verse. All we have is that one verse. We have nothing else in the whole Bible, but we know all the Hebrew, and we don't know.
You strip in every instance where that word is found, so we can extrapolate what it means.
Thank you. So it's not about the first usage, right?
No. I'm not.
So it's not about the sub means fucking nothing.
No, my
means
whole
nothing.
My whole argument isn't based off the first usage.
Why do you even mention the first usage then? You already agree that means nothing.
My point
means nothing. You understand that. You agree with that.
The first use of it, it's fair to be like, okay, well, Moses' hands were steady. Like the context behind that is that his hands were steady.
How are his hands steady? You keep saying that. That's
they were
not
held up. Like the whole context of that scripture is that if he kept his hands up, then they win the battle.
It's steady? I don't think you're properly separating yourself. You already have an idea of what that verse means. That's why I tried to get you to read that verse and replace it with X. But you already have in your idea that the word must mean steady. But when you read it to me, I'm telling you, I don't get steady from that. I could get again, I said 500 things. I could get so many things from that.
What else could you get from it?
I mean, read it again. Read it again and try to separate yourself from what you think it ought to mean. Sure. Just imagine you're just reading a text for the first time and you have no idea what that word is. It's a totally nonsense word, and you're a biblical translator.
When Moses' hands grew tired, right? When Moses' hands grew tired, they took a stone and they put it under him, and he sat on it. Aaron and Hur, I'm assuming that it's H-U-R, Hur, held his hands up, one on one side and one on the other, so that his hands remained blank. So if you held hands up, what do you get from that?
It could mean up, it could mean powerful, it could mean praiseful, it could mean steadfast, it could mean in the same position.
But you would agree that we have translations or meanings that when we translate that word, we have meanings that it could mean, right? So it's not like we have a plethora of meanings that it could mean. We have that word.
From that one verse, we have, like I said, if you probably gave me a day, I could probably come up with 500 different words. But yeah, not an infinite amount of words. And then this is why we use other scripture to determine semantic cloud of things that it could mean.
Yeah, so we agree. So we get the possible meanings of a word from other areas where we find it, right?
Yeah, that's what I keep saying. So the first instance of a word means absolutely nothing, is what I would say. It means nothing.
Let me look up the first usage rule, because I brought up first usage, but it's not the only thing that's used.
Wait, is it not the first usage? I'm gonna be so angry if that's not even the first usage, Christian. I swear to God.
Let me see. No. I mean, not that. Like what I had said before, if it's not the first instance of that word, you have to fact check me on that. But I'm saying it is a rule that scholars use, is they find the first instance. But let me it's not the only thing. It's not the only thing.
No, that's not true at all.
That's 100%.
That's not true at all. That's not true at all. No, that's true in a mass a large scale of time, but not if we're talking about something in a short scale of time. Absolutely not. If you're looking at the New Testament, you have something that's dated to 90 AD and then something that's 100 AD. You don't have to give precedence to something that's in the earlier text. That doesn't make any sense. If we're talking something that shows up and it's 500 years apart, then you're gonna probably pay attention to the one, because then the latter one probably was formed off of the back of the earlier one. But if we're talking about the word for faith, and we're talking about the Torah, that's all kind of dated to the same period. So the earlier one means nothing, absolutely nothing, right? If we're talking it shows up in Exodus, but it shows up later in Exodus, or it shows up in Deuteronomy, but it's later in Deuteronomy, that's the same shit, right? It's the same time period. Or do you disagree?
I don't disagree that they're in the same era. My point is how the word faith, that meaning of faith, how is that first used in the Bible?
And I'm saying that means nothing unless it's separated by like hundreds of years. If it's separated by, if it's in the same book, for example, if that word appears in Leviticus, but appears later on, like let's say it appears in Leviticus 2, but also in Leviticus 4, there's no reason to pay attention to Leviticus 2 over Leviticus 4 because they're written, it's the same book, it's dated the same. Why would there's no reason to give priority to the first one. That's what I'm saying. What you're saying, I think, is true, but only if the text is like a large span of time apart. Like we're talking like, you know, like where the one text would have referenced the other text. So that initial word might have been used and might have been a motivation for the next instance of the word. But if it's in the same book at the same time, then it means nothing.
But
right?
the words
like
could
I
have.
think you would agree. Like in the would you when you think of the word like God in Greek, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like would you think it has most importance the first time it's used in like the book of John as opposed to the second or third time? Like probably not, right?
I think so. If they're talking about the same God, right? You would have to pinpoint that.
Well, they're
Like
talking about the same. It's the New Testament, right? It's probably talking about the same God.
Well, right, but let's take this. If we only had that, if we only had New Testament, that only instance of God being mentioned, we wouldn't be able to tie it.
No, but what I'm asking is like, let's say if we look at the New Testament, okay, the earliest, stuff is like either, I don't know, fucking 1 Corinthians or Mark. It depends, I think, on your interpretation of shit. But like in the same thing, we have like, if we have the word God in Greek, I'm saying, would you say that is what actually defines it? Is whatever is first. So if you found out it's 1 Corinthians, then that has special priority. And if Mark was like a bit later, would you say that now has special or has less priority over 1 Corinthians? Or would you say that doesn't matter? Because I would say that doesn't matter. It's all in the same time period. It doesn't matter who was like first.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing. Like, I'm not arguing. I'm arguing meaning. like if you.
It feels like you are.
No, if you were to take. Okay. Let's just rewind for a second. If you took 1 Corinthians, or whichever scripture you had said, and we have the mention of God there, right? Sure, you could look at the word, see that it means God, and really dig into the word, but it doesn't really tell us anything. We don't know if it's talking about the same God in the other language. We don't know anything else, just outside of that word means God.
I feel like you're arguing my point now.
No, you're just arguing like words. I'm arguing meanings.
But that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying in one verse, you can't know. If all you had was that one Greek thing, you wouldn't know. Like in John chapter 1, in the beginning was the word. Let's say you didn't know, like logos. Let's say you had no idea what logos meant. Yeah. If you just look at that, then in the beginning was the X. That could be replaced with fucking anything. If you didn't know what that word meant, you would have no fucking idea.
Okay. All right, look,
are we saying the same thing?
Yeah,
we agree with that?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm arguing the idea portrayed in the text. That's what I'm arguing. So I'm saying faith then is the same faith now. Can we agree there?
No, we can't agree there. No, we can't. No, we can't. Because when you say faith, you mean what people are interpreting as faith in the Hebrew, and you're going across a language gap into Greek.
I'm stating what faith is in the biblical sense.
You talk about Moses having his hands being held up.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know if I can grant that is the exact same as when the Hebrews, when the Greeks talk about pistis. I don't know if I think that's right.
I think this would be a better. Okay, all right. Let's just take Moses. Just walk with me for a second, okay?
Okay.
So Moses, we read Moses. His hands are held up, and let's say that word is steady. Okay, right? That's just one of the meanings of the word. I'm not. Hold on. Hold on. So his hands are
holding.
steady. Okay. So in Hebrew, that word translates to faith, right? Like that's what it translates to. It can mean faith. It can mean steady. It means these different things, but that's not faith. Is not the actual word of that Hebrew word. Okay.
I feel like you're trying to trigger me.
No, hold on. So if we take that concept of steady associated with faith, okay, and we go over to the Greek and we see the Greek word surrounding faith, okay, and in there it's trust, right? But they're still talking about the same idea that is faith. So we have steady and we have trust, right? And the context matters when you're applying the word, right? Are you following me so far? I don't know if you're wearing sunglasses. I don't know if you're like if your eyes are fire.
I'm following you. I have disagreements though, but I'm following you. But I have disagreements.
Okay, so my whole point is that yes, it's the Hebrew word different than the English word. Yes, but all I'm saying is that these languages, right? The word packs deeper meaning, but both those words have the meaning of faith. Whether you find it in the Greek or the Hebrew, they both have that same meaning. Like, regardless of my knowledge, if I just read that line, if I just read it, right? I don't know languages. I didn't do the studies on this. Okay, like I didn't deep dive like that. But we already have that. So my point is that just that Hebrew word has the meaning of faith, along with steadiness. Like that's embedded in that word. And then in the Greek, we have faith, and embedded in that is trust and steadiness as well. I'm arguing the idea behind it. I'm not arguing the word itself. What we've been arguing about is the word itself.
No, I get it. And it's like, this is what I said, I think a long time ago. Like, the best path to go would be the Septuagint, right? That like when Paul quotes the Old Testament, if you try to match it up, it actually doesn't match up. And there's a reason for that. Like, if you use your own Bible, and when Paul, this is a little fun thing you can do. It is actually a fun thing. When Paul quotes something in, let's say, Corinthians or Hebrews, Paul didn't write Hebrews, but wherever a New Testament quote is found, if you actually match it up to where it's supposed to be in the Old Testament, the verbiage is different. And that's because the Greeks weren't using the Hebrew. They were using a Greek translation of the Hebrew Old Testament called the Septuagint. So that's why when any New Testament author quotes something, it doesn't directly match up. It's never going to be the same in your Bible. You can check this out. You know, this is like an actual thing.
How did they translate the Old Testament into the Greek?
Well, this is something that kind of you need a bit of faith for, I guess, because there was a council of people that translated the Old Testament into Greek. This kind of happened. This was a thing.
Section brought up a valid point.
The Greeks translated from Hebrew, meaning they spoke both.
That's fair. That's fair, Todd. That's fair.
No, I don't.
That's fair. You speak two languages. Go on.
It's kind of fair. It's not necessarily like there's a lot of translations of. It depends what you mean, right? People have translated Nietzsche falsely, right? Where they speak a bit of German, but they don't speak it like well enough. But like I like the Septuagint, so I'll agree, even though I have quibbles. But I'll agree with Section 230. I agree.
I think you're dodging.
The point is, the difference is okay. What I will say is, then I guess I would ask Section 230. Now you're fighting me. Section 230. So I would say, why then, if you think it's such a good translation, the Septuagint, why doesn't it match up with your Bible? Why, if you look at when Paul says, "Thus says the Scripture," and then he quotes Scripture, and your little Bible, it probably has a little like one or two, like a little footnote, and you can flip back and then find it. Why does it never match up, right? If it's like so accurate, then it should be a verbatim translation. It should be actual.
So what do you mean?
It doesn't match up, Section 230. Check any of them. It doesn't match up. I don't know if I'm being clear enough. It doesn't match up. I don't use the NIV as a stupid translation. I don't use it either. It doesn't match up. Check any passage. Actually check it.
Would a different language match up with another language?
No. Like I'm saying like, okay, so when let's say Paul is saying as it is written in the scripture, and then let's say he quotes something from the Old Testament. So we have that in English, and let's say you take that chunk, and let's say it's from, I don't know, let's say it's from Deuteronomy, and then you take that exact chunk, and now you flip back in your Bible and you go to Deuteronomy where that passage is quoted. The English that you took from that's written in the New Testament does not match up with the English that you're now seeing in Deuteronomy. But it should. If it's like a totally goated translation, it should be a 1-for-1 translation, right? It should be the exact same thing, but it never is.
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. So
something is happening there, right? Something is happening in the translation from the Hebrew to the Greek, from the Greek to the English. Somewhere, someone is going a bit awry. That's
no,
point.
hold on. Well, that's the kind of point I was making with the when you say like fish in Hebrew. Is it don't you agree that Jewish culture, right? Their language and the culture they were in, even when rabbis taught, is it not deeper than simply word to word? Like, I don't think anyone in the history of ever has ever made the claim that I think that's what like Muslims use actually. They go, oh, the Bible isn't word for word, ergo it's false, right? That's never been an argument for Christianity. But the culture, the teachers, the rabbis, all taught with a deeper meaning. The language itself is deep, which is why you can pull like 10 meanings out of one word.
But that's not what's happening, though. I'm saying like that's you raise like a good point. But I'm saying the difference with what I'm talking about, there is like actual, just like total, not like semantic, not word for word, thought for thought. There is just like totally sometimes different translations. That's what I'm saying. And with what section 230, I don't know. Do you guys get what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if I'm explaining this. Like, so
I think you're gonna have to show something. Because what it sounds like to me is you're saying like different meanings, but within or saying like he's saying something that sounds different than the thing that's being shown. But
no,
okay. Kind of the culture and the translation.
Okay, yeah, I don't know if I can. I'm trying to think of something off the top of my head because I'm trying to be clear. Like this, I'm not being complicated at all. I'm just saying, like in the New Testament, and if I had a verse off the top of my head, I could show this, but I don't know.
First Corinthians, like.
I would have to hunt for where like basically I mean you could help me as well, I guess, Christian.
Yeah,
it's basically any passage where any of the New Testament authors, like any of the epistles, quote something in the Old Testament. And then if you take that and then you move it, you go actually look up the reference, it doesn't match up verbatim. It's never going to be the same.
Why don't we do when Christ is on the cross and he says, "Why have you forsaken me?" That's reference to Old Testament. I believe that's Isaiah. I'll have to pull that. Oh, that Isaiah is
there. Well, no, I don't know. That's I think Christ, it even says in the past, I would not, that one might actually match up because I think it says like Eli, whatever the Aramaic is. So that might be an actual like transliteration of the Aramaic. So that one might match up. But I'm talking like something that's in Greek. Because that's one of the rare passages where it actually gives the Aramaic like in the text itself.
I think Wildheart died or something.
I think he did die for real. I'm just gonna Google as it is written because I feel like Paul has said this before. Okay, wait. Okay, I maybe found one. Let me see. Romans 4:17, possibly.
Romans 4:17. Romans 4:17. As it is written, yeah, that's Romans 4:17. I have made you a father of many nations, and that is Genesis 17:5.
Okay, so let's see. Genesis 17. I wish I wanted a longer quote than this, but this will be a good litmus test. Okay. So in the same translation, okay, am I sharing this? Okay. What was it? 4:17? So this is the same.
Genesis
this is
17. Oh, you're in Romans. Yeah, 4:17.
Right. So as it is written, I have made you a father of many nations. So this is the quote. In the Greek, this is the quote. Then we go here, same translation, right? It should be,
Well,
I have made you a father of many nations.
Or is he just mentioning it? Like mentioning
No. If you actually, in I don't know if I can pull this up now, but in the Septuagint, if you change this on a site that has it, Bible Hub. If you go to the Greek, okay. Why? No, just show me the actual Greek. Where do I have to click for this? Parallel Greek 4:17. If you take this quote and search it, so like it'll be in Greek, so it's going to be confusing. But if you take this and you type it in, right, this will show up in the Septuagint because that is what Paul is quoting. Again, the Septuagint is the Greek translation of the Hebrew text, and so this will be a direct quote. But in English, it's not. In English, it becomes, as for me, this is my covenant with you. You will be a father of many nations. So it's always going to be a different thing because the way we translate Hebrew is different from the way we translate Greek. And when Paul is writing, he is using the Septuagint to quote things. If that makes sense.
Well, I guess my question.
And you can verify this. Like you can go, like if you go, if you just Google Septuagint, there's sites that have this online where you can see it. Bible Study Tools has one where you can see the whole Septuagint. You can click everything and you can see it. And you can go to Genesis and you can see it all.
My question would be, is
this site right here.
Is that like, do they share the same meaning? Like if they're not word for word, do they share the same meaning? Like if you took like Paul referencing that verse, right? If you took it from the Septuagint, and then they translated the Old Testament, if Paul references that, right, and then that references the Old Testament, from these three, it's the same meaning held. So not like word for word, bar for bar. It's the same meaning held. Because if the same meaning held, then it's kind of like the it doesn't need to be exact for it to still carry that truth.
That's where we have to have a bit of faith, pun intended, based on what we're talking about. But we kind of trust that it has the same meaning, but we're trusting in like people like Paul's interpretation, and that he's trusting in the Septuagint. So we're also trusting in the people that wrote the Septuagint and translated it. We are trusting all those things.
Let me ask you something.
We don't know if it has the same meaning. It might.
If you spoke two languages, right? Let's say just whatever. It could be about rockets, and the rocket document was in one language that you spoke, and then you were writing it in a different language, and you were faithfully like writing it out, translating it. And then you handed it to someone, and that person takes it and looks at you and goes, I don't trust it because you wrote it. Would you be like, dang?
They would be right a lot of the time. That's what I would say.
So
I mean, the
world
is full of... Yes, the world is full of bad translations.
They weren't faithful scholars.
It's not that they're not faithful. It's just that like I know some French, right? Because I'm currently located in Canada. I know some French. I don't know enough French, but I could try to translate something, and I'm probably going to miss some stuff. And even if I knew a lot of French, I'd probably still miss a lot of stuff, right? If I was translating from French to English,
in both languages.
Right, but that's a big assumption. Like, were the people that translate these things, were they fully fluent in both of these things, right? And in fact, there's examples where we think they're probably not. I mean, I think you're on the panel where we talked about how when it prophesies that Jesus was born of a virgin, right? The word in Greek is very different from the word in Hebrew.
I saw y'all talking about that. I wasn't on it, though. I think that was like, maybe like 30 minutes after I joined.
Okay.
After I joined, before I joined.
Before, yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so that one, yeah, and it is a bit of a different word, right? It's a bit of a
someone. No, I think it is.
Wait.
It's true because I trust in God.
The maiden.
Yeah,
and the
maiden versus virgin.
Yeah. I remember y'all talking about the.
Yeah, so in Hebrew, the word isn't. There is a better word if you wanted to use that word that would mean virgin, but maiden also often connotes virgin. And then in Greek, right, they changed it to something. They translated it in the Septuagint to something that normally would mean virgin, and so that's kind of an example where no. I'm saying they took a word that could be both, and they made it into something specifically that more often connotes virginity. And there's a bit of a translation mishap. Now I think that's all in God's plan. I think that's all like goaded. So, but that's where it takes a bit of faith.
I'm saying, like,
it takes a bit of
what you
faith to
just
think
said
that they
there-
translated it correctly.
What you just said
From a
there would
secular
tell me
point of view,
that
they
it has the
didn't.
same meaning.
No, but it doesn't though. It actually doesn't. It doesn't have. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't have the same meaning.
If
It could have the same meaning.
virginity?
It's not the same word. In Hebrew, there's a better word for virgin. The word for maiden sometimes overlaps with virginity, but it sometimes means someone who is not a virgin. And the Greeks took this to mean virgin. So you could argue that's like a bad translation.
Well, wouldn't that be context tied too?
Yeah, but there's nothing in the passage in what is it, Isaiah, where it
In
talks
the
about
prophecy, I would agree with you.
Right, that's what I'm saying. There's no reason to take that passage and make it into virgin, and then make Jesus have to be born of a virgin.
Well, if
There's
Jesus
nothing
was
exactly
if
of
Jesus
that.
was born of a virgin, then that would make that translation true, right?
Sure, but the Septuagint happened way before Jesus, though, right?
No, I agree
That's what I'm
with you.
saying.
I agree
So
with you. But I'm
that
saying-
translation mistake or.
But I'm saying
or
it wouldn't be a mistake if it
goated-
was true, right?
Right, but that's what I'm saying. It requires a degree of faith. So it's not just, you can't just like take a one for one translation and just think that, oh, if both people are fluent, then the translation is goated. We only believe the Septuagint passages because the canonical authors like Paul and Jesus, and when Jesus is quoting stuff and when Paul is quoting stuff, that and whenever it's writing shit down, we trust that we're being given right information.
Yeah,
but we
okay,
wouldn't
so
do
I
that
would-
with normal text,
I would
right?
agree
I wouldn't
with
do
you,
that with
'cause-
like Nietzsche if I'm reading English to German. I think there's
Yeah,
probably
well,
some mistakes.
I haven't looked into like outside documents or like the like all the evidence for like a virgin birth, right? But I would say sure. When you're looking at a translation like that, and then it says Jesus was born of a virgin, that requires some kind of like just acceptance, right? But if you took that same concept, not the virgin birth, like if you took the translation thing, and then you put it towards something in history that the Bible writes about, would that not be true? If you took that same practice and applied it to something in history.
I'm not sure what you're asking exactly.
So like let me see if I can find it. Like if you took like a prophecy in the Old Testament, right? And then an event happens in the New Testament, right? And it's translated as such because it's written in Greek, right? Would that make it true that historical event happened? Or would you say that's still faith?
It depends how. I mean, the reason I brought up that passage is because I think it's kind of unclear. I think if we use like a lot of, I'm not saying we can't get to like any translation with like some degree of accuracy. So like, yeah, there could be a prophecy in the Old Testament that then is written in the New Testament, and we have like a decent enough understanding from a lot of passages that we are translating that accurately. Then yeah, that's fine. I don't think that requires faith. I'm not trying to say that. I'm just trying to say that in certain cases, right, we are using a degree of like faith to go from one language to another. Specifically when people like Paul will quote something and us as Christians will hinge on that translation. And we're not using the Hebrew because Paul wasn't using the Hebrew. Right? Paul was using the Greek translation of the Hebrew. So we're trusting those early translators and we're treating that as scripture. That's what I'm saying is the faith aspect. I'm not saying it's impossible to get a kind of idea of what a word means, but I'm also saying it's really the reason we got on this topic is because of like the topic of like what faith means in Hebrew, and I still think a good argument could be using the Septuagint and seeing that when Paul says faith, and it's let's say Paul is quoting, let's say I don't think this happens, but let's say someone in the New Testament is quoting the passage with Moses holding his hands up, and they do use the word pistis for the word whatever it is in Hebrew, then it's like, okay, at least we if we're trusting that an inspiration, then that word must mean that word, because we're kind of going to that. But if we don't have that, then we're kind of left with like, well, that might be the same word, but probably more likely in the same way that you said, when the Greeks say, like, if you look at agape, that's roughly translated to love. But when we say love, it's not really what it means. It's like it shares commonalities, sure, but it's not a one-for-one cognate, right? That's and you agreed with that, right? So I don't think we even disagree.
No,
like
we don't. I think you fall into like this idea. I think I would reject that there weren't people who wouldn't fact check this. Like this thousands of years of study, like vigorously. I think you fall
it's
into
not about fact check. It's not about fact check though. Wait, I don't mean to interrupt you, but even now, when something says agape or filio, right? We in English, it says love in both cases. It's not that the scholars don't know that there's multiple Greek words for love and that with English there's not. It's just that there's not enough words for love in English. And so the best they can do is just write love. Like that happens in our own translations. So it's not a lack of knowledge.
How do you trust any translation then? I mean, I feel like you'd have to speak every language, right?
You can, I think you can broadly trust, but I mean, you agree with me about the Greek love thing, right? Like in certain passages it says phileo, in other passages it says agape, in other passages it says eros, and in English it just all is, in every translation it just says like love. So we're losing something in that. So I'm not saying love is the best word we have. So I'm not saying that we're like when you say we're not fact checking, no, we're fact checking, but there's a limitation when we're going from one language to another. So yeah, the more accurate thing we can do to actually look to the Greek, the more accurate thing we can do is to look to the Hebrew.
So this
right?
is
If we can't do that, I think it's good enough, but it's not the best. It's never going to be the best, right?
In there, it sounded like, correct me if I'm wrong, I would agree with this, is that you're saying that in the translations you feel as though a kind of deeper meaning is lost when you're like referencing to it. I would agree with that. I also think though that we have the capability to look back and kind of study it, like figure it out. Like I agree with you that modern language, especially English, and just like the culture we find ourselves in, I think there is that kind of misunderstanding, and I think we've just by default lost that deeper meaning that the Bible tries to tell us about. Like I would agree with you there wholeheartedly. I think when you read it and you take it at face value, you lose that deeper meaning. But I would say that the translations and being able to look back brings that back. Now I don't know if I would be able to translate exactly kind of the impact, right? I would have to communicate that in English, right? So that's kind of what the point I was making, is that I just don't like. I think you can communicate an idea between languages. I think that's possible. I think it probably requires like way more words to communicate something in English than it would in Hebrew, right? Like that's for sure, like 100%. But I think you can still arrive at that same meaning regardless of the language.
I think, okay, so maybe we don't disagree. I'm not trying to say that like we're in a position where the Old Testament is inscrutable, that we like can't understand it. I think we do have the tools. Like I think both of us, if we spent a couple more streams we could look up enough about what exactly that passage meant. Yeah, what does the specific verse mean and what does the word mean? Like I'm not saying it's an unknown thing. I think we can know it, but I would say it's the same as like the Greek thing with like the love thing, right? I think that's a good analogy where I'm capable of like learning what the Greeks meant to a large degree with the different types of love that they talked about, and then I can look and we have the some really good manuscripts of the New Testament, and we can understand that. So I'm not saying anything is like unknowable. I'm saying that the more effort we put in, the more effort we can know. And just taking one word and translating it to another word, I think we should be hesitant to do that.
Okay, so we don't disagree. I think what I was communicating about the steadiness of Moses' hands is that idea. I'm not saying that word can't mean different things or that it doesn't have a deeper meaning. What we were talking about, like initially, like salvation and faith. So then we fell into faith. So my idea was I was extrapolating like these ideas from these words to give you this meaning. Well,
And
yeah.
I would say I hope I said this. I'm not saying I disagree with that, but I would need to know other verses, and then maybe that word is best translated as faith, but it probably has a different kind of like overall kind of semantic cloud of like possible meanings in Hebrew that it does to Greek, that it does to English. But I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't want to look at just that one. I would want to look at that word as a whole, in all the context. Like in any anytime you look up like any word, right? You want to see where it's used in the Bible, right? Maybe it's used 100 times, maybe it's used only once, right? And then you want to see other texts as well at the same time, which you can more commonly do with the Greek than the Hebrew, of course. But you want to see like where else is it used, right? With the word for love in Greek, we have that used in a lot of like old texts, so we have like a better understanding of that. So I'm not saying we can't know, but I'm kind of pleading some degree of ignorance on this. I would just want to like look at like a lot of the Hebrew verses to see like where is this word used, what's the context, and what's the best kind of idea of this. And I would say it's unlikely that that might be the best word is to say it's faith, but I think it's unlikely that what we mean when we say faith is what the Hebrews meant when they said whatever the word they used for in that verses.
Yeah, so in Deuteronomy 32:4, that same word is found when it's talking about a God of faithfulness. That same word's found, which would be like reliable, steady, trustworthy, and without injustice. That's not within that word. That was like the ending of that sentence. And without justice, that's the ending of that sentence. That same word found there and applied.
Even in that way, that's kind of like even what you just said, right? Reliable, steadfastness. Like when we talk about faith now, right? And even in the Greek does have like an element of like the steadfastness and trust, but it also does have an element of like intellectual assent. And in English, it certainly does, right? If you say, do you have faith in God? When most people ask you that, they mean, do you believe in God? But in that really doesn't connote the steadfastness element of it. So even there, you can see that even that doesn't necessarily mean the exact same thing, right? Because when someone asks you if you have faith in God, they're not asking you if you're like steadfast. When most people ask you in English, they mean like, do you believe in this? Right?
That same word's also found in Psalms 33:4, where it says all his work is done in faithfulness and steadiness, consistency, reliability.
But that I feel like that's more in my favor then, right? Like in English, when someone asks you, do you have faith in God? Are they asking you about steadfastness? No, they're not. When someone says, do you have faith in God? They mean, do you intellectually think a God exists?
Can we use that same word in English? Can't we utilize faithful in that same way? So if I go like, are you faithful with your streams? Right. What could I mean in that?
Okay, that's true. Actually, yeah, no, I actually agree with that. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. That's true. Yeah,
I like this. We're like,
I don't believe. I don't have an intellectual belief in my streams. I'm just consistent in my fucking streams. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's true. That's true.
I was so
problem
scared.
is
I was
don't
so
know
scared
enough
you were going
about.
to debate, Broby.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not gonna. The only I just don't know. I know I don't know a lot about Greek, but I know more about Greek than I do Hebrew. Hebrew, I know the letters and like that's about it. Some words I don't know suffixes. So like the faithful versus faith, I can't even tell you how those are formed. I have no fucking idea. So I don't know how that. I don't know if that like maybe that's the same in English. I plead the fifth on that. I fucking have no.
I don't know like a whole lot about Greek or Hebrew either. What I mainly do is like if I'm like studying a topic, that's when I'll kind of dive into it. But I don't do like a deep like like study of the language.
That's the thing. I know enough to know like to click on words and like look at them and stuff and like see where else they're like a baseline. But yeah, when it comes to like formations, I have no clue.
Okay, so
like the word for faith, is that relate? I don't even know if that's the same as faithfulness. Like because in English, right, we have the word faith and then we add the suffix onto it, right? I don't even know if that does that happen in Hebrew. Probably, but I don't know.
Well,
Sure.
So would it be fair that with the Moses hands to say that they were steady?
It might be. I
We can
don't
even
know.
say reliable. Well, his hands became reliable, right?
Yeah. I think if I looked at enough, it probably means something in that region, but I don't know what the best word. At least, like right now, like being honest with you, I don't know. Like I think, like I have some faith in the English translator. So like I guess like if I was a betting man, I would bet it's probably a decent translation. But I'm saying just going off that one verse, if I'm just like to put my mind in that one spot, it could mean a lot of stuff. I would need to look at like a lot of other verses to like get a good idea of like what that word means, and I haven't done that yet. But I also like I can have faith, I guess, in the translators that they translate the word faith correctly. But
So
that
with-
requires a degree of faith.
With that, where it's all like originated from, with that, if we take faithful, like being like having faith as being reliable, loyal, steady, right? If that's like you need to have faith to have salvation, you could lose faith, right? You could become unsteady. Like or not unsteady,
that's where we started from. That's where we started from.
I just remembered that.
I forgot about that.
You can lose faith in that sense, right? You can lose trust in God, right? Because
But I don't think that means you lose salvation, though. I don't think that does. I think there's enough. There is. I mean, this is a long, many hours ago at this point, probably. But there's some passages, like the Hebrews chapter specifically, that makes me think maybe it's possible. But there's so many, and this is what I said. Like I think Scripture interprets Scripture. There's so many things where Paul says that like the elect cannot fall away and that they will be saved until the end. And there's so many other passages that I don't think I can think that people lose their salvation.
I actually recently like I'm looking into Romans now, but like studying Paul, but I actually have learned that what causes a lot of like rift between Christians is they take Paul's writings and they specifically pull verses out when Paul was actually writing to these different people, and he's actually like writing in the best way to put it is like a spiral. So he actually runs over a topic multiple times in his writings. So it's not so much when you're reading Paul to take a verse, but take the idea that he's trying to relay within like the chapter. That was just a tidbit.
I think that's true, but I mean, and I will say Paul kind of, there is like, when you read one epistle of Paul, there is like different themes than reading a different epistle. But I actually, if you're going through Romans now, I would love to hear back when you finish it. Like especially looking at all the times he talks about the elect. Like Romans, to me, I don't know how you get away from that the elect are chosen and that they will endure. And I will say I used to be a Calvinist, so like I could be biased. I'm not Calvinist anymore, but I used to be. Okay. And so all about, I don't know if you're like know about all that whole shit, but like
I know like I haven't deep dived into it. I think I reject it on the like principle of free will. I think I just
and that's a good line to reject it on.
I think if it goes like salvation is a gift and you have to accept it, it's like, well, if you're predestined, then it's kind of like we talk about hell, we talk about choosing God, we talk about hardening of hearts, we talk about all these things, but predestination just doesn't.
And the Calvinists, they have like a little acronym called like TULIP. So total depravity is the first one, that like everyone is like full of sin, right, to the core, which sounds goated, right? Unlimited atonement, I think it is. Or wait, I might be getting, it's been a long time since I've been a Calvinist, so don't hold me to this. No, I think I'm saying it wrong. Unlimited election. Yeah, unlimited election. There's, or I might be saying it wrong, but the U is that there's nothing you can do that will make you be saved. That's just, it's not a choice on your behalf that God saves you. Limited atonement is the L in TULIP. That's the controversial one. That says that Christ didn't die for everyone. He died for the elect, which sounds crazy. There's some Bible verses.
Like there's teachings in there that he died for the whole world. Like
there is. But I mean, on both sides, like I think like the Calvinist side is like one side, the Armenian side is the other. Both of them, I think, have their Bible verses, but I actually think from a intellectual level, they both kind of fill in their own, they make sense that you would kind of group things in that way. And just actually to close it off, the I, irresistible grace. So you can't do anything to resist God's grace. And P, perseverance of saints. So I think it all on the Calvinist side, it makes a complete picture that you are like totally
heart.
Well, they would say that it's God kind of working. So God intended. And in the same way, actually in even with the hardening of hearts, I mean, even in the Bible, maybe this is a Calvinist and me talking, but it does say in Exodus that God hardened Pharaoh's heart. Pharaoh didn't harden his own heart. God did that shit, right? So why? That was predestined, Calvinists would say, right?
All the actions that God took against Pharaoh, I would say, would harden his heart.
Right, but that's not what the verse says, right? It says God hardened Pharaoh's heart. That's what it says.
I would imagine you would take that and be like, well, God hardened his heart because, I mean, God literally like undermined every single god that the Egyptians had. That was the whole idea of the plague.
That's fine, but that's a bit of a layer of interpretation, which I'm not opposed to, but just like the direct, what does it actually say? It doesn't say that God looked at all this stuff, and so in a metaphorical way, his heart was hardened, but it says God hardened his heart. That's what it just says. Like just plain as day, it says that. And it's only because we don't like that necessarily, or it contradicts with other verses that we kind of like work backwards. And both sides do that. I'm not saying they don't, right? In the same way that when it says Christ died for everyone, the Calvinists will say, well, he might have died for everyone, but really the only ones he actually died for were actually the elect, the ones he meant to die for. Both sides use this kind of translation cuckoldry in a way. Okay, I'm just saying
Calvinist
this.
Confirmed.
Well, yeah, I mean, I like I said, I was. Now I'm not even anti-Calvinist. I just think in a retarded way, because no one agrees with me on this. Well, some people do, but I think both sides are true at the same time, and this is why I'm kind of trans-rational. I think that I think like quibbling over how all these verses intertwine, I'm content to just say there is predestination. It's obviously talked about in the Bible multiple times. So the people who are saved are predestined, but there's also free will. And somehow in the mind of God, outside of our rationality, that all connects. I'm comfortable saying that. I didn't used to be. That's why I was a Calvinist, because I had to make everything fit at an intellectual level.
What made you like stop holding that?
Because I realized it's just nonsense. Eventually I came to the point where it's like I was trying to square a circle that couldn't be squared, right? Which it makes sense because you can't square a circle like you like in the actual like literal sense of the term, right? It's impossible, and it's actually a good analogy in a way because people have tried for centuries to like do the thing, right? I can't explain it right now because I'm like too intoxicated, but
squaring a circle, right, is impossible using a compass and a straight edge, but people have tried for hundreds of years. People still try to this day, even though it's been proven to be impossible. People will still try. So I tried inevitably to somehow make what I thought the Bible to be saying, which I thought was Calvinism, and tried to match it up with what I also thought the Bible was saying, and my own intuition and my own understanding and my own mind, that free will is still a thing and that somehow we have to pick. And I was trying to square the circle. And I realized eventually this is a Sisyphean task. This is not possible. And so the kind of, I think, harmony of those things is to realize that from our perspective, it's probably a free will thing. From God's perspective, it's probably predestination. And I don't know how to logically explain that exactly. I think it's just a difference between the divine point of view and our point of view. Maybe it's a time thing.
Are you kind of
Maybe the
arguing
grand
like
scheme of time,
God?
it's like
God knows who's gonna.
it could be.
accept them?
I just don't know. I kind of leave it up. I think from God's point of view, I think that the Christians are chosen. They're the elect. And I think from our point of view, we choose. And that's kind of how I see all of this stuff. Like even I don't usually say this to atheists, but that because no one accepts it. But that's how I see stuff with determinism and like free will. It's like from God's point of view, yeah, I think God knows everything and probably has planned everything out. From our point of view, we choose things. And I'm fine living in that in between, where I think that there is some transrational stuff outside our intellect that we just can't understand. And I think if I'm talking to a Christian like you, who is also named Christian, double Christian, then I will say that because it's like I think you get where I'm coming from. If I say it to like an atheist, they just think I'm retarded and like I'm, so it's like it's usually not like a good path to go down. But the truth is, I don't think like the intellectual stuff is the highest. I think that's like omnicuct. And I think that's why I've said before, I think philosophy is good for sharpening your mental abilities, but like ultimately there is a layer beyond like the intellect. And I think atheists, they stop there. And I hope that religious people understand there is a level beyond the intellect, right? Like God exists beyond that, far beyond that, beyond our understanding. And that's something at least Christians, I think, understand. Atheists, I think most of them will just not accept that.
I think I would agree with you there. I'm pretty sure there's a scripture that says like knowledge is the beginning of faith.
Yeah.
So I would agree with you. All the atheists I've always talked to, I've always like wondered like where the disconnect is. Like it's almost like atheists speak as though like with logic, right? And then there's at some point where it leaves. Like there's a disconnect. I've always wondered what.
Yeah, and I think that's what I think. It's like it comes down to I think just an issue of like an inability to think that there could be something beyond that. And I've tried with many atheists, and I'm not saying it's not like there's something like logically wrong. It's just they just don't think that. They think everything outside of that is just like feelings and stuff like that, and there is nothing beyond the intellect. And so anything you try to present beyond that, including God himself, right, they think that's all has to be within this kind of sphere. And I just it's kind of just like a categorical disagreement. Like I just think I think that's where faith comes in. I just think there is something beyond just like what you can put into words. I think God is definitionally ineffable, right? You can't put God, the totality of God, you can't put him to words. You can try to punt with like, even when we talk philosophy, like the omniscience, omnipotence, all this shit, right? Like it's helpful, but it's not like God exists far beyond that, I would say, right? That's our best effort to grasp at English language and to try to take what is ultimate reality and ultimate truth and ultimate love, and we're trying to put him into English language. Like it's always going to be like a useless task. Well, not useless, but like incomplete, right? It's always going to be like we're not obviously putting the fullness of divinity into an English word. And so then when you take that and you try to argue and quibble over these English words, it's like it kind of goes nowhere some of the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you think
God's beyond that?
Do you think Jamie's going to come back this weekend?
Oh, I think he is. Yeah.
He is?
I feel like he had a good time. I have faith. I have faith in Jamie. Okay. He had a good time.
You think he's going to convert?
No, I don't.
No, you don't think so?
Not recently. Like not recently. Not in the short term.
long term,
Right.
possibly. It's all about planting seeds. No
Mhm.
one I've ever talked to, right, gets converted in the moment. That never happens, right? But you plant the fucking seeds in the future, right? I mean, that's the same with myself, right? Like when I remember when I became a Christian, it's like I talked to a guy for a couple of years and I was like, fuck that shit. I'm not going to believe that stuff, right? But I think there were seeds planted after a couple of years. It's like I think it grows on you as seeds do. So
So when you like seeds, I agree with you. Like seeds get planted. I guess I've always been, which could just be like the work of God, right? But do you know when like I get like that seed sprouted? I guess.
For someone else? No,
No,
I don't
like
think
for
so.
you,
Or
for you.
yourself.
Like for you.
I think in hindsight, yeah, not necessarily always. Like I think with my like conversion thing, I think I can actually think of like the specific seeds. And sometimes that happens. But sometimes I think even myself, I don't know. And there's just maybe some internal change. And I'm like, I don't even know where that came from. But yeah, a lot of times, like, I mean, I think even in like a normal way, I mean, I think we can all see this where it's like, there's like some conversations that I've had with people that like sit in my head rent free for like years on end. And then sometimes it'll like, something will hit me and I'm like, okay, yeah, that's why that's like stuck in my head, because it like means something,
I wonder if like what you had just said about the that shift, like you had mentioned, like there's some kind of shift that just happened. Like you don't really know what that was, right? You saying that, I would be like, that was God right there, right? Like the spirit shifted you. But
Yeah,
I wonder if
that's
an
what I think.
atheist,
Yeah.
an atheist would understand that phrase. That statement.
I think they would think it's just like some intellectual happenstance or some, coincidence of brain chemistry. I don't know if they would ever. That's the problem. It's like it's a. I think everyone sees stuff on like different levels. So like if Brandon was still here, he would say, "Well, I believe that stuff happens," but I think Brandon would say it's probably just like something triggered in your brain chemistry or something happened in what you saw in reality and you connected it, and it's. But yeah, he would probably say it's not like something outside yourself, right? And Jamie would probably say the same thing, right? He'd probably say it's something internal within yourself. Whereas you and me are more likely to say, oh, it's something beyond yourself that's causing that shift to happen. And I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how to argue that in either direction. It seems like it's kind of like unprovable in both ways,
Yeah, I've always like with that internal switch. I guess I've always wondered like how I there's like one thing I can't see, and it's that like morality or philosophy, like that higher thinking, how you get that from biology. I think that's like one argument from atheists that it just doesn't like.
Well, I mean, you and me, I think you and me are on the same page with the baby melters yesterday, where it's like, it's like, and I try to put myself, but it's like, I try to put myself in other people's shoes, but it just seems like I'm just like, come on. But I know I'm sure the other people would say the same thing. That like I mean, in fact, Indian Jesus has said the same thing about me. He's like, you're so close to being like an atheist and stuff. But when I hear the other stuff, I'm like, God, you're so close. Just like, what is like, why can't you understand that? Like, come on. So I don't know. It's hard to put myself outside the situation. I am losing my fucking voice, so I have to go.
Dude, my mouth is dry, bro.
I can't even fucking. Yeah, I'm like, I'm not gonna be able to talk tomorrow, so we'll have to continue this again. But it was good talking to you, Christian. Oh God, my voice is actually fun. I'm gonna have to hydrate like a lot before bed, or I'm gonna be fucked tomorrow.
I enjoyed it. It was fun. I've been enjoying these theological talks.
This is great. I'm glad you found my channel, Christian, because it's been great talking to you. It's been great.
Awesome.
It's been great. And Wild Heart, if you're probably sleeping, but Wild Heart, thank you for stopping by again. And take care, everybody. God bless.
Later.
Sleep well, Christian.
You too.